Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Grace. Well, I'm glad you called. I'll have to cancel out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some girl I know just brought me a very unusual proposition, and I'll be hanged if I touch it.
The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the talented twins. And now, the case of the talented twins. It's late evening in New York, and the yellow convertible tears down Riverside Drive. At the wheel is George Alexander, who operates the car as though he owned the streets. Yeah, Mr. Alexander is a big operator. And the blonde alongside of him knows it.
You warm enough, Masha?
Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Alexander.
My friends call me George. Now, why don't...
Oh, you passed it.
Huh?
You should have turned right on 76th.
What for?
Well, that's where I live.
Oh, I'm not taking you home, Masha.
Now, really, Mr. Alexander...
George.
The only reason I consented to go with you was because Mr. Kemp introduced us.
You like singing at Mr. Kemp's club?
Yes, of course. What's that got to do with it?
It's got everything to do with sweethearts. I own the joint.
Oh.
Sure. Whose idea do you think it is for Kemp to give you a job in the first place?
I didn't know.
Well, anytime you don't know something, Masha, you just ask George. He's got all the answers.
Well, if you don't mind, Mr. George, I'd like to go home. Really, I've got a splitting headache.
That's okay. I have my boy fix you up something at my place. Now, why don't you sit a little closer?
I'm perfectly comfortable over here.
Nah, it's too far away.
Please, Mr. Alexander, you better look where you're going.
Come on, Masha, be sociable. What do you want to sit there all
Look
by...
out!
Huh?
You're going to hit that man!
Shut up!
You're not going to leave him lying there.
Why not?
He may be dead.
And we can't do him any good.
Let me out.
Get your hand off that door, Masha. I'll let you go when I'm good and ready. And I'm not ready yet.
Yes?
I'm looking for Michael Waring.
Well, you've come to the right place.
Are you the one they call the Falcon?
When they can't think of anything worse. Come on in, Miss...
Davis. Ruth Davis.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Now, what can I do for you?
I'm not quite sure. Did you happen to notice an item in this morning's paper about a man being killed in a hit-and-run accident last night?
Yes?
That man was my father.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I want you to find the driver of that car.
Why?
Well, isn't that obvious? That man murdered my dad. He murdered him just as surely as if he used a gun. I don't care what it costs.
Well, you should, Angel. I'd be lying if I didn't tell you that anything you invest in a case like this would be money thrown down the sewer. As I recall, the police don't have a single lead.
Oh, yes, they do. There was a man named Arthur Crane who witnessed the accident. He might know more than he's told them.
What makes you think so?
Call it a woman's intuition?
You know, that's greatly overrated.
Maybe, but there's no harm in trying.
Mm-hmm. What did you say this witness's name was again?
Arthur Crane.
Arthur Crane. All right, Angel. I'll do what I can.
Here it is, Artie. Alexander George, real estate, 1792 Belmore. It's Elwood O6742.
Wonder if that's the right Alexander.
Well, it has to be. Didn't the license bureau tell you that was the name of the party who owned the car?
Yep.
Well, it's the only George Alexander in the book.
All right, hand me the phone.
Yeah.
What's that number again?
Elwood O6742.
See who that is, will you?
You expecting anyone?
Nope. Too early for Jack to drop around.
Just a second. Yeah.
You Arthur Crane?
No.
Well, is he in?
Who is it, Pete?
It's some guy who wants to see you.
How do you do, Mr. Crane?
How do you do?
My name is Mike Waring. I'm a private detective.
Private detective.
Yeah, at the moment I'm working for Ruth Davis.
Who?
Ruth Davis. She's the daughter of the man who was killed last night in that hit-and-run accident.
Oh, well, sit down, won't you?
Pete.
See if we got any beer on ice.
Don't bother, Mr.
Jordan. Pete Jordan, and it's no bother at all.
Yeah, go on, Pete. Now, what can I do for you, Waring?
Well, according to the police blotter, you were the one who discovered Davis's body after the accident.
That's right. I was coming home from a club date.
Club date?
Mm-hmm. I'm a musician. I play piano with a small combo around town.
Mm-hmm. Well, go on.
Well, just as I got out of the subway, I saw this guy Davis laying in the gutter.
What time was that?
Oh, must have been around 3:15. First, I thought it was just some stew bum, Until I saw that briefcase under his arm, then I realized it must have been an accident.
Well, you couldn't have gotten there much after it happened.
That's what the cops told me.
You didn't notice any sign of a car around?
Nope.
Well, there couldn't have been too many cars out of that hour. This is very important to my client.
Look, Waring, if there was any way I could possibly help you, I'd be glad to. Any driver who pulls a stunt like that ought to get it in the neck.
Yeah, sure, but you can't tell me any more than you have, huh?
Not a thing. I'm sorry. I wish I could.
Well, here's your beer, gents.
I'm afraid I'll have to ask for a rain check, Jordan.
You going already?
Yeah, I got to. But I'll leave my card. If you think of anything...
Just leave it to me, Waring. If I think of anything, I'll know what to do.
Yeah?
Is Mr. George Alexander around?
Who wants to know?
My name is Artie Crane, but I don't think it'll mean much to him. Just say I'd like to talk to him about a yellow Buick convertible.
You what?
Tell him I admire his taste in cars.
You're nuts. Mr. Alexander doesn't own any convertible.
That's not what the license bureau told me.
Maybe you better come in, Buster.
Yeah, maybe I better.
Sit down. I'll get Alexander.
Hey, that's a nifty-looking piano he's got there. Mind if I try it?
Just so you don't break it.
That's very pretty, mister.
You like?
Yeah. What do you call it?
I've got those gimme, gimme blues.
It's a very original title.
I'm a very original guy, Mr. Alexander.
How so?
Well, 99 guys out of 100 who know what I know would have spilled everything to the cops.
But not you, huh?
Mm-mm. Little Artie knows when to keep his mouth shut.
For instance.
Keep out of this, Vince. Go on, Crane.
Well, for instance, last night I was coming home late and I saw a car bowl over some character who was crossing the street. Fortunately, I had enough presence of mind to copy down the license number.
And you think this car belongs to me?
Mm-hmm.
You're wrong.
Okay. I'm perfectly willing to leave it to Mike Waring.
The Falcon?
That's right. He's working for the daughter of the poor slob who got hit. He was around to see me this afternoon, wanted to know if I could help him.
And you told him?
Not a thing. I thought I could help you more.
How much more?
What?
Why, you dirty little...
Let go.
Should I throw him out,
Now,
George?
calm yourself, Vince.
Don't be so free with your hands,
You shouldn't
mister.
blame... Vince never liked back.
Well, that little pushing around is going to cost you another $5, Alexander.
What? Take it easy, Vince. You think the money was coming out of your pocket. So now you want $15,000, eh, Artie?
Otherwise, I go straight to Waring's and from there to the cops.
Well, I wouldn't want you to make such a trip on my account.
Then you better get it up.
Okay, Artie. You leave it to me. I'll take care of you. And when I get through, I bet you don't complain.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. 2 hours have passed since Artie Crane made his little call on Mr. Alexander. Now we find Mike making a call of his own. Only his isn't nearly as successful.
So when you come right down to it, Mr. Waring, you've made no progress at all.
Well, I could give you a big song and dance, Ruth.
No thanks. I'm in no mood for entertainment.
You see, the truth of the matter is I'm stymied. The only potential witness we had was this musician, Artie Crane.
And he couldn't tell you anything?
No, not a single solitary... Oh, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That briefcase your father was carrying...
That won't help you. They found it clear across the street where it was knocked by the car.
Well, if it was knocked there by the... Say that again. This Artie Crane character told me he realized that it wasn't some drunk sleeping it off when he noticed the briefcase under your father's arm.
What's wrong with that?
Hey, you just said it, Angel. The car sent that briefcase flying. If Crane saw it under your father's arm, it could only have been while your father was alive.
Then Crane was lying.
That he was.
You think...
I think I ought to have another little talk with that boy.
Oh,
Let's see if we can get him up here.
he won't suspect anything?
Not if it's put to him the right way.
What'll you tell him?
Now, don't you worry, Ruth. I'll ad-lib something.
Hello?
Hello, I'd like to speak to Artie Crane, please.
Who wants him?
Mike Waring.
Well, Artie isn't here.
This Pete Jordan?
No, Pete isn't here either.
Well, where is everybody?
Unless there's been a change in plans, you might try the morgue. Hello, you still there, mister?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the top right. Hey, wait a minute. Is this Sergeant Corbett?
Sure is, Mike.
All right, Corbett. Give it to me gently. Who did what to whom?
Well, whom is your friend Artie Crane. The what was a half-dozen slugs through his head. As far as the who is concerned, we got no idea. Have you, Mr. Waring?
Okay, I'm coming.
Hello, Pete.
Oh, hi, Mr. Waring.
Thought I'd drop around and redeem that rain check.
Rain check?
I asked for one the last time I was here.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess you heard about Artie.
Mm-hmm. That his piano?
Yeah. To think he'll never touch it again.
Just how good was he on it?
Oh, you can have the Duke and Count Basie. I'd have taken Artie any time.
You a musician, too?
Yeah, but I wasn't in his class. I used to sing a little.
Oh. Well, how about an audition?
What do you mean?
Well, you never can tell, Pete. I may want to sponsor you. So let's hear how well you do in the voice department. Who killed Artie?
Oh, look, you can't talk to me like that.
Come on, Pigeon, sing.
I did. Ouch. You wouldn't try that.
If your big brother was around.
Let me go.
Not before we have a solo. Now, who killed Artie?
How should I know?
You should if anyone would. Who had it in for him?
No one. Everybody liked him.
Uh-huh. So one of his admirers pumped 6 slugs into his face so even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Incidentally, how did you? There wasn't a thing on the body.
Well, I found him here.
Might have been a visitor from Mars.
Yeah, but he had a flag tattooed on his shoulder.
A patriot, no less. Who was the hit-and-run driver who killed Davis?
I don't know what you mean.
Yes, you do, Pete. Artie must have told you everything. He saw the car that killed Davis.
No, he didn't.
You know, you won't look so good singing without those dazzling white teeth. Well?
There's a fellow named Alexander.
Does this fellow have a first name?
George.
George? You mean Arthur tried to shake down George Alexander?
You know him?
Well enough to realize that Artie made a serious mistake trying it. Let's hope we all profit by his example.
That you, Vince?
Yeah.
How you make out?
Just look. All right, beautiful. Inside.
Stop that!
Inside.
Hello, Marcia.
You're not going to get away with this, Mr. Alexander.
I told you my friends called me George. You want to be my friend, no?
No.
You're fooling. Sit down, baby.
You can't keep me here.
You can't keep me here. You can't do this. You can't do that. Why don't you give that tongue a rest?
All right, that's enough, Vince. Marcia and me, we understand each other. Well, don't we, sweethearts?
What do you want?
I just want to make sure you didn't tell anybody about our little ride. Get it, Vince?
What about Marcia?
What's the matter? Can a gentleman invite a lady up to his apartment? After all, we got you for a chaperone.
All right. Hold your horses, will you?
Hello, is George here? Oh, I see he is.
Wait a minute, Buster. Not so fast.
It's okay, Vince. This is the Falcon. He's an old friend of mine.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Oh, I beg your pardon. Am I interrupting something?
No. Marcia, meet Mike Waring.
How do you do?
Well, generally I do all right, but I see George does even better.
Cute kid, eh?
Yes, indeedy.
Well, if you gentlemen are through discussing me, I'll say good night.
Hold it, sister.
He's got her hypnotized.
Vince just thought maybe I want to tell her something. It's okay, Marcia. I'll give you a call later.
All right, George.
You wish you were in my shoes, eh, Mike?
Hardly, George. I wouldn't care to face a murder rap.
I'm afraid I don't understand you, Waring.
Well, it stems from the manslaughter charge.
Manslaughter?
Mm-hmm. For killing Ralph Davis with your car last night. You know, Mr. D.A. could tell this story very effectively. It's got a wonderful moral. How How one crime leads to another? Now, the opening scene would show you driving along.
Get out.
Well, you might let me finish, George. It's got great dramatic possibilities.
You heard him. Get out.
Who's this little Sir Echo?
If you're not out of here by the time I count three...
You mean you're not interested in how my little script ends?
No. And you keep up like this, Mike, and you won't be around for the end.
Very interesting, Mr. Waring, but what happened after that?
That's all there was, Ruth.
You mean you know who killed my father and you let him go?
I mean, he let me go.
He bought you off.
No, wait a minute, Angel.
Sure, I was a fool not to see it before. Well, we'll see what the police think about...
Sit down.
Oh,
You listen to me, Ruth. I walked out on Alexander because there wasn't a thing I could do.
you know he ran over my father.
Yeah, sure I do, but where's our evidence? There isn't any way I could tie it to him. The only witness was murdered.
Well,
Well, what?
you know he murdered Arthur Crane.
Can you prove that?
Well, it stands to reason...
Look, Angel, you can build as good a case against several other people.
Who, for example?
For example, you.
What?
Sure. You knew Artie Crane could identify the man who killed your father. And when he refused to give you any information, you murdered him.
That's the most ridiculous piece of...
Yes?
Mr. Waring,
That's right.
my name's Marcia West. I don't know if you remember me.
Oh, you underestimate your charms, Marcia. You're the kind of a girl my kind of man could never forget.
Well, I'd like to talk to you.
Well, what would be the point? I thought you were a close friend of Alexander's.
Well, I was in his car last night.
You what?
Yes, he was taking me home when he killed that man.
Where are you now?
At the place where I work, it's called the Tic-Toc Club. When can I expect you?
Just open your door, Angel. I'm practically there now.
Come on, you creep. Snap into it. We haven't got all night. The show goes on in a few... Yeah, what do you want, mister?
Where's Marcia West's dressing room?
The first one on your left.
This one here?
Yeah, that's right. I don't keep her too long. She's on in 10 minutes. Come on, girls. Don't stand up.
Marcia? Marcia?
She ain't here, Waring.
What?
No, just stay like you are, Falcon. Lock the door, Vince.
All right. Where is she, George?
Where is Sue?
Marcia. She called me from here not more than 15 minutes ago.
You say, Vince?
Was it that old hag with the mop?
You boys ought to try television. That's a great act you've got there.
I'm glad you like it. What did Marcia tell you on the phone?
Who?
Don't be smart.
And I just wanted to show you that two could play that game.
What'd you tell you?
Enough.
You know, I wouldn't need much excuse to paste you one right now, Buster, so don't tempt me.
What do you say, Mike?
I say you boys aren't very smart. There are a dozen people out there.
And they all work for me.
So start talking, pal.
Why, you...
Careful, chum.
Now, why you want to knock him down for Vince? You only got to pick him up again.
That's all right, Alex. I'm in very good shape. I can keep this up all night.
Well, Sleeping Beauty, I didn't even have to kiss you to wake you up.
Huh?
Yeah, this isn't the Princess Palace. It's Bellevue Hospital.
No kidding.
Okay, Mike, who slugged you?
First, I want to know where you found me, Sergeant.
On West 8th Street.
How did I get down there?
I can tell you one thing. I don't think you made it on foot.
Someone must have given me a lift.
Oh,
A character named Vince, working at the behest of George Alexander.
what do they want to do that for?
Because Alexander was the one who drove the car that killed Ralph Davis last night.
Last night.
Well, isn't it Sunday?
Where have you been? Don't bother answering. I know.
All right. What day is it?
Monday.
Holy smoke. Where's Marcia?
Who?
Marcia West. She was in the car when Alexander killed Davis.
She tell you that?
Yes, and I wouldn't be surprised if she knew all about the Artie Crane killing, too.
Is that tied up with this?
Definitely. You see, Crane tried to blackmail Alexander, and
Not
he...
so fast. Can you prove that?
No, I can't hear Corbett. So let's go where I can.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Mike Waring set out with Sergeant Corbett to try to tie the case together. Their destination, the apartment of George Alexander.
You're a pretty sick man, Waring. You don't know what you're saying.
It's no use, George. We've got all the evidence we need. Right, Sergeant?
Right.
So why don't I hear from the district attorney?
You will, shortly.
You're still bluffing, Mike. Admit it.
All right, then how do I know you paid off to Artie Crane?
You know?
Yes, and I can prove it.
How about that, Mr. Alexander?
Well, you see, it's like this, Sergeant. It was no shakedown. I gave Artie the money.
Oh. Because you were impressed by his musical talents and wanted to see him further his career?
Why, Mike, you take the words right out of my mouth.
Oh, no.
Something wrong?
You don't think the DA will buy that?
Why not? If it's okay for me to help young ladies interested in musical careers, why not young men?
Sounds logical.
Oh, come on, Corbett, be smart. You don't believe that?
I didn't say I did. I just said it sounded logical.
That's all I ask.
Where's Vince?
Why?
I want to talk to him.
You're going to have a long wait. Vince leave town Friday night.
Friday?
Yeah.
I suppose that was his double who bounced me around backstage at the TikTok Club on Saturday.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, sure. Next you'll say you never heard of a girl named Marcia West.
Of course I have.
Oh, sweetheart.
You call me, George?
Marcia.
Is this the girl you mean?
All right, never mind the act, George. Listen, Marcia. This is Sergeant Corbett. I want you to tell him everything.
Everything.
Yes, beginning with your call to me on Saturday night.
My call to you?
Don't you remember?
I don't see how I could be expected to, Mr. Waring, seeing this is the first time we've met.
What?
But it's been a real pleasure. Let's do it again sometime.
You know, Mike, maybe we ought to go back to the hospital. It's not a bad place. They got a couple of good-looking nurses there.
Okay, so I'm nuts, Sergeant. But just humor me a couple of minutes more.
I still don't see what you're going to accomplish with Pete Jordan.
I tell you, he knows that Artie Crane went to see Alexander.
That still don't prove anything. Crane could have gone to see Alexander for a million reasons.
Well, suppose Pete's willing to swear that he...
Yeah?
Well, if it isn't the gay troubadour. Hello, Pete, remember me?
Now, look, Waring, I'm busy.
Yeah, sure you are. This won't take much of your time. Didn't Artie Crane tell you he saw the car that killed Ralph Davis in that accident?
Well,
didn't he?
Yeah.
Get your coat, Jordan. We're going downtown.
Now, don't rush him, Sergeant. You might break the spell. As long as Pete's in the mood for singing, maybe he'll be willing to croon you something else.
I told you everything I know.
Not quite. There's one song you forgot. The one that goes, I killed my best friend and am I sorry?
What are you talking about?
The murder of Artie Crane. You know enough about that to give us a complete chorus. So start singing, Pigeon. Well, girls, that's the whole story. Alexander goes up for manslaughter and Pete Jordan for murder. Any questions?
I have one, Mike. Oh, so have I.
I think Marcia was first, Ruth. All right, go on, Marcia.
Well, first, I think I owe you an explanation.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, Alexander made me say I didn't know you. He and Vince caught me phoning you that night.
Yes, I figured as much.
I was afraid of what he might do, not only to me, but to you.
Well,
I thought she had a question to ask.
Oh, well, all I wanted to know is what made you suspect Pete Jordan.
very simple thing, Angel. As you recall, when the police found Artie, there was nothing on him.
So?
So the question arises, Ruth, what happened to the hush money Alexander paid him?
I don't get it.
I pulled one bluff on Alexander that worked. The only reason he admitted giving money to Artie was that he thought I could prove he did.
And you couldn't?
No, because there was no money found on the body. And it stood to reason that Alexander and Vince didn't remove it. Otherwise, they would have known I was bluffing. So I figured maybe this was just a plain, everyday murder for money.
And once you realized that, it was just a matter of picking out the only party who had the opportunity.
That's right. And that gave me Pete Jordan. But I'll tell you one thing this business taught me.
What?
Never take a case where two beautiful women are involved. Makes for complications.
How so?
Well, it's too much of a good thing. You know the old saying, two's company, three's a crowd.
You've got a point there, Ruth.
He certainly has.
Oh, now, don't fight. I'm sure we can settle this peaceably.
I'm sure we can.
That's the spirit. Now, how are we going to work it?
That's easy.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Mr. Waring.
Please turn the cassette over at this point to begin side 2. The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Irene. No, I can't see you tonight. I'm all hung up. Yeah, some girl likes my looks. Well, Angel, she must think I'm pretty as a picture, because she's certainly out to frame me.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Careless Client. Before the Falcon solves tonight's case, let's listen to this.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the careless client. It's early afternoon in New York, and a short, dumpy little man with lacquered hair walks down the second-floor corridor of the Gordon building until he comes to a door marked Daniel Russell, Private Investigations. Obviously, our unknown friend has been here before, for without any hesitation, he eases himself into Mr. Russell's office, and ease is the proper word. For Mr. Russell, with his back to the door and his ear glued tightly to the phone, doesn't even hear him.
Now, look, Harris, you got to give me a break. You know I'm good for the money.
Sorry, Russell, it's no dice.
That's the gratitude I get, and after all the dough I've lost to you. All I ask is that you let me go in the cuff for another 20. I got a sure thing going on the 5th at Detroit.
Now, where have I heard that before? Listen, Danny, why don't you do both of us a favor and stay away from the horses?
Okay, Harris. You don't want to take my bets? I'll find a bookie who will.
Yeah, name one.
I
beg your pardon.
Harris, a client just walked in. I'll have to call you back later.
I'm sorry if I interrupt, Mr. Russell.
There's nothing important, Mr. Giuliano. Just one of my men checking in.
I see.
Sit down, won't you?
You have something for me?
Yes, indeed. I located your boy.
Larry Stratton?
Yep. Stratton's in New York, all right. Got here last week from Washington. First thing he did was to get himself a room under the name of Leonard Simons. Funny how they always keep the same initials.
And where does my friend Mr. Stratton live?
1423 Carroll Place. It's a small rooming house. I pumped the superintendent, but he couldn't tell me much. And incidentally, that little talk cost me an extra 50.
I got no complaints, Mr. Russell. You do fine. $50, you say.
That's right. Hey, that's quite a wad you're carrying, Giuliano. Must be at least 15 to 20 grand there.
So?
So you want to be careful.
I am. How much do I owe you altogether?
$150.
You like to double it?
I'd like nothing better.
It's easy. I need some information from this Mr. Stratton. You got it for me.
How?
Oh, now, come on, Russell. You must have some idea. All you've got to do is work on him a little bit.
Work on him?
Yeah. You look like a boy who knows how to use his fists.
Get out.
You make a big mistake.
Go on, Giuliano. Beat it.
Okay, no harm's done. Just suppose we forget this little talk, huh?
I'll think about it.
You do that, Russell. You'll find it a lot healthier than talking. I'll be seeing you, feller.
Hello?
Hello, is this Larry Stratton?
Oh, no, you've got the wrong number.
Now, look, Stratton, I haven't got time to horse around. I assure you I'm risking a lot more than you are.
Who is this?
My name's Russell, Danny Russell. I'm a private detective. Up till a half hour ago, I was working for a man named Caesar Giuliano.
Giuliano?
That's right. He's probably on his way over to see you.
I don't believe you.
Now, look, don't be a sap. I told him where you were. He even offered me an extra $150 to take care of you. Now, the smart thing for you to do is to beat it.
What kind of a fool do you take me for? Don't you think I know a trap when I see one?
You gotta believe me, Stratton.
Why should I? How do I know you're not working with Giuliano?
I can tell you, Larry.
Giuliano.
Hello, Stratton.
Hang up.
Hello, Stratton.
That's fine, Larry. Shut the door, Coslow.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Now listen, Giuliano.
Good. You're going to tell me what I want to hear?
You're wasting your time.
Come here, Coslow.
You want me, Mr. Giuliano?
Yes. Coslow, this is Mr. Stratton.
Aye.
Mr. Coslow is a wrestler fellow, Larry. I meet him today in gymnasium. They say he can break your neck just like that.
Yeah, just like that.
But I think he's how you call little punchy. Too many beatings in the head. You understand?
What do you want me to do, Mr. Giuliano?
Get him out of here.
Oh, you think I bring him here to be lesson for you? Strictly between us, Larry, I wouldn't be surprised if you were right.
Larry? Larry? Larry, where are...
Hey, what's the matter, lady?
Look!
Holy smoke.
Oh, Larry.
He's still breathing. We better get a doctor.
Where can I find one?
Well, if you go down to the corner, you'll see... Oh, no, never mind. I'll get him myself.
Oh, please.
Sure. I'll be back as fast as I can.
Oh, Larry, darling, what happened?
Never mind, Eve.
We're getting a doctor.
I don't want one.
What?
I said I don't want one.
But, Larry...
Shut the door, huh?
All right.
Now lock it. Now listen to me, Eve.
Candid way.
No, in that medicine chest over the basin, there's a roll of adhesive tape. Will you get it for me?
Yes. Is this what you want?
No, there should be a roll of half-inch tape.
There's none here.
Are you sure?
Oh, no, I've got it.
Or bring it here. Take off the cover. All right, now open up the roll.
What? Well, there are numbers written on this.
And I didn't tell him.
You didn't tell him what?
I was afraid they beat it out of me, but they didn't.
Darling, what is this all about?
Honey, don't ask me any questions, huh?
Someone tried to kill you.
You don't have to worry. Giuliano wouldn't dare while he hasn't got this.
Giuliano.
Caesar Giuliano.
Who is he, Larry? What does he want of you?
Please, don't ask me. Don't ask me. I shouldn't have even told you that. I'm in trouble, Eve. I'm in real trouble.
Why didn't you go to the police?
I can't.
But why not?
I can't tell you.
Well, then, hire a private detective.
What good would that do?
Oh, darling, obviously you need protection.
I can take care of myself.
Larry, you've got to. Now, he wouldn't have to be told anything. I could make up some sort of story. Now, there's a man named Mike Waring. I've heard about him.
That the one they call the Falcon?
Yes. He's supposed to be very competent.
You're not being fair to him, Eve. If this Waring doesn't know what he's up against, he's liable to get himself killed.
Darling, believe me, it's the only way. I'm sure nothing will happen to Mr. Waring, and if he does, well, he's paid to take the risk.
Just a second.
Mr. Waring?
That's right.
I'm Eve Lowry. I spoke to you a little while ago on the telephone.
Oh, so you did. Come on in.
Thank you.
Sit down.
Oh, really, I haven't much time.
Will it take any less if you stand?
Well, I guess you're right.
Now, what can I do for you?
I'm in trouble, Mr. Waring.
What do you call trouble?
Someone's trying to kill me.
Well, that's a good enough definition.
He's made several attempts on my life already.
Who's he?
A man named Caesar Giuliano.
Why?
Why?
Well, I assume that making attempts on your life is more than a hobby with Mr. Giuliano. Does he have a reason?
Well, you see, my father and Mr. Giuliano were partners.
In what business?
Importing.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Well, Giuliano thought my father swindled him.
Did he?
Oh, of course not.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Giuliano swore to get even, but Dad died before he could.
So Giuliano transferred his affections to you.
Yes.
Well, what would you like me to do about it?
Well, what would you suggest?
Oh, there are several possibilities. We could make out a complaint to the DA's office.
Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want any publicity.
I see. Do you know where this Giuliano is staying?
Well, I think it's at the Carlton Hotel. Why?
Suppose I go up there and have a talk with him.
Oh, no. Please don't do that.
You don't seem to like any of my ideas. What's wrong with this one?
Well, I don't see where it'll accomplish anything. Giuliano will probably deny knowing me.
Look, Miss Lowry, if we're both going to worry about this, you're throwing your money away. I suppose you leave Mr. Giuliano to me and let me earn my fee.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I have a little suggestion for you ladies who wonder what you're going to do for some interesting menu ideas. And my suggestion is this. Just get a 2-pound loaf of Kraft smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta. You can melt Velveeta for smooth, delicious cheese sauce that'll add extra goodness to vegetables or seafood or rice or just plain toast for a fine main dish. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Notice how smooth it melts without any lumps at all. Then slowly stir in 1/4 cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have it. A delicious cheese sauce with a wonderful, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. A flavor that everyone, the youngsters and Grandma included, will enjoy often. And it's a wholesome dish, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. So whether you melt Velveeta for a swell cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches, you'll find Velveeta is a mighty handy helper, Mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow, won't you? It's America's favorite cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike Waring went to work for Eve Lowry, who claimed her life was being threatened by a man named Cesar Giuliano. That's all Mike needed. Being a man of action, he goes right to the seat of the trouble.
Who is it?
Room service.
I didn't order anything.
Your name Giuliano?
Yes?
Well, that's what the order blank says.
Just a second.
Hello.
You're no waiter?
Nope.
The oldest trick in the world.
Apparently it still works.
What's your name, mister?
Mike Waring.
You're not the private detective fella I hear about.
Why not?
Why you play games?
I want you to stop annoying my client.
Your client?
Mm-hmm.
What did he tell you?
He?
Well, sure, you... Just who you working for, Waring?
Eve Lowry.
Eve Lowry?
I suppose you'll deny knowing her.
And suppose I do.
Well, it won't wash, Giuliano. What have you got against the girl?
Well, it's a long story, Waring. I'd like to show you something.
Get away from that desk, Giuliano.
But I just want to show you this.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Oh, calm, Waring. A big boy like you, he's not scared of a little gun like this.
No, but I've got a lot of respect for it.
I don't blame you. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to hear more about your client.
Client?
This Eve Lowry you mentioned.
Never heard of her.
Oh, you're going to play it like that, eh?
What else can I do?
Let go, you fool! Let go!
Come on, Giuliano, drop it.
You stupid fool! How many times must I tell you let go?
Yeah?
I'm looking for Private Dick named Danny Russell.
What can I do for you? Hey, you're hurt. Sit down.
Thanks.
Call your doctor.
No, don't bother. Just saw one. Say, you wouldn't have a drink in this place, would you?
Yeah, right in this desk. I'll get you a glass.
No, never mind.
Hey, go easy, mister. That stuff's been aged in the wood.
You mean that desk drawer?
Feel any better?
Yeah.
What happened to your hand?
I got it caught in the cash register.
Who are you kidding?
Never mind. You come pretty highly recommended, Russell.
Yeah, by whom?
A man named Caesar Giuliano. Did you do some work for him?
Get out.
What's the matter?
Get out of here. You're a friend of Giuliano's?
Now, take it easy. I never said I was.
Well, I thought...
He shot me up and then beat it. When I came to, I went through some of his papers and found your name. What did he hire you for?
Let's see your buzzer, mister.
I'm not a cop. My name is Mike Waring.
Waring? The Falcon, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a pleasure. You know, you're almost a legend in town.
Yeah, me and the Giants.
What can I do for you?
Well, I'd like a little information. What kind of a job did you do for Giuliano?
Routine skip tracing. Wanted me to locate a guy named Larry Stratton.
Larry Stratton, huh? Why?
Well, first he told me Stratton skipped out of Mexico, owing him some dough on a business deal. Then he offered me $150 to beat some information out of him.
This on the level?
I don't joke about things as sacred as money. He had a roll on him that could choke a horse.
Did Giuliano mention a girl named Eve Lowry?
No. How's she fit in?
I wish I knew. Look, Russell, I've got a proposition. How about the two of us joining forces? I'll see you don't suffer by it.
You just got yourself a boy, Waring. What do you want me to do?
Know where I can locate Giuliano?
You tried the Carlton Hotel?
Where do you think I picked up this slug?
Wait a minute, I got an idea. When Giuliano first approached me, I met him at a furnished room in Brooklyn.
Well, what do you say we drive out to Brooklyn? Maybe worth the trip.
I think this is the place, Mike.
Doesn't speak well for Brooklyn.
Got a rod on you?
Don't believe in him.
I do. I guess nobody's home.
Got a gimmick?
You're not thinking of forcing the lock, are you?
No, I leave that to you.
And now look, Mike.
Now, don't worry. If you get into trouble, I'll go halfies with you.
Okay.
How you coming?
There, got it now. Don't look like anybody's home.
No. Well, as long as we're here, we might...
Mike.
Huh?
Is that what I think it is?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Someone really poured a lot of lead into this boy. You recognize him?
Sure. It's Giuliano. What are you doing?
Going through his pockets.
Find anything?
No, nothing but this scrap of paper. Larry Stratton, 14...
Hey, that's the character Giuliano hired me to find.
Well, now it looks as though he found Giuliano.
If you ask me...
No, you're not imagining things. I heard it, too. Gesundheit.
Coming from that closet.
Yeah.
Oh!
All right, come on out.
Stay away from me.
Well, if it isn't Miss Lowry.
You know her?
Sure, this is my client, Eve Lowry. Where'd you get that gun, Angel?
Never mind. The important thing is that I know how to use it. If you try to stop me...
You what?
Oh!
All right, Russell, get it.
Got it.
You hit me.
What did you expect me to do? Applaud while you gave a demonstration on the use of firearms? What are you doing here? Come on, Eve. In case you hadn't noticed, there's a dead body in this room.
All right, open up there. Come on, open up.
Mike.
Who is it?
Police.
Uh-oh.
You can open up, or do I have to break down this door?
Just a minute. Listen, Russell. I want you to take Eve out of here.
What?
You heard me through the fire escape.
What about you?
I'll stall them. Now, you drive back to Manhattan, see what you can learn about this Larry Stratton.
No.
Keep quiet.
You know what you're getting into, Mike.
I'll take my chances. Worst comes to worst, you can bring Eve down to local headquarters and we can straighten it all out.
Okay, come on, honey.
No.
Well, make up your mind, Angel. Do you go with him or do you stay here and face a murder rap?
Hey, what's going on in there? Open up.
I'll go with him.
Well, hurry it up.
Lots of luck, Mike.
Same to you.
Well, what's going on here, wise guy? Why don't you open that door?
I was busy.
Hey, who's that?
Man named Caesar Giuliano.
Huh? Who are you?
Mike Waring.
Did you gun him?
What do you think?
I think yes. Come on, Waring, I want you to try out our local jail. I think you'll love it.
Hey, let me out. Let me out. You can't hold me here.
Yeah, but we are, aren't we?
Well, there must be an answer to that.
So when you think of it, let me know.
Now, just a minute. I didn't kill Giuliano.
And who did?
I tell you, I don't know.
We're right back where we started.
Not quite. Giuliano died around 6 o'clock, didn't he?
How'd you know that?
I heard the coroner talking. Well, I didn't get to that room till after 9.
Suppose I told you a witness just turned up who says differently.
Then you'd be lying.
Okay. Hey, Bruce.
What is it, Mike?
Show the party in, will you?
Eve.
You recognize him, Miss Lowry?
Yes. He's a private detective named Mike Waring. I hired him this afternoon to handle a matter for me with Cesar Giuliano. I never dreamt he'd go as far as he did.
What are you talking about?
Murder, Mr. Waring. You killed Giuliano.
I what?
Now, don't try to deny it. I saw you do it. And let's see you get around that.
Remember, tomorrow at your grocer's, you can get a wonderful new salad oil for your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil for home use ever offered by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft dressings. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, superfine to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Get a pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Ask for Kraft Salad Oil. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
A couple of hours have passed since Eve Lowry identified Mike Waring as the man who killed Cesar Giuliano. Now, once again, the cell door opened.
Okay, Waring.
What do you want now?
That's no way to talk to a guy who's going to give you your freedom.
What?
Yeah? You can go whenever you like.
Is this your idea of a rib?
No. On the level.
No, I don't get it.
Hello, Mike.
Russell.
Sorry I'm late.
What happened?
Your client made a sucker out of me. When I got her into the car, she heisted my gun. I never figured on her doubling back here.
Did you let her go, officer?
Yeah, we had nothing on her. We figured you to be the killer.
Well, what convinced you otherwise?
Your friend Russell here. Now, why didn't you tell me that at 6 o'clock when Giuliano was shot, you and him were having a couple of beers at a joint?
Russell and
You remember, Mike. It was right before we went over to see Harriet and Nora.
Oh, Harriet and Nora, yeah. You didn't involve them.
I couldn't help myself.
No, I guess not. But the girls aren't going to like this.
No hard feelings, Waring?
No. None at all, officer. Let's go, Russell.
So long, Mike.
So long.
Well, that was quick thinking, chum.
Forget it. It was nothing.
That's no way to talk about my neck. If you'll pardon the pun, I'm awfully attached to it.
What do you intend to do now, Mike?
Go back to Manhattan and find Eve Lowry.
Any idea where?
Yeah. There are two parties involved in this mess. Eve Lowry and Larry Stratton. Now, wouldn't it be strange if they were connected?
What makes you think so?
Just a hunch. And when I'm in a spot like this, I play 'em. Because, brother, I've got no other choice.
Where's your grip, Larry?
It's under the bed here.
Want me to pack all your suits?
Well, I don't think you'll have room. I'll wear the chalk stripe. You can...
Larry?
Take it easy, honey. Who is it? Who is it?
Just us.
Mr. Waring.
Uh-huh.
Well, that hunch was right, Mike.
What hunch?
I had an idea you two went together like ham and eggs.
Listen, Waring, I don't know what you want. But if you think Eve killed Giuliano, you're out of your mind. She didn't even know the man.
And why did she come to me with that cock and bull story?
She was trying to protect me.
Against what?
Look, I'm head cashier in a Washington bank. Giuliano's been after me to turn over to him the dates of large currency movements.
What was it, blackmail?
No.
Now, don't give me that. Otherwise, you would have gone to the police. What did he have on you?
Don't tell him, Larry.
What can I lose now, Eve? Giuliano found out that 10 years ago I served a term for manslaughter. I was drunk one night and I killed a man with my car. I served 2 years under another name.
And if the bank ever learned about you being an ex-con, you'd be minus a career, huh?
That's right.
Is that why she killed Giuliano?
I tell you she didn't.
Then who did?
I did.
Oh, you mustn't believe him, Mr. Waring. He's trying to protect me. I killed Giuliano.
She's lying.
It's no use, Larry. They're bound to find out sooner or
But
later.
you couldn't have done it because I did.
What do you think, Russell?
To cinch one of them's lying.
Ah, but which one?
She is. I don't
Now,
believe
wait. Just a minute. As far as Giuliano was concerned, it's no great loss. He was a crook. But there's no reason why this has to go any further than this room.
What do you mean?
Well, Russell and I are fond of eating regularly. So, for $5,000, we walk out of here, forget we ever knew you. That okay with you, Denny?
I don't like it.
Oh, come on, give him a break. And $2,500 apiece isn't to be sneezed at.
Well, there's only one trouble with that, Waring.
Trouble?
I haven't got 5,000.
Oh. How about you, Eve?
I gave you my last $50.
Well, how much can you dig up?
Not more than a couple of hundred.
Oh, well, that puts a different complexion on things. What do you think, Russell?
I say we turn him over to the cops.
Yeah, well, that's to be expected. Every killer likes a fall guy handy.
What are you getting at?
Just what it sounded like, Russell. Didn't anyone ever tell you can't get away with murder?
Really, Mr. Waring, I don't know how to thank you enough.
Well, maybe you let me give the little bride away.
You're not angry at me for involving you?
Nah. After all, Eve, you're a woman in love, and they're not very rational creatures.
Well, tell me, Mr. Waring, how did you figure out it was Danny Russell who killed Giuliano?
Oh, there were several things, Larry. First of all, Russell told me that Giuliano had a roll on him big enough to choke a horse. Yet when I went through Giuliano's pockets, all I found was a scrap of paper with your name on it. So what happened to the money?
Well, obviously it was stolen.
That's right. So that opened up a new field. Suppose this was a plain, everyday murder for money.
But Larry or I might have taken it.
No, not very likely, Angel. That's why I offered to accept the bribe. I figured that if you two were willing to risk the chair for each other, a little thing like $5,000 wouldn't stop you. If you had it.
And when you heard the best we could scare up was a couple of hundred.
Then I knew I had to look elsewhere.
Oh, what made you think of Russell?
Well, he got me out of jail by inventing an alibi for me. Something about a double date with a couple of girls named Harriet and Nora.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, you see, by giving me an alibi, he also gave himself one at the same time, and he really needed it.
Oh.
Now, the truth of the matter is that at 6 o'clock when Giuliano was shot, I was still out cold in his apartment after he plugged me.
No wonder Russell made it so easy for me to escape from him.
Mm-hmm. But you know what gets me, Angel, is what you were doing in the closet where we found you.
Oh. Well, I drove out to see Giuliano, hoping that if I pleaded with him, he wouldn't bother Larry anymore. When I got there, he was dead. Then when I heard you outside, I got panicky.
Mm-hmm. And down at headquarters when you accused me of the murder?
Well, that was for the same reason. I wanted to protect Larry.
Sure, I should have known. Well, good night, Larry. Take care of yourself, Angel.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Waring. Why rush off?
Well, this is all okay for you lovebirds, but I've got a lot of work to do.
At this time of night?
Mm-hmm. I've got a date with one of the most luscious redheads in New York.
You call that work?
And you've got to explain why you're 24 hours late, brother. It's nothing else but. Good night, folks.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast, and that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help. You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through. Just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Denise. Thanks for calling, but I can't make it tonight, Angel. $250,000 worth of jewelry is missing. And when that much ice is on the loose, someone is likely to get frozen stiff.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the double nephews. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft.
And now, the case of the double nephews. It's early Sunday morning in New York when Tom Lacey enters his apartment. He clicks on the light, looks around nervously, then walks quickly to the door to the bedroom. Goes in, turns on the bedside lamp between the twin beds, tosses a briefcase on his own bed, then turns to the other bed and shakes the shoulder of his pretty wife.
Junie. Junie, wake up.
What is it?
I've got to talk to you.
In the morning.
Do you love me, Junie?
Huh?
Do you love me?
Well, what kind of a
Do you?
Ow! My shoulder.
I've got to know.
You've been drinking.
Now, look, I'm serious.
What time is it anyway? Oh, no. 3 o'clock. Go to bed, will
Now,
you?
Junie, listen to me. Junie, I've done something. It's hard to explain.
Another woman?
No, nothing like that. Well, it's going to mean that... Well, I'm going to have to go away. I want you to go with me. I want you to stick by me. Will you?
What have you done?
Will you stick by me no matter what?
What have you done?
I robbed the vault when I closed up last night.
Robbed it?
Yeah. More than $250,000 worth of jewelry. Tom. I know it was a crazy thing to do, but I blew my top. For 4 years, I've almost been running the firm. You know that. Yesterday, I find out Carraway's retiring. You know I've been counting on them making me manager when he quit.
And they didn't.
A wire came from the Forrest family estate in Oregon. Old man Forrest is sending one of his nephews, Ev Forrest, a kid right out of school, never been in New York, doesn't know a thing about the business. He's going to take over.
Wouldn't you know?
Well, do you blame me, Junie? Do you blame me for getting sore? That's why I looted the safe. I was sore.
What's the good? They'll know you did it.
Well, I didn't stop to think. I just said to myself, they don't want me here, okay? I'll get out. Only I'm taking my share with me. I'm entitled to it.
What now?
But now? Well, I don't know. South America is something. You can go a long ways on what I took, Junie.
Where's the jewelry?
Right here in my briefcase.
Let's see it.
Why?
Just want to see what $250,000 looks like.
Oh, okay. There you are.
Tom, they're beautiful. How are you going to sell them?
Oh, there's always a market. We'll find someone in South America who won't get what they're worth, but we ought to clear somewhere around 100,000.
100,000? You shouldn't have done it, Tom.
Well, it's too late to think of that now. I can't put it back. There's a time lock on the vault.
You're a thief.
Well, what do you want me to do?
You know, I think I'm going to like South America.
Are you sure there's nothing? No. No. That'll be too late. I see. All right, never mind. Goodbye. Junie, I've tried all the lines. No planes until Tuesday. We're sunk.
We can't be sunk.
But it's 10 o'clock already. We're not out of the country by the time Carraway opens the vault tomorrow. There'll be an alarm out for us, and we'll never get away.
I know that.
We could only get to Miami. And we could cross to Cuba, and once we're there, we can make arrangements. But the way things
Will you
are...
stop babbling and let me think?
There's nothing to think. No plane
I
until...
know. Let's get ready. We'll go to the airport anyway.
Well, what good
There
is
may be a last-minute cancellation. If not, we'll charter a private plane.
Yeah, that's right.
Only pull yourself together. You started this. Now help me see it through.
Yeah, sure, Junie. Now what?
Well, answer it and find out.
Yeah. Yes?
Hello. Are you Thomas Lacey?
That's right.
I'm pleased to know you. I'm Ev Forrest.
Ev Forrest?
Yeah.
I see you're surprised.
Well, we didn't expect you so soon.
Yeah, I know. But my uncle had a special reason for having me get here today. May I come in?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
This is my wife. Dear, I'd like you to meet Mr. Forrest. Ev Forrest. You know, I was just telling you he's going to be the new manager.
Oh, yes. How do you do, Mr. Forrest?
How do you do? Now, I'd like a word with Mr. Lacey.
Well, go right ahead. You don't have to worry about Junie.
This is very confidential.
Well, whatever you say to me, you can say in front of her.
Very well. It's about Mr. Carraway.
Oh?
How do you get along with him?
So, why?
Well, my uncle's a little concerned about the last few reports he's received from Carraway.
Concerned? How?
Well, the figures don't look right. And now Carraway's resignation. Uncle wants me to look into it. That's why I came right to you. I came up directly from the station. Carraway doesn't know I'm in town.
Well, what can I do?
Well, we'll go down to the firm. I want to look over the books. Today, before Carraway can find out.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Forrest, but... Junie and I were just leaving. We have a date.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to cancel it. This can't wait.
Well, gee, I don't know what to say if you'd only given us some notice.
I couldn't. Now, I'll be frank, Lacey. We suspect Carraway, not you. But we don't know how close you are to him. We didn't want you to warn him.
I see.
That's why I'm going to have to ask both of you and your wife, to come along with me. I'm awfully sorry to have to do this, but, well, you see how it is.
Uh-huh. And, I'm awfully sorry to have to do this.
Tom!
All right, Julie, come on, let's get out of here.
Wait a minute, Tom. For once, use your head instead of jumping into things.
Well, he was going to delay us.
I know. And how far do you think we're going to get when Mr. Forrest wakes up?
What?
Call the police the first thing.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't think. I've got the jitters. I've got to have a drink.
Take a good stiff one. You'll need it.
Why did he have to show up today?
Well, maybe it's a good thing he did. Now, we don't have to rush to get away. We can take our time.
Well, what do you mean when Forrest wakes
Who
up?
says he's going to wake up?
What?
Take your drink.
Oh, yeah. Now, what are you talking about?
Mr. Forrest would look good in one of my scarves, don't you think?
Huh?
Of course, he's going to have to wear it a little too tight for comfort.
Oh, no, Julie.
You can't quit now, Tom. You're going to do what I tell you.
No, I can't.
You've got to.
Oh.
No time to argue. He's coming too. Take another drink. I'll get the scarf.
We shouldn't have killed him. All we had to do was tie him up.
You still don't get it.
Now we have a body to dispose of. It all takes time.
Now we have time.
How? We still have to get away.
No, we don't. That's what you can't seem to get through your thick head.
But, Junie, tomorrow the robbery will be discovered and maybe the body.
Who's to say you committed the robbery?
Well, it couldn't have been an outside job. There's a burglar alarm and a time-locked vault. Besides, I locked up. I'm the only one who could have done it.
Who knows you locked up?
Carraway.
That's right. Only suppose you say he locked up. It's your word against his. Now that we know old man Forrest already suspects Carraway of being a crook, Carraway hasn't a chance.
Say, that's right.
Yeah, sure it is.
Oh, well, still, there'll be an investigation. Our place may be searched.
That's why we had to get rid of Ev Forrest. We have to have time to hide the stuff and plant a little of it where it'll do Carraway the least good.
Oh.
The robbery's sure to be pinned on him, and if Ev Forrest's body is ever found, he'll take credit for that, too. Ev Forrest found out about the robbery, so Carraway killed him.
Yeah, it might work.
It will. If you just sit tight and keep your mouth shut.
Hello?
Hello, is that Michael Waring, the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
How do you do, Mr. Waring? This is James Carraway. Something dreadful's happened. Frightful. I don't know how to... can you come over here right away?
Over where?
Forrest Jewelers. It's fantastic, but I'm suspected of robbery. Fantastic.
Well, nothing like a little fantasy now and then. All right, Carraway, I'll be over.
And you will, of course, bring references.
Will I?
Well, I've heard you're a competent detective, but this is a highly important matter. Great deal at stake, and I must be sure I'm dealing with a completely trustworthy and capable person.
You have my word for it. No need for references.
Nevertheless, I prefer to see the references.
You doubt my word? Fantastic.
Well, there it is, Mr. Waring. The whole story. Only two possible suspects. My assistant, Thomas Lacey, and myself. And since I know it's not myself, it must be Lacey.
Mm-hmm.
Though it's hard to believe. Been with us for years. Quiet chap, respectable. Whole thing's fantastic.
Yeah, but where do I fit? The police and insurance detectives are on the case.
I want my name cleared. And a little peace. I've been grilled for hours. So's Lacey. Now they're waiting, hoping one of us will crack.
What makes you think I can speed up the cracking?
There are ways.
Oh, you don't say.
I think you know what I mean.
I think so, too.
Good. I think I can trust you to see that Lacey is properly uncomfortable. Of course, you understand, Mr. Waring. I deplore such tactics, but, well, under the circumstances, what can one do?
One can go to blazes, and you're just the one to do it.
What's that?
You hired yourself the wrong boy, Carraway. Third degree is out of my line.
Oh, now, did I say anything?
Yes, you certainly did say.
Oh, well, you misunderstood me.
I don't think so.
Well, you're not going to mention this.
I'm making no promises.
Look, let's be reasonable. Nothing hasty, eh? I'm prepared to pay.
Well, I'm not prepared to accept.
Suppose we forget what I just said. Use your own methods, whatever you prefer. Only continue to work for me. See if you can't get something on Lacey.
No rough stuff?
No. I had no idea you private detectives were so concerned with propriety, as it were.
Well, maybe I'm an exception. Now, suppose you send for Lacey. I'd like to talk to him.
Here?
Here.
Very well.
Yes, Mr. Carraway.
Send Mr. Lacey in.
Yes, sir.
And now, our little conversation, I trust it'll go no further.
All right, Carraway. It's not that important.
I'm glad you see it that way.
Unless something happens to Lacey.
Oh.
What do you want, Carraway?
Come in, Lacey. Come in. And my name is Mr. Carraway. I thank you to remember I'm still in charge until Mr. Forrest arrives.
Now, why don't you fire me if you think I'm a crook?
When I can prove it, I shall. Now, I'd like you to meet Mr. Waring. Mr. Michael Waring, the Falcon.
How do you do, see?
Hello, Lacey. You crazy?
What's that?
Well, one of you is, to pull a job like this.
Well,
yes?
Mr. Forrest is here, Mr. Carraway.
Good. Send him in.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Forrest? The old man, has he come?
Certainly not, Lacey. The nephew, Everett Forrest. You know we're expecting him.
Well, yes, but I...
What's the matter with you?
Well, nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, hello, Mr. Forrest. Come in.
Thank you.
Well, it's not the old man.
Of course it isn't. What makes you think...
Well, nothing. Never mind, hello, Mr. Forrest. I'm delighted to meet you.
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfined.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared salad dressings. Yes, there is something new under the sun at your grocer's right now. A new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Wait till you try it in those wonderful salad dressings you make yourself. Those light-as-air chiffon cakes you're so proud of, and all your special recipes that call for liquid shortening. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. Superfined for better blending by a special new Kraft process. Because it's lighter-bodied, it mixes perfectly with all ingredients, puts new magic into dressings, cooking, and baking. Don't wait. Put this new salad oil on your shopping list right now. Remember,
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfined.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Half a day has passed since Tom Lacey was startled by the appearance of a second Everett Forrest. The first, so far as Lacey knows, is still in the East River, which makes the second a serious problem.
Now, in his apartment, Lacey paces the floor while his wife watches him.
I didn't know what to do, Junie. I just didn't know what to do.
What'd you say to him?
Nothing. I was too startled. I couldn't say this man's a fake. I know he's not Ed Forrest because I've killed the real Ed Forrest.
All right, as long as you didn't say anything.
Well, now what do we do?
Just sit tight.
Well, we've got to expose him.
We can't. You just
Well, then
said-
make him expose himself. We could only get the old man here, face to face with this fake.
We don't have to expose him. The important thing is to wait until word comes from the old Mr. Forrest. Not about the nephew, he doesn't matter, but about Carraway. Now that there's been a robbery, Forrest is sure to wire the police his suspicions about Carraway.
Well, the old man's away from his home. He's on a hunting trip. They haven't been able to contact him.
So we wait.
But it's getting me, Junie. What's this faker up to? What does he want? What does he hope to gain by impersonating young Forrest?
I don't know.
Wait a minute. I know. He must know about the murder. Sure, otherwise how could he be sure the real nephew won't show up? Yeah, that's it, he knows. And this is a subtle form of blackmail. His way of telling me he knows. Soon he'll be coming to me direct. Junie, what am I going to do now?
You're going to do nothing. Just sit tight and wait.
But he knows.
Now, you listen to me. There's nothing anyone can prove.
How do you know?
Because if there were, the police would be holding you. Now, pull yourself together, you hear?
Yes, Junie. I hear.
Which one do you think did it, Waring?
Lacey.
Why?
That's easy, Forrest. I'm working for Carraway.
Yes, but you have no proof against Lacey.
No, not yet. I'm still looking for the angle.
Why, what angle?
Well, only an idiot would pull a job where he was sure of being one of only two possible suspects. So he must have some angle. Some scheme to clinch it against the other suspect.
Yes, but you don't have any idea what it is.
No? You?
Well, how can I? I just got here. I hardly know either of the men.
Neither do I. What has your uncle told you about them?
Oh, nothing much.
Sent you here without instructions?
Oh, instructions, yes, but not on personalities. Except he did say I might expect a little jealousy from Lacey.
Jealousy, huh?
Well, Lacey counted on getting Carraway's job when Carraway retired. He probably resents me for taking it.
Yeah, he probably does. I wonder just how much.
Well, does it matter?
Might be an answer.
Oh, you mean the angle?
Well, not the sort of angle I was looking for, but I was trying to follow the script. And it's just possible Lacey has been ad-libbing. Hello?
Mr. Waring,
Yes?
this is Carraway. I'm in jail. Imagine, in jail.
Fantastic.
You took the word right out of my mouth.
Oh, fancy that. How come they jugged you?
Because they're idiots, that's why. They should know it's a plant.
What's a plant?
The diamond.
What diamond?
In my car.
Oh, there were diamonds in your car.
Yes, Lacey must have put them there.
Most likely. So that's his angle. Well, I guess he is ad-libbing.
What's that?
That sort of plant is pretty feeble. He's working off the cuff. Well, I'll be seeing you, Carraway.
Are you coming down here?
No, I'm going to visit Lacey. I may do some ad-libbing of my own.
Yes?
Hello, are you Mrs. Lacey?
Yes?
My name's Mike Waring. I'd like to see your husband, please.
He isn't in.
You mind if I come in and wait?
I don't know when he'll be back.
Well, I'm in no hurry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Waring.
About what?
I can't ask you in.
Can you keep me out?
Well, that depends on how determined you are. What do you want?
I told you, Lacey.
I told you he's not here.
You alone?
Yes, but I have a gun. Do you want to see it?
No, I'll take your word for it. But I'm not so sure I'll take your word for being alone. Unless you smoke cigars.
But Tom went out just a few minutes ago. The smoke hasn't cleared yet.
Oh, I see. Well, I won't press the point, Angel. If Lacey doesn't want to see me...
I don't know if he wants to see you or not. Does he know you?
We met today at Forrest's Jewelry.
Oh, you're working on the robbery.
Yeah.
Well, when Tom comes in, I'll tell him you were here. But he's told all he knows.
Mm-hmm. But I haven't.
What do you mean?
Just tell him I know how the stones got in Carraway's car.
What stones?
The ones in Carraway's car.
Were there stones?
There were. Hadn't you heard?
No.
Well, you just ask your husband. I'm sure he knows all about it, and so do I.
Are you accusing Tom?
Just give Tom my message. See what he says. Good night, Mrs. Lacey.
Good night.
Julie, what was all that? Who was it?
That was Michael Waring.
The Falcon. What did he want?
You.
Well, why? What?
He's onto you.
Oh, no.
He's onto you, I say.
Oh, no.
I stalled him because I didn't want anybody to see you till you'd pulled yourself together. But with what he knows, I'm afraid the jig's up anyway.
What does he know?
Everything.
About Forrest?
I think so.
I might have known. It's no use. I'm no good at this sort of thing. There's only one thing to do. I'm going to give myself up.
Don't be absurd. Put down the phone. Put it down, I say.
But, Julie...
I said put down the phone. We're caught. It's the electric chair. Don't you realize that?
But what can we do?
I got out your little revolver. Here it is. Be careful. It's loaded.
Well, what good's this going to do?
We're going to get away.
Julie, there isn't a
There's
chance.
An excellent chance if you'll do what I tell you. Now, go on. Start packing while I go out for a few minutes.
Where to?
Never mind where to. But while I'm out, pour yourself a long glass of courage. You'll need it.
Hello?
Mr. Waring?
Yes?
This is Mrs. Lacey.
Oh, not little Miss Sunshine.
Maybe I wasn't friendly. I'm usually not when strange men try to force their way into the apartment. My husband's home now. He wants to see you.
You gave him my message?
Yes.
What did he say?
Well, I told you he wants to see you.
Is that all?
Well, he claims he doesn't know anything about the diamonds in Mr. Carraway's car.
Diamonds. Did I say they were diamonds?
What? Oh, well, Tom seemed to think that that's what you meant.
He did, huh? May I speak to him?
Well, why not come over? He wants to talk to you in person.
All right, Mrs. Lacey. I'm on my way.
All right, Tom, that's enough.
Julie, what are we going to do?
It's all set. I've got a taxi waiting downstairs.
Oh. And then we're going?
Leave it to me.
All right, let's go.
In a minute.
Well, what are we waiting for? You said taxi.
He'll wait. I just want to...
Who's that?
I don't know. Who is it?
Mike Waring.
Waring? What's he want?
This spoils everything unless... Where's the gun?
Right here.
Good. There's only one thing to do. We've got to shoot our way out of here.
Oh, no, Junie, I can't.
You've got to.
I can't.
Do you want the electric chair?
What?
This is our only chance. I'll throw the door open and you shoot.
No, I can't.
If you shoot fast enough, Waring will never have time to get his gun out.
Hey, remember me? I'm waiting.
All right, I'm coming. Now, you do what I tell you. As soon as I open the door, don't give him a chance. Then we can make a run for it.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Only a few seconds have passed since June Lacey and her husband set themselves for Mike Waring's entrance with a gun.
You ready, Tom?
Yes, Junie, I'll try.
Remember, as soon as I open the door. What the devil?
Close the door, Junie, close it. We're caught. He jumped back. Now we'll send for the police.
Wait a minute. There's still one thing.
Oh, what's that?
Give me the gun.
What are you going to do with it?
Let me have it.
Here. But now what?
Now you're going to commit suicide.
Huh?
You saw you were trapped, so you turned the gun on yourself.
No, Junie, wait.
Don't try to kill your husband, Mrs. Lacey. Anything happens to him, we'll know you did it.
He hurt you.
He couldn't have.
Come on, open the door again. And this time, come out slowly, both of you, with your hands up.
And if we don't?
You will when the police get here, or they'll drive you out. Now, hurry up, come on.
What are you going to do now, Junie? What are you going to do now?
Stop it.
You're such a good one at figuring things out. Well, go ahead, Junie. Start figuring.
Fantastic, Waring. Absolutely fantastic. To think he'd go to such lengths. Fantastic.
Well, once they got rolling, there was no stopping. Especially when they were given what looked like a sure chance to frame you.
Yes. Has the body been recovered?
Yeah, Forrest identified it as his chauffeur.
His chauffeur?
That's right. You see, the fellow knew Forrest was expected, so he beat him to New York and tried to trick Lacey into letting him into the building.
Oh.
That would get him past the burglar alarm. Then he could knock out Lacey and either blow the lock on the vault or wait until the next day when the time lock went off.
But by then, I'd be back at the place.
Mm-hmm. And he'd meet you with a gun. Anyway, once inside, his job was much simpler. That's why he tried it.
And got killed for it.
Yes, because the story about old Forrest suspecting you of monkey shines fit in too well with the Lacey's plans.
Yes, yes.
But you see, then Lacey lost his nerve, so his wife tried to get rid of him so he couldn't implicate her. She wanted him to take the whole blame.
Oh.
She tried to get him in a gunfight with me, and she had his gun loaded with blanks.
Oh, so he'd be killed trying to make a getaway.
That's it. She hoped to have me do her dirty work for him. And when I tumbled to it, I knew she'd try to frame a suicide, so I called her on that.
But what made you tumble, as you put it?
Oh, well, the whole thing added up wrong. Her not letting me see Lacey when he was obviously in, then her calling me right back saying Lacey wanted to see me. But not letting me speak to him on the phone.
I see. So you anticipated a trap.
Uh-huh. And I didn't figure that, even with my bluffing, I could represent enough of a threat to make them go gunning for me, so it looked like the trap was set for Lacey. That's why I was ready to duck instead of shoot.
Well, I'm glad you figured it out. Nice bit of deduction. Very nice. In fact, I might almost say...
Fantastic?
Exactly. How did you know?
Do you like rich, delicious chocolate-flavored malteds? Well, you can make a malted just like that right in your own kitchen with Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk. Just make a tasty paste of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a big glass. Fill the glass with chilled milk, stir it once more, and there. A Kraft malted is mighty nourishing, too, because it's filled with all the food values in milk. Get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer and enjoy a Kraft malted often.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Lois. Now, I'm glad you called. You'll have to include me out tonight, Angel. I've sort of got a date with a blonde. What do I mean, sort of? Well, I'm not sure of her. You see, this gal likes to leave her man hanging.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the double exposure. Sunday afternoon and time for another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about another kind of adventure. An adventure in flavor. For right now at your grocer's, there's a wonderful new salad oil for use in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Now, Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied oil to mix quickly and perfectly with all other ingredients. That's because it's not just refined. It's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Yes, superfined to put new magic into the salad dressings you make yourself, into those wonderful chiffon cakes you pride yourself on, into every home recipe that calls for liquid shortening. Don't wait to get acquainted with Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label tomorrow at your grocer's. Get Kraft Salad Oil. And now, the case of the double exposure. It is early Sunday evening in New York, and a black chauffeur-driven sedan tears along one of the more deserted roads of the Bronx. In the back seat, a gentleman relaxes. His name is James Arcaro. Mr. Arcaro is a man who knows his way around, but at the moment he has begun to have his doubts.
Say, Ralph, wasn't that Marshallou Parkway?
I guess it was, Mr. Arcaro.
Well, what are we doing here? I told you I wanted to go to Eileen Chambers' place.
I must have misunderstood you.
Wait a minute. You're not Ralph?
No.
Where is he?
Let's just say he was indisposed, so he sent me in his place.
Stop the car.
Anything you say, Mr. Arcaro.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm gonna open the door for you.
What for? I'm not getting out.
I got $500 and a gun that says you're wrong.
What's the idea?
You know. You're just trying to make conversation. All right, Arcaro, out of the car.
Okay. Tell me something, pal.
Sure, but stay where you are and keep your hands at your side.
Can I smoke?
Yeah, but never mind reaching in your coat pocket. You can have one of mine. Here.
You spare a light?
Why not? Happy now?
Yeah. I just wanted to get a look at you.
I don't think it's going to do you much good, Mr. Arcaro.
You never can tell. Your name's Ford, ain't it?
Well, I'm flattered. I didn't think a big shot like you would know a peasant like me.
Who you working for?
None of your business.
You're one of Marvin Draper's boys, aren't you?
Who?
Marvin Draper. Ah, come on, Ford, admit it. What do you got to lose?
You all through with that cigarette?
Were you the boy who took care of my partner, too?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Eddie Hutton. They tell me 6 months ago he took a dive in the Hudson River, forgot to come up.
Now, how could that happen?
Maybe because he was wearing a cement bathing suit.
I wouldn't know, Mr. Arcaro. That's out of my line. Now, let's get this over with.
Okay, Ford. But I'd like to ask you one other favor.
What?
Well, maybe you hear I'm kind of proud of this face. I wouldn't like you to mess it up. How about giving it to me in the back of the head, huh?
Oh, that's a reasonable request. I don't see why I can't accommodate you. Turn around. You ready?
Wait a minute, Ford. Can you work a little closer?
Why not? How's this?
I can't see.
I'm practically on top of you now.
That's all I wanted to know.
Let go. I said let go. Go be nice to people. Who's there?
Open up, Ford. It's the police.
Oh, sure. Just a second. Well, if it ain't Sergeant Corbett.
Darned if it ain't.
It's on your mind, Sergeant.
Where were you at 9 o'clock tonight?
Right here.
Now, that's interesting. Why do you suppose Jimmy Arcaro told us you were with him?
What?
You're a pretty careless fella. Next time you leave a man for dead, you better take a saliva test.
What are you talking about?
He was found by a prowl car 20 minutes after you left.
You're lying. I pumped...
Go on, Ford. What were you going to say? You pumped 2 slugs in him? Sure. But he didn't die instantly. He was obliging enough to stick around for that prowl car and give him your name before he kicked off.
Who are you trying to kid?
Don't believe me, huh? And how would I know that Arcaro put up a battle before you killed him?
You're crazy.
And you're careless. You should wear overalls when you're working. What's that spot doing on your pants?
Huh? Where?
Right near the cuff. Don't tell me it's lipstick. Come on, get wise to yourself, Ford. You're through. Your only chance is to play ball with us.
No.
I'm telling you, yes. Did Marv Draper put you up to this? Come on, Ford. Don't be a patsy. Why should Draper get away while you burn?
Draper had nothing to do with it.
Then who hired you?
I don't know.
You don't know?
So help me, Sergeant. It's the truth. When I got home last night, there was an envelope under my door with 5 bills in it and a note.
What kind of a note?
Said if I knocked off Arcaro, it'd be another 500 tonight.
Was there?
No.
Where's the original note?
I tore it up.
You're lying.
Why should I?
Listen, you punk. I want the truth. Who hired you to kill Jimmy Arcaro?
I tell you, I don't know.
Well, until I find out, I'm going to make it so hot for you that when you sit in that seat at Sing Sing, you'll think you're squatting on an icebox. Now, let's go.
Yes?
I'm looking for Mike Waring.
Who?
Well, you know, the one they call the Falcon.
What's your name, Angel?
Eileen Chambers. Are you Waring?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Come in. Take off your coat.
Thanks.
Pardon? I was just thinking out loud. You wouldn't care for a drink?
No.
You sure?
Positive?
You sound like a girl who knows her own mind.
I do.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Well, what can I do for you, Eileen?
Eileen?
An efficiency expert once told me that by calling women by their first name, during a year I might save as much as...
3 seconds.
Well, there's no telling. He thought it might be as much as 5. What's in your mind, Eileen?
Take a look at this.
Certified copy of last will and testament of James Arcaro. Where'd you get this?
From Mr. Arcaro's attorney.
You benefit under the will?
Read the last paragraph.
Everything else I own, I leave to my good friend and partner, Eddie Hutton. However, in the event of Eddie Hutton's death before mine, then I desire my estate to go to my protege, Eileen Chambers. Not bad.
You like it?
I'm crazy about it. How much did Arcaro leave?
What's your guess?
Around $1 million.
It's closer to 2.
Well, that's really worth shooting for, isn't it?
Just what is that supposed to mean?
Oh, when Joey Ford bumped Arcaro, he really did you a favor.
I don't like that kind of talk, Mr. Waring. Mr. Arcaro was a very dear friend of mine.
Were you related?
No, we had no family. He was interested in my voice.
Oh, I see.
He thought I had the making of a great singer.
Well, just goes to prove you can't judge by appearances. Now, I never would have taken Jimmy for a patron of the arts, but, oh, well, that's beside the point. How do I come into this?
Well, when I spoke to Arcaro's lawyer this morning, he showed a very strange reluctance to pay off.
And you can't blame him, Eileen.
Who can't? I think he's got something up his sleeve, and I want to find out what it is.
Seems pretty obvious. Ford hasn't told the cops who he was working for.
It was Marvin Draper.
On the other hand, suppose it was you.
What?
Well, let's face it, Angel. Arcaro's lawyer must have thought of that possibility, and so will the police. Under Arcaro's will, you come into quite a bundle.
Well, that was just an accident. Eddie Hutton would have gotten it all if he hadn't died before Jimmy.
But he did, Eileen. And we mustn't forget it. According to the grapevine, Eddie Hutton died in October, about 2 months after this will was drawn. So you see where that places you.
But that's just a temporary delay, isn't it? Once Ford confesses who hired him to kill Arcaro, I should have no trouble.
None at all, Eileen. Unless, of course, he names you.
Say, mister. Mister?
Who, me?
Yeah. Did you happen to have a match with you?
I think so. Here.
Thanks.
It's all right. Keep the whole pack.
If you want to keep your health, you'll behave yourself.
What is this?
Just walk around the corner. I got a car waiting.
Why bother? I can get a cab.
Don't be cute. You've read enough books to know why I'm keeping this hand in my pocket.
Oh, yes. Forgive the oversight.
I'll start walking.
Look, friend, I don't want to be difficult, but you got the wrong boy.
You're Mike Waring, the Falcon, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, then don't worry about any mistakes. My brother wants to talk to you.
Your brother?
Yeah. He's waiting for you in the car. Here he is, Eddie.
Nice going, Alex. Get in, Waring.
Sure, be glad to.
All right, Alex, let's go.
Right.
Any place in particular you want Alex to drop you, Waring?
Police headquarters will be fine.
Well, I'm afraid that's a little out of our way.
All right, now look, what's this all about?
Don't tell me you don't recognize me.
No, I can't say I do.
Such is fame. To think only 6 months ago, my picture was all over the front pages.
Hey, wait a second.
Yes?
You're Jimmy Arcaro's partner, Eddie Hutton.
You hear that, Alex?
Yeah. Give the man a cigar.
But I thought...
I was at the bottom of the Hudson River.
You can't believe anything you read these days, can you? I heard Marvin Draper took care of you.
Well, he was thinking of it, so I thought I'd better disappear.
What made you come back?
I got a wire from Alex this morning telling me that Arcaro was dead, and you were working for Eileen Chambers.
My, how news travels.
If you got a fee out of her, you ought to return it.
Why?
Because you can't earn it. Under the terms of Jimmy's will, all his money goes to me. Miss Chambers won't get a dime now. So, she'd better start saving her money.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's different, a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of boiled dressing and old-fashioned mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
An hour has passed since Mike had his little interview with Eddie and Alex Hutton. And now, as we find him, he is relaying the information to his client. 4, 1, 7, 7.
Yes?
Hello, is that you, Eileen?
Who is this?
Mike Waring.
Well, this is a surprise. I didn't think I'd hear from you for quite a while.
Well, I told you I was a fast worker. I've got bad news for you, Angel.
Bad news?
As you know that $2 million you were counting on? Well, don't.
I don't understand you.
Eddie Hutton is alive.
Oh, so you're a comic, too.
I'm not kidding. I saw him not more than an hour ago.
All right, I give up. What's the gag?
No gag.
Don't talk like a fool, Mike. Eddie Hutton's at the bottom of the Hudson River.
Oh, not by a long shot. I'm sorry, Eileen. Still, it was awfully nice knowing you. Maybe we can get together on something else.
Listen, Waring, you won't get away with this double cross.
No, you're wrong, Angel.
I don't believe in threats.
Well, before you make one, hold the phone, huh? There's someone at my door. Speak of the devil.
I want to talk to you, Waring.
There's no point in playing repeat engagement, Hutton. I've already convinced you're alive. I was just telling Eileen.
Is she here?
No, I'm talking to her on the phone.
Well, tell her. Tell her.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Hutton. Hutton. Hello, Eileen, you still there?
Yes, I'm not through with you.
No, I'll say you're not. Forget what I told you about Eddie Hutton.
But you said he wasn't dead.
That was 20 seconds ago. Now he's gone and done it.
Yeah?
Marvin Draper.
That's right. Who are you?
Mike Waring.
Well, come in.
Thank you.
Well, this is a pleasure, Mr. Waring. I've heard a great deal about you.
I've heard a lot about you, Draper.
Well, believe me, sir, I've done nothing to deserve it.
Mm-hmm. You're just a little boy from down south who came up to see the big city, huh?
You're mocking me, Mr. Waring.
You don't like that?
No. So, if that's all you came here for...
Not quite. I thought we could talk a little business. I'm a private detective.
Well, then you're wasting your time. I don't need one.
You never know.
Now, don't tell me that fellow who killed Arcaro confessed he was hired by me.
No. But remember a man named Eddie Hutton?
Vaguely.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if the police want to talk to you about his murder.
Well, they're a little late, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they couldn't help themselves. His body just turned up an hour ago.
Where?
At my place.
That's very amusing.
I don't think so.
You mean you can't see the comic possibilities in a man returning from the bottom of the Hudson?
He wasn't at the bottom. He was in hiding.
Oh, well, then the police did me a great injustice when they queried me about his disappearance. You think I ought to sue them for the embarrassment they caused me?
No, I'd wait, Draper, because they're bound to cause you a lot more. They couldn't prosecute you then because they had no corpus delicti. What do you think they'll say when I tell them there's one in my apartment?
Well, I'm not a gambling man, sir. But I wouldn't mind risking a few bob wagering I know what they'll tell you.
Yeah, what?
That you're crazy, Mr. Waring. Now, you just see if they don't.
Mike, you must be out of your mind to think I'd swallow a yarn like that.
I tell you, Sergeant, Eddie Hutton's body is in my apartment.
How about Judge Crater? He there, too?
All right, be smart. But when your boys get back...
What boys?
Well, didn't you send a detail to my place after I called you?
You kidding?
Listen, Corbett, I'm not clowning.
No, I don't think you are. What's your angle, Mike?
Angle?
You must have one. You working for Draper?
Would I come here if I were? I represent a girl named Eileen Chambers.
Who's she?
Jimmy O'Carroll left her some dough in his will.
Is that so?
Oh, now look, Corbett, she didn't kill him.
You said she collected under his will.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. Has Ford talked yet?
No. I'm beginning to think that story of his about the $500 in the envelope is true.
But you do believe Draper was behind that?
Yeah.
Okay, then this is your one chance to nail him.
How?
Through the murder of Eddie Hutton.
You're going to start that again?
Listen, Sergeant. Suppose Hutton was seen around town today.
So?
So this was a perfect spot for Draper to act. Somehow he poisoned him.
Poisoned?
Well, that's the only thing I could figure out. There wasn't a mark on the body.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense. A man sits down with a guy he knows wants to kill him and lets himself be poisoned, just like that.
All right. Maybe he wasn't poisoned. I'm no doctor. Draper could have killed him 100 different ways. Look, why don't we go over to my place and you can see for yourself?
Okay, Mike, I'll go along with the gag. All I ask is one thing. I got no sense of humor, so be sure and tell me when to laugh. What's the matter, Mike? Having trouble?
No, I got it now. Wait till I turn on the lights, huh?
Where's Hutton?
You blind? He's right there, but... Hey, he's gone.
Is this where I start to giggle?
I give you my word, Sergeant. He was right on the floor there.
Very funny. I haven't laughed so hard.
Oh, don't be a sap. You think I'd bring you up here on a wild goose chase?
No, that's what bothers me.
What do you mean?
You're not the kind of a boy who goes in for practical jokes. You must have had a reason for this, and when I find out what it is...
Wait a minute.
What for?
Did you bring that copy of Eddie Hutton's fingerprints with you?
Yeah.
Well, when Hutton keeled over, his hand hit the top of my desk.
So what?
So he wasn't wearing gloves at the time. Where's your fingerprint kit?
Get me a glass of water.
You need water to run the test?
No, I'm thirsty.
Oh, you... Well, hurry it up, will you? How you doing?
Be through in a second.
Look, if you don't find a copy of Hutton's prints on that desk, I'll eat it.
Okay, Mike, start eating. This desk is absolutely clean. Hearty appetite, pal.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I do want to tell you something I'm sure you mothers especially will want to know. It's how to get the finest cheese food you can buy for your family. It's simple, really. Just be sure you buy Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Velveeta tastes good, and it's so good for you, too. For Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect anytime for snacks, sandwiches, and grand hot dishes. Try it, won't you, Mother? Make Velveeta your handy helper. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta, the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made by Kraft. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
A short while ago, Mike was dumbfounded when, after promising Sergeant Corbett the body of Eddie Hutton, he discovered he couldn't deliver, for the body was gone without a trace. And understandably enough, the good sergeant sees very little humor in the situation.
Now, let me tell you something, Mike. You're not going to get away with this. If you think you can pull a stunt like this and make me the stooge...
Oh, you're out of your mind, Sergeant.
Oh, that's good. That's good, coming from you.
I tell you, Eddie Hutton's body was here. Draper must have removed it. You had sent a squad when I called you.
Don't give me that.
Now you're talking like a child. Why would I dream up a story like that about Hutton? I told you how his brother Alex hijacked me this afternoon.
Well, for your information, Alex Hutton is in Florida.
He's what?
Yeah, he was picked up there a couple of days ago for making book. Before they let him go, they wired us if we wanted him for anything. So, if you've got anything else to say...
Shut up.
Who do you think you're talking to?
I'm sorry, Corbett. I didn't mean it that way. You see what I see?
Where?
On the carpet, under the sofa.
That pocket comb?
Yes, that's not mine. Someone must have kicked it there. Where's your fingerprint outfit?
Listen, Mike.
Well, what have you got to lose?
All right. Now, don't touch it.
You got enough powder?
Yeah.
Well?
Can't you be quiet for a minute? Well, what do you know? There's a right thumb and forefinger on here. Look at this copy. They both belong to Eddie Hutton.
Well, what did I tell you?
I take it all back. Where's your telephone?
Come in.
Hello, Waring.
Oh, so he was in Florida, huh?
Say, what goes on here?
You're just the boy I want to see, Alex. Sergeant, meet Alex Hutton.
Is he the one?
Yeah, he's the one. I want to talk to you, Alex.
Well, that makes us even, because I want to talk to you. Where's my brother?
Eddie?
Who did you think I meant?
He's not here.
I can see that for myself, but where is he? He left my place 2 hours ago and said he was coming here.
Well?
Well, he hasn't been back since.
That's easy to understand, Alex. He's dead.
I don't like those kind of jokes, Waring.
It's the truth, Alex.
I'm asking you for the last time. Where's my brother?
I told you he's dead.
You just won't be serious, will you?
Mike!
All right, you better put away the rod, Alex. This man's a sergeant with the New York police.
Yeah, and I got a badge, too.
I asked you a question, Waring.
And I answered it to the best of my ability. Eddie's dead, and you better reconcile yourself to it.
Who killed him?
I don't know. Maybe Marvin Draper.
Yeah, or maybe it was your client, Eileen Chambers.
Why should she?
I suppose you forgot all about Jimmy Arcaro's will. Now, with Eddie out of the way, she's going to be sitting pretty.
Yeah, you got a point there.
Well, I'm going to let you in on a little secret, friend. Eileen isn't going to live to spend a dime of that money.
You better watch your step, Alex. They can burn you for this.
Shall I tell you something, Waring? If I can get Eileen, it'll be worth it. I'll be seeing your friends.
Well, if it isn't Alex Hutton.
You surprised, Eileen?
Not particularly. Come in. Let me have your coat.
No, thanks, baby. I don't think I'll be staying very long.
That's where you're wrong, Alex.
What's the idea of the gun?
I'm just beating you to the draw.
Are you crazy?
Well, wasn't that what you came here for?
Of course not.
Well, then why do you suppose Mike Waring made up the story?
Mike Waring?
That's right.
You talked to him?
Uh-huh.
How?
For a smart boy, Alex, you made an awful boner. Didn't you ever hear of the telephone? Great invention.
He didn't call
Oh, yes, he did. He should be here any minute. Oh, there, that's probably him now. Come in.
Hi, Eileen.
Hello, Mike. Who is your friend?
Huh? Oh, that's right. You haven't met, have you? Eileen, this is Sergeant Corbett.
Glad to know you, Miss Chambers.
Thanks.
Isn't she a great gal, Sergeant? Look how she's in command of the situation. Just like the Marines in Korea.
Aren't you proud of me?
Oh, Angel, what a question.
You're all in this together.
You better be careful with those accusations, Alex. Let me have the cannon, Eileen.
What for?
Well, that's an awfully big gun for a little girl like you to carry.
Oh, I don't mind.
Don't think I'm swallowing this routine, because I'm not. You're all partners.
Where's our motive?
$2 million that Jimmy Arcaro left my brother. Sure. You hired Ford to kill Jimmy, and then one of you poisoned Eddie.
You're wrong, Alex.
Yeah, but then where is he?
Where he's been for the past 6 months, at the bottom of the Hudson.
What are you babbling about?
That guy who died over at my place was a plant you dug up for the occasion.
Are you nuts, Mike? Next you'll be saying he hired Ford to kill Jimmy Arcaro, too.
Why, Sergeant, how did you guess? You took the words right out of my mouth. Now, admit it, Eileen. Isn't this cozy?
I still don't see why we couldn't have brought your friend along.
My friend?
Mm-hmm. Sergeant Corbett. I think he's cute.
Oh, really, Eileen? You disappoint me. Why, if I told you some of the things I know about Corbett...
I'd much rather you told me about Alex Hutton.
Oh, believe me, he's a much nicer guy. Even though he did hire Ford to kill Jimmy Arcaro.
Why?
Well, so that Arcaro's will would go into effect. You see, under its terms, if Eddie Hutton was alive at the time, he'd come into everything. That's why Alex showed up with his brother's double.
Well, why did he kill him later?
Well, the man had performed his purpose. All Alex wanted to establish was that his brother lived longer than Arcaro. In that way, your interest would be wiped out, and everything would then go to Eddie Hutton.
Well, how did that affect Alex?
Well, if Eddie Hutton survived Arcaro, the money would go to Eddie's next of kin.
Not to me?
Nope. So, naturally, Alex tried to convince us that his brother had lived longer than Arcaro. Once he had me convinced, he removed the body.
Why?
Well, he couldn't afford to let it be found again, because then it would be easy to prove the man was a phony. But with my story that I had talked to Eddie Hutton today, plus the fingerprints on the pocket comb he planted in my apartment, Alex had all he needed to substantiate his case.
Well, what was his mistake?
Oh, well, he made several. For one thing, he knew that the man who died in my place was a victim of poisoning. Well, how could he know that when he'd never seen the body? Then his hokey threat about killing you was a boner, too.
Don't you think he meant it?
No, of course not. He did that for effect. He wanted to show us he was all broken up over his brother's death and that he felt you were responsible. You don't really believe he forgot we could telephone ahead and warn you. He wanted us to stop him. Now, Alex wasn't taking any chances of getting in trouble with $2 million in sight.
Which now belongs to me?
Which now belongs to you. Now, does that take care of all your questions?
All but one.
Just ask it, Angel.
What time is it?
10 o'clock. Why?
I don't want to be late for my appointment with Sergeant Corbett.
Oh, you don't mean that.
Uh-huh. He's waiting for me at the Belvedere.
Well, what's he got that I haven't got?
Me? And $2 million. Good night, Mike.
Friends, America's defense program has placed on the Red Cross one of the greatest responsibilities it has ever had to assume. Now, in addition to day-to-day aid to the sick and injured, the Red Cross must extend its services to the men of our growing armed forces in camps and hospitals, at home and overseas. Now, too, the Red Cross must recruit, train, and equip millions of home defense volunteers in first aid and home nursing. And the Red Cross system of blood banks must be expanded to meet greater civilian and military needs. That's why Red Cross needs your help. By giving as generously as you can to the Red Cross, you are helping to mobilize for the defense of your family, your community, your country.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, June. I was just thinking about you, Angela. The theater tonight? No, I'm sorry. I'm working on a case. Of course, I know those tickets were hard to get, but so was the murderer. And I've got a date with one in exactly half an hour.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the rich racketeer. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy, hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft. And now, the case of the rich racketeer.
It's Sunday afternoon in New York City. A cab pulls up in front of a large Central Park West apartment building, and two men get out. One of the men is big, beefy, and florid, while the other is slim and quick-moving. The two men hurriedly enter the building and ride the elevator up to the 10th floor, where Florid Face leads the way to one of the apartments and opens the door.
Flo? Hey, Flo. Guess my wife's not home yet. Come on, Garland. Come on in. Let's get the door.
Excellent idea, Sullivan. Excellent.
Wait there and leave your hat and coat on. Won't take me but a second to write a check.
Check?
Yeah, check.
I think I'd rather have cash, Sullivan. I was much too good in court this afternoon to warrant a check.
Okay, so you were good. You were swell. You were better than usual. And you're still the best business finagler in New York. But you're going to get a check.
Finagler is a nasty word. Almost as nasty as racketeer.
Yeah, but racketeer's better, Garland. You see, in my business, you don't have to pretend to be something you're not.
But you do have to be smart.
Yeah, that's right. You have to be smart. Now then, here's your check. Take it and blow. I got a date in a little while.
Only $1,000?
You're lucky to get that much. Hey, don't tear that up.
Why, you cheap chiseling punk. I saved your fat neck this afternoon. An income tax evasion charge is the only way they catch guys like you. And I cleared you. I got you off scot-free because there wasn't any evidence of the money you made. They could have ruined you.
Yeah, but they didn't.
No, they didn't. And I'll tell you why they didn't. Because I advised you not to keep any records or books. I told you to keep your profits on hand in cash and not to keep it in any banks.
So what?
So I want my share now, and I want it in cash. I know you've got more than 300 grand salted away.
You're crazy, Garland.
Oh, no, I'm not. I know you've got that money, Sullivan, and I want my share. I want it right now and fast. I want $30,000, and I want it in cash.
Oh, why, you stupid little... Say, hey, that's the way you want to play it, huh?
That's the way, Sullivan. I'm not bluffing. It's loaded, and I'm not afraid to use it. So if you want to enjoy your freedom, hand over the 30 grand.
Now, look, Garland, be reasonable. Put that gun away.
Not a chance.
But you're wrong. I swear you are. I'm broke. That $1,000 check I just wrote will practically wipe me out.
You expect me to believe that?
It's true. Now, listen. I know you deserve a bigger fee, but I can't give it to you now. Later, I'll try.
Quit stalling, Sullivan. Where's the money? I know you got it.
I dumped it in an oil deal out west. I thought I could really clean up, but something went wrong.
You never took a chance in your life, and an oil well is a gamble. You're a sure-thing player. Come on, Sullivan. Getting tired of holding this gun. Where's my $30,000?
I tell you,
Garland, get it quick, Sullivan, or I'm going to pull this trigger. What the...
Larry, what in the world?
Look out, Flo. This gun might... No, you don't. Oh, yes, I do. Oh. That's better. I'll just keep this gun as a souvenir. Now get out of here before I break it over your head.
What's going on here, anyway?
Shut up. Okay, Garland, get going.
You made a mistake, Mr. Sullivan. A big mistake. I want that 30 grand, and I intend to get it.
That little bum might have killed me with his gun if you hadn't opened the door and banged into him.
That's too bad. If I'd known, I'd have waited outside in the hall.
What?
You heard me.
What's eating you?
You are.
Come on, spill it. What's on your mind?
A blue-eyed, baby-faced little blonde named Bonnie Shaw.
Bonnie? What are you talking about?
Get wise to yourself, Larry. Did you really think you were kidding me? Don't you think I know where you've been spending your evenings?
Now, wait a minute, Flo. You don't know what you're talking...
Take your hands off me, you big ape. I've been a sap for a long time, but now you're going to pay and pay plenty.
How did you find out about Bonnie and me?
A little bird told me.
I said, how did you find out?
And I said a little... You're going to be sorry for that, Larry. Very sorry.
Yeah? But not as sorry as you're going to be. Your little bird didn't tell you quite enough. Sure, I've got a girl named Bonnie Shaw, and I'm nuts about her. I'm going to divorce you and marry Bonnie just as soon as possible.
Really?
And I got more news for you, too, baby. Just in case you think you're going to hook me. I'm broke. I've been wiped out completely. You can't get a dime out of me.
That's too bad, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a shame. I feel so bad about it, I'm apt to bust out crying if I hang around here any longer. So get away from that door and let me out.
Sure, Larry, I'll let you go. But not with Bonnie Shaw.
Try and stop me.
Wait, Larry. You're forgetting something, aren't you?
Now, look, Flo. Put that gun down.
Why, Larry, I only wanted to hand it to you. It belongs to your lawyer friend. Don't you want to give it back to him?
Why, yes. Maybe I'd better.
No. On second thought, I don't think he needs it as badly as I do.
You?
Yes, darling. I've just thought of a wonderful use for it.
Well, what are you going to do?
Why, can't you guess, Larry? I'm the forgotten middle-aged wife who's been dropped without a cent. I'm going in the bedroom and blow my brains out.
Oh, don't kid me, baby. You'd never do that.
You're so right, darling. I'd never, never do that.
Sorry I'm late, Bonnie, but...
Nice little hideaway you got here, Sullivan. Miles from the city. Woods all around. Lake out front. You couldn't have picked a sweeter love nest.
Who are you?
My name's Shaw. I'm Tom Shaw.
Shaw?
Yeah, I got a sister named Bonnie. Mean anything to you?
You're Bonnie's brother?
That's right.
Where is she?
She'll probably be along in a few minutes.
Say, I don't get this. Bonnie didn't tell me you'd be here.
She didn't know it.
And what are you doing here?
I'm telling you to stay away from Bonnie.
Maybe she'll have something to say about that.
Bonnie's just a kid. She doesn't know what she's doing.
Now, look, Joe. You got the wrong idea. I'm crazy about Bonnie. We're in love. We're going to get married.
No, you're wrong, Sullivan. And even if you meant it, I'd die before I'd let her throw herself away on a grafting racketeer like you. Guy who's old enough to be a father, who's already married.
You told my wife about Bonnie.
Sure, I told her.
Why, you little...
My jaw.
Next time, it won't be your jaw. It'll be your neck. Now, get out of here and stay out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get out, Sullivan. But I'm coming back with a gun.
Operator,
I want to call New York City.
what number, please?
You'll have to look it up. I want to make a person-to-person call to Mike Waring, the private detective who's known as the Falcon.
You know, Angel, you got the bluest eyes. Yeah, they go so well, but... There. Hand me the phone, will you, Angel?
Don't answer it, Mike. Let it ring.
I got to hand it to me, huh?
Oh, all right.
Hello? You like that. Yes?
Is this Mike Waring, the Falcon?
Yes, it's the Falcon speaking.
Must be something wrong with this connection. For a second, I thought...
Oh, never mind what you thought. Just tell me what you want.
I want to hire you.
Right now?
Yes. Why? Are you working on something else?
Yes, I am.
Well, then drop it. This job's important to me, and I'm willing to pay plenty if you'll come out here right away.
Where are you?
In my cottage at Tallow Lake.
Oh, it's 10:30 now. I couldn't get there much before midnight.
I know that.
All right, what's the job?
I'm working on a very important deal at the moment, and it's absolutely necessary to keep my movements secret. I'm pretty sure that somebody's been following me this evening. I want you to find out who it is.
You say money is no object, Sullivan?
None at all.
Okay, keep talking then. Just exactly where is this cottage of yours?
Hello?
Miss Sullivan?
Yes. Who's this?
The same guy who called you this morning.
You mean about my husband?
That's right.
Who are you, anyway?
Never mind who I am. I just found out where your husband is meeting Bonnie Shaw.
Where?
In the last cottage down the road on Tallow Lake. He's there now waiting for her. If you're interested in keeping him, you better go out and bring him home right away.
And if I'm not interested?
Well, in that case, you might drop him a farewell note. Because I have a hunch he's going on a long, long trip.
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfined.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared salad dressings. Yes, there is something new under the sun at your grocer's right now. A new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Wait till you try it in those wonderful salad dressings you make yourself. Those light-as-air chiffon cakes you're so proud of, and all your special recipes that call for liquid shortening. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. Superfine for better blending by a special new Kraft process. Because it's lighter-bodied, it mixes perfectly with all ingredients, puts new magic into dressings, cooking, and baking. Don't wait. Put this new salad oil on your shopping list right now. Remember,
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfine.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
It's an hour and a half later. Mike Waring has just stopped his car outside Larry Sullivan's secluded cottage at Tallow Lake. The light is on in the living room, but the house and countryside are strangely quiet. Mike walks up to the front door and knocks. There's no answer, no sound from inside. He opens the door and stops suddenly. Across the room with her back pressed tensely against the closed bedroom door stands a beautiful, young, very frightened blonde.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. When I knocked and nobody answered,
I'm not scared.
You better try again, Angel. It's not that cold in here.
I don't understand.
You're trembling. Why?
I don't know.
Okay, have it your way. Where's Sullivan?
Larry?
I don't know his first name. He called himself Sullivan, and he hired me to come out here.
Why?
Said he needed a detective.
You're a policeman?
No, I'm a private detective. Hey, what's the matter with you, anyway? Where's Sullivan?
He's not here. He's gone. He won't be back. Please, you'd better go now.
Now, wait a minute, Angel. Not so fast. What's behind that closed door?
It's just the bedroom.
Who's in there?
Nobody at all. Please.
Now, don't try to kid me, Angel. If Sullivan's changed his mind about needing a detective, he's not going to brush me without getting out his checkbook.
No, please don't open it.
No wonder you got the shakes. What gives me the jitters, too? This Sullivan?
Yes.
With a bullet hole in the back of his head.
Larry.
Okay, you can cut out the act. I'm not impressed. Yes, where's the gun?
The gun?
The gun you killed him with. It's not here. Where is it?
You think I killed Larry?
You just try to get rid of me. You're scared, silly, and you knew he was in there.
No, you're wrong. I didn't shoot Larry. I just got here a few minutes ago. I found him in there. I was frightened. I didn't know what to do.
Why were you tailing him tonight?
I don't understand.
He told me on the phone that somebody was following him. That's why he hired me. He wanted me to find out who it was.
I wasn't following Larry. I came here to meet him tonight. I loved him. We were going to be married just as soon as his wife divorced him.
He already had a wife?
Yes. She killed him. She must have found out about us and come here tonight.
That's possible. She might have been the person who was following him.
Of course, it must have been his wife, don't you see?
Well, not yet, but a little outside help might clear it up. Where's the phone?
What are you going to do?
Call the police.
No, wait. I mean, you've got to understand about us, about Larry and me.
Yeah, sure, I know. You can tell me all about it after I put in this call.
No, please don't call him
Now,
until...
look, Angel, you can't pump bullets at a bald spot without letting the police in on the fun. Somehow, I don't think they'd like it at all. Bunny Shaw,
Yes, Mr. Waring. I've told you the truth. Larry and I loved each other. I had no reason to kill him.
Sullivan told me he was working on some sort of big deal. You know anything about it?
No, he never told me about his business.
What about Sullivan's wife? Did you know...
What's the matter?
Just heard somebody out on the porch. Keep talking, Angel.
I'm sure she must have found out about us.
You looking for somebody?
Tom, what are you doing here?
You know this fellow?
Well, of course I know him. He's my brother.
Bonnie, you've got to listen to reason. Come home with me. You can't throw yourself away on a no-good racketeer like Sullivan.
Tom, you hurt. What happened to your jaw?
I came here earlier tonight to talk to Sullivan, but he couldn't see things my way. We had a fight and he hit me.
Is that why you shot him?
Why? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Who are you?
A lot of people call me the Falcon.
Bonnie, what's happened? Where's Sullivan?
He's lying in there on the bedroom floor with a bullet hole in the back of his head.
He's dead?
Definitely.
Let go of me. What's the idea?
I just wanted to see if you had a gun.
What, are you satisfied?
Well, no, you could have thrown it away out there in the woods.
You think I killed Sullivan?
You said you had a fight with him tonight?
Yes, we had a fight, but I didn't kill him. I was plenty sore when he threw me out, but I cooled off after I called his wife.
You called Sullivan's wife tonight?
Yes.
Why, you contemptible
All right,
little...
take it easy, Angel.
I did it for your own good, Bonnie.
And Sullivan's wife did know about him and Bonnie.
Of course she knew. Wait a minute, maybe she did.
Of course she did it.
Why did you come back here, Shaw?
Well, after I called Sullivan's wife, I got to thinking. I thought that if she came out here, maybe the two of us could break this up.
Oh, sure. The police are going to love that story.
Did you call the cops?
Yes, of course. They'll be here any minute
I'm
now.
getting out. They're not going to find me
Not
here.
so fast.
Get out of my way!
You knocked him out.
Yes, well, he'll get over it. And it might jar him into telling the truth when the police wake him up for a chat.
My husband took the gun away from Mr. Garden and told him to get out.
Did you tell the police about that?
Well, certainly I told them. But they seemed to think that Tom Shaw was the killer. course, they said they'd question Mr. Garland this morning.
Mm-hmm. Did you leave this apartment last night, after your husband went out?
Why, no.
Could you prove that?
I don't think so. Why? What are you driving at, Mr. Waring?
Your husband was running around with another woman, and you had just found it out.
Do you think I killed Larry?
Your motive was even better than the others.
That's ridiculous. I couldn't kill anybody.
Well, you seem to be taking your husband's death pretty calmly. No tear-stained handkerchiefs or swollen eyes.
Why should I pretend? He meant nothing to me anymore. I didn't even mind the fact that he had this girl, Bonnie Shaw.
You weren't jealous?
Certainly not. I knew he was going to leave me, but I didn't care at all. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Waring. If I could have gotten money from Larry, I might have tried to hang on to him, or at least make him pay plenty to get rid of me. But he was wiped out. He didn't have a dime.
Your husband was broke?
Yes. He told me so last night, just before he went out. So you see, he was of no more use to me. I actually was glad he was going to leave me, but I certainly had no reason to kill him.
I see.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Garland.
Oh, forgive me for calling so early in the morning, Mrs. Sullivan. I wanted to see Larry before he went out. I'm sorry about that trouble we had last night, and I want to apologize.
You don't know about...
Is this the business manager you were telling me about?
Yes, this is Mr. Garland.
Well, what's wrong, Mrs. Sullivan? Where's Larry?
He was murdered last night.
Larry's dead?
Yes.
Why, that's terrible. I had no idea.
Didn't you read the morning papers?
No. You see, I was upset about that quarrel last night, and I wanted to hurry over here as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm. That quarrel last night gives you a pretty swell motive, Garland.
I didn't even know about the murder.
Yeah, well, you could be lying about that.
No, I'm not lying.
But you did threaten him.
Well, I was only bluffing. He owed me money, and I wanted it. I swear I didn't shoot Larry. I couldn't have done it. They took my gun away from me. It's still here.
There are other guns.
Well, I tell you, I didn't do it.
Tell me about this money you say Sullivan owed you.
Well, I did some financial work for him, and I felt he owed me a much larger fee than he was willing to pay. Naturally, that made me angry, and I guess I lost my head. I had the gun in my pocket.
Why?
Well, I always carry it. I have a license for it. There are certain people who have threatened me from time to time,
Okay. So you pulled the gun on Sullivan.
Yes. I thought I might frighten him into paying me what I wanted. It did frighten him, and he told me the truth.
The truth?
Yes, he was broke. He literally couldn't pay me. At first, I didn't believe him, but he finally convinced me that he was telling the truth when Mrs. Sullivan came in unexpectedly and gave him the chance to grab the gun.
Did Bonnie Shaw know that Sullivan was broke?
Who is she?
Or didn't you know Sullivan had a young girlfriend?
No, I had no idea. I mean, I only knew him professionally. He never discussed his personal life with me.
Mr. Waring, isn't it just possible that...
That Bonnie Shaw killed your husband?
Yes.
That's why I wondered if she knew Sullivan was broke. He might have been stringing her along, telling her he was rich, and last night she may have found out the truth.
Hello, Mike.
What? What are you doing in my apartment, Bonnie?
Mike, I've been trying to find you all morning.
You don't waste much time, do you, Angel? It was Mr. Waring last night.
Oh, I'm sorry. It just slipped out.
Uh-huh. Well, make it a habit, huh? I like the intimate touch.
You look tired.
Yeah, I know. Working for nothing always wears me out.
I don't understand.
I've been using my talents out of pure curiosity this morning. Sullivan hired me last night, but he didn't pay me any money.
Then maybe you let me hire you.
You?
Yes, Mike. You've got to help Tom.
Have they arrested him?
Not yet, but they held him for questioning all night. He denies the murder, so they had to let him go this morning because of lack of evidence, but I want to hire you to find the real murderer.
Are you sure about that?
Of course. Oh, please, Mike, please let me hire you to clear Tom.
I cost money, you know.
I don't have very much, but I'll try.
That mink coat you're wearing doesn't exactly look like a ticket to the poorhouse.
Don't let this coat fool you. I didn't pay for it. Larry gave it to me as a present.
Sullivan gave you that coat?
Yes.
When?
About a week ago. Why, what's wrong?
Sullivan claimed he was broke.
But that's ridiculous. He had lots of money. In fact, he told me he just made a tremendous killing in some sort of business deal, and that's why we...
That's why you what?
No, nothing.
Now, come clean, Angel. If you want my help, you've got to tell me the truth.
All right, Mike. I'll tell you the truth. Larry wasn't broke, I know. You see, we weren't going to wait for his divorce. We were going to South America together. In fact, he already had the steamer tickets.
And a stack of money in cash?
Yes.
You know where that money is?
No, Mike, I don't. I swear I don't.
You wouldn't lie to me, would you, Angel?
No, Mike, I wouldn't lie to you.
I couldn't. You know that, darling.
Well, that's a nice try, but you'll have to do better than that. All right, wrap that mink around your lovely shoulders. We're going treasure hunting.
Where to?
Out to Sullivan's cottage on Tallow Lake.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike set out for Tallow Lake with Bonnie Shaw. Now they've arrived.
Mike, look.
Yeah, looks like a cyclone hit the place. Well, I'm not surprised.
The murderer was here searching for the money,
Yes, of course.
and he's beaten us to it. He must have found it if Larry had it hidden here.
Now, don't be too sure about that, Angel.
You don't think the money was here?
Oh, yes, I'm sure it was here. And I think it still is.
But why?
Now, look at this room. Everything is torn up, drawers are emptied, pillows slashed, rugs thrown back. Nothing's been overlooked.
I don't understand.
Now, it's simple, Angel. If the place was only partly torn up, it might mean the killer had found the money. But everything in here has been gone over carefully, and more than once. That means he hasn't found it yet.
Then Mikey may still be here. Maybe we interrupted him.
Yes, maybe, but I've got another idea I like a lot better.
What?
The murderer knew about the money, but didn't get a chance to search for it last night after killing Sullivan. So this morning early, the killer came back out here, went over the cottage, but couldn't find the money. So the murderer got the bright idea of hiring me, a detective, to help find the missing cash.
Mike, you don't think that
Well, after all, Angel, you knew about the money and the others didn't.
No, Mike, the others could have known. Even Tom could have known about it.
Yeah, sure, but I don't... Oh, down on the floor, quick!
What happened?
Well, guess I owe you an apology, Angel. We did interrupt the murderer, and he just tried to kill me.
And he's out there in the woods. He may try to come up here.
Hold it.
What is it?
Listen.
Car.
Yeah, he must have hidden it in the woods. He missed once and decided not to try again, so...
What's the matter?
Look over there on the floor.
The wall mirror. The bullet smashed it.
Yes, and look what was hidden behind the glass.
An envelope.
An envelope. And full of $1,000 bills.
Larry's money.
Oh, brother, that's irony for you. The murderer couldn't find it, but his bullet did.
He's not a very good shot.
Wait a minute. Shot.
What?
Thanks, Angel. You just told me something I should have known 3 hours ago.
What do you mean?
The murderer. I know who it is now.
Who, Mike?
Sullivan's lawyer, Arthur Garland. Would you like a drink now?
Not until you tell me how you knew Garland was the killer.
Well, now that the police have caught up with him, I guess I can. You see, Garland made one little slip. A slip that I didn't recognize until you mentioned the word shot. Then it clicked suddenly.
What?
Well, you see, when I talked to Garland this morning, he claimed he didn't even know about the murder.
Yes.
Well, neither Mrs. Sullivan nor I told him any of the details, yet he knew Sullivan had been shot. He said, I swear I didn't shoot Larry. Well, Sullivan might have been stabbed, poisoned, or bashed over the head for all he knew. So how else would Garland have known Sullivan had been shot unless he himself had done the shooting?
Mike, you're wonderful. I'd never have thought of that.
Well, you're not a detective, Angel.
No. But I might like to be a detective's wife.
All right, swell. I know a couple of boys in the force who'd love a wife like you.
Okay, Mike, you win. But you can't blame me for trying, can you?
No, not me. I like persistent women.
Oh, good. I'll have that drink now.
Okay.
Then I promise to try again.
Do you like rich, delicious chocolate-flavored malteds? Well, you can make a malted just like that right in your own kitchen with Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk. Just make a tasty paste of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a big glass. Fill the glass with chilled milk, stir it once more, and there. A Kraft malted is mighty nourishing, too, because it's filled with all the food values in milk. Get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer and enjoy a Kraft malted often.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Doris. Thanks for the call, but tonight is out for me. I'm working for a businessman who was killed off his competition, and the question is, did he do it literally?
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the widow's gorilla. Sunday afternoon and time for another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about another kind of adventure, an adventure in flavor. For right now at your grocer's, there's a wonderful new salad oil for use in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Now, Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied oil to mix quickly and perfectly with all other ingredients. That's because it's not just refined. It's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Yes, superfined, to put new magic into the salad dressings you make yourself, into those wonderful chiffon cakes you pride yourself on, into every home recipe that calls for liquid shortening. Don't wait to get acquainted with Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label tomorrow at your grocer's. Get Kraft Salad Oil. And now, the case of the widow's gorilla. It's late Sunday night in the New York apartment of novelty manufacturer Raymond Orsatti. Orsatti is the stout middle-aged man who at the moment is opening a desk drawer in the study of the apartment, out of which he takes a revolver. He breaks the revolver, sees that it's loaded, closes it, and is raising it to his head when he hears a sound behind him. He turns to see his wife Lois standing in the doorway.
Raymond! What are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Give me that gun.
Stay away from me.
Please, Raymond, let me have it.
Stay away or you'll really get hurt.
Won't you listen to reason?
What can you say? Business is ruined. Kendrick's got the best of me. There's nothing left.
Are you just going to quit? Let him win so easily?
He's already won. Driven me to the wall. There's nothing I can do.
There must be something.
Bankruptcy. Disgrace.
If you'd just stop feeling sorry for yourself and really work at it, you'd find a way out.
How?
Don't ask me. You're the brains.
I tell you it's no use. Only other way out would... Hey, wait a minute. That's an idea. If Kendrick would fall for it.
What is it?
Yes, it's a possibility.
What is? What are you talking about?
You'll see if it works. Have to figure out how to present it to Kendrick. He might just go for it. He just might. Well, there's the proposition, Kendrick. What do you say?
Is that all you have to offer?
All? Look, it's all in your favor. Everything the way
Sorry,
you...
Orsatti, I'm not interested.
But don't you see...
It's not worth discussing. When you asked me to come over this morning, I thought you had a worthwhile offer. I can't waste my time on this. Good day, Orsatti.
No, Kendrick, wait.
Perhaps your time isn't valuable, Orsatti. Mine is. Good day again.
I might have known he wouldn't be interested. I should have known. Why do I try to kid myself? Oh, what's the use? Dear Lois, it's no use. I knew that it wouldn't be, but I tried to pretend. I'm sorry about everything, but There's only one way out. You took the gun last night, but you didn't know I have another. Try to forgive me. Ray.
Excuse me, miss.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Kendrick.
Hey, you know something?
What?
You look an awful lot like the Falcon.
Oh, it's the shape of my face.
It's amazing. I've seen pictures of him.
Will you please tell Mr. Kendrick I'm here? He's expecting me.
Your name?
Michael Waring.
Yes, sir. Michael Waring? You are the Falcon.
Yes, small world, isn't it? Now, will you tell Kendrick...
I'm going out for a few minutes. If Mr. Waring comes, ask him to wait.
This is Mr. Waring.
Oh, fine. I'm not going out after all. Come on in, Waring.
Right.
And if anyone else comes, I don't want to be disturbed.
Yes, sir.
Now, Waring, I guess you wonder what a man like me wants with a detective.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Happens in the best of families.
What happens?
Needing detectives.
Oh, that. Thought you meant murder. I wonder how you knew.
Oh, so that's why I'm here.
Yes. The police just left. You'll read about it in the paper tomorrow.
What'll I read?
I have a nice little business here, Waring. Been growing steadily the past few years. This week, I drove my chief competitor, Raymond Orsatti, to the wall. Bankruptcy.
Oh, bully for you.
Got a call from him this morning. Could I come right over? I went. What he offered was a merger. I don't need him. He needs me.
Well?
Well, I told him I wasn't interested and left. An hour later, he's found, shot through the head.
Well, that's one way to get rid of competition.
I didn't do it.
All right, chum, all right.
But the medical examiner says he got it right around the time I was there.
But he was alive when you left.
Definitely. Only I have no proof. But I have a theory, Waring. See what you think of it.
All right.
I say suicide.
Was there a note?
They didn't find any. But here's the way I see it. Orsatti knew he was licked and blames me. He decides to give up and shoots himself, but he does it in a way to get back at me. He calls me on a silly pretext, waits till I leave, and then kills himself. Intentionally leaving no note, so I'll be blamed. You don't buy it?
Oh, it's possible. Who found the body?
Leonard Stribling. He arrived an hour after me.
You know anything about Stribling?
I understand he's a bookie. Orsatti liked the horses.
All right, Kendrick, I'll drop round and see Stribling. You're playing a long shot, and I have an idea he's just the boy to quote me the odds. Hello, my name's Mike Waring. I'd like to see Leonard Stribling, please.
I'm Stribling.
The bookie?
Look around you, Waring. Look around you. Can't you see this is a loan office?
It's convenient. You clean them, lend them the money, and then clean them all over again. Get them coming and going.
You got the wrong Leonard Stribling.
Didn't you find Raymond Orsatti's body?
So what?
I've got the right Leonard Stribling.
Look, I don't know what you want, Waring, but whatever it is, you're wasting your time. The law's had me on the grill already, and I'm clear. Orsatti was killed an hour before I went up to his place, and I can account for every second of that hour with witnesses.
So you didn't kill him? What's the chances he killed himself?
Suicide?
Mm-hmm. Are you sure there wasn't a note?
Who are you working for, Waring? Insurance company?
What insurance company?
Orsatti's. He had a $30,000 policy, didn't you know?
Oh, I'm just beginning. Tell me more.
Oh. You tell me. Who are you working for?
Well, it's no secret. Kendrick.
Kendrick, huh? Mm-hmm. Good. Very good.
You like that?
Come on in here, Waring.
Okay.
Now, look, Kendrick is in this kind of deep,
So?
Well, suppose there was a note. A suicide note. I don't say there was, but if there was, that'd be all the proof Kendrick would need that he didn't knock off Orsatti, right?
Right.
A note like that ought to be worth a lot to Kendrick.
How much?
Don't ask me. Kendrick's the only one who can answer that, but before he starts figuring, maybe you'd better remind him that he's not the only one who'd be interested in the note.
Who else?
Orsatti's widow.
Why, suicide clause?
You guessed it, chum. The clause is in effect. If Orsatti killed himself, the insurance is void. meaning that Mrs. O is out a cool 30 grand.
I get the picture.
Good. Show it to Kendrick. He may appreciate art, too.
Yes?
Are you Lois Orsatti?
Yes?
My name's Mike Waring. I'd like to talk to you for a minute. May I come in?
What's it about?
Your husband's death.
I don't want to think about it anymore. You'll have to go.
Now, I know how you feel. But before I go, I thought you might like to know I've just seen Leonard Stribling.
What of it?
He tried to sell me your husband's suicide note.
What?
Yes, Mrs. Orsatti. Stribling says your husband killed himself. And he's dickering with you to sell you the note so you can cash in on the insurance.
That's a lie. I haven't seen Stribling.
Well, then you will. He wants to get us bidding against each other.
What's your interest in the note?
Well, it could save me a lot of trouble. If you buy it, you're just going to wind up in a jam with the insurance company.
What an awful thing to say. To suggest that I'd do such a thing. It isn't enough what I've gone through. You have to come here, make such accusations.
I didn't accuse. I advised.
Get out of here.
Yeah, sure. So long.
Marbury. Marbury, come here.
Yeah, Mrs. Orsatti. What's the trouble?
A man just left. Michael Waring. You can catch him before he reaches the street. I want you to see that he doesn't get to Stribling. If he tries to, stop him. I don't care what you do, only stop him. You understand?
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's different, a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of boiled dressing and old-fashioned mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed since Lois Orsatti ordered Marbury to keep Mike from Stribling. Now, in a restaurant, Mike enters a phone booth to put in a call to his client. As he dials, Mike looks through the glass door and sees Marbury earnestly studying the pages of a telephone book and from time to time shooting glances at Mike that are meant to be unnoticed.
Hello?
Kendrick?
Yes.
Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Waring. Any luck?
Yeah, you were right. Looks like Orsatti killed himself.
I knew it.
But you were also wrong.
What's that?
You said Orsatti didn't leave a note because he wanted you blamed.
Uh-huh.
Well, there is a note.
There is?
So Stribling claims. So what becomes of your theory?
Well, it's still suicide. But Stribling told the police there wasn't any note.
Yeah, because he wants to peddle it to the highest bidder.
Oh, but who else would be interested?
Mrs. Orsatti. I tried to talk her out of the deal, but no dice. She put a tail on me.
What?
Yeah, flat-faced Joe who's making such a production of being inconspicuous that he stands out like an overcoat in July. He's right outside this phone booth waiting to pick me up again.
What are you going to do?
Have dinner. I'm hungry.
All right, Waring, but about that note, I'm willing to pay. I don't like being involved with murder.
And I don't like blackmail. I'll go up and see Stribling as soon as I finish dinner.
And the man who's following you?
Well, if he's still with me after dinner, I'll call him on it. If he's as bad a liar as he is a tale, I should learn plenty. All right, chum, what are we playing?
Huh?
You've been following me ever since I left Orsatti's.
You own the sidewalk?
Well, considering taxes, sometimes I wonder.
You want to walk, you walk. I want to walk, I walk. It doesn't say somebody's following somebody.
All right, walk. I'll wait here.
I'll walk when I feel like it.
You mean when I feel like it? Now, look, chum, I've been in this racket long enough to know when I'm being tailed.
In that case, you've been in the racket long enough to be familiar with one of these.
Oh, gun? Yes.
Well, turn around. Go on.
No?
Start walking.
Where to?
Straight ahead. Remember, I'm right behind you.
Well, under the circumstances, I'm not likely to forget. You know, I'm sorry you're so attached to me. I'm really not your type at all.
Maybe you have a point. Turn into that alley. All right, now stop.
I have an idea this is the part I don't like.
Don't like? You love it. This is where I leave you. That's where you want it, isn't it?
Well, yes, but...
Only before I go, I better say goodbye like so.
All right, pal, on your feet.
Oh, hello, officer.
Come on, get up.
Oh, well, I'll try.
Them as can't handle it shouldn't touch it.
What?
You heard me.
You think I'm drunk?
No, that aroma issuing from you is doubtless genuine attar of roses.
What? Oh, yeah, he must have doused the stuff on me.
Oh, you didn't drink it. Somebody doused you, huh?
Now, look, officer, I was sapped. Here's the lump if you want to feel it.
Hey, neat job, right back of the ear. Maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, maybe. What time is it, officer?
A little after 8.
Then I've only been out a few minutes. There may still be time.
Huh?
The thug obviously works for Mrs. Orsatti. I thought I could scare her into tossing in her hand, but the strong arm act means she's shooting for the pot. That means I've got to work fast.
What'd you say?
She wants to beat me to a deal with Stribling. But if she gets that note, I'm cooked. When the gavel comes down, I have to be a high bidder. I've got to get up there.
All right, pal, run along. You're not drunk. You're crazy.
Harrison Apartments. Callahan 308. Just a moment, I connect you. Yes, sir. Now, what can I do for you?
What apartment is Stribling's? I want to talk to him.
I'm afraid that is impossible, sir. He's not seeing anyone.
But he'll see me.
I do not think so, sir.
Why not?
Mr. Stribling is dead.
Oh, you again.
That's right, Mrs. Orsatti.
What do you want this time?
The thug. Where is he?
Thug?
The character who followed me when I left here before.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You do know what I'm talking about. He didn't tail me here. He did tail me from here. You must be the link.
Now, see here, Mr. Waring.
Yeah, I know. This is no way to talk to a poor bereaved widow. But it so happens I've just been slugged by the poor widow's gorilla. And a thing like that doesn't put me on my best behavior. Now, where is he?
Look, if you don't stop bothering me, I'm going to call the police.
No, don't bother. They'll be around. I've already talked to them.
You what?
I told you were flirting with trouble. Well, the trouble's here. There's been a murder.
Murder?
Yeah, murder. And your playmate may have some of the answers on it, so where can I find him?
How many times do I have to tell you?
All right. I keep thinking you listen to reason, but I see you're determined to do it the hard way. So I might as well run along. I'm just wasting my time here.
I'm glad you finally realized that. Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Hello. Oh, yes, Waring. I've been trying to reach you. I want to know what I owe you so we can settle up.
What, you mean I'm canned?
No, it's just I don't need your services anymore.
How come?
Have you seen Stribling tonight?
Yeah.
Well, didn't he tell you?
No, he's not in a talkative mood. What should he have told me?
About the note.
What about it?
I got it from him.
You what?
I have Orsatti's suicide note. Got it from Stribling tonight. So you can see, as far as you're concerned, the case is closed.
Well, maybe, Kendrick. But as far as you're concerned, believe me, it's just starting.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I do want to tell you something I'm sure you mothers especially will want to know. It's how to get the finest cheese food you can buy for your family. It's simple, really. Just be sure you buy Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Velveeta tastes good, and it's so good for you, too. For Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect anytime for snacks, sandwiches, and grand hot dishes. Try it, won't you, Mother? Make Velveeta your handy helper. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta, the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It is 20 minutes since Kendrick told Mike over the phone about having Orsatti's suicide note. And since he has the note, Kendrick thinks he no longer needs Mike. But Mike has different ideas on the subject, and he's gone over to Kendrick's to present them.
So you say you bought the note from Stribling?
That's right, Waring. I don't see why you're so excited about it.
No?
No, the note's conclusive. Unmistakably in Orsatti's handwriting.
All right, Kendrick. You've proved you didn't kill Orsatti. Now, what about Stribling?
Huh? What about him?
I suppose you don't know that he was killed tonight.
What? Good heavens.
Yes. You walk out of one murder rap right into another. So it looks like my services are still very much required.
You're not joking?
When I work for Yox, Kendrick, I pull cuter stuff than this.
What'll we do?
First, a quick run-through to see where we stand. Like, why did you go up to Stribling's? I told you I'd handle it.
He called me right after you did. Wanted to know how much I'd pay. He claimed Mrs. Orsatti had offered $15,000. I offered $20,000.
And you took it right over to him?
That's right.
When'd you get there?
Around 7:30.
How long did you stay?
5-10 minutes.
Oh, great. You were there right around the time he was killed.
Oh, no.
The neighbors heard the shots.
He was alive when I left.
Yes, and was killed right after. 7:40. You're in a rut. Orsatti and Stribling. Right back where you started, only this time there's no note.
There may be another difference, too.
Oh, what's that?
It was known that I was up at Orsatti's. Possibly no one knows I went to Stribling's.
I know.
Except you. Look, I'm scared to death of a murder charge, Waring. I've paid $20,000 already to clear myself of one. How much do you want?
You save your pennies, Kendrick. I'll work for my $50 a day plus expenses. And if I can't clear you that way, you better have cash on hand for a good lawyer.
You've got to clear me.
All right, then let me do it my way. Now, I'm going to make one last attempt at getting Lois Orsatti to talk. Oh, and you better come with me. I want to keep my eye on you.
Why?
Because Mrs. Orsatti has a gorilla working for her. And if she gets the idea you have the note, he may come calling. And take my word for it, Kendrick, you wouldn't enjoy the visit. All right, here we are, 412. Now, remember, Kendrick, let me do the talking.
All right, Waring.
Now, just one thing before we go in. Did you ever meet Stribling before tonight?
No. Why?
Oh, good. Let me...
Oh, not you again.
Yes, and this time I'm coming in.
I see you are. What do I have to do?
Just be your charming self.
All right, let's get this over with, once and for all.
That suits me fine. You know Mr. Kendrick?
Yes, I know him. He killed my husband.
Now, see here, Mrs. Orsatti.
I'll handle it, Kendrick. Mrs. Orsatti, I told you your husband killed himself. Now we have proof.
Then Kendrick drove him to it.
It was strictly business, up and up. If your husband wasn't...
Kendrick, I'll handle it.
Sorry.
Mrs. Orsatti, your husband killed himself. We have a note to prove it.
You have it?
Yes, right here. Don't touch. But you can see it's in your husband's handwriting.
Where did you get it?
From Stribling.
You killed him for it.
Who told you he's dead?
The police were here.
Oh, I see.
Yes, they were here, all right. It's not enough I've lost a husband. No, all day long. You and the police and you.
Oh, that's too bad. You know, I could have more sympathy with you if you weren't involved with that gorilla. And if you didn't lie about your dealings with Stribling.
I didn't have any dealings with Stribling.
He said different.
He was lying.
I doubt it. He wouldn't have closed a deal with us until he'd heard your last offer.
He didn't close the deal. You killed him. That's how you got the note.
What makes you so sure?
Because he obviously was killed for the note, and you've got it.
Well, that's nice going, Mrs. Orsatti. But there's one hitch.
What's that?
Kendrick never met Stribling before. So when he bought the note, how do we know he bought it from Stribling?
What?
Waring, you mean that wasn't Stribling?
Someone could have killed Stribling for the note, then sold it to you pretending to be Stribling.
But who?
Well, obviously not you, Mrs. Orsatti. You couldn't have masqueraded as a man. But your gorilla...
I've told you.
You told me you don't know the gorilla. But there's a good possibility that he's a murderer. Now, if you want to keep on covering for him, you may wind up as an accessory.
I didn't have anything to do with the murder.
But you did have something to do with the murderer. And if you don't talk now, we'll still prove it when we find him. After all, I've seen him. I've described him to the police. Now it's just a matter of time.
What do you want me to do?
Tell us his name. Tell us where we can find him.
All right. But you understand I didn't know he was going to kill Stribling.
Uh-huh.
Stribling phoned me. Said he had something that I might be interested in. I hired Marbury to find out about it, and that's all.
Marbury, so that's his name?
Yes, Jack Marbury.
Right.
But I didn't know he'd commit murder. I'm still not sure that he did. All I know is when you came, I ordered him to follow you. Later he called back, said he followed you home.
Home?
That's what he said. Then he said he went up to Stribling's, but just as he got to the door, he heard a shot.
Oh, he heard the shot.
That's what he said.
Looks like you've hit it, Waring. He was lying to her. He went up, killed Stribling for the note, sold it to me.
Mm-hmm. Where can we find him, Mrs. Orsatti?
Well, perhaps if you'd tried...
You're looking for me.
Marbury!
Reach, all of you. I saw Waring come in here, so I went around the back. I thought you might need me, sweetheart, but I was wrong. You don't need me. What you need is a good smack in the teeth.
Waring is going for it.
Yeah, now's my chance.
Good, Waring. You knocked him out. But he's not.
Not the one who sold you the note? I didn't think he would be.
But you said...
I know what I said, because I was trying to catch a murderer. And you know, Kendrick, looks like I did.
Yes? Who?
Kendrick, it's obvious. The broken-hearted widow, Lois Orsatti.
Yes?
Mr. Waring is here.
All right, send him in. Hello, Waring. Come in. Sit down.
Thanks, Kendrick. Well, I got the whole story out of her at headquarters.
Good. One thing I still don't understand, Waring. Maybe you can explain.
What's that?
Why'd she do it? The note was what everyone was after. Killing Stribling didn't get it for her.
She wanted the note because she'd lose $30,000 if it fell into your hands.
Precisely.
But Stribling called her, told her you had offered $20,000 cash.
Yes?
Well, she couldn't see topping your bid. What she'd have left out of $30 wouldn't be worth the risk.
Mm-hmm.
But she knew $20,000 in cash would be changing hands at Stribling's. So she went there with a gun to collect it. She figured if she couldn't protect her $30, she'd settle for your $20.
I see.
She knew Stribling would be in no position to call Copper, so it seemed safe. Only he put up a struggle, and she had to shoot him.
Uh-huh. And just how did you know it was she?
Well, first of all, I didn't think it was you.
Flattering. Why not?
Well, you were just trying to clear yourself of one murder rap. I couldn't see you exposing yourself to another, just to wipe out the first.
Very well, you've cleared me. Still, that doesn't prove...
Well, you didn't do it. I knew Marbury didn't.
How'd you know Marbury didn't?
Well, because Stribling was killed at 7:40, and it so happens that at that exact time, Marbury was sitting across from me in a restaurant, keeping an eye on me.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. So that left Mrs. Orsatti. Of course, there was the outside chance that the job was pulled by someone not directly involved in the case. But I squashed that by giving Mrs. Orsatti a chance to finger Marbury.
And she fell for it.
Well, she figured the more fall guys she had lined up, the safer she'd be. But when she tried to place Marbury at Stribling's at the time of the shooting, that proved she was lying.
Very good, Waring. Very good indeed. And now, here's your check.
Thank you.
And I guess that's just about all, huh?
Uh-huh. Oh, just one more thing.
What's that?
So what's the name of that cute little secretary of yours?
Her name?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's Mrs. Kendrick.
Oh. Well, as you were saying, Kendrick, I guess that's just about all, huh? So long.
Friends, America's defense program has placed on the Red Cross one of the greatest responsibilities it has ever had to assume. Now, in addition to day-to-day aid to the sick and injured, the Red Cross must extend its services to the men of our growing armed forces in camps and hospitals, at home and overseas. Now, too, the Red Cross must recruit, train, and equip millions of home defense volunteers in first aid and home nursing. And the Red Cross system of blood banks must be expanded to meet greater civilian and military needs. That's why Red Cross needs your help. By giving as generously as you can to the Red Cross, you are helping to mobilize for the defense of your family, your community, your country.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Phyllis. Oh, I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to give me a rain check, Angel. I'm all tied up. But that's only temporary. Some efficiency expert is dropping around to demonstrate that if I plan my work properly, I'll have time to kill.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the puzzling pinup.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret Kraft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the puzzling pinup. It's Sunday afternoon in New York, and a young man named Charles Sylvester Braden II breaks all records dashing up the steps of a small rooming house in New York's West Side. And when he gets to the top floor, he begins hammering on the door of room 413.
Come on, Pat. Open up.
Who is it?
You know who it is. Now open up.
Go away, Charles.
No, you can't send me away like this. I've got to talk to you.
All right, just a second.
Lock it.
No, it's all right. Nobody will disturb us.
I said lock it.
Look, Charles, you're not well.
Don't you believe it for a second. Don't you see, Pat, it was just a scheme to keep us apart. But I fooled them.
Charles, please don't lock that door.
What's the matter, Pat? Don't you trust me either?
Of course I do. It's just that I don't like to see you so upset. Look, I've got an idea.
What are you doing with that phone?
I was just going to call your father.
Put it down.
But, Charles...
Put it down. So you're working with them, too?
No, I'm not.
Then prove it. Marry me.
You're insane.
What did you say?
Nothing, Charles.
You're lying. You were going to say I was insane.
I wasn't, I swear.
I'll give you one last chance. I've got a car downstairs. Will you come with me?
Look, Charles.
Answer me.
But, darling...
All right, Pat. You had your opportunity.
What are you doing with that gun?
I gave you your chance, Pat. You'll have to admit that.
Darling, now, listen to me. I've changed my mind.
How do I know that you won't change it again?
Charles, you can't do this. They'll hang you.
No, they won't. You see, I'll be dead.
No.
Yes, you don't think I'd let you go without me.
Charles, please.
Don't be afraid, Pat. I'll be right by your side. Goodbye, darling.
No. Oh.
I was down in the basement fixing the boiler when I heard the shots, Mr. Shelley. So right away, I got on the phone and called your newspaper.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else here in Driscoll?
Oh, no, wasn't nobody else home.
What about the cops?
Well, I ain't notified them yet, you know.
That was smart, Driscoll. I'll take care of you. All right, where do we go now?
It's this room here.
Okay, open the door. Well, what are you waiting for?
Your editor, Mr. Wingate, said you'd have a little present for me.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll give you 50 when we get inside.
But Mr. Wingate promised me 100.
Okay, here it is.
Oh, thanks.
Now, where's your pass key? Hey, shut that door. What's the girl's name?
Patricia Brooks.
You know the guy?
No.
Pull up the shade. I want to get a good look at his puss. Holy smoke.
What's the matter, Mr. Shelley?
Well, you know who this is? Charles Sylvester Braden II.
Who?
Skip it. Hand me some flash bulbs. They're in that case by your feet.
Oh, okay.
You know, something tells me these shots are going to be every bit as sensational as Mr. Braden's.
Tom?
Hi, Mr. Wingate.
Oh, hello, Shelley. I'm sorry that tip didn't pay off. The way the janitor spoke on the phone, I thought we had something.
Huh? What are you talking about, boss?
The yarn I sent you out on. Whole story just came over the ticker. Cops were just there. Too bad there was nothing to it.
Nothing to it. Do you realize...
Oh, look, Shelley. Maybe in the hick town you come from, a pretty girl committing suicide is big news. But in New York, it happens every day in the week.
Yeah, but what about...
Well, what about what?
Well, what did the cops find?
The same thing you did. Dead girl named Pat Brooks holding a gun in her hand.
Nothing else?
What are you getting at? Should there have been anything else?
No, of course not.
Where are your pictures?
Pictures?
That's what I sent you there for, remember? Where are they?
They ain't. You see, I forgot to take along film.
You what?
Yeah, I'm sorry, boss. I feel like an awful jerk.
Okay, forget it. At least there was no harm done. But it'll teach you to be more careful in the future.
Oh, yeah. I learned my lesson, Mr. Wingate. I bet I'll pick up plenty from an experience like this. We're in the money. We're in the money.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Charles Braden Sr., please.
I'm afraid that's impossible. Mr. Braden's only son died yesterday in an automobile accident.
Yes, I know. I read all about it, but I still think he'll see me. Tell him it's Walter Shelley of the Gazette.
Who is it, Laura?
It's me, Braden. I'm the guy you spoke to on the phone this morning.
Yes. Won't you come in, sir?
Thanks.
This is the young man I've been telling you about, Laura.
Yes, so I gather.
Miss Allen is my secretary, Mr. Shelley.
Good enough.
Well, now, suppose we get down to business. You told me you had some pictures I might be interested in.
That's right.
May I see them, please?
Sure. Here they are.
Very interesting.
Like a drink, Mr. Shelley?
Well, thanks, dollface. Well, here's to what we all want.
I'll join you in that, sir.
Had time to look at those pictures yet, Mr. Braden?
Yes, indeed.
Notice anything peculiar about them?
I presume you mean that one of the bodies is that of my son, Charles.
Yeah, and he's holding a gun.
So?
So when I heard that the cops only found one stiff, I immediately jumped to the conclusion that you must have taken care of the other by bribing the janitor of the building.
But why should I do that?
Look, let's stop kidding each other, Braden. The guy with your name couldn't stand the disgrace. You wouldn't want to go through life known as the father of a murderer.
There's something in what you say, Mr. Shelley. How much do you want?
10 grand for the set of pictures you've got in your hand.
And how much for the negatives?
Negatives?
Oh, come. You mustn't take me for a child, Mr. Shelley. I'm aware of the elementals of photography. Now, where are those negatives?
Cut it out, Braden. You're choking.
Where are they?
Give me a chance.
All right.
You could have killed me then.
The negatives, please.
Yeah, sure. I got them right here in my pocket.
Mr. Braden!
I'd advise you to put away that gun, sir.
You're not as smart as you think.
Apparently not.
Wouldn't I be a chump to keep those negatives on me? Oh, no. You're gonna pay for them, mister. And pay through the nose.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mike Waring, please.
Who's calling?
Walter Shelley.
Who?
Walter Shelley. I'm a reporter on the Gazette.
What can I do for you?
You mean, what can I do for you? I understand you're one of the best private dicks in New York.
Where do you understand that from?
Oh, the usual reliable sources. Don't they call you the Falcon?
Only when they can't think of anything worse.
Look, will you be home for the next half hour?
Why?
Well, I'd like to come around and drop a fortune in your lap.
Why?
Well, let's just say it's only a few weeks before Christmas, and I like to play Santa Claus nice and early. I'll be seeing you, Waring.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I have a little suggestion for you ladies who wonder what you're going to do for some interesting menu ideas. And my suggestion is this. Just get a 2-pound loaf of Kraft smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta. You can melt Velveeta for smooth, delicious cheese sauce that'll add extra goodness to vegetables or seafood or rice or just plain toast for a fine main dish. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Notice how smooth it melts without any lumps at all. Then slowly stir in 1/4 cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have it. A delicious cheese sauce with a wonderful, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. A flavor that everyone, the youngsters and Grandma included, will enjoy often. And it's a wholesome dish because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. So whether you melt Velveeta for a swell cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches, you'll find Velveeta is a mighty handy helper, Mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow, won't you? It's America's favorite cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 15 minutes have passed since Walter Shelley called Mike Waring with a promise to drop a fortune in his lap. And now we find Mr. Shelley as good as his word.
Yes?
You Waring?
That's right.
I'm Walter Shelley.
Oh, you're ahead of schedule. Come on in.
Thanks.
You said something on the phone about dropping a fortune in my lap.
Uh-huh, and I never lied. Catch.
What's this?
Just what I promised. In that envelope are pictures worth $500,000.
What makes them so valuable?
The pose.
Oh.
You interested?
Go on.
This party will pay off plenty, Waring. I know I've already seen them. We've got all the angles covered.
We?
Got a partner. Of course, that means we'll have to split 3 ways, but it's worth it. Now, this partner of mine has a swell in, see? What we need is someone to handle the detail work. Tried another guy, but he couldn't see it.
Mm-hmm. What made you come to me with a swindle like this?
Well, look, you don't have to take that tone with me, Waring.
Oh, I don't? All right, now get up.
Hey, what's going on in here, Mr. Waring? I was cleaning the hall and I heard a fuss.
Oh, it's nothing serious, George. Will you get rid of this for me?
Huh?
There's character on the floor. Throw him out.
Oh. Come on, buddy. Get up. Come on, pal. I have... Mr. Waring.
Yeah?
I think there's something the matter with him.
I know. He ran into my fist.
No. I mean, I can't feel his heartbeat.
You what?
Yeah. I think you killed him.
All right, Waring, let's have the truth now. And don't give me any more stuff about pictures, because we didn't find any.
You didn't?
No. Why'd you kill Shelley?
I tell you, I didn't kill him, Lieutenant.
You admit you slugged him.
Look, Webster, I may brag now and then, but I'm still no Joe Louis. What do the autopsy reports say?
Hasn't come in yet.
But what are they waiting for?
Hey, Lieutenant, open up, will you?
What do you want, Sergeant?
There's a Mr. Wingate to see Waring.
Wingate?
Well, tell him to beat it. Waring isn't having any visitors.
I've got a court order here, Lieutenant. Maybe you'd like to look at it.
Yeah, let's see that. There you are. Seems to be all right. Open it up, Sergeant. You can have 5 minutes, no more.
It's fair enough. Hello, Waring.
Well, who are you?
Arthur Wingate.
Still means nothing.
I hold down the slot in the Evening Gazette. Shelley worked for me until he came to me this morning with an idea how he could make some easy dough.
Wait a minute. You must be the guy he told me he'd talk to before he came to see me.
That's right. I threw him out.
Well, what are you doing here?
Well, when the story came over the ticker, I thought there might be something I could do for you.
Oh, why should you?
I want this story for my paper, exclusively. And I'm willing to pay for it.
Okay, Wingate. You got yourself a deal. Do you know what was on those pictures of Shelley's?
No.
Did he mention any names?
Not a one.
Well, it doesn't matter. Here are my keys. The superintendent of my building is a character named George Kennedy. Check with him and see what he did with the envelope. And bring it back to me.
Haven't the police got it?
No, the lieutenant told me they didn't find a thing. It may have been brushed aside in all the excitement.
Well, it doesn't sound like much to go on, but keep your fingers crossed, kiddo. I'll do what I can.
Okay, Waring, on your feet.
Oh, you back again, Lieutenant?
Yeah, get your things and get out.
How come I'm being released?
The autopsy on Shelley clears you.
What was it, heart attack?
No. Poison. He got it in the drink about 6 hours before he came to your place.
Well, tough luck, Lieutenant. I know how you must feel. Can I use your phone?
Sure. There's a payphone right over there.
Thanks, Webster. Maybe I can do as much for you sometime.
On Waring.
Yeah?
Don't use any slugs.
That you, George?
Oh, hi, Mr. Waring.
Say, is Mr. Wingate there?
Oh, sure. You want to talk to him?
No, I'll see him later. What did you do with the pictures?
We didn't find him.
Well, they can't have disappeared. They were on my desk before I slugged Shelley.
We ain't there now. We've practically taken the place apart.
All right, stop wrecking the joint. I'll be right over.
That's no use, Mike. We've looked in the desk already.
Yeah, he's right, Mr. Waring. We went over everything with a fine-tooth comb.
Well, I don't get it. Now, George, you're sure when the police removed Shelley's body, they didn't take anything?
I'm positive. I was here every minute of the time.
Yeah, we might as well give up, Mike.
No, wait a second, Wingate. Shelley was standing right where you are when he tossed that envelope in my lap. When I got up to throw him out, it must have fallen to the floor.
Well, I don't see what difference that makes.
Well, I could have kicked it over there, and then that... Hey, wait a minute. What's that under the radiator? Whatever you are, George, you're certainly no detective.
Is that the envelope?
Must be.
Well, let's get a glimpse of $500,000 worth of pictures.
Huh. We was robbed.
What's the trouble?
Oh, look. It's a picture of the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Brooklyn Dodgers?
Yeah, now you tell me who would pay $500,000 for a still shot of that group when you could go see them in action for $1.25.
You hear that, Mike? 3 a.m.
I don't care. I'm not leaving until I make head or tail of these pictures. What makes him worth all that money, Wingate?
Shelley must have been crazy.
Well, then why was he murdered? Come in.
I hate to disturb you, gentlemen, but I'm looking for Mike Waring.
Well, you've come to the right place.
Are you Mr. Waring?
Uh-huh. What's your name?
My friends call me Laura Allen.
Well, I bet you've got 1 million of them, Angel. So I can't understand why you should be looking for new ones at this hour.
I'm looking for something else, Mr. Waring. What do you want for them?
What do I want for what?
The pictures.
What pictures?
Don't give me that. Shelley had them before he died. He hasn't got them now, so who does that leave?
Me?
Yes. What's your price?
I suppose I said I didn't care to do business.
It won't do you any good. If you see what I mean.
Mike.
Don't worry, Wingate. I saw it. Take a blind man to miss a cannon that size. Look, would you mind pointing it elsewhere, Laura?
What's the matter, Mr. Waring? Does it make you nervous?
Yeah, I don't know what's come over me these past few days, but I can't seem to keep a thing on my stomach, particularly guns.
You let go.
Come on, Angel, drop it.
Oh.
That's it. Get it, Wingate.
Okay, it's got.
Well, now what are you going to do with me?
Nothing. You can leave whenever you like, Angel.
You mean you're letting me go?
Sure, I'm a sport. I always throw the little ones back.
Just what are you fishing for, Mr. Waring?
The big one.
Well, I wouldn't if I were you. You know, some big fish are dangerous. And take it from me, this one's a man killer. Good night, Angel.
Shouldn't let her get away, Mike.
Why not? That little lady wasn't going to tell us anything, except what she wanted to.
Yeah, but remember what Shelley said about a partner.
You think that girl...
Well, don't you?
You know something, Wingate? You're right.
Well?
Yeah, she's already gone down the elevator.
Hello, Laura.
Mr. Braden,
That's right.
what are you doing in my apartment?
My dear girl, I think the answer's fairly obvious. I was waiting for you.
And I told you that if I had anything to report, I'd let you know.
Well, you can hardly blame me for being anxious, Laura. Now, where are the pictures?
I didn't get them.
You know, my dear, I find that very difficult to believe. You're such a very determined young lady.
Well, I ran into a very determined young man.
And yet Mr. Waring let you get away, hmm?
Yes, and don't ask me why, because I don't know.
You must be tired, my dear.
You're quite right, Mr. Braden. I am tired. I'm tired of trying to protect your precious name. Why don't you pay off and let it go at that?
I don't like to hear you talk that way, Laura. But knowing you as I do, I'm sure you'll never let this little conversation go any farther.
Hello?
Is that you, Waring?
Uh-huh.
This is Laura.
Who?
Laura Allen, you remember?
Oh, sure.
Now listen, Waring, there's something I've got to tell you.
Where do you live?
At the Rainey Apartments. But before you come, I want you to know that I killed Walter Shelley.
Oh, you admit it?
Well, if you want to be convinced... Oh!
Hello, Laura. Laura! And that's all I know, Wingate. Right after I heard the shot, I grabbed a cab and started over here. Then I remembered my promise to you, so I detoured over to your office to pick you up.
Oh, I appreciate it, Waring. Hey, what floor do we get off on?
Right here, the third.
Okay. Must be down this way.
Here it is. Yeah, Laura Allen. Uh-oh.
Unlocked?
Yeah.
So, she did commit suicide after all.
It seems so. Hey, what do you make of this?
Silver cigarette case.
Silver nothing. This is platinum. Huh? Yeah, they don't hand these out on push carts. Now, here, look at the engraving.
Can you make it out?
Yeah, to Laura Allen from the tyrant Charles Braden Sr.
Charles Braden Sr.? Hey, this girl moved in the big leagues.
That's so right. And if she was in Braden's employ, then he's the boy who's interested in the pictures, and she was working hand in glove with Shelley.
Yeah, but why would Braden want a picture of the Brooklyn Dodgers?
He didn't. The pictures we found must have been phony. Say, wait a minute. Wasn't his son in some sort of a mess recently?
Well, he got killed in an automobile accident.
No, that's too pat. Braden's hiding something.
Who are you calling?
The police.
Well, make it snappy. I want to phone my paper.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the trouble?
I just thought of something. I heard the shot that killed Laura over the phone.
So?
Well, if she died instantly, who hung this receiver back on the hook?
Yeah, but that means...
Yeah, go on, say it, Wingate. She was murdered.
But you said she talked to suicide.
Someone could have forced her to by holding a gun in her back.
Who?
That's what I intend to find out. Now, look, I want you to get a fingerprint expert up here.
What for?
The killer made one blunder when he put the receiver back on the hook. Isn't it possible he made another?
I don't follow you.
Maybe he left his prints on the instrument. You got any idea where we can find an expert at this time of night?
Oh, you got one down the paper.
Swell. Get him, Wingate.
Where'll I meet you later?
Make it Mr. Braden's. Something tells me he'll probably be very interested in the results. Mr. Braden?
Yes.
My name is Waring.
Oh, come in, won't you?
Thank you.
You were a friend of Walter Shelley's, I believe.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Strange that he entrusted his most precious possessions to you.
I don't think I understand you, Mr. Braden.
I'm referring to the pictures, Mr. Waring.
Oh, that?
Yes, that. May I trouble you for them? And the negatives, of course.
What's in it for me?
Well, I could promise you any number of things.
Yes, but they'd be just that, promises.
You see my point.
Oh, yeah. You don't have to draw me a diagram.
No. I had only to draw a gun.
All right, put that thing away, Braden. You're forgetting something.
I can't imagine what.
What's going to happen when the police discover you killed Shelley and Laura?
Shelley and Laura? Well, I hardly think there's any danger of that.
Well, maybe I can prove you're wrong.
I beg your pardon?
I think that call is for me, may I?
Certainly. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello? Is that you, Mike?
Yeah, how'd you make out, Wingate? Did they finish checking those fingerprints?
Yes, but there wasn't a single print on it.
Oh, that's wonderful.
What's the matter with you, Mike? Can't you hear me?
Didn't miss a word. Now come up here and bring that report with you.
You look pleased.
Yes, I am. Whose fingerprints do you suppose they found on Laura's telephone?
Nobody's.
What?
You'll forgive me, sir, but I'm afraid I've been guilty of eavesdropping.
Oh, you'll never hear anything nice about yourself that way.
Perhaps not. But then, Mr. Waring, I'm not a very nice person. I think you're going to find that out.
Remember, tomorrow at your grocer's, you can get a wonderful new salad oil for your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil for home use ever offered by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft dressings. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, superfine to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Get a pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Ask for Kraft Salad Oil. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 2 minutes ago, Charles Brayton Sr. told Mike that he wasn't, quote, a very nice person, unquote. And judging by the gun he keeps trained on Mike, Mr. Brayton believes in telling the truth.
Oh, really, Mr. Waring, you don't know how this pains me.
Well, I'd never guess it, Brayton. You certainly hide your grief well.
And you, sir, your fears.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. I don't believe you're going to shoot.
Tell me, Mr. Waring, what is your purpose in glancing at that window every 5 seconds? Frankly, I find it very distracting.
That was my purpose. All right, Wingate, grab him. What? Nice work, Wingate. Now give me the gun.
Okay, here you are.
Now phone police headquarters.
No. My paper comes first.
Well, any way you like, but don't forget the cops.
I don't suppose there'd be much point in appealing to your better nature.
Oh, I don't know. What do you think, Wingate?
No, I'm just an innocent bystander, Waring. You better leave me out of this.
Oh, that's impossible, friend. You've got a lot to say.
Oh, you mean because I saved your life?
No, because you killed Shelley and Laura.
What are you babbling about?
Murder, Wingate. I'm just wondering who's going to cover your execution for the Gazette.
Gee, I don't get it, Mr. Waring. You mean Mr. Wingate actually killed Shelley and the girl?
Yes, actually, George.
Yeah, but why?
Those pictures.
The ones we found in your apartment.
No. The ones the police found in Wingate's apartment. He got them from my place before he even called you. Then he planted those phony shots and waited for me to make my great discovery.
Yeah, well, why did he do that?
Because he knew I wouldn't stop looking until I found a set of pictures, so he made things easy for me.
Well, I still don't understand why he killed Shelley.
He was Shelley's partner.
Wingate?
Mm-hmm. He was in from page 1, but he got greedy and wanted the whole pie. So he poisoned Shelley and waited for the pictures to drop in his lap.
And instead, they dropped in yours.
Well, that he couldn't figure on. But he did okay as it was.
Well, why did he kill Laura?
Oh, he had good reason for that. First, he forced her to confess to Shelley's murder.
Oh, he thought that would leave him in the clear.
Mm-hmm. If she committed suicide, then the case was closed, and he could go ahead and blackmail Braden safely.
Well, how did you know he was the killer?
Remember I told you I sent him to check the fingerprints on Laura Allen's phone?
Yeah, and he said there weren't any.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what gave him away.
Well, I don't see why. Ain't it possible the killer wiped off his own prints?
Yeah, sure. But what happened to mine? I handled the phone after the murder when I was going to call the police.
Oh.
Now, does that answer all your questions?
Well, all but one.
What's that?
Look, Mr. Waring, what was on those pictures anyway, huh?
Ah, you'll never know, George.
Oh, come on. Break down, Mr. Waring. Must have been pretty hot stuff, huh?
Oh, yes, indeed, they were. Some of the hottest shots I'd ever seen. Why, just to handle them would blister your hands.
Yeah? What were they, huh?
Well, they were 8 by 10 blow-ups of the Chicago fire. Good night, George.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast, and that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help. You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through. Just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Cornelia. I'm glad you called, but I'll have to take a rain check, Angel. Tonight I'm tied up with a character who tried to pull off a legal swindle. He found a loophole in the law, but we found a bullet hole in him.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Stooges' errand. Sunday afternoon and time for another thrilling adventure of the Falcon. But first, a word about another kind of adventure, an adventure in flavor. For right now at your grocer's, there's a wonderful new salad oil for use in your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Now, Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil, a lighter-bodied oil to mix quickly and perfectly with all other ingredients. That's because it's not just refined. It's superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Yes, superfined, to put new magic into the salad dressings you make yourself, into those wonderful chiffon cakes you pride yourself on, into every home recipe that calls for liquid shortening. Don't wait to get acquainted with Kraft Salad Oil. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label tomorrow at your grocer's. Get Kraft Salad Oil. And now, the case of the Stooges' errand. It's Sunday afternoon in New York, and tall, slender Rog Saunders has just come out of his apartment building, accompanied by his squat, cigar-chewing companion, chauffeur, bodyguard, and canasta partner, Jocko Quinn. As they approach Saunders' new foreign-made racing job, they see a man walking around the car, steady and appreciative.
Hey, boss, Macy.
So I see, Jocko. So I see. Well, Macy, like it?
Oh, hello, boys. Yeah, Saunders. Beautiful automobile. Wish I could afford one like it, especially if I already had two other cars.
What's on your mind, Macy? What are you doing here?
You know the answer to both those questions, Saunders.
It couldn't be money by any chance.
On the nose. A genius. Not that I like to be mercenary, you understand, but if my money is going to be buying in fancy automobiles, it ought to be buying them for me.
You know I don't like to be dunned.
Dunned, he says. Look, pal, you borrowed the insignificant sum of only 20,000 berries from yours truly, a mere nothing. And it was only 8 months ago, practically yesterday, and you were going to pay me back in 3 weeks. You're only 7 months late. Done.
You'll get your money.
I've heard that song before. I used to believe it. But you've been living high. When I hear you bought yourself another jalopy, imported yet, I figure this rate's a look-see and conversation about my Mazuma.
Shall I hand him the old scramble,
Let
boss?
go of No, Jocko, no. He's entitled to his money. He wants to be small about it.
Small, he says. 8 months.
You're worried because I'm a little fast with a buck. You think I'm tossing the roll.
Look, I didn't ask you any questions when you needed the dough. I figured you were a pal. You said you were going to make some investments, okay. But now, what do you expect me to think?
I have made investments, Macy. I have. Very good investments. All I'm blowing is the velvet. Now, tell me something. You know fighters. What do you think of Pepper Dugan?
Good punch. I don't know how he is on distance. He seemed to tire the last time out.
Tire? Coaster, that's all. Had the decision wrapped up with the ace, so he took 9 and 10 easy.
You know all about it?
I ought to. I own the controlling interest in Dugan.
Oh?
That's where your 20 is, Macy. That's what Dugan cost me 8 months ago, 20 grand. And since then, he's won 3 fights. Big ones. He's worth double the 20 now, at least.
Yeah, could be. So you've seen a profit. Now let me see my 20.
I'll do better, Macy. I'll give you your choice. Cash or what you lent me, plus a 5 for Dugan.
How's that?
I'm offering you Dugan's contract for the 20 I owe you, plus 5 grand more. That's all I'm asking. A profit of 5 G's. You said yourself Dugan is worth plenty, over 25 now.
Yeah, but then why should you...
You did me a favor. I'm doing you one. That's all.
I don't know.
Well, it's up to you. Take it or leave it. You want cash, I'll pay you cash. You want Dugan? Just give me back my notes and a check for the balance.
I'll think it over.
You do that, Macy. You just do that.
That's it, Dugan. Now throw your right. No, doggone it, the right. Harry, you throw a right. This time, Dugan, when he does, counter with your right. Now, Harry. No, Dugan. All right, boys, hold it. Will you hold it? Come here, Dugan.
Sorry, Mr. Mason.
What's the matter with you? Harry comes through with his right and you just stand there.
It's his hand. It's hurting again.
What hand?
My right hand. Didn't Mr. Saunders tell you?
Tell me what?
Why, I busted my hand in the 8th of the Gasha fight.
So that's why you slowed down.
Sure. It's a bad break. Doc doesn't know if it'll ever heal right.
And Saunders was doing me a favor, unloading you. Oh, that's just great, that is.
Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Macy. You think Mr. Saunders gypped you intentionally?
Are you kidding?
I don't know. I always trusted him. He talks so honest.
Sure, he's got a great line.
I don't believe he's a crook. He was always good to me.
He gave you the heave-ho as soon as you slipped a cog,
Well,
didn't
he told me he was getting out of the fight game.
Because you busted your mitt.
Could be, but I hope you're wrong, Mr. Macy. I sure hope you're wrong.
Look, kid, I hate to destroy your faith in mankind.
It's not my faith I'm worried about, Mr. Macy. It's my 15 grand.
Your what?
Mr. Saunders held back part of my cut of the gates in the last couple of fights. Said he was going to invest it for me.
Oh, fine.
Mr. Macy.
Yeah, Dugan?
That lawyer you're going to see, do you figure he could take on an extra client?
Hello?
Hello, does Michael Waring live here?
I do.
Oh, you're, My name's Ralph Macy. I need a detective. My lawyer suggested you.
Well, what's your lawyer's name?
George Hollis. What?
Well, if it's a good case, he rates a box of cigars come Christmas.
I just want you to find a man for me.
Well, what did he take, your money or your woman?
How do you know it's either?
Usually is, especially with a lawyer involved.
He gypped me out of $25,000, and another fellow out of 15.
Oh, gypped and skipped, huh?
That's right. And my lawyer tried to reach Saunders. That's the fellow, Rod Saunders. Tried to reach him at his hotel, but he's gone. No forwarding address, just a back bill for over 2 months.
He doesn't miss a trick.
You find him for me?
At $50 a day in expenses, I'll try.
They say the Falcon never fails.
Who says?
Well, do you?
Well, let's just say I never admit failure. All right, Macy, what can you tell me about Saunders?
Yes?
Are you Ivy Gray?
That's right.
Well, they told me Saunders has expensive taste. I see what they mean.
What are you talking about?
You and Roger Saunders. I understand you were good friends.
Were. We still are.
Oh. Well, then maybe you can tell me where to find him.
Maybe I can. What do you want to see him about?
About 10 minutes.
What is it, Ivy? Someone for me?
Yes. He didn't give his name.
Oh, no, don't tell me you're Saunders.
Why not? Isn't that who you wanted?
But it's too simple. I've just started looking.
Looking? For what?
For you. In the first place, I tried.
Who are you? Why are you looking for me?
My name's Mike Waring. Ralph Macy hired me to locate you.
Hired you? You a detective?
Mm-hmm.
Now, wait a minute. Waring. You're not the Falcon.
Well, my mistake. I thought I was.
Well, Macy could have saved himself the trouble and expense of hiring you, Waring. Why didn't he call Ivy himself?
Probably didn't think she'd talk. He thought you were hiding.
Why should I hide?
Well, you did check out of your hotel suddenly.
To prevent their throwing me out. I was what is known as in arrears. But I'm not hiding.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I've moved to the Grafton Apartments. Macy can find me there if he likes, but just what does he want?
His money back. He says you gypped him.
What? I did him a favor.
Well, he doesn't see it that way.
Well, if he wants money, he'll have to get in line.
Yeah, so I gather.
And you might tell him the line's not going anywhere.
What's that?
Can't collect what I don't have.
Well, you have 3 cars, a summer estate in Maine, 50 suits of clothes.
Who's been taking inventory?
Macy's lawyer.
Oh. Well, tell him to look a little closer, and he'll find none of it belongs to me. It's all in Jocko's name.
Now, who's Jocko?
Jocko Quinn, friend of mine. And Jocko owes nobody. So you see, Waring, I'm not in hiding. Nobody can touch me legally. Because I have nothing to touch.
Yes, I see, Saunders. But when your creditors hear about it, I have an idea they're liable to touch you. And in a way you won't like.
Come in. That you, Dugan?
Yeah, Mr. Macy, I just come from the doctor.
I hope he had good news for you. You'll need it.
Huh?
I got a report from Waring. He located Saunders.
Oh, good.
Good, he says. Saunders has pulled a legal cutie. Handed all his marbles to Jocko.
I don't get you.
You don't get anything, pal. Neither do I. It's hocus pocus with our greenbacks. There's nothing we can do.
Wait a minute. Take it slow, will you?
Look, it goes like this. Saunders has turned all his cash into merchandise. Clothes, cars, houses, whatnot. And he mortgages the whole package to Jocko.
I still don't get it.
The stuff is in Jocko's name. Legally, we can't touch it. But Jocko is just Saunders' stooge. So Saunders has full use of the whole works, and we're out in the cold.
Can he do a thing like that?
He's done it.
That's just great. That's all I need. You know what the doc said?
Your hand still isn't right.
I can't fight for at least a year.
Oh,
That's
no.
what he said. That means no dough coming in. Now I gotta collect from Saunders. That's all I gotta.
So do I, but the question is
If
how.
that lawyer of yours is no help, I'll just have to help myself. If I could only get Saunders sometime when Jocko isn't around. After all, I still got one good hand.
Yeah, Dugan. You've also got a very good point there. I hope something comes of it.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's different, a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of boiled dressing and old-fashioned mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A few days have passed since Macy and Dugan decided they weren't going to get a legal technicality to stand between them and collecting the money Rog Saunders owed them. They're also not going to let Saunders' stooge, Jocko Quinn, stand between them and the money. But Jocko knows none of this as he enters Saunders' apartment, where he's met by a white-faced Ivy Gray.
Jocko, where have you been?
Just down to get some cigarettes from Mr. Saunders. Why?
Was anyone with him when you left?
No,
Was he expecting anyone?
only you.
You're sure?
What is this? Where is Saunders? Why doesn't he...
He's in the other room.
Well, why the questions?
Look for yourself.
Huh?
Go ahead. Right in there.
Okay. Mr. Saunders, I'm back. Hey, what's the matter with him?
He's dead. That's what's the matter with him.
Hello?
Is that the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Macy again, Waring.
Oh, have you lost Saunders again?
In a way.
Oh, I thought last time was a little too easy to be true.
I know where he is, Waring. It's not that.
Oh, well, keep it up. You're making great sense.
He's dead.
Oh. Well, couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Murdered.
Am I supposed to register surprise or sympathy?
Sympathy.
For a guy who gypped his friends?
For me, the police think I did it.
Well, did you?
No.
Why not?
I've been told it's against the law.
Oh, and you never break the law.
Well, I parked overtime once, but I paid my fine.
Okay, you're a model citizen. What do you want me to do about it?
Convince the police.
It'll take more than a character reference.
That's why I'm calling on you. You can find the real killer.
Can I?
The Falcon never fails.
Ah, you dreamer, you.
This is one dream that better come true, Waring. All that depends on it is my life.
Hello, Sergeant Corbett.
Well, goody. It's Mike Waring. Did you come down to headquarters to see your client, Waring?
No, of course not, Corbett. I came down to see you.
He loves me.
To know you is to love you.
How did we get into this? What do you want, Waring?
What have you got on the Saunders killing?
He's dead.
Well, thanks so much.
His girl found the body.
Ivy Gray?
Yeah.
What's this? List of things you found on the body?
Yeah, just the usual.
Handkerchief, key, package of cigarettes, matches, coins. Any fingerprints in the apartment?
His own, the girl's, and Jocko Quinn's, guy who works for him.
So right away you suspect Macy?
Macy had a beef. Claims Saunders gypped him.
If you suspect everyone whom Saunders gypped...
We do.
Then Macy doesn't head the list?
No.
You brought him down here?
Just for questioning, we let him go.
Oh, that's too bad.
Why?
Since he's my client, I'd like to feel sure he's innocent. And nothing could give me greater confidence along that line than your thinking he's guilty. How's it going, Dugan?
Do I know you?
I know you. I've seen you in the ring.
Oh.
This what you train on? Irish, straight?
Are you gonna give me a temperance lecture?
No, it's a little out of my line.
Then go away.
Macy tells me Saunders owed you 15 grand. Says you were sore when it looked like you might not get it back.
Oh, Macy says, does he? Macy says. I tell you, he talks too much. I'll fix Macy so he doesn't talk so much.
Like you fixed Saunders?
Huh? Oh, wise guy, eh? Maybe you want something too.
No. You don't do so good with a busted mitt and a stomach full of fog juice, Dugan. Come on, I'll help you up.
Oh, my head.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, my head. Huh?
What's this in your pocket?
What do you mean?
I think I'd better keep this until you come out of dreamland.
Hey, give me that,
You've had too many shots of alcohol to risk letting you take any shots with a gun. Now, come on your feet.
Hello?
Hello, Macy. This is Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Waring. How's it going?
I don't know yet. I've just seen your boy, Dugan, loaded to the gills and packing a rod.
Uh-oh.
You can say that again. He was planning to go gunning for you.
For me? Why?
Well, that was my fault. I tried to get him steamed up to see what he'd say.
And now he wants to feed me lead, hmm?
Yeah, but I've got his cannon.
Oh?
But I thought I ought to warn you anyway, because he might dig up another one.
Thanks, Waring, but I can take care of myself.
Yeah, sure you can, Macy. The question is, can you take care of Dugan?
Oh, hello, Mr. Waring.
Now, why don't you call me Mike?
I hardly know you.
Well, let me in. We'll go to work on that.
Please, Mr. Waring, Roger's death was quite a shock.
Well, then
and
why not help me find out who done it?
What difference does it make now?
A lot of difference. To the murderer.
Well, I'm afraid I can't be much help.
You found the body.
I'd like to forget that.
Were you in love with Saunders?
I liked him.
Because he was a good spender?
Partly.
Of other people's money?
I don't know. I didn't ask where he got it.
I do know.
Look, if you're going to make insulting remarks...
Facts.
Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Just a minute, Ivy. Where was Jocko Quinn when Saunders was killed?
Roger sent him out to get some cigarettes. Now, will you please go?
If you'll answer just two more questions.
Sorry.
I wear 11 E's. You can't possibly close the door.
What are the questions?
Was Saunders absent-minded?
What? No, of course not.
Was he a heavy smoker?
Not especially. And that's two questions.
You're right, you are, Angel. So long. Pardon me, you Jocko Quinn?
Yeah.
Good. I heard that you eat in this bean wagon. In fact, I've heard quite a lot about you, Jocko. It's time we met.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name's Mike Waring.
Oh? I've heard about you, too, Falcon.
Well, then we ought to get along fine.
You having dinner?
No, just looking for you.
Well, I'm finished. Here, sister, keep the change.
Thanks.
Oh, come on, Waring, if you want to talk to me.
Sure.
Now, what do you want?
Information about Saunders' murder.
I don't know nothing.
No. Don't be so modest, Jocko.
I wasn't there.
Where were you?
Saunders sent me out for cigarettes.
You're lying, Jocko.
What?
I said you're lying, and I can prove it.
Yeah?
Yeah, Saunders had a pack of cigarettes on him when he was murdered. He wasn't a heavy smoker, so he wouldn't have sent you out to get him some. So, Jocko, what do you got to say to that?
What have I got to say? Just this?
No, you don't.
Dugan, you showed up in the nick of time. Thanks for knocking out Waring. You saved me the trouble.
I've been looking for you, Jocko.
Seems everybody's looking for me.
Yeah. Now that I've taken care of Waring, it's your turn. Come here, Jocko.
Hello, Corbett.
Welcome to headquarters again, Ware. Well, look at you. Who stepped on your face?
That's what I'd like to know.
You mean you got your jaw pushed out of shape like that and you don't know how it happened?
That's right.
Well, that's what comes of hitting the bottle.
It feels more like the bottle hit me. But at least I solved the case for you.
Oh, you solved it.
Mm-hmm. I know who killed Saunders.
Are you going to tell me, or do I guess?
Well, let's not wait for miracles. I'll tell you.
Don't do me any favors.
No favor. I have an account to square with Jocko.
Jocko? Is he the murderer?
He is.
You don't say.
I do say.
And you have an account to settle with him?
He's responsible for this lump on my jaw.
Thought you didn't know how you got that.
I don't, not the details. All I know, we were fighting, and all of a sudden it's lights, bells, and curtains. But so help me, I'll swear he didn't throw a punch when it happened. My eyes aren't that bad.
He just blew the man down.
I don't know. But I'm going to find out as soon as you pick up Jocko, so get to work on it.
I anticipate your every wish. We've already picked up Jocko. Now all we got to do is put them together again.
What?
Let's go down to the hospital, and you can see for yourself.
Hospital?
That's right, Waring. He was unconscious, but maybe he can talk now. You know, for a couple of boys who didn't throw many punches, you fellas sure did a lot of damage. Hello, Jocko. Visitors.
Hello, Sergeant.
You know Waring, Jocko?
Yeah, we met.
Yeah, head on.
But I want to know, Jocko, what hit me?
Dugan, with the sap.
Oh.
Dugan?
Yeah, Sergeant. He come up while we was fighting. He wanted to get Waring out of the way so he could go to work on me.
What's he want to do that for?
He said he was collecting for himself and Macy. He couldn't collect from Saunders no more, so he was going to collect from me.
Yeah, with a blackjack.
Yeah. He got me in his car, tried to get me to sign a paper, and when I said no, he started swinging.
Well, I can see why you didn't want to sign away your stuff after you'd killed a man for it.
I didn't kill Saunders, Waring. He always treated me good. Why did I want to kill him?
For all the stuff he put in your name. With Saunders dead, you stand to keep it.
But I didn't kill him.
And how about that lie about the cigarettes?
Okay, so I lied. That don't make me a killer.
Well, why'd you lie?
Because I didn't go out for cigarettes. I went down to Louis' cigar stand to place a buck. I played the numbers with Louis, only I didn't want Mr. Saunders to know because he didn't like me to play. I didn't want to make trouble for Louis, so I tried to keep him out of it. That's all. It's a joke, Sergeant.
I'm not laughing at you, Jocko, but look at Mastermind here. He had the case all solved. There was just one little thing wrong with his figuring. It gave him the wrong answer.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I do want to tell you something I'm sure you mothers especially will want to know. It's how to get the finest cheese food you can buy for your family. It's simple, really. Just be sure you buy Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Velveeta tastes good, and it's so good for you, too. For Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect anytime for snacks, sandwiches, and grand hot dishes. Try it, won't you, Mother? Make Velveeta your handy helper. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta, the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made by Kraft.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only an hour has passed since Mike Waring found that a private detective's lot is not always a happy one. Now the Falcon has arrived at Ivy Gray's apartment, still in search of the elusive solution to the case.
Mr. Waring, will you please go away and stop bothering me?
Sure, as soon as you tell me just exactly what happened up at Saunders' place.
I did.
I missed some of the details.
I told you, I want to forget.
All right, so let's get the facts straight before you do. You found the body?
Yes.
It was in the back room of the apartment?
Yes.
How did you get in?
The door was open.
After you found the body, what did you do?
Started to leave to call the police. At the door to the apartment, I met Jocko Quinn. He said Roger'd sent him for cigarettes.
Did you tell him about the murder?
No, not right away. I started asking questions. When he wanted to know why, I showed him the body.
And then?
Then I got out of there. Now, is that all?
Just one more question.
What is it?
What are you doing tonight, Angel?
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Mike Waring's out here, Sergeant.
He's out there? Well, send him in. I want him to see this.
Yes, sir.
All right, Macy, sit down next to Dugan. You on the other side of him, Jocko.
Okay. Just what is this, Sergeant?
I'm going to prove a couple of points, but we'll wait until Waring gets in here. He's right outside.
Prove, he says. You don't have anything on us.
We'll see. All right, Waring, come right on in.
What are you so all-fired cheerful about, Jolly Boy?
What's the matter, Waring? Still sore that you pulled the boner?
I haven't tossed in the towel yet. Hello, Macy.
Hello, Waring.
And Jocko, what are you doing out of bed?
He's going to wrap this case right around your boy's neck, Waring.
Yeah?
Sure. Dugan told him he was collecting for himself and Macy. That means they were working together. And the beat-up of Jocko was part of a plan.
Plan? This is the first I heard of it.
That's right, Sergeant. Mr. Macy didn't know.
Yeah, well, you told me.
Even if we did have a plan,
Shut up!
Corbett, must we go through all this rigmarole?
You shut up, too, Waring. We tried your way. Now it's my turn.
I like my way better.
Except it doesn't work.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you got the case solved again?
No, not again. Still.
Huh?
I said Jocko killed Saunders. He did, and this time he's not squirming out of it.
See, Waring, I told you.
Did you, Macy?
Sure, the Falcon never fails.
Yeah, I'll tell that to Sergeant Corbett. For a while, he thought the Falcon had laid a great big egg.
How'd you finally clinch it?
Well, when Jocko ran into Ivy in Saunders' apartment, he told us Saunders to send him out for cigarettes. But I proved that was a lie.
Yeah, but he explained that.
Mm-hmm. But how come he thought he could get away with that lie?
What do you mean?
Well, since Saunders didn't send Jocko out for cigarettes, Saunders would naturally trip him up on it.
But Saunders was dead.
Sure. Only how did Jocko know? Supposedly, he didn't learn of the murder until after the lie.
Oh.
Yes, if he'd been innocent, he'd have thought Saunders was alive in the apartment, and he wouldn't tell an obvious lie involving Saunders right under his nose. Therefore, he knew Saunders was dead. Therefore...
All right, Waring. I get it.
Oh, good. That's all there is to it.
You're pretty sharp, Waring. Pretty sharp.
Yeah, maybe. But there's one angle to this case even I don't get, Macy.
What's that?
I asked Ivy for a date tonight. And if the Falcon never fails, how come I'm spending the evening with you, huh?
Friends, America's defense program has placed on the Red Cross one of the greatest responsibilities it has ever had to assume. Now, in addition to day-to-day aid to the sick and injured, the Red Cross must extend its services to the men of our growing armed forces in camps and hospitals, at home and overseas. Now, too, the Red Cross must recruit, train, and equip millions of home defense volunteers in first aid and home nursing. And the Red Cross system of blood banks must be expanded to meet greater civilian and military needs. That's why Red Cross needs your help. By giving as generously as you can to the Red Cross, you are helping to mobilize for the defense of your family, your community, your country.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Oh, Lila. I'm glad you called. You'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I have to see a client who's going to make my fortune. Mm-hmm. This boy's a big shot, and he's going to show me how to make a killing.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Harried Husband.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret Kraft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the harried husband. It is early Sunday evening in New York, and a handsome boy named Jeff Rogers nonchalantly walks down the fourth-floor corridor of the Hotel Maynard. It's obvious from Mr. Rogers' attitude he thinks he doesn't have a care in the world. But when he opens the door to his room, he learns differently.
Hello, Jeff.
What?
Don't be frightened, darling. It's only me.
How did you get in here, Rita?
I gave the desk clerk one of my prettiest smiles and $10.
Well, you had no business.
Of course not, Jeff. But you're a hard man to see these days.
Well, as a matter of fact...
You were just about to call me.
Word of honor.
Don't lie, honey. You do it very badly.
Oh, now look, Rita.
Oh, don't take on so, Jeff. On the other hand, there are things you do exceptionally well. Which reminds me, how's Mrs. Davis?
You mean Pat Davis?
Who else would I mean?
Oh, you know what that is.
I know what it better be.
Now, Rita, there's no reason for you to act like this.
Oh, sure, but then there's no reason for me to be nuts about you either. You're not the brightest guy in the world.
No.
And when it comes to looks, I've known prettier boys, too.
Still, you're crazy about me.
Heaven help me. And heaven help you if you got any ideas about this Pat Davis.
I tell you, sweetheart, it's strictly business.
When does it pay off?
Well, you know how it is. These things take time.
That's what you told me last week.
Well, you just be patient, baby.
When are you going to see her again?
Tonight at 9.
Is this the night?
Could be. How do I look?
Come here, you dog. You know, I'll cut your heart out if you ever get any other ideas about another woman.
Hey, is that clock right?
You've still got time for one more.
But...
I get to work.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Rogers.
Hello, Charles. Is there a lady?
Uh-huh.
Where is she?
Follow me, please.
She been waiting long?
Oh, ever since 8:30.
It'll do her good.
Jeff,
Well, Pat.
I couldn't imagine what happened.
I'm sorry, baby. I was detained.
Voilà. Would you care to order now, Monsieur Rogers?
What do you say, Pat?
Well, I'm not hungry at the moment.
Okay, Charles. We'll call you when we're ready.
Certainement. Very good, monsieur.
Well, how have you been, honey?
A lot you care. You haven't called me in a week.
Well, that's because I've been working on a big deal.
A big deal?
Listen, sweetheart, if this thing goes through, we can kiss this town goodbye.
You mean that, Jeff?
Would I lie to you?
Well, what is it?
I just got word from the boys at Hollywood Park that they're ready to roll.
I don't understand.
Well, a friend of mine has got a race fixed for Monday. This nag will pay 50 to 1.
You sure, Jeff? You know how
I tell
bad...
you, it can't miss.
But when it comes to horses...
Well, if you think I don't know what I'm talking
oh,
about...
of course not, darling.
Okay, then. How much money can you raise?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I could manage 1,000.
Ah, chicken feed.
But, Jeff, that's all I have in the bank.
What about your husband?
My husband?
Yeah. In a racket like his, he must keep a lot of cash on hand.
Well...
Well, doesn't he?
I suppose so.
What do you mean you suppose so? If someone plays a number that hits, Barney has to pay him off right away.
Well, I don't know much about Barney's business.
Well, take it from me. It's strictly cash and carry, and policy in this town is heavy cash.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Find out where Barney keeps it.
But, Jeff...
Don't worry, we're not going to take it with us. As soon as our horse comes in, you'll put it back. Then it's you and me for foreign shores.
But supposing...
Come on, sweetheart, make up your mind. They're not going to hold the boat for us.
All right, Jeff. You can make the reservations.
Come.
Hello, Jeff.
You back again, Rita?
Evidently. I was wondering how you made out with Pat Davis.
Not so hot.
What happened?
I guess it just wasn't my night.
I can't believe it.
It does seem incredible, doesn't it?
It does to me, honey. 'Cause you know I think you're irresistible.
You want my autograph?
Well, if it's on a picture, it might help. It would be a wonderful way to remember you.
Come again?
Well, obviously, I'm not going to have much more.
What are you raving about?
I picked up this envelope at the desk.
What? Give me that.
I've already opened it. And can you imagine my surprise? I didn't know you were going to Canada.
Who says I am?
Oh, did you buy the ticket for a friend?
Oh, now, Rita, baby, you don't think I'd run out on you?
Well, it doesn't make any difference. You know how I feel about you, Jeff. I would never stand in your way. But I wonder how Mrs. Davis will take it. And, what about Barney Davis?
What about Barney Davis?
I was just wondering if he'll be able to bear up under his loss. Have a nice ride, Jeff. I've had mine.
$41 left, 28 right, 14 left, 37 right. What the devil?
Yeah, what is it, Barney?
You busy, Doc?
Well, I was just going to take my vitamins.
Well, take a double dose later. Come in here. I want to show you something.
What's cooking, Barney?
Me. Take a look in that safe.
Huh? Hey, someone's been in there.
Yeah, hey.
Well, don't look at me, Barney. I don't know nothing about it.
You sure, Doc?
I swear.
There was over 50 grand in that till.
Well, I ain't the only one who's got the combination. What about Tony Farrow? He left the place after I did last night.
Get him.
He ain't here. He phoned this morning to say he wasn't coming in.
No?
No, he said he ate some Chinese food or something yesterday. He didn't feel so hot. If I told him once, I told him 1,000,000 times. With his ulcers, he oughtn't to mess around with stuff like that.
And what do you recommend in my case?
Huh?
I'm suffering from a loss of 50 grand.
Oh. Well, maybe we ought to go up and see Tony.
Say no more, Doc. That's one prescription I'm going to follow.
I understand you.
What's the matter, Tony? I thought I was speaking English.
Yeah, but I can't believe it. Who could have walked off with that dough?
Oddly enough, that's just the question I was going to ask you.
Well, what about Doc here?
I left the office before you did.
Well, I guess you're elected, Tony.
Oh, am I?
That's the way it looks to me.
What about your missus?
Pat?
She knows a combination.
Are you insinuating?
Yeah, I am.
You take that back.
Let me go.
Are you going to take that back?
You think you're smart. Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Davis. You're a sucker. If I told you what I know about Pat...
What do you know about Pat?
Never mind.
But I do mind. And if you're trying to keep a secret from me, I know just the thing to bring it out in the open.
Who's there?
Oh, it's only me, Pat.
What's the matter, Barney? You look upset.
I just got some distressing news.
You want a drink?
That might help.
What happened?
Well, you know I don't like to bother you with my problems.
You always treat me as though I were a child.
I didn't mean it that way, honey. Well, here's to us.
No. I won't drink with you unless you tell me what happened.
Well, you know Tony Farrow works for me.
The one who's always walking around with all those pills?
No, that's Doc Julian. Tony's the tall, good-looking one. Of course, he isn't so handsome right now.
What do you mean?
He said a couple of things about you.
What?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
What did he say?
That you were carrying on behind my back.
How can you have the nerve to say a thing like that?
Well, you asked me, I
listened
can't...
to that horrible man.
Now,
You
Pat,
stood
please.
there while he attacked my character.
I didn't stand there.
You took his word against mine.
Where are you going?
What do you care? You don't love me.
Pat, come back.
Pat!
Order, please.
This is Mr. Rogers in 412.
Yes, sir.
What do I have to do to get a little service around here? This is the 4th time I've called for a bellboy.
I'm sorry, sir. I'll check.
Never mind. He's here now. Just a second. Take it easy, will you? You got your... Hey, what's the... idea?
Yes?
You, Rita Sherman?
That's right.
I was wondering whether you'd like to go out with me.
What?
Actually, I'm just trying to be polite because you don't have much choice in the matter.
What are you babbling about?
My name is Sergeant Corbett. I'm with the Homicide Division.
So?
So a boyfriend of yours got himself knocked off last night.
A boyfriend of mine?
Didn't you used to run around with Jeff Rogers?
You mean Jeff?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Why would I lie to a pretty girl like you? Better pack a bag, honey. I think you're going to be away for a long, long time.
Just a second. Yeah?
You Mike Waring, the Falcon?
That's right.
I'd like to talk to you.
You think you're in any condition? What happened to your face?
I had an accident.
You must have been a big boy.
Wasn't that kind.
Well, anything you say.
You don't believe me?
What difference does it make? It's your face and your story, Mr.
Scolari. Vincent Scolari.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Oh, what's on your mind?
You read about that killing last night?
Which one? This is New York, you know.
I'm in at the Maynard Hotel. I got a fellow named Jeff Rogers.
Well?
They're holding my wife for the murder.
Your wife?
Rita Sherman.
And your name is Scolari? Well, that figures.
That's Rita's maiden name. We're separated.
Was this Jeff Rogers the cause?
Nah, it was my fault. Rita picked up with Jeff after I started horsing around. But she never killed him.
And who did?
That's what I'm paying you to find out.
Did you say paying?
Will $500 hold you for a spell?
And a little while longer.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, thanks.
Now, I don't want you to bother Rita with this any more than you have to.
Well, I'll need certain information.
I can fill you in.
Okay. What kind of a boy was this Jeff Rogers?
A real Casanova type. Dames all went nuts about him.
Who was the last one?
A dame named Pat Davis.
Now, who's she?
I don't know. But for those $500, maybe you can find out. I'll be seeing you, Waring.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I have a little suggestion for you ladies who wonder what you're going to do for some interesting menu ideas. And my suggestion is this. Just get a 2-pound loaf of Kraft smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta. You can melt Velveeta for smooth, delicious cheese sauce that'll add extra goodness to vegetables or seafood or rice or just plain toast for a fine main dish. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a half-pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Notice how smooth it melts without any lumps at all. Then slowly stir in 1/4 cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have it. A delicious cheese sauce with a wonderful, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. A flavor that everyone, the youngsters and Grandma included, will enjoy often. And it's a wholesome dish, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. So whether you melt Velveeta for a swell cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches, you'll find Velveeta is a mighty handy helper, Mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow, won't you? It's America's favorite cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
An hour has passed since Mike was retained by a Mr. Vincent Scolari to solve the murder of Jeff Rogers. And now, as we find Mike, he's about to earn his retainer.
Who is it?
Telegram from Mrs. Pat Davis.
Oh, just a minute.
Hello.
Well, you're not with Western Union.
Well, I tried to enlist, but they wouldn't have me.
What do you want?
Awfully drafty out here.
Well?
Now, I can assure you, Mrs. Davis, I'm perfectly respectable. I'm a second-class scout in Troop 87.
Come in.
Thanks.
You don't look like a Boy Scout to me.
Well, I'm kind of tall for my age.
What's your name, mister?
Waring.
Just Waring?
Well, there's a mic that goes in front of it, but no one seems... What's the matter, Mrs. Davis? Something burning?
Why?
Well, the way you wrinkled your nose when I mentioned my name, I thought maybe you smelled something offensive.
Maybe I did.
Huh?
Falcon.
Oh.
What do you want?
Well, as I started to explain, in order to be a first-class scout, I have to pass map making. And my assignment is to locate all the Pat Davises in New York.
How are you doing?
Well, not bad. Would you mind telling me a little about yourself? What kind of men do you prefer?
Those who know where they're not wanted.
Oh, they're hard to find. Was Jeff Rogers like that?
Who?
Jeff Rogers? Boy who was murdered last night?
I never had the pleasure.
You sure?
If that's the only reason you came here...
I know, I can get.
You've been reading my mind.
Well, I've had enough practice. But I don't know what I'm going to tell my scoutmaster. He's going to be awfully disappointed.
Who's there?
Only me, Pat.
You're home early.
Yes, I had a purpose. I wanted to apologize for last night. You stormed out of here before I had a chance to say I'm sorry.
Well?
Well, now I'm no longer sorry.
What?
What was the Falcon doing here?
Who?
A private detective.
There was no one here all afternoon.
Don't lie to me, Pat. Doc Julian saw him.
Are you going to take his word?
Yes. Did you wire Waring to get you evidence for a divorce?
Did I? That's the funniest thing I've heard in years.
I'm glad it tickled you. We'll see if Mr. Waring finds it so amusing.
Bonnie, you're not going up to see him.
You mind?
Darling, you've got to believe me. There's absolutely nothing to it. Why would I want a divorce?
That's what I intend to find out. And I don't think anyone can be as helpful in that as Mr. Waring. Come in. You must be Mike Waring.
Must be. And you?
My name is Barney Davis.
What's on your mind, Davis?
Oh, call me Barney. Everyone else does.
Oh, I wouldn't presume.
No, I want us to be real friendly. You were around to see my wife this afternoon.
You asking or telling me?
I'm telling you. How long have you known her?
We just met this afternoon.
You're lying.
Okay, have it your way. We were childhood sweethearts.
Who put her up to getting the divorce?
Look, Davis, you're out of your mind. I'm working for a girl named Rita Sherman.
The woman they're holding for that Jeff, what's-his-name's murder?
That's right.
What does Pat have to do with her?
Well, you're providing part of the answer right now.
I don't get it.
Your wife was running around with Jeff Rogers.
You're a liar. She didn't even know the guy.
No? Well, I'll bet she tried to stop you from coming up here and learning the truth.
What?
Am I right?
Now listen to me, Waring. I love my wife.
Well, bully for you.
And if you think you're kidding me with this routine, you're not. Doc?
Want me?
Yeah. Come in here for a second, will you?
Sure thing.
This is Mr. Waring.
Hiya.
Hi.
What do you think of the specimen?
You mean you want a diagnosis?
No, I've diagnosed his trouble myself. What I want you to do is give him a treatment.
Oh, sure.
Now, look, little man, put away the lead pipe.
You got it wrong, Waring. It's a very delicate instrument. You heard of them taking a spinal tap, didn't you?
Huh?
Well, I work the other end. I'm just going to tap your skull.
No.
How do you feel, Mike?
Huh?
I don't know why I should try to revive you. This is the first time I can remember you being quiet in months.
When did you get here, Sergeant?
The superintendent phoned me after the brawl was over. Now, what went on here?
Well, you know that Rita Sherman you're holding?
The girl who murdered her boyfriend?
She didn't.
What makes you so sure?
She's my client.
Well, silly of me to even ask. But it's funny Rita didn't tell me about it.
It was her husband who hired me.
What's his name?
Vincent Scolari. He told me it was his fault. He and Rita broke up. Rogers had nothing to do with it.
But you know Rita didn't kill him.
Yes, Corbett. This boy Jeff was quite a man with the ladies.
That I discovered for myself.
Well, did you discover anything about a girl named Pat Davis?
Pat Davis? No.
Well, Jeff kissed her off.
How do you know that?
I'll leave it to Rita.
You don't think I'd take her word for it?
Well, she may know something.
She might, but I doubt it. Otherwise, she certainly wouldn't have hired you.
Uh-huh.
Well, let's find out. All right, Lyons, open them up.
Hi, Al.
Hi, Emma. Hey, what happened to you?
He got that for using his head.
Huh?
Come on, open them up. Hello, Rita.
You're wasting your time, Sergeant. I am not answering any more questions.
No, you'll have to, Angel.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
Mike Waring.
Yes, your husband hired me to act for you.
My husband?
Vincent Scolari.
All right. I give up. What's the answer?
Well, it's very simple, Rita.
I doubt it. I've done a lot of silly things in my life, but I never got married.
What?
But you can stick around, Mr. Waring. Maybe we can do business.
Remember, tomorrow at your grocer's, you can get a wonderful new salad oil for your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil for home use ever offered by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft dressings. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, superfine to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Get a pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Ask for Kraft Salad Oil. And now back to the adventures of the Falcon. Just a few seconds have passed since Mike Waring learned that Rita Sherman was never a bride. From which our hero draws one conclusion. Obviously, if Rita was never married, her husband couldn't have hired Mike.
I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
You boys aren't fooling me, so you might just as well run along.
I tell you, this Scolari claimed he was your husband.
How could he have been?
Well, he gave me $500 to represent you. Here, look.
So what does that prove?
Well, what have I got to gain by a story like this?
I don't know. Maybe you're a cop.
I'm a private detective.
Are you any good?
The Falcon, good. Why, Sing Sing is loaded with people who'll be glad to vouch for him.
All right, Sergeant, knock off. Listen, Rita. You have no idea who this Scolari is?
Well, what did he look like?
Good-looking boy. At least he was before someone played Potsy on his face. About 5'11", dark hair.
Nope.
Spoke with a very slight accent.
I can't place him.
But he must be a friend of yours.
Well, how do you figure that?
Well, this was hardly the act of an enemy. Unless he was so confident I would foul this up and land you in the chair.
You could do that, too, you know.
No.
Listen, Mike, you sure you haven't imagined all this? How does Barney Davis fit into this?
Remember that Pat Davis I told you about?
Yeah?
Well, that's his wife.
Why didn't you say so before?
You didn't give me a chance. You know anything about this, Rita?
Well, only that Jeff used to see her occasionally.
Was he in love with her?
I wouldn't think so. He only bought one ticket for Canada.
Then you knew he was running out on you?
He was running out on Mrs. Davis. I was supposed to meet him there later.
Now, why would he run out on her?
Well, I wouldn't know for sure, but I think she gave him some money to invest.
Oh, how much money?
I have no idea.
Well, I have.
Huh?
An idea. I just got a hunch who this Vincent Scolari might be.
Who?
A fella named Tony Farrow. He works for Barney Davis.
He does?
He did the last I heard.
Well, what are we waiting for, Sergeant? Let's see if he's still gainfully employed. Hello, Barney.
Well, if it isn't my good friend, the Falcon.
Yeah, though a little the worse for wear.
Nah, how did that happen?
You don't really care. You know Sergeant Corbett?
Oh, sure. How are you, Sergeant?
Fine.
I brought him along to vouch for me. You wouldn't believe me when I told you I wasn't working for your wife.
Well, I believe you now.
Oh, that's very big of you. What convinced you?
Pat told me the truth.
Ah. Is your wife around?
No.
Where is she?
Out.
You mean you trust her alone?
What kind of a crack is that?
Oh, come on, Barney. Wake up.
You know the last guy who sounded off like that?
It was Tony Farrow.
How did you know about him?
He was up to see me. You made a bad enemy there.
I'm not worried.
Well, you should be. You know what he went and did?
No, but you're going to tell me anyway.
He hired me to work for Rita Sherman.
Well?
But don't you see his motive? He hoped that I could pin the Jeff Rogers murder on you.
Why me?
Because he hated you and you were a hot suspect. Your wife was seeing Rogers.
Listen, Waring, I told you before.
Come on, you've got to face it, Barney. You've been a patsy.
Take that back.
Watch it, Davis.
Now, believe me, that little girl never deserved anything you did for her, including murder.
What did you say?
Oh, why pretend, Barney? You heard me the first time. All right, Sergeant, make like a policeman.
I know I shouldn't ask questions, Mike.
No, don't be silly, Rita. I'd be disappointed if you didn't.
Well, all right then. What was this all about?
Oh, it was the oldest story in the world, Angel. Barney thought Jeff Rogers was going to steal his wife, so he took steps.
Said steps, being to Jeff's room where he killed him, huh?
Exactly.
Well, how did you know that Barney was the guilty critter?
When I learned that Vincent Scolari was Tony Farrow.
Well, if your purpose was to confuse me, Mr. Waring, you succeeded.
Well, you know why Tony was beaten up?
Yeah? Because he made a crack about Barney's wife.
Mm-hmm, which came out when Barney was questioning him about $50,000 that was missing from the safe.
So?
So, if Tony had swiped the dough in addition to insulting Pat Davis, what do you think would have happened to him?
Barney would have killed him.
Mm-hmm. And the mere fact that Tony was alive, therefore meant that Barney had checked up on his story and found it to be true. And once I realized that Barney knew about Rogers and his wife, I knew he'd killed him.
I get it.
Now, good for you. Any further questions, Angel?
Mm-mm.
Well, then it's my turn now. How is for you and me to...
Nope.
Now, how can you tell what I was going to say?
When it comes to that department, every woman's a detective. Good night, Angel.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast, and that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help. You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through. Just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Eloise. Oh, I'd love to see you, but I'm afraid you'll have to deal me out tonight, Angel. Mm-hmm. I have a job to do for some characters who got involved in a stiff poker game. Started out nice and friendly, but before they got through, they found they were playing for blood.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the raw deal. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy, hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft. And now, the case of the raw deal. It
It's Sunday night in New York, and in room 508 of the room Hotel Westland, 4 men sit around a table on which stand a couple of beer bottles, some glasses, butt-filled ashtrays, and $65,000 in cash. Gilbert Bannister, eldest and fattest of the group, studies the 5 playing cards in his hand, then places them face down on the table. Picks up the deck, turns to the tall, blond young man on his left.
How many, Summers?
I'll take 2, Bannister.
2 it is. Kress?
I'll play these.
Pat, huh? Looks like your luck's changing, Kress.
Maybe.
Well, how about you, Freitag?
Yeah, I have to think about this pet hand of Kress's.
Yes, who is it?
Bellboy.
All right, come in. Well, Freitag, made up your mind?
Yeah. I think I take 1 card.
Right. There you are. And now you, son, you can put the beer down. What? Say, you're not a bellboy.
Well, what do you know? I guess I'm not.
Look out, he's got a gun.
That's right, Bright Eyes, sharp fella. Everybody sit tight except Fatso. You, Fatso, get up.
Me?
Who else? Get up. Now walk over to the wall and face it. That's right. We do this one at a time. Now you, Blondie.
I guess that means me.
I guess it does. And now, Bright Eyes.
Okay. Only be careful with that gun.
Yeah, sure, Bright Eyes, sure. No, Baldy, that leaves you. Come on, get moving.
All right. Only first I do this.
Hey. All right, hold it, fellas. Stay right where you are. Baldy made a little mistake, that's all. He's sleeping it off. Well, I better clear up this table so you fellas can have some more room. Get all this cash off it. All right, fellas, here we are. Now you can get back to your game. Only, I think this time it's going to be penny ante. So long. Who's there?
Me, Rocky Hagel.
Oh, just a second, kid. Hello, baby.
Hello, Rocky. Hey, you're packing. We going someplace?
I am.
Alone?
Look, I just made a big haul, kid. May have to keep on the move for a while. Can't carry extra weight.
I carry my own weight, Rocky. You know that.
Well, it complicates things. When I'm settled...
You know something? This has all the earmarks of a brush.
Now, believe me, kid.
That'll be the day.
I'm gonna send for you.
I can hardly wait. Fact is, I'm not gonna wait. You're taking me with you, or it's goodbye now.
And it's goodbye.
Just like that.
That's the way you want it.
I can see you're all broken up about it.
Well, you're not shedding any tears.
I have already. I've seen this coming for a long time.
Well, maybe it's a good thing we've got it settled.
Maybe it is.
Didn't work out, that's all. No reason to get sore at each other, huh, baby?
Oh, I'm not sore at you, Rocky.
Good.
I'm sore at myself for being such a sucker. Letting you kid me along.
I wasn't kidding. It's just
not
that I...
Not much you weren't.
No, I'm not going to argue about it. It's all over now. Nothing we can do.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Rocky. I might think of something. At least it's worth a try.
Hello?
Is Michael Waring there, the Falcon?
This is the Falcon speaking.
Oh, good. My name is Gilbert Bannister. I have a job for you, sir.
What kind of job?
Well, some friends and I were robbed last night, and we want you to find the thief.
Why did you wait till this morning to call me?
Why, I don't know. We were upset. I realize it was foolish. I'm sorry.
Well, you don't have to apologize. But you may have to kick in with traveling expenses. If it was good pickings, the crook is probably on his way to Timbuktu by now. How much did he take?
$65,000.
Ha! Timbuktu, here I come.
Well, first, can you come over here to the Hotel Westland? We'd like to talk to you.
All right, Bannister, I'll be seeing you.
can introduce you to the others, Mr. Waring. Gentlemen, here's the Falcon. This is Harry Summers and Otto Freitag.
Waring, how are you? Hello. You told me there were 4 of you, Bannister.
Yes, that's right, Waring. We agreed to meet here, but Dave Kress hasn't shown up. I called his room, but he's out.
I see.
Well, gentlemen, I've given Waring a brief account of what happened as I remember it, but he wants to check certain points with you.
Surely, Waring, anything we can do to help? Oh, thanks, Summers.
But I'm afraid there's not much we can tell you. None of us ever saw this man before.
I know, Freitag, but you'd be surprised at the sort of things that sometimes prove useful in a case like this.
What sort of things?
Well, your head, for instance.
My head?
Yeah, Bannister told me you put up a fight and got clouded for your trouble.
Yeah. Very foolish, I realize now. But I don't see what that has to...
You don't have to see. Let me see. Well, you got quite a lump there. And a cut.
Yeah, he hit me with his gun.
Just what are you trying to prove, Waring? Well, Summers, you fellows want me to find the man who swiped your dough. So far, Bannister's given me a description. But there are 10 million people in New York. If he stays in New York. I'll need more than just a description.
Well, how do you think this bump on my head will help? You think maybe he left fingerprints?
It just seems to me that the easiest way to find our boy is to discover which one of you he's working with.
What do you mean? Now, just a minute, Waring. Are you accusing one of us?
Well, the crook knew there was a game going on in here.
Well, we're here for a convention, Waring. There are nearly always card games in the evening.
Yes, but not with $65,000 in cash on the table.
Well, that's true.
This was a big game, and the crook selected this room.
Still is preposterous to think that one of us... Well,
Bannister, are you trying to tell me that you boys all have complete trust in one another?
More or less. I don't think we'd care to accuse each other of, well, thievery.
Why were you playing for cash?
Well,
he is right, Bannister. He's absolutely right. We didn't trust each other's checks. How can we trust each other's words?
That's it, Freitag.
Get out of here, Waring. Your services aren't required after all. I'm not going to have my friends insulted.
Or yourself.
Or myself. Get out.
Now, just a minute, Bannister.
Now, you keep out of this, Freitag. Well, Waring?
All right. I'm going. I see I got a little too close for comfort.
What do you mean by that?
Here, keep your hands to yourself, Bannister. Just had the suit cleaned.
What did you mean? I told you to lay off. Oh.
You change your mind again, you know where to find me. Now, so long, gentlemen.
Just a minute, Waring. Were you accusing me personally?
Look, you're too touchy, Bannister. I was suspicious of all of you. That's why I wanted to see Freitag's head, to see if he'd really been clouded or was just faking.
So that's why you wanted to find out if I was really hit or just pretending, hmm?
That's right. A staged fight would make a nice cover if you were in the deal. But that blow is a little too hard to be a phony.
Yeah, I'm glad you realize that.
Unless your Confederate got a little overenthusiastic. That could have happened too, you know.
For a moment I was hoping you were going to clear me.
Well, chances are I'm going to be able to clear all of you. If you still want me to.
But you said one of us
I said one of your card party, Summers. How about the one who wasn't here?
Kress?
Yes, Bannister says he's not in the hotel.
Yes, but he could have gone out to breakfast.
So he could. He could also have left town.
What are you doing now?
Finding out. Hello, desk, please. One will get you 5. He's checked out.
What'll we do if he has?
Look for him. Now, am I still working for you?
Well, I guess you are, Waring.
All right. Hello, can you tell me if David Kress has checked out yet? Mm-hmm.
Well?
They're looking it up. Hello? Yes. What's that? You sure? All right, thanks.
Well, has he?
No, Bannister, he hasn't.
Looks like we've hired us the wrong detective.
Maybe so, Summers. I could have sworn Kress had skipped. I don't know how to figure this one.
Well, maybe that's him now.
I'll go see.
Are you Gilbert Bannister?
Yes?
Sergeant Corbett, Police Department.
Police?
Corbett! Don't tell me you've been transferred to missing persons.
Oh, you would be here, Waring. No, I'm not missing persons. And if I was, I wouldn't be looking for you.
Are you looking for me?
Don't make me laugh. I came up to talk to Bannister. Understand he's a friend of Dave Kress.
That's right, Sergeant. What about Kress? Has he done something?
It's the other way around.
What's that?
Yeah, Bannister. Somebody pumped a couple of slugs in him. He's dead. Waring, what why don't you toddle along? There must be some mentally underdeveloped girl who just loved to hold hands with you.
You know me, Corbett. Business before pleasure. I'll help you search Cress's room.
If I find anything important, I'll let you know.
Yes, but how will you know what is important unless I'm around to point it out? Now, come on, let's go in.
Scram?
No, you don't mean that. You couldn't do without me.
Wouldn't I love to try it sometime?
Oh, come on, open the door.
Well, remember, you don't touch anything.
I wouldn't dream of this.
It's not dreams I'm worrying about. If I catch you trying to snitch any clues...
Believe me, Corbett, you don't have a thing to worry about on that score.
I hope not.
I guarantee it. I positively guarantee you won't catch me.
Very funny. Anyway, I warned you. Any monkey business, and I throw the book at you for obstructing justice. If you think I'm going to let our friendship stop me...
That's a new name for it.
Drop dead, Waring.
Yeah, sure, later. Right now we've got... Hey, look at this.
What is it?
A card with a name and phone number typed on it.
Let's see there.
You're welcome.
Get me Plaza 93098. Yeah.
You don't believe in wasting time, do you, Corbett?
Can't hurt to check. Hello, I want to speak to Mr. Rockwell. He has, eh? When? I see. Okay, thanks. Checked out last night.
Well, that fits. He must be the guy I'm looking for.
Maybe.
Some merry-go-round. Go on a chase for Cress, he winds up dead. Then widen the chase to who he was working with, he winds up gone.
Well, if that kind of luck's going to hang on, do me a favor, will you, Waring?
Yeah, sure, what's that?
Go chase yourself, huh?
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfined.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared salad dressings. Yes, there is something new under the sun at your grocer's right now. A new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft prepared dressings. Wait till you try it in those wonderful salad dressings you make yourself. Those light-as-air chiffon cakes you're so proud of in all your special recipes that call for liquid shortening. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. Superfined for better blending by a special new Kraft process. Because it's lighter-bodied, it mixes perfectly with all ingredients, puts new magic into dressings, cooking, and baking. Don't wait. Put this new salad oil on your shopping list right now. Remember...
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfined.
Get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A day has passed since Mike discovered the probable name of the man he is hired to find. And with the name to go on, he's been checking with people who knew the fellow.
Waiter, can you...
So he winds up at the cashier's desk in a small downtown cafe.
Hello, Hazel.
Do I know you?
Well, if you don't, here's your chance. My name's Mike Waring.
Can't you see I'm busy?
All right, go ahead. Make change. I won't interfere.
What do you want?
Where can I find Rocky Rockwell?
Why ask me?
You're his girlfriend.
Don't make me laugh. Rocky doesn't have any friends, girl or otherwise.
Well, if you're not his friend, you have no reason to try to shield him.
Who says I'm trying to shield him?
You won't tell me where to find him.
I don't know. Why do you want him?
Well, if you're no friend, it shouldn't matter.
It does.
Why?
Well, if you're going to make trouble for him...
What makes you think that?
You said I was shielding him. That smells like trouble.
So you won't tell me where he is?
I told you I don't know where he is. But if I could be sure you were going to make enough trouble for him, I might try to find out.
Front, please. Front.
Ah, Waring. Hello there.
Oh, hello, Bannister. I'm just going up to your room.
Well, I'm glad we caught you.
Oh, Summers.
Waring.
Freitag.
Hello.
Well, shall we tell him what we decided?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, suppose you get to it. The suspense is boring me.
Well, Waring, it's just that the situation has changed.
Oh, has it, Summers?
Certainly. We hired you to track down an unknown thief. Now, he's no longer unknown.
His whereabouts aren't.
True, but now that he's wanted for murder, Mr. Waring, the police will spare no effort to capture him.
No comment, Freitag. Go on.
Well, retaining a private detective is rather expensive. $50 a day plus expenses. That's no small sum.
Mm-hmm. So we settle up and call it a day, all right?
Yeah, of course you understand, Waring. This in no way implies criticism. It's just
Oh, that's all right, Bannister. Freitag made it clear.
Well, just so we understand each other.
Mm-hmm.
We're happy to pay for all you've done.
I see. Well, in that case, you deserve a report. You might be interested to know I've found out who Rockwell's girlfriend is.
So?
So. And I have a date with her tonight. I'm picking her up at her apartment at 8:15. Shall I keep it?
Well, do you think you'll be able to learn anything from her?
Well, Summers, she's taking me to meet Rockwell.
To meet Rockwell?
Yes. I kidded her into thinking I was on Rockwell's side. So, chums, do I keep my date, or do you want to leave it to the police?
Well, Waring, we had no idea. I mean, if you're this close, keep on by all means, right, gentlemen?
Well, of course. Naturally, yeah.
No, well, thanks. I'm overwhelmed by your generosity. Now that I'm a cinch to bring home your 65 grand, you're willing to keep me on the payroll another $50 worth,
Well, I'm sorry if you think we were hasty before Waring. It's just that we can't see throwing money away, that's all.
I see. Well, in that case, Summers, next time you play for high stakes, lock the door.
Hello, kid. Let me in.
What are you doing here?
I've changed my plans. Shut the door. I don't want anybody to see me.
It's a little late for you to come running to Mama, don't you think?
Oh, don't be like that, baby.
How do you expect me to be?
Well, I'm here. I came back.
Because you want something.
I just want you, that's all.
You sure acted like it.
Well, I was worried. I had to make a getaway. But after I left, I got to thinking about you.
I'll bet.
Well, I'm here, ain't I? The whole town looking for me. I'm risking my neck being here. What more proof do you want? Oh, baby, come here.
Now, let go. Let go.
I can't be without you, baby. I just can't. Ah, you don't want me to let go. Here's what you want. That's more like it. But look, I can't hang around here. The law's sure to come looking. I got to blow again, baby. Only this time you're going with me.
All right, Rocky.
That's my girl. Now, I got to go see somebody. There's something I've got to settle. Then I'll be back and we'll make our plans.
Yeah.
So long, sweetheart. I'll be seeing you.
Goodbye, Rocky.
Hello?
Mr. Waring?
Yeah?
This is Hazel Gardner. You asked me to call if I had any news for you.
Uh-huh.
Well, I know where you can find Rocky.
Where?
At my apartment. He was here just a few minutes ago. He'll be coming back. What's so funny?
I tried to bluff, and it turns out to be on the level.
What do you mean?
I mean, I didn't feel like quitting right when I was expecting a break. Only this isn't the break I expected.
I still don't get it.
Well, I'll be right over to wait for Rockwell to get back, and I can explain then.
All right, I'll be waiting.
All right, goodbye.
Bye.
Was that on the phone, baby?
Rocky, I didn't hear you come back.
You didn't answer my question.
How long have you been here?
Never mind. Who are you talking
No,
to?
nobody. Nothing important. Why?
Well, because, like I said, I have something to settle. But I'm beginning to wonder if I'm going to have to go out to settle it after all.
No, Rocky, let go!
Come back here.
Rocky, please!
Who are you talking to?
Oh!
Who was it?
Rocky, you're hurting me!
Baby, I'm just beginning.
Hello?
Is that Hazel Gardner's apartment?
Yeah, hello, Corbett.
Is that you, Waring?
Uh-huh. You want to talk to Hazel?
No, I want to talk to you.
Well, fancy that. How'd you know I was here?
Harry Summers told me you had a date with the girl.
Well, I did. It seems somebody beat me to it. She had it going over.
Huh? She's not dead.
No, but kind of the worse for wear.
Who did it?
I think it was Rockwell, but I'm not sure. She doesn't make much sense yet. That's how come I answered the phone.
Well, see if you can straighten her out and get her over here right away, will you?
Over where?
Hotel Wesleyan. I'll meet you in Summers' room. I want to talk to the girl and you and the 3 card players.
But Corbett, if they told you I was here, didn't they tell you what I was doing here?
Yeah,
waiting for Rockwell.
That's right. But you want me to wait to see if he shows up?
He's not gonna show up
How do you know?
because he's been murdered, too. That's why I want to see you.
Oh, hello, Waring.
Hello, Summers. Sergeant Corbett here.
Yeah, Waring, I'm here. Come in. Come in.
Yeah, sure. Come on, Hazel.
Why?
Yeah, you better sit right down there.
Thanks.
All right, Waring. Got any bright ideas?
About what?
The case. You're supposed to be so sharp.
Why, Corbett, you're not asking for my help.
Yeah, I'm asking. This case doesn't make sense, so it ought to be right down your alley.
I love that man.
Started out nice and simple. Cress and Rockwell pull a robbery, fight over the take. Rockwell knocks off Cress and scrams. But now somebody knocks off Rockwell.
Well, that's not such a terrific switch, Corbett.
Maybe not, but how about Bannister and Freitag?
Yeah, what about them? I've been wondering why they're not here.
He's been wondering. They were supposed to have dinner with Summers tonight and didn't show up. They're not in their rooms, and no one knows if they'll be back.
Wait a minute, Corbett. Are you trying to tell me...
Yeah, Waring, Bannister, and Freitag have disappeared. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Disappeared.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A few minutes have passed since Sergeant Corbett announced that Bannister and Freitag had disappeared. Now, in Summers' hotel room, Corbett paces the floor while Mike, Summers, and Hazel watch him. Suddenly, he wheels and faces the group.
You, Miss Gardner.
Yes?
Summers tells me you're Rockwell's girlfriend.
That's what Waring said.
Didn't you know about Hazel, Corbett?
Stop gloating, Waring. I had routine to take care of. I'd have got around to the girl.
Oh, sure.
Miss Gardner,
Yes?
why did Rockwell slug you?
Which time?
Huh?
He's done it before.
Oh, I mean today.
He was angry.
Naturally, but why? What did you say to him?
When?
Today,
When today? We said lots of things.
when he got angry.
Nothing.
You must have said something.
When he gets angry, he does all the talking.
I mean, before he got angry.
Oh, you said...
Never mind what I said. Let's take it from the beginning. When Rockwell first came into your apartment today...
Which time?
Oh, no. Forget it. Look, about the murder.
Which murder? Rocky's or Cress's?
Rockwell's murder. Waring, stop grinning.
I'm sorry, Corbett.
What about Rocky's murder?
I don't know. Skip it. You, Summers.
Yes?
You know if... Oh, what? Waring, see who it is?
Yes, sir. Oh, hello, Bannister.
Bannister. Where in blazes have you been? Where's Freitag?
Freitag? I don't know. Probably on the same kind of goose chase I've been on if he isn't here.
What kind of goose chase?
Well, Rockwell called me.
What? When?
This afternoon. Asked me to meet him at a downtown hotel and said he'd return our money.
Why didn't you tell somebody?
I didn't dare take the chance. He insisted nobody must know. I didn't want to spoil my chance.
So you went alone?
Yes. Kept waiting till I heard on the radio that Rockwell had been murdered. Then I rushed back here.
Mr. Bannister, you really expect anybody in his right mind to swallow a yarn like that?
Why not, Corbett? Makes sense to me.
I said in his right mind, Waring.
Well, after all, there must be some reason why Bannister dropped out of sight. This could explain it.
So could his killing Rockwell and hiding the money explain it?
Yeah, sure, except he didn't do that.
How do you know?
Because Summers did.
Huh? Are you sure?
Well, don't ask me. Try Summers himself. How about it, Summers? Watch him, Corbett.
I've got him.
No, you don't.
Waring.
Yeah, my turn. Hold it, Summers. You're not going anywhere.
Good going, Waring.
Thanks, Corbett. I suppose a flying tackle is illegal, but then so's murder.
So we made a mistake about Cress, eh, Waring?
Yes, Bannister. He wasn't the one who was working with Rockwell. It was Summers. But something made Cress suspicious of him, and he followed Summers when he went to Rockwell's for the split.
And when Summers found out Cress had discovered his secret, he killed him.
Mm-hmm. And Rockwell was suspected of the murder. But he had no part of it, and he came back to prove it. He had some scheme to get the goods on Summers, but Summers caught on and killed him.
I see. And what made you suspect Summers?
Well, remember I told you I had a date with Rockwell's girlfriend?
Yes.
Well, I didn't mention her name. Just said she was Rockwell's girl. But when Corbett was looking for me, Summers told him to try Hazel's.
Oh, he did, huh?
Uh-huh. That meant Summers knew who Rockwell's girl was, so he was connected with Rockwell.
Oh, yes, I see, Waring. But it's still hard to believe about Summers. Seems such a nice chap. Has such an honest face.
Yeah, well, that just goes to show there are some things you can't take at their face value. Good night, Bannister.
Do you like rich, delicious chocolate-flavored malteds? Well, you can make a malted just like that right in your own kitchen with Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk. Just make a tasty paste of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a big glass. Fill the glass with chilled milk, stir it once more, and there. A Kraft malted is mighty nourishing, too, because it's filled with all the food values in milk. Get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer and enjoy a Kraft malted often.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Carol. I'm glad you called. Hey, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I've got a date to learn all about gambling. Mm-hmm. Some boy's going to show me how to play a long shot and make myself a killing.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the baby brother.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret Kraft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the baby brother.
It's Sunday afternoon in New York, and a frightened blonde named Diana Wayne hurries down the second-floor corridor of the Maxton, a shabby rooming house on Manhattan's west side. And when she comes to room 2C, Miss Wayne announces herself in no uncertain fashion.
Steve. Steve, let me in. For heaven's sake, let me in.
All right, give a guy a chance, will you?
Lock it.
Why, what's the matter?
Lock it.
Okay.
Give me a drink.
Aren't you starting kind of early, Diana?
I said give me a drink.
All right. Here.
Let me have another.
Why don't you wait till that one hits? Now sit down.
Listen, we gotta blow town.
Why?
I saw Josh Brady in Times Square today.
You're crazy.
Don't tell me I'd recognize him anywhere.
What's Brady doing away from Washington?
That's obvious, isn't it? He's after me. I've got to get out of here.
Now, take it easy, Diana.
Take it easy. Take it easy. It's all right for you to talk. Brady doesn't know about you.
Would it make things any better if he did?
Well, if you hadn't thrown away the money I took from him on the horses, we wouldn't be in this jam.
There's no use crying over spilt milk.
We've got to leave New York, Steve.
You tell me how. There's $18 left in the kitty. You know how far that'll get us.
I'll borrow 100 from Roger Clayton.
No, you won't.
Why not?
We've put too much work on that sucker to let him get off with train fare.
But if Brady finds me...
Forget it.
Forget that a man wants to kill me. Forget that
Shut up!
Oh!
Now behave yourself.
Go on. Hit me. Hit me some more, you big hero.
You don't know how close you are to really getting it.
Well, what's stopping you?
You enjoy it too much. Now listen to me. We've still got a chance to wind up with a bundle, but you got to work fast. You got to take Roger into camp tonight.
No, I can't.
It's the only way. We haven't got time to string him along. You said the guy's nuts about you already.
But
There are no buts about it. You want to get out of New York, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, if you want to get out alive, you'll go to work tonight.
Now, where the devil did I put that thing?
You in the bedroom, Roger?
Yeah.
Are you going out tonight?
You mind, Paul?
Or maybe I do. You haven't stayed home one night this week.
So what?
So maybe you ought to start taking it easy.
Look, Paul, when I want your advice, I'll ask for it.
Now, don't get me wrong, kid. I only meant...
I'm not interested in what you meant. I don't have to account to you for anything.
Oh, yes, you do. While you're living with me, you'll keep in line. Who's this gal you're running around with?
None of your business.
I asked you something, Roger.
And I still say it's none of your business. I'm sick and tired of your running my life. Just because you're my brother doesn't give you a license to tell me what to do.
What? I'm sorry, kid. I didn't mean that.
That's okay, Paul. I'm glad you did it. Because that's the last thing I'm ever going to take from you.
Well, what do you say, Roger?
I suppose I'm not very bright, Diana, but... Well, really, I don't understand you.
It isn't very difficult, honey. Remember this man I mentioned last week?
No.
We were sitting right here in the same booth. He's the one who's got all the connections in the stock market.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he phoned me this afternoon. He's got an inside tip on a stock that his office is going in for very heavy. He told me he's going to jump at least 10 points in the next 2 days.
Well, I don't see
If we play it smart, we can make a fortune.
Well, sure, but where am I going to get the money to invest in the first place?
Borrow it.
From whom?
Well, what's the matter with your brother, Paul?
I wouldn't take a nickel from Paul. But I've got a couple of thousand of my own.
Don't talk like a fool. How much stock do you think you can buy with a couple of thousand, maybe 20 or 30 shares? It doesn't even pay.
Well, then I guess we better forget the whole thing.
We can't afford to.
Well, I don't see where we have any other choice.
Well, how about your office?
You mean Mr. Schnabel?
Mm-hmm. You told me he was one of the biggest betting commissioners in New York.
Oh, look, honey, if he knew...
Why would he have to?
I don't follow you, Diana.
You've got the combination to the safe.
So?
So, if you went to the office tonight and took, say, 50 or 75 grand...
Forget it.
Why?
Why? It's stealing.
No, it isn't. By Tuesday morning, you'd have the money back.
What? I knew that last drink was a mistake.
By Wednesday morning, we could be on a plane for Hawaii.
Now, Diana, look...
Think of it, darling. We could do anything we wanted.
You don't know what you're saying.
All right, Roger. If that's the way you feel.
Wait, Diana. Where are you going?
What's the difference?
No. Come back here.
Yeah?
Well, at least give me time to think it over.
Time is the one thing we don't have, Roger. If you're going to do it, you'll have to do it tonight. You've got a key to the office, haven't you?
Oh, yes.
Take this.
Diana.
Don't worry, it's on safety.
But what do I want with a gun?
It's a great morale builder, kid. Come on. Put it in your pocket.
Honey, just listen to me for a minute.
If I do, we won't have time to say goodnight. Move over to the corner of the booth.
Please, baby, let's be sensible.
Oh, Roger, I am just crazy about you.
Diana. Wait for me at your place. I'll call you the minute I'm through. $47 right, 51 left, 38 right. What the devil's the matter with this thing?
Obviously, you have made a mistake.
What?
It must be very difficult working with only a flashlight. Allow me.
Mr.
Mr. Schnabel. Well. I suppose I ought to apologize, Roger, for inconveniencing you. Listen, Mr. Schnabel. You're probably wondering why I came back to the office. It was sheer destiny. For the first time in a year, I forgot my medicine. Now, why do you suppose it happened tonight, of all nights? Please. It makes you think, doesn't it? Now, a cynic might ascribe it to coincidence, but I prefer to... Oh, operator, would you be so kind to get me police headquarters?
Put on that phone.
I am sorry, Roger. What do you say?
Put on that phone.
98th Precinct, Sergeant Corbett.
Oh, Sergeant, my name is Walter Schnabel. I have an employee
No, Mr.
in
Schnabel.
my office who I...
No!
You... Roger...
I told you to put it down.
Hello, Mr. Schnabel.
I told you to put it down.
Is that clock fast, Diana?
I've told you a dozen times before. It's right on the minute, Steve.
What do you suppose is keeping that schmo?
How should I know?
He was going to call you the minute he was through.
Yeah.
You don't think he'd be stupid enough to come up here without giving any...
Here, Steve.
All right, what are you waiting for?
Hello?
Is that you, Diana?
Yeah, where are you, Roger?
Over at my place. Listen, darling.
Don't talk over the phone. I'll meet you at Tony's in 15 minutes.
It's no use. I didn't get it.
You didn't get it.
What? Schnabel came back to the office before I was through. He caught me trying to open the safe. He was going to call the police, honey. I told him to put the phone down. I begged him, but he wouldn't listen to me.
I don't want to hear anything about it. You promised me you'd get the money and you let me down. Goodbye, Roger.
You don't understand, Diana. I killed... Hello? Diana? Diana!
Mr. Clayton,
Who is it?
police.
I'll be with you in a second, officer.
Come on, pal, open up. Giving you fair warning, you haven't got a chance. Clayton! Clayton!
Yes?
I'm looking for a Mike Waring, the Falcon.
I don't know what the good book says. Seek and ye shall find. Come in.
Thanks. Nice place you got here.
I'm glad you approve. Sit down.
I suppose I should introduce myself.
It's customary.
My name's Clayton, Paul Clayton.
Oh, wait a minute. Didn't I read something?
Yeah, it was my kid brother Roger who committed suicide yesterday.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Why? He was a dead duck anyway. He killed the man he worked for.
Well, that's one way to look at it.
Well, that's the kind of a guy I am. I've always believed in an eye for an eye. I hear tell the Falcon is the best private dick in New York.
You want me to deny it?
No, I just want you to prove it. Take a look at this picture.
Not bad. Who is she?
That's what I expect you to find out. She's the gal who got my brother in this mess.
What makes you so sure?
I found that picture in his wallet.
Doesn't prove anything.
It does to me.
All right, Clayton. Assuming this is the girl, and assuming I find her, what then?
What do you think?
I think you intend to kill her.
Now, where did you get that idea?
Now, look, Clayton. I know how you must feel about your brother.
Never mind the pretty speeches. Will you find her for me?
No.
Okay. I guess there must be other private detectives in New York.
Look, if anything happens to this girl...
You'll yell copper.
Yes.
I wouldn't do that, fella. Because after I take care of her, I could drop back and take care of you. It's been nice seeing you, Waring. Let's both hope it doesn't happen again.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I have a little suggestion for you ladies who wonder what you're going to do for some interesting menu ideas. And my suggestion is this. Just get a 2-pound loaf of Kraft smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta. You can melt Velveeta for smooth, delicious cheese sauce that'll add extra goodness to vegetables or seafood or rice or just plain toast for a fine main dish. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Notice how smooth it melts without any lumps at all. Then slowly stir in 1/4 cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have it. A delicious cheese sauce with a wonderful, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. A flavor that everyone, the youngsters and Grandma included, will enjoy often. And it's a wholesome dish because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. So whether you melt Velveeta for a swell cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches, you'll find Velveeta is a mighty handy helper, Mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow, won't you? It's America's favorite cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike Waring was approached by Paul Clayton to hunt down the girl who was responsible for his brother's death. And now we find the Falcon. He's in a cheap dive, doing a little hunting on his own.
Hello, Eddie.
Oh, hiya, Mike.
Sir, can I have 60 seconds of your valuable time?
Well, I'm talking to this gentleman here, right?
Right. It's very important.
No, this is too. He was buying.
So will I. That is, if you don't mind.
No, go right ahead, sir. I'll try my luck at the slot machine till you get through.
Thanks a lot.
Don't mention it.
Listen, Eddie, I need your help.
You said something about buying.
Oh, yeah. Bartender, give Eddie a refill.
And leave the bottle, Jack.
Eddie, you want to watch it?
Oh, I haven't touched this stuff in weeks, Mike. I'm just trying to break up a cold. Now, what can I do for you?
Take a look at this picture.
Where'd you get that?
And you recognize her, huh?
No, why should I?
Because you know every grifter who blows into New York. Sometimes I think they register with you.
I don't know this dame.
You're lying, Eddie.
Now listen, Mike.
Come on, spill it. Who is she?
Her name's Diana Wayne.
Diana Wayne?
Yeah. I can't get over it.
Can't get over what?
I guess they're right when they say truth is stranger than fiction. See that guy I was talking to when you busted in? He wanted to know where he could find Diana, too.
Oh, it certainly is a small world, huh?
Yeah. Let's have a drink on it.
Hold it, Eddie. What's his name?
Who?
The man you were talking to when I busted in.
Oh, Josh Brady.
What does he want with Diana Wayne?
Why don't you ask him?
That's a good idea. How you doing, friend?
I can't seem to beat this machine. Nothing but lemons on it.
Eddie tells me your name is Josh Brady.
Uh-huh.
I'm Mike Waring.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, sir. Ain't that the limit? Those lemons again.
You new in New York, Brady?
What business is it of yours, mister?
I just thought maybe we could join forces. I'm looking for her, too.
Oh, how much did she take you for?
Enough.
Well, if I ever get my hands on her, I'll wring her neck.
You're going to have to stand in line.
Not me. When did you meet her?
Oh, about a month ago.
You're a liar, Mr. Waring.
Huh?
Diana only left Washington a couple of weeks back.
Now, look, Brady.
Go on, Waring. Peddle your papers elsewhere.
Look, suppose we sit down and have a little talk.
I'm not interested.
Now, don't be a fool, Brady. You won't get away with it.
Well, what do you know? I hit the jackpot. Guess nothing can stop me now, Mr. Waring. This is my lucky day.
Come on in, Steve.
Huh?
What's the matter, honey? Did I frighten you?
No, I just thought you'd be out, Diana.
Lucky I got back in time. There was a man here asking for you.
Who?
He didn't leave his name. Just left this envelope.
Oh, thanks.
Well, aren't you going to open it?
It's nothing important.
And why are you making such a mystery out of it?
What are you babbling about?
I know if I received an envelope like that, I'd naturally be devoured by curiosity until I found out what was inside.
Well, I know what's inside.
So do I.
What?
A one-way bus ticket to Detroit.
How do you know that?
Elementary, my dear Watson. I opened it.
By mistake, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose. You know, Steve, that's what I love about you. You're full of surprises. You're even a bigger rat than I thought.
Shut up.
If you think you're going to walk out on me and leave me holding the bag for Roger's suicide, you got another thing coming.
I was just going to Detroit to see if I could dig up something.
Ha! I'll bet.
Now, don't be silly, sweetheart. Would I lie to my wife?
You certainly would.
Look, will it make you feel better if you hold the ticket?
Yes.
All right, here. Now, you feel better?
Much.
What's the idea of tearing it?
I just wanted to make sure you don't go off without me. So if Josh Brady drops around or anyone else, he'll be right alongside to take your bows.
And that's when I figured I'd better phone you, Sergeant.
That was very sweet of you, Mike, but I still don't see why.
You don't see why? 2 men have threatened the life of this girl in the past 24 hours.
I only have your word for that. Why won't you tell me the names of these two characters?
Because there's no reason to involve them. One came to my place and the other I ran across by accident.
It's a pity you couldn't hold on to the last one.
Well, I had enough work on my hands as it was. It took me another 2 hours and a bottle of bourbon to get the complete story out of Eddie Lewis. Whoa, slow down. 621, 623, must be the next house. Yeah, here we are.
What a dump. What floor does she live on?
Second.
You better brief me before we storm the heights.
Well, according to my informant, this girl, Diana Wayne, is working a racket all over the country.
She work by herself?
No, she's married to a boy named Steve.
What does he do?
Picks out the suckers and spends the money. I understand he's got a system to beat the horses.
That probably explains why they're living in a dive like this.
Oh, wait a minute. 2A, B. Must be the last one down the hall.
You know, there's nothing we can actually hold her on.
I know that, Sergeant. All I'd like you to do is just throw a big enough scare into her so she'll leave town.
Suppose she won't scare?
Well, she will if you tell her the two gentlemen are looking for her with murder as their objective.
I still got a feeling you haven't told me everything.
You don't think I'd hold out on the police?
Yeah, I do. How do I know? Uh-oh.
Oh, don't tell me.
Yep, it's open.
I get a guess what's inside?
Go right ahead.
A dead blonde named Diana Wayne.
You're doing fine, Mike. Keep it up.
What do you mean?
Well, having supplied us with a body, I'm going to have to insist you supply us with the name of the party who done it.
Oh, now look,
Come
Sergeant.
on, pal. Start talking. You better if you want to save your own hide.
Well, how do you figure that?
Well, there are some people around who might think you were responsible.
What?
Now, I'm not saying I'm one of them.
Oh, thanks.
I'm keeping an open mind. Now, convince me you're innocent. I dare you.
Remember, tomorrow at your grocer's, you can get a wonderful new salad oil for your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil for home use ever offered by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft dressings. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, superfine to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Get a pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Ask for Kraft Salad Oil. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Just a few minutes have passed since the discovery of Diane Wayne's body. And how much to the Falcon's surprise, Sergeant Corbett regards him with a jaundiced eye.
All right, Mike, let's start with page 1. You knew this girl was murdered before we walked in here.
Oh, you're being ridiculous, Sergeant.
Well, who do you work for?
No one.
What about that guy who came to your place and asked you to find her?
You mean Paul Clayton?
How would I know his name? You wouldn't tell it to me before.
There was no reason before. He's the brother of the kid who committed suicide a couple of nights back.
Because of her?
Yes.
Well, guess that takes care of everything.
Don't you think Clayton strangled her?
Don't you?
What do you think a jury would say to that?
You tell me.
They'd acquit him in a minute. It's too pat. Look, if you're going to murder someone, you don't go around telling the world all about it.
So where does that leave us?
Well, I told you there was another boy Diana trimmed.
Who?
A lad from Washington named Josh Brady. And what about husband Steve?
What about him?
Well, don't you think it would be advisable to find out where he disappeared to?
You're certainly there with the questions, aren't you?
Well, somebody's bound to ask them, Sergeant. Might as well start digging up the answers. Say, any idea when she died?
Yep, I can tell you that to the minute.
Oh, how?
Come over here. Notice those scratches all over her face and the broken fingernails?
Yeah.
Well, she must have put up quite a battle with her killer. Now come over behind this bookcase.
Oh.
Yeah, in the battle, they knocked over the electric clock.
Uh-huh, so she must have died at 25 minutes past 8.
Yep.
So is that clock broken or just disconnected?
Well, let's try it.
Here's the outlet. Oh, you blew a fuse.
Thanks, I never would have known it.
Well, that answers one of our questions. Well, let's see if Paul Clayton can clean up the others.
Yes?
Hello, Clayton. Remember me?
How could I ever forget, Mr. Waring?
Well, I want you to know we found the girl.
We? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your friend in the hallway.
This is Sergeant Corbett.
Hi.
Sergeant?
Yes.
Well, come in, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Now, what's this about the girl?
Her name is Diana Wayne, and she's dead.
Oh.
Is that all you can say?
What do you want me to do? Pretend I'm all broken up? You know how I felt about her.
That's why we'd like to know what you were doing at approximately 8:30 this evening.
Why?
Because that's the time someone put their two hands around her throat and squeezed, none too gently.
What time was that again?
8:25 to be exact.
Well, then that lets me out, because from 7 to 10 I was in a bar near Times Square called Jack's.
Can you prove that?
Sure, by the proprietor. I was waiting for a man named Eddie Lewis.
What did you want with him?
I was told he could put me in touch with a girl.
What happened?
Well, he didn't show, and I got tired waiting.
Well, what do you think, Mike?
Same as you do, Sergeant. I think we all better go on to suspect number 2.
I still don't see what all you gentlemen want with me.
Well, I don't know about the sergeant and Waring, but I came along to congratulate you.
For what, Mr.
For
Clayton?
doing something that I wanted to do. And if you need any dough for legal expenses, you just let me know.
What's he talking about?
What were you doing at 8:30 tonight, Brady?
Oh, probably playing a slot machine someplace. You know, it's the funniest thing. I just can't stay away from those gadgets.
And where was this one located at?
Oh, I don't rightly remember.
But you do recall being clipped by a girl named Diana Wayne.
It's funny. I don't seem to recollect that either.
Look, that you-all routine isn't going to get you anywhere, Brady. The sergeant here could disprove it in 5 minutes.
I'd like to see him try.
That's easy. You probably made a complaint to your local DA after Diana clipped you. All I have to do is call Washington, D.C., and I'll
Whoop,
have...
hold the line, Sergeant.
What now?
I know who killed Diana Wayne.
You mean Brady just gave himself away?
No, I mean he just gave you away, Clayton.
The heat's got you.
In December? Don't be ridiculous. Wait a minute, I'll take that back. It is possible for the heat to get you this time of the year. And you're going to find that out at Sing Sing very shortly.
Got time for one more, Mike?
No, got to run, Sergeant.
No, you don't. A couple of questions I want to ask you first.
No? Well, while we're on the subject, there's one I want to ask you. Did you pick up Steve Wayne?
Yeah, in Detroit. Lucky the bus driver remembered him. Steve gave him a ticket that had been torn up and glued together. It was like you suspected. He ran out and the missus.
Oh, sweet kid. So you left Diana alone to face the music, huh?
Yeah, but what gets me is how you knew that said music was provided for by Paul Clayton.
Well, first of all, he had an alibi for 8:30, whereas Josh Brady didn't.
What kind of logic is that?
Oh, the best kind in a case like this, Sergeant. Because when Clayton was so ready with his alibi, it occurred to me that maybe Diana wasn't murdered at the time we originally thought.
What about that electric clock?
Just a prop supplied by the killer. Never could have belonged to Diana.
How do you know that?
Well, an electric clock works only on alternating current. And in that section of New York...
Yeah, sure. There, they only have DC, direct current.
Mm-hmm. Remember how you blew a fuse when you tried to get it going?
Well, as a matter of fact, the medical examiner now says that Diana was killed around 6:45. But what gets me is how you knew that.
I didn't. All I knew was that the clock never belonged to Diana.
How?
Well, when you said you were going to call Washington, D.C., that D.C. rang a bell. Then I realized Clayton must have brought that clock with him to fix his alibi.
Didn't I say all along that Clayton killed her?
That you did.
You wouldn't believe me.
Well, he was the most obvious suspect, Sergeant. And we've all been conditioned by those mystery stories to believe that the most obvious suspect is always innocent.
That'll teach you.
Yeah, it's taught me a lot of things. If a man were to walk up to me this minute and announce he's planning to murder some girl, you know the first thing I'd do now?
What?
Set up a date in advance with some other girl so I wouldn't have to end the evening with you. Good night, Sergeant.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast, and that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help. You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through. Just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Nancy. I'm glad you called. You busy tonight? Oh, you are? All right, Angel. You know what that means. Anything that happens to me this evening will be a dead loss.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now, join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the unwelcome Christmas present. Now, the case of the unwelcome Christmas present. It is Saturday afternoon in New York, 2 days before Christmas. And on Manhattan's busy corners, gaily dressed Santa Clauses ring their bells while people rush to do their last-minute shopping. And one of those frantic shoppers is a man named Larry Sterling, but the prices in the store windows seem to frighten him. And as he shakes his head sadly, a small delivery truck pulls alongside. And the driver, after watching him for a minute, calls to him.
Hey, mister. Mister.
Huh? Me?
Yeah. Come here a minute.
What's the matter?
You look like a nice guy.
Oh, thanks.
Now, wait. Don't go away. I want to talk to you.
I'm sorry. I'm busy.
Now, take it easy, mister. What's your name?
Sterling. Larry Sterling.
Oh, glad to know you. My name is Haynes. Walter Haynes. I've been watching you.
So I noticed.
You got a girl?
What's it to you?
Look, Sterling, I want to do you a favor.
Well, don't bother.
Okay, if that's the way you feel.
Hey, wait a second. What kind of a favor?
How would you like to give your girl a silver fox jacket for Christmas?
You crazy.
Then you know what those things cost.
Yeah, and I haven't got that kind of dough.
Well, would you be willing to spend $75 for one?
What?
Get in the car.
Well,
make up your mind, Sterling. Either you want to look at this jacket or you don't.
Well, why can't I see it out here?
Because there's a cop watching us. Hey, careful. Don't sit on the box.
Is it in here?
Yeah. Take a look. Pretty, huh?
Is this stolen merchandise, Haynes?
Now, look, Sterling, ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies. All I know is that any gal who gets a jacket like this is going to think her boyfriend is plenty all right.
That's $75, you said?
That's right. And I'll throw in that gift box. Did you notice the label?
DuPont Brothers. Yeah. Hey, that's one of the biggest furriers in town.
Oh, sure. When your girlfriend gets a load of that, what do you think she'll say?
She'll wonder where I got the money.
Okay, if you don't want the coat.
No. I'll take it, Haynes.
Yeah. You got yourself a buy there, Sterling. Take it from me, pal. You don't know what you walked into. Hey, you better fill up the tank, Joey. I'm going out again. Only sold one silver fox today. Think I'll have to try Lower Broadway.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Huh? Oh. Hello, Bonnie.
Hello, Haynes.
Where'd you drop from?
Steve Ellis told me you kept your truck here.
What's up?
Mr. Raynaud is looking for you.
Raynaud?
Uh-huh.
What for?
Don't you know?
No. What'd I do?
It's what Raynaud thinks you didn't do.
Oh, he's crazy.
You want to tell him that?
You know, there's no talking to him once he gets an idea in his head. Hey, Bonnie, what'll I do, huh?
How would you like to hide out in my place?
You mean you'd let me?
Why not?
Oh, but if Raynaud ever found out about this...
Why should he?
Well, somebody might rat.
I'm not worried.
Oh, I want you to know, Bunny, I'll never forget you for this as long as I live.
I know you mean well, darling. But if Mr. Renault ever discovers this little deceit, that's not saying very much, is it? Look, Haynes. Maybe it would be better if...
If what?
Oh, skip it. Go ahead.
Thanks. You know, Bunny, for a minute there, I was afraid you changed your mind.
Oh, there's very little danger of that.
Renault.
I'm delighted you remember me. Oh, Bunny, will you please shut the door?
So it was a trap?
Yes, but you're very lucky, Haynes. Not every rat is offered such attractive bait. It was a very fine piece of work, Bunny.
Listen, Renault, you promised me nothing would happen to him if I brought him here.
Did I? Well, let's not worry about it, shall we? Oh, Haynes, I believe you know Leonard.
Sure he does. We're old friends, aren't we, pal?
Cut it out.
Bonnie's right, Leonard. That's hardly the way to treat a guest. Really, Haynes, I'm so sorry about this. May I offer you something?
No, I don't want anything.
Well, that's where we differ. Because I do. 2 weeks ago, you received your usual consignment of fur jackets. One coat was different. Where is it?
In my truck?
Leonard, will you be good enough to check?
Sure.
Never mind. I've already looked. It isn't there.
It ain't?
No.
Yeah. You know, it's something I must have sold it by mistake. Oh, you gotta believe me, Mr. Renault.
Of course I do. Who was the lucky buyer?
Well, that's just the trouble. I don't know his name.
Leonard.
I've been looking forward to this for a long time, Haynes.
No.
When I get through with you, your own mother won't know you.
What was his name?
I tell you, I don't know.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Renault, keep Leonard away from him. You'll kill him.
I hope not, Bonnie. But if he does, well, in our trade, death is always an occupational hazard. Carry on, Leonard.
Yeah?
You the superintendent of this building?
That's right.
You got a Larry Sterling living here?
Who?
Come on, Pop. Get with it. Larry Sterling. Do you know him?
Sure.
What apartment does he live in?
3A.
Thanks.
But he ain't home now.
He's not?
Nope. Went out about 20 minutes ago.
When does he due back?
Didn't say.
Well, how's about letting me wait for him?
Well, help yourself.
No, I mean in his apartment.
In his apartment?
Yeah. You got a pass key, haven't you?
Oh. Sure.
Well, suppose you let me borrow it.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not? I'll make it worth your while. Did you use $10?
Yeah.
Well, all you got to do is let me borrow your key.
I know. Told you can't.
Now, you don't understand, Pop. My name's Leonard. You see, I'm an old friend of Larry's. I want to surprise him.
Yep. Sorry.
All right. Then I'll tell you what I'll do. You still want to make that 10?
Not if it's going
No,
to...
forget the key. All I want to know is when Larry came home tonight, did he have a big package with him?
Big package, eh?
A package about this size.
Why do you want to know?
Now, listen, you jerk. I'm asking the questions.
Well, I don't have to answer
And I say you do.
Oh, you keep your hands to
I've
yourself.
got a good mind.
Shut
up! Just keep your trap shut.
Oh, you think you're smart.
Oh, you got me wrong, Pop. I don't want to hurt you. Now, why don't we forget this ever happened?
You just get out of here.
Okay, but if I was you, I wouldn't mention to Larry that anybody dropped around to see him. I want it to be a surprise.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm going to be awful angry if you spoil it. Now, take care of yourself, Pop. I'd hate to drop around again to do it for you.
I shouldn't do this, George. We promised we wouldn't open our presents till Christmas Eve.
Now, Larry, 24 hours one way or the other won't make any difference. Is it a robe?
Nope.
Lounging pajamas?
You'll never guess.
Then let me see. Oh, Larry, it's...
Didn't expect a fur coat, huh?
No, I didn't.
Well, what do you say?
I think it's lovely, Larry.
Go on, try it on.
Oh, sure.
You're certainly not enthusiastic about it.
I'm sorry, honey. I guess I'm behaving badly, but you see... Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Is that you, Miss Corwin?
Yes.
This is Parker, the superintendent where Mr. Sterling lives. Do you expect to see him tonight?
As a matter of fact, he's here now.
Oh, could I talk to him, please?
Sure. It's for you, Larry.
Who is it?
The superintendent of your building.
It's funny. Hello.
Hiya, Mr. Sterling.
Well, what's the trouble, Pop?
I just thought you ought to know something. A fellow was around here tonight asking questions about you.
Who?
He wouldn't give his name, but he wanted me to let him in your apartment.
Huh?
He was awful interested in that big box you brought home tonight. When I wouldn't tell him anything about it, he almost hit me.
Oh, listen, Papa. Are you sure he was after me?
Positive. If I was you, Mr. Sterling, I'd be careful.
Oh. Yeah, thanks a lot, Papa. I'll be seeing you.
What's the trouble, Larry?
Somebody's awfully curious about that fur coat.
Now, why would anybody in his right mind be interested in that coat?
Well, that's a nice way for you to talk.
I don't want to hurt your feelings, darling, but if you paid more than $20 for this, you were stuck.
So you think I was a sucker?
I do.
You know, you could be wrong, too.
How are you going to prove it?
Maybe I can't, but if you give me the classified directory, I'll find me someone who can.
Yeah?
I don't know whether I've got the right party.
What apartment do you want?
12A?
This is it.
Are you, Mike Waring, the Falcon?
That's right.
My name is Larry Sterling. I hate to bother you, Mr. Waring.
Quite all right. Come in.
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
Well, if you're not too busy, I'd like to talk to you.
About what?
This. Go on, open the box.
Oh, it's a fur jacket.
Yeah, I bought it this afternoon from a man named Walter Haynes.
Well, how come it's sporting the DuPont Brothers label?
This guy Haynes led me to believe it was stolen.
Oh, the old racket, huh?
Yeah, there's a new one on me.
Well, what do you want me to do? Get your money back?
No, I was a sucker, Mr. Waring, and I'm willing to take my loss.
What's your problem?
How much would you guess I paid for this coat?
Oh, I don't know, $100?
$75. But my girlfriend says it isn't worth $20.
Well?
Well, if this coat's worthless, why is somebody so anxious to get it from me?
What do you mean?
My superintendent told me several parties were making inquiries about me.
Well, it doesn't mean anything.
Funny they should all ask if I brought home a big, bulky box that looked like it might contain a fur jacket.
Let me see that coat again.
Well?
Oh, it still looks like a skinned rabbit to me. But I've been wrong before. Let's see what the experts down at DuPont Brothers have to say.
Yes, sir? Is there something I can do for you?
There is. I've got one of your fur jackets in this box.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, sir, but the exchange department is closed till after Christmas.
Well, I don't want to exchange it. I just wanted to praise.
Oh, I'm afraid that's out of the question now, Mr.
Waring.
Well, as you can see, we're practically rushed to death.
Uh-huh. Well, how long would it take you to look at it?
My dear fellow, you just won't understand. Mr. DuPont himself would have to look at it, and I wouldn't dare disturb him now.
Oh, I see. Well, then suppose I leave the jacket here.
Well, I can't make any promises, Mr. Waring.
Oh, that's all right. I'm willing to take my chances. I'll be back in an hour.
Hello.
Huh? Oh, hello, a lady burglar. Hope I didn't startle you.
Not particularly.
Well, if I'm in your way,
Oh, think nothing of it. You must be Mike Waring, also called the Falcon.
I guess I must be. And you?
You can call me Bonnie.
Well, I'd like nothing better.
A young man named Larry Sterling dropped in to see you about an hour ago.
Oh, did he?
Well, that's what I've been led to believe.
How did you get in here?
I could say the door was unlocked.
Yes, you could, but I wouldn't necessarily have to believe you.
In that case, you may as well know the truth. I used these.
Oh, that's not nice, Bonnie. It's a penal offense.
Oh, thinking of calling someone?
Just the police.
Now, let's not be hasty, shall we?
Who are you?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Mr. Waring, Mr. Raynaud.
You'll forgive me for not shaking hands.
Yes, I understand. That gun makes it rather awkward, doesn't it?
Very.
What do you want, Renault?
Didn't Bonnie explain?
I didn't get very far.
Mr. Waring, I have reason to believe that a young man named Larry Sterling left a fur jacket with you today.
Why should he do that?
Maybe he became suspicious.
Maybe he had reason to be.
Maybe. But that's hardly the point. Where is the coat, Mr. Waring?
I haven't got it.
I know. Bonnie and I were quite diligent in our search.
Well, I hope you were careful in handling my shirts.
You needn't worry about that.
Well, then I haven't a care in the world.
Not after you turn the coat over to us. I assume you can get it back at your convenience.
Anytime?
May I suggest there's no time like the present?
And I'm afraid I can't agree with you, Renault. My client bought that coat in good faith.
In good faith?
Yes, he gave $75 for it.
I assure you neither of you will lose by this transaction.
Well, I don't know. His girlfriend was awfully crazy about it.
Shall we say $1,000?
Shall we say nuts?
Mr. Waring, I refuse to argue. Suppose I send one of my agents around. He's much more persuasive than I am. Come, Bonnie.
Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
Home, naturally. Have you any objections?
Yes, several. You're staying here till the police arrive.
You're overlooking one thing, Mr. Waring.
What, that gun?
Uh-huh.
Well, somehow I've got a feeling...
Look out, Reno!
You stupid, blundering fool! Your type can never let well enough alone.
Hey, you better take a slug of this, Mike.
Oh, never mind, Sterling. I want to hear the rest of your story.
Well, it's just like I told you. When I walked in here, I found you stretched out on the floor.
I'll start back a little further.
What do you mean?
How come you decided to pay me a visit?
Well, I knew Renault was on his way over.
And you didn't think it necessary to warn me?
I tried to call you, but there was no answer.
Why did you tell Renault you hired me?
I didn't.
Then who did?
My girlfriend, Georgia Corwin. He found out where she lived, and, well, I guess it wasn't very bright of her, but Georgia told him I'd gone over to see you. Mike, that coat must be worth thousands.
Mm-hmm. What was the name of that character you bought it from?
Walter Haynes.
Now get the phone book and see if he's listed.
Don't bother, I can tell you.
Waring.
He lives at 2719 West 93rd, apartment 2D.
Oh, thanks. And you're...
Leonard. I think Mr. Renault told you I'd be around.
Yes, he did.
I want that coat wearing.
You know, Leonard, Renault made a bad bet. You're no more persuasive than he is, and you're not nearly as pretty as Bonnie.
Well, you haven't seen me in action.
I can hardly wait.
I'm glad you're taking that attitude, Waring. It gives me an opportunity to check up on some gossip. They tell me you're a pretty tough cookie.
You don't want to believe everything you hear.
Well, there's one way to find out.
Get out of the way, Mike.
Hey, what?
Nice going, Larry.
I hope you don't mind me ruining that decanter.
Oh, no. I'll find it a lot easier to get a new bottle than this boy will a new head. Come on, let's go, fella. Apartment 2B. C, here we are.
Are you sure this is the right place? The nameplate says Walter Harvey.
That's probably an alias. Notice the initials are the same.
Could be a coincidence.
Yes, could be. But Leonard sounded as though he knew what he was... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Door's open.
Careless of Mr. Haynes.
Yes, that sort of thing can cost you your life. And in this case, it did.
What?
Isn't that a hand sticking out of that trunk?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, no.
Now, take it easy, Larry.
Oh, look at his face. He was beaten to death, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's a fairly safe assumption.
Oh, poor Haynes. Mike, you gotta find out who did this.
Why?
Well, you can't let Renault get away with this.
Look, maybe we ought to take this from the beginning. Who am I working for, anyway?
I don't understand.
You came to my apartment this evening with a yarn that Haynes had sold you a hot fur coat.
Well, it's true.
Then if you were stuck, why didn't you write the whole thing off? Why did you bring me into this?
Well, I told you that. Don't you understand, Waring? That coat must be worth thousands.
All right. Let's assume for the sake of argument it is. What does that mean to me?
We'll split the money.
What money? You admit the coat must be stolen?
Well, maybe there's a reward.
Oh. Well, there's one way to find out. Suppose we see the brothers DuPont.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
I hope so. My name is Waring. I was in here a little earlier today. I left a coat to be appraised.
Oh, yes, of course. I had Mr. DuPont look at it. Would you be good enough to identify your merchandise?
That the same one, Larry?
Yeah, I could never forget that fur.
Well, what's the coat worth?
Would you care to venture a guess?
Well, judging by the trouble it's caused, I'd say 10,000.
Oh, you're way off, sir.
What did I tell you?
20?
If I might be so bold, what'd you pay for this coat?
Well, you can't judge by that. My friend got it at bargain rates.
And he gave?
Believe it or not, $75.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Well, strictly entre nous, Mr. Waring. This is a very rare example of genus felidae.
Ooh. English translation, please.
Skinned alley cat. And as such, it isn't worth a dime.
I don't understand it, Mike.
You sure that's the same coat?
Positive. But if the coat's worthless, why was Haynes killed?
Now, don't ask me, Larry. I'm a stranger here myself.
Maybe Renault doesn't know its value.
Well, I doubt that. Renault, Leonard, and Bonnie are too slick a trio to get worked up over a phony fur piece.
But it must mean something.
Yes, obviously. And Brother Renault knows. Well, maybe he won't mind sharing his information with us.
How are you going to find him?
Through Leonard.
You think he'll cooperate?
If it's put to him the right way. Remember how you knocked him cold?
Yes.
Well, don't forget how you did it. I may want you to try it again.
He's still here, Mike. Right where you left him.
Uh-huh. Come on, Leonard, get up. Come on, palsy, you'll miss Santa Claus.
Yes, but I won't miss you.
Mike.
Don't move, chum, or I'll let you have it from here.
Well, that wasn't nice of you to fool us that way, Leonard. I would have sworn you hadn't moved an inch since we left.
Now, don't feel too bad, Waring. I only moved 2. From here to where you left my gun and back. Where's the coat?
Are you still harping on that? You're wasting your time. It's worthless.
I don't mind. Hand it over.
And if not...
Don't be a sap, Waring. I'm not fussy. I'd just as soon take it over your dead body.
I think he means that, Mike.
Well, I don't. You're bluffing, Leonard.
You shouldn't have called me, pal.
Get down, Waring!
Larry, you all right?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't mean to frighten you, folks.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, friend. Another second and this Falcon would have been cold turkey.
What about him?
Yeah, he's dead. Well, to whom are we indebted?
Yeah, who are you?
What's the matter, Larry? Don't you know me?
Mister, the way your face looks, I don't think your own mother would.
Hey, buddy, you got a girl?
Haynes.
Sure.
Mike, this is Walter Haynes.
Wait a minute. If you're Haynes, who's the stiff in your apartment?
Renault. Leonard killed him.
Oh, the old double cross, huh?
Yeah.
Well, where have you been?
Well, they kept me tied up in some dame's apartment.
Bonnie's?
Yeah, Bonnie's. After I got loose, I went to Larry's apartment, and some other dame told me I could locate him here.
That must have been Georgia.
What's this all about, Haynes?
What's what all about?
This fur coat.
Believe me, Waring, I don't know. I got it in a consignment with my regular merchandise. I knew there was something screwy playing because Renault sent Leonard to buy it from me for $1,000, but I didn't want to get into trouble.
So you sold it to me, figuring you could get it back any time.
Oh, I'm sorry, fella. I didn't realize what I was letting you in for.
Well, it all adds up except for one thing. Where does Bonnie come in?
Right on cue, Mr. Waring.
Bonnie.
You want to do something about that door, Mike.
Yes. Next time, get a spring so it'll close. Where's the coat, Mike? I want it.
And if you don't get it?
Don't be silly, darling. Nothing's going to stop me. Not even if I have to shed a little blood.
I wouldn't be surprised if you meant that.
I do.
Well, what do you say, Haynes?
I say give it to her.
No.
She's a pretty determined young lady, Larry. But if you care to stop her...
How about that, honey?
Well,
I guess that settles that. Here you are, Bonnie, and wear it well.
No, just drape it over the chair. I'll take it from there.
You're the boss.
And don't you ever forget it. Now, all of you stay put for the next 5 minutes. The first one who gets careless enough to show his face out of the doorway will get it blown off. Good night, folks. Thanks a million.
Get the phone, Sterling. Maybe we can head her off.
Yeah, hurry it up, Larry. Call downstairs.
I'll take care of it.
I thought you were going to rush her, Waring.
If you're worried about that coat, Haynes, forget it. She won't get away.
Oh, she can keep the coat for all I care. I had my fill of this business.
I don't blame you.
Oh, incidentally, what happened to the box that came in?
Oh, I threw it away.
You're kidding.
Why, it wasn't worth anything, was it?
Now, look, I want that box wearing, and I'm not clouding.
Well, why make an issue of a little thing like that, Haynes? Unless it isn't a little thing. Suppose we see.
Get away from that door.
You want the box, don't you? I'm darned if I can see why. Looks like any other cardboard box to me. Maybe if I were to rip the cardboard apart...
Hey, cut that out.
Oh, well, what do you know? Pretty cute, huh? Who'd ever think of looking for a letter pasted between 2 sheets of cardboard?
You did.
Yeah, well, you gave me the lead. This is a pretty important piece of stationery, Haynes. Look at the name on top, Moscow Federation.
I want that letter, Waring.
Yes, I'm beginning to understand why.
Well, do I get it?
Mister, you certainly do.
Did you have to do that, Larry?
Did I have to do that? You realize he was going to kill you?
Sure, but I might as well be dead. You realize that was my last bottle of Christmas cheer? Now what am I going to do?
Waring, that was a real great job.
Oh, thanks, Larry. Say, hadn't you better be running off to see your girl?
No, not till I get the complete story on what happened from yesterday morning till last night. What was in that letter, anyway?
Something the boys in the Department of Justice have been looking for a long time. You've heard of the international movement known as Moscow Federation?
Yes, unfortunately.
Well, that letter contained a complete list of outfits here and in South America that are cooperating with them.
Well, how did it wind up in Haynes' hands?
Renault had it originally. He was an agent for Moscow. He was told to contact these organizations and keep them in line.
Oh, then Haynes was working for Renault.
Yeah, sure. Peddling hot fur was a blind for the mob. He was Renault's boy until he realized what a wonderful source of blackmail that list was. So he got you to hold the list for him while he carried out his plan. He killed Renault and messed up his face so it would pass for his own.
Well, where did Bonnie figure in this?
Poor kid, she didn't even know the score. She thought the coat was the all-important thing.
How did you know it wasn't?
That appraisal gave me the tip-off. And the one thing we'd overlooked in the case was the box that came in.
Well, what made you realize Haynes was the killer?
It was a story he told. He claimed he was beaten up and kept a prisoner in Bonnie's place, and he came to my house right after he escaped and learned where you were. But when I asked him about the corpse in his own apartment, he wasn't even surprised. Right off the bat, he knew it was Renault.
I guess that'll learn me. Well, thanks a lot, Mike. I'll be seeing you.
Say, wait a minute. Where are you rushing off to?
In case you've forgotten, this is the night before Christmas. My girlfriend Georgia must still be wondering what happened to me.
Oh, yes, of course.
But, what about you?
Well, I guess this is my unlucky night. I don't have a date.
On Christmas Eve?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that irony for you? Me and Santa Claus are the only 2 guys in town who are left holding the bag. Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Cora. Thanks for calling, Angel, but I'll have to take a rain check. Mm-hmm. Tonight I'm tied up with a guy who fell so hard for a girl, he never got up again.
The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Invisible Thug. And now, the case of the Invisible Thug.
It's early Sunday in New York, when terrified Vera Castro fumbles with the key to her apartment with shaking fingers. Finally, she locates the keyhole, unlocks the door, and enters.
Hello, dear. Vera, what's the matter with you?
It's Pete.
Pete? Pete Lloyd?
Yes, I just saw him.
What's he doing in New York?
I don't know, but he's here.
Did he see you?
Well, I'm not sure. Ernie, he did see me. There he is. What'll we do?
Who is it?
Ask Vera, she knows.
It's him.
Aren't you going to open the door for an old friend?
Ernie, we've got to get out of here.
Oh, it's 2 floors to the street.
Looks like I'm going to have to invite myself in then.
trying to break in. Ernie, do something. He'll kill us. I know he will. Pete, please leave us alone.
Stop shaking, baby. I'm not going to touch you. I wouldn't dirty my hands. It's your husband I come to see.
Put away the gun, Lloyd.
Hey, funny boy.
What do you want?
Yeah, Castro, what do I want? You run off with my girl. Yes, what do I want?
Well, you don't want me. You just said so.
Yeah, I don't want you. Not now. All I want is payment. And I'm taking it.
We don't have much.
You're living. That's much.
No, Pete.
Shut up, Vera.
Please.
Shut up. All right, Castro.
Lloyd, listen, give me a chance. Don't. Yeah?
Hello, my name's Pete Lloyd. I'm looking for Mike Waring, the detective.
Well, you found him.
Oh, good. I want to hire you to do a job for me.
In that case, come in.
Right. I want to be sure I have the right boy, though. You are the one they call the Falcon, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
I try to find your office. Don't you have one?
Don't even have a trench coat.
Hope I'm not making a mistake hiring you.
You already made a mistake, or you wouldn't be needing a detective. I suppose you tell me about it.
Well, Waring, I picked up the paper this morning, and what do you think I see?
I don't know, fair and warmer?
It says I'm wanted for murder. For murder!
Well, nothing like starting the day off on a cheery note.
I used to go with a girl in Pittsburgh. We break up, and she marries a guy named Castro.
Mm-hmm.
Well, last night somebody shoots Castro. Vera, that's the girl, tells the cops it was me. How do you like that?
I like it fine.
Huh?
Well, it brought me a client. You have an alibi, no doubt.
Well, I wasn't even in town. That's how come the law hasn't picked me up yet.
Well, it's going to pick you up.
What?
I'm not shielding you.
Oh, no, sure not, Waring. You know, I'll give myself up. They can't hang this on me. Only, I wanted to hire you first.
Mm-hmm.
You got to prove I didn't do it.
I suppose I prove you did.
I'll take my chances.
Oh, fair enough. I'll work on it. Add $50 a day in expenses.
Yeah, sure. But I can't figure. Why'd Vera do a thing like this to me? Why?
Well, maybe she killed Castro. Thought you'd make a good patsy.
Hey,
let go.
Take that back, Waring. Vera wouldn't kill nobody. Not Vera. You're not going to say...
All right, chum, but let's call off the dance. I said let go.
She didn't do it, Waring. I know Vera.
All right. You didn't do it. Vera didn't do it. Nobody did it, but the guy's dead.
I'm sorry, Waring. It's kind of edgy.
You don't say.
The paper says it happened fast. Maybe Vera didn't get a good look. Maybe she really thinks it was me. I don't know.
Well, there's one way to find out.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll ask Vera.
Of course I'm sure, Mr. Waring. It was Pete Lloyd. I know it. There can't be any mistake about it. I saw the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to Pete. I begged him to listen to reason, but he wouldn't.
He tells me you used to carry a gun.
Well, yes, I had a night job. A girl out late, you know.
Yeah, sure, I know. You still have the gun?
No, I sold it when I got married.
Lloyd told me you used to hide the gun in the blue urn you had on the living room table. Is this the urn?
I told you that I sold the gun, so
Yeah, sure
why
you did, but you kept the urn after you married, and... Well, what's this?
Wait a minute. I never saw that before. That's not the gun I used to have.
How can you be so sure? You've hardly even looked at it.
But I don't have the gun
You
anymore.
have this. It was in the urn.
Pete must have put it there.
Right under your nose.
I fainted when he shot Ernie. He must have put it there while I was unconscious.
Did you tell the police about fainting?
No.
Well, something new has been added.
Well, it didn't seem important. I told them what I saw. That's what mattered.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm being framed. Don't you know that? Pete hired you just to find that gun. He was furious when I quit him and married Ernie Castro. He never got over it. So he killed Ernie, and he's trying to put the blame on me.
Well, I hate to be unflattering, Vera, but I'm not sold on Pete Lloyd's mad passion for you.
But it's true.
Well, it's convenient for hooking Lloyd. But I happen to know that instead of crying in his beer because he was jilted, he's been booking a chick who has what it takes to make a man forget even you, Angel.
And I know that Pete killed Ernie. I saw him do it, and he said that it was on account of me.
All right, Vera.
You don't believe me, do you?
I don't believe anybody. In my business, betting on dishonesty is the best policy.
And you think I killed Ernie?
Did I say that?
Well, what reason would I have?
How about Georgie Richards?
What?
Pete Lloyd says you were sort of interested in Richards.
Pete says. It seems that he's been making quite a study of me. I thought he'd just found me.
Well, people knew Pete used to go with you. They've told him things.
Oh, Mr. Waring, can't you see that he's just crazy jealous? Any man I ever spoke to he's going to make something of. Yes, I know Georgie Richards, but I'm not interested in him. He was interested in me, but I didn't want to have anything to do with him.
Oh?
Now, look. I loved Ernie, and that is the truth. Georgie Richards is just like Pete. Anything to make a buck. Gambling, stealing, whatnot. Well, I'm through with that sort. All they mean is trouble.
Well, some people like trouble.
I've had my fill. And now, if that is all, Mr. Waring...
Yes, for now. Goodbye, Vera.
Goodbye. I'll show him. Hello. Georgie Richards, please.
Action soon in the Triangle murder case. Pete Lloyd, sweetheart of Vera Castro and accused by her of the murder of her husband, surrendered to the police early today. He was grilled for hours, but the police were unable to shake his story, and he was released. It is believed, however, that he gave some important information, which, if confirmed, may lead to an arrest. The nature of...
It'll be confirmed. The Falcon will see to that.
Tell me something, Pete.
Yeah, sure, Kay. What do you want to know?
Did you kill Ernie Castro?
Well, you heard what the man said, didn't you? Police couldn't shake my story. He couldn't shake it.
You didn't answer my question.
Now, stop worrying. They can't pin this on me.
I'm not worried about that.
Just want to know, is there blood on my hands? All right, Kay, look at him. Look at him.
I just want to know, do you still have a case on Vera?
That's all over. I told you.
I wonder.
Baby. Come here.
I don't care what you do, Pete. I don't care how many men you kill, but not for another
Will you
woman.
cut that out? I told you I'm through with Vera. All I want from her is for her to get what's coming to her.
You hate her.
I hate her.
Well, that means you're still interested.
Oh, I don't know. Hello.
Hello, Pete.
Vera.
Yes, your address was in the newspaper.
What does she want?
Pete, I've got to see you. Can you come over here right away?
Why?
I'll explain when I see you. It's important.
All right, Vera, I'll be over.
You're not going to see her.
The heat's on. She's squirming. I want to see her squirm.
No, Pete. Forget her.
Will you shut up?
Pete, listen to me.
I said shut up.
My lip's bleeding.
Here's a handkerchief. Now get out of my way, will you?
Come on in, Pete.
Yeah, sure, baby, sure. And now, Vera?
Well, why don't you come on over here? Sit down beside me.
Sure, why not? That's it, Vera. Turn on the glamour. See how far it gets you.
All right, Pete. Isn't it enough that you killed Ernie? Can't you leave me alone?
Leave you alone? You asked me over. It was your idea.
I mean the gun. And hiring Mike Waring. Telling him there's something between me and Georgie Richards. You're trying to put the blame on me for Ernie's murder.
Like you tried to put it on me.
Well, could we make a deal? If I change my story?
Couldn't we make a deal?
All right, laugh. Just laugh. But you had your chance. Remember that.
I'll remember.
I'll prove you killed Ernie.
Is that a fact?
Because you did kill him. You did.
Relax,
You
baby.
killed him. You're a murderer.
How many times are you going to say that?
Until you admit it.
What's to admit? I killed him. You know that, I know it. But if you expect I'm going to admit it to anyone else, what are you grinning about?
I'm not grinning.
You were. What is it? Why did you make me... The other room. You got somebody in the other room, haven't you?
Ow, you hurt me.
Answer me. The other room. Maybe the law, huh? Will you answer me?
Please, stop.
Well, I'll find out. Hey, you come back here. Well, what do you know? Georgie Richards, huh?
Let go.
So this is your witness, Vera. Some witness.
What are you going to do?
What am I going to do? I'm not going to do anything. Vera thinks your word's going to help her. Cheap punk like you. And for a minute she had me worried.
Leave him alone, Pete.
Sure, baby, sure. I wouldn't think of messing up pretty boy. All I'm trying to figure... Just what were you trying to pull here anyway?
Nothing.
Well, that's all it's going to amount to. You can bet on that. Just a great big zero.
And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Pete Lloyd was tricked by Vera Castro into revealing his guilt in front of a third party. Now in Mike Waring's combination apartment office.
Hello?
Is this the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Well, this is Vera Castro.
Oh, yes, Angel. I'm glad you called. Just got a report on the gun. It's the murder weapon, all right.
Oh, so now you're sure I killed Ernie?
I didn't say that.
Not in so many words.
Well, it's not important. What do you want?
An apology.
When I see proof.
I have proof, positive proof, that Pete Lloyd killed Ernie. That's why I phoned.
Oh?
If you will meet me at police headquarters in half an hour, I'll show it to you. You will see that... Ow!
Vera. Hello. Hello.
Who is it?
Me, Mike Waring.
All right. Just a second. Hello, Mr. Waring. Come on in.
What happened to you, Angel?
I got knocked out.
And that proof you were talking about?
Gone.
Surprise.
You don't believe me, do you? You think I just faked the whole thing?
Well, it does look phony. As phony as the gun in the urn.
Oh, then you realize that was a plant.
No, I didn't say that. I just said it looked like it. But you never can tell. Just what was the proof you were supposed to have had?
A tape recording of a conversation between me and Pete Lloyd.
How'd you get it?
Well, I remembered that Georgie Richards had a tape recorder, so I called him.
I thought Richards was nothing but trouble. You weren't going to have anything to do with him.
I needed his machine.
Uh-huh.
You don't believe me, do you? You think there's something more to it?
Look, why are you so concerned about what I believe?
I don't know.
All right, anyway, you made a recording.
Yes, I did. Georgie hid the microphone under the pillows on the sofa. I got Pete to admit that he killed Ernie, and we got it on the tape. And then when he left, I called you.
Mm-hmm.
But Pete must have figured out that something was wrong, because he came back, heard me talking to you, and knocked me out.
How about Richards?
What about him?
Was he here when you phoned me?
No, he'd gone too.
Oh, too bad. He might have seen.
But he was here when we made the recording. He'll tell you.
Yes, I'm sure he will. But I'd rather hear what Pete Lloyd has to say about it, so let's go, shall we?
What are you going to say to Pete, Mr. Waring?
Oh, just check his story against yours, Vera. And look, don't you think it's about time you started calling me Mike?
Could be.
Well, here's his floor.
Except that you're still working for him. What's that?
I think that came from Lloyd's apartment.
The door locked?
Yeah, I'm going to break it in.
Wait a minute. I think someone's coming.
Yeah. Well, hello, Angel. What happened?
It's Pete.
Where is he?
Right there. On the floor. Oh, Mike.
I see him, Angel. Oh, no wonder she screamed.
Is he dead?
Yes, Vera. Somebody knifed him. He's very dead.
Mike, don't you think we should have stayed back there with Kay until the police came?
No, I didn't want to waste time. I'll check back. All right, get in.
What's the hurry? Where are we going?
To see Georgie Richards.
You said you wouldn't take his word.
I won't.
Well, then why?
Now, you'll see.
Mike,
Yeah?
I didn't kill Pete.
Mm-hmm.
You don't believe me. I wish you'd believe me.
Where does Richards live?
Clyburn apartment. But I still don't understand.
Look, you borrowed his recording machine. Now it's my turn, that's all.
Well, what do you want it for?
You didn't notice me pick this up at Lloyd's, did you?
What's that? The tape!
A tape. Whether it's the tape remains to be seen. It was lying on the floor.
Well, that must be it.
Well, we'll see.
And if it is, will you help me?
If it is, will you need help?
Well, it'll prove that I didn't kill Ernie, but I may be accused of Pete's murder. So will you prove that I didn't kill him?
You want to hire me, Angel?
Yes.
Well, I just lost one client, so I'm available. But considering what happened to that client, maybe you'd better think it over.
Here's Richard's apartment, 205.
Hey, what's going on in there?
Well, it sounded like something fell over.
Yeah, there goes some more. Must be a free-for-all. Come on, open up.
What do we do?
Well, I just guess I'll have to... Wait a minute, stopped. I was just about to break it in.
Yeah. Anybody coming?
No, I don't think so. Maybe they couldn't hear me during the fight. I'll try again.
Wonder what that was all about.
I wouldn't know. Seems we're always butting into something. Hello,
Mike, catch him!
I got him. Wait till I get him into this chair. Close the door for her.
All right. Well, I don't see anybody else in the apartment, Mike. But look, everything's all upside down.
He's gone, the window.
Who was it, Richard?
I don't know. Big guy. I never saw him before.
What was he doing here?
When he was searching the apartment, he had all the doors out. I came in, caught him, and right away started swinging.
Uh-huh. Say, Vera, go in the kitchen, see if there's some ice in the refrigerator.
Hey, what's that for?
You should see your face, chum. It's all out of shape.
Huh?
And that shiner's a honey. Well, we patch you up, and then I want to try your recording machine, okay?
Killed Ernie.
Is that a fact?
Because you did kill him. You did.
Relax, baby.
You killed him. You're a murderer.
How many times are you going to say that?
Until you admit it.
What's to admit? I killed him. You know that, I know it. But if you expect I'm going to admit it to anyone else,
Well, Mike,
what are you grinning about?
Well, I guess that does it.
now you see that I've been telling the truth.
All right, Vera. Lloyd killed your husband. But who killed Lloyd?
Well, that's what you're supposed to find out.
Maybe it's the character who beat up on me.
Yeah, maybe so, Richards. What did he look like?
Well, he's a big guy.
Yeah, so you said.
Blonde, straight hair. He had a pushed-in nose.
Go on.
A rugged jaw. He looked sort of like an ex-bug.
How was he dressed?
He had a gray pinstripe suit, a blue shirt, a dirty yellow tie, a two-tone shoes. Oh, and yeah, his belt buckle.
What about it?
It was initialed J.H.
J.H., huh? Well, now we're getting somewhere.
You think you know who it is, Mike?
Think I know where I can find out?
Where?
Phone book.
The phone book?
Yes, I'm not the only private detective in town. I'll try all the J.H.'s till I land our boy.
You think he's a detective?
Think it's worth a try. This case is tightly knit. You, Vera, Kay. I don't see an outsider fitting in, unless he was working for one of you. So a detective looks like a good bet.
You could be right, Mike.
Oh, sure, Angel. Why so surprised? Come on, I'll take you home, then I'll go to work on it. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
10 minutes have passed, and the Falcon is fulfilling his promise to drop Vera at her house on his way to solving the case.
Well, so long, Vera. I'll let you know how I make out.
All right, Mike. Good night.
I've been waiting for you, sister.
Hey, stop it!
Tear your eyes out.
You'll have to tear out mine first, Kay.
That's a good idea.
Come on, break it up. Break it up.
She killed Pete. She killed him, and now I'm gonna kill her.
You're not gonna do anything.
Ow, you're breaking my arm.
Let go of her. Let go of her.
Ow. All right.
You all right, Vera?
Yeah.
Good. Now you, Kay. No use making like a maniac. That won't help anything.
You don't understand. I loved him.
Yeah, sure. Well, everyone to his taste.
Why, you... Ow!
I don't like to hurt you, Kay, but I can't let you go till you calm down. Now, come on, Kay. You better go with me. So long, Vera.
Goodbye.
Sorry if I hurt you, Kay. I don't like to rough a lady, but you haven't exactly been a lady, Angel. Now, come on. How do you feel now, Angel?
Rotten, thanks.
And belligerent?
No. Tired.
Well, that's an improvement.
Where do we go from here?
You go home, I go to work.
I see.
Yes, and you stay home.
If I don't?
You'd just be wasting your time. I'm phoning Vera to keep her door locked until I get back.
Oh, you're going back?
Uh-huh, as soon as I nail J.H.
Who's J.H.?
He's the key to this case.
And you know where to find him?
I know where not to find him, and under the circumstances, that'll be just as good.
Oh. Hello, Waring. Did you find J.H.?
I have a lead on him, Richards.
Oh, good. Come in and tell me, huh?
Yeah.
If you saw him again, Richards, could you identify him?
Sure.
Well, maybe I can arrange it. But I want to be sure I'm not making a mistake. Now, you said he's a big guy.
Well, at least 6'2".
Mm-hmm. Now, how'd you say he was dressed?
Pinstripe suit, gray.
Gray? Thought you said it was brown.
Did I?
I'm pretty sure you did. Viral remembered.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. Yeah, that's right. It was brown. Brown pinstripe, I forgot.
Mm-hmm. You should have kept notes, Richards.
Well, so I made a mistake.
Yeah, it's a big mistake. Because you did say gray before.
Well, okay, then. I told you.
Yeah, sure. And you switched when I bluffed. Because you weren't sure. Because you weren't describing J.H. from memory. You were describing him off the cuff. Because there isn't any J.H.
Are you nuts?
Well, that's been so rumored, but verification is lacking.
You think I busted my face out of shape like this myself?
No.
Whoa.
I think Pete Lloyd busted it for you.
Lloyd?
Yeah, when you tried to blackmail him.
What are you talking about?
After you and Vera made the tape, you returned to Vera's. You conked her, you swiped the tape, and tried to blackmail Lloyd with it. He offered to pay, but when you produced the tape, he made a grab for it. There was a fight, and you knifed him.
I suppose you can prove that.
Now, come on down to police headquarters, and I'll show you.
Well, I have a better idea.
I'm glad you decided to put up a fight. It gives me a chance to black your other eye.
Oh, no, you don't.
No, I thought so. The knife.
Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Sure, when you drop that knife, go ahead, drop it.
All right.
Yeah. Thought if we got in a fight, you'd pull that knife again. I have an idea the police lab will find specks of dried blood on it, Lloyd's blood. That's the trouble with playing with knives, Richards. You're likely to get stuck.
For a detective who operates out of his hat, you do all right, Mike.
Oh,
What's the matter?
Well, it's bad enough my setup isn't according to Hoyle, but on top of that, do you realize the awful faux pas I pulled on this particular case?
No, what?
I went all through this case without once getting knocked out.
That's right. I took the lumps for you.
Uh-huh.
Well, don't you worry. I won't breathe it to a soul.
That's my girl.
Hey, but I know one way we can keep from being too unorthodox.
What's that, Angel?
Well, right now I can ask you, how did you know that Georgie Richards was the murderer?
Oh, well, that business with J.H. The only time Richard saw that stranger was when they were struggling. Yet he gave me a perfect description.
Yeah, but what was the purpose of creating the mythical J.H. anyway?
To explain Richard's shiner. Richards killed Lloyd in a fight. The fight left marks on him. He had to explain them away, so when we arrived at his place, he staged the sound effects of battle and invented J.H. to account for the condition of his face.
I see.
And I pretended to go along with the gag to give him time to forget some details. Well, he did, and that's it.
And now you see that I didn't have anything to do with either of the murders. You didn't want to believe that at first.
Oh, what gave you that idea?
I could tell by the look in your eyes.
You mean you can tell what I'm thinking by just looking in my eyes?
That's right.
Well, can you tell what I'm thinking now, Angel?
I certainly can. Good night, Mike.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Connie. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some boy I know is thinking of taking up murder for a career. Yeah, he figures with all the money involved, the least he can do is make a stab at it.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Happy Hoodlum. Friends, before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you how you can have sandwiches and snacks and appetizers and salad toppings more easily and quickly than ever. Just make them with any of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Kraft cheese spreads are so smooth and easy to spread, and they're so good eating. There are creamy, mild-tasting ones and sharp-tasting varieties, too, all simply delicious. And, of course, all are of the finest quality because they are made by Kraft, a name that's been famous for years for top-quality foods. Try them, won't you? Tomorrow, get several of these handy, delicious Kraft cheese spreads. And
And now, the case of the Happy Hoodlum.
It's late afternoon in New York, and a tall, thin man with a dirty trench coat walks up the steps of the Revere building. His name is Marty Kramer. Mr. Kramer is embarked on a mission where the chances are 1,000,000 to 1 against him. Apparently, that doesn't bother him. He smiles as he takes the elevator down to the basement where the Revere Express Company has its headquarters. Then, still smiling, he marches down the hall to a door marked Employees Only and barges right in.
Hey, just a second there, mister.
Yeah?
You don't work here.
Do you?
Yes.
Good, then maybe you can help me out. Where do they keep the dough around here?
Were you crazy?
Don't tell me the stories I heard about this place aren't true. I saw a piece in the Sunday paper that said you always have 2 or 3 million on tap.
Now, look, mister.
No, you look, friend, because I got a little more than you have.
What?
That's right, it's a gun. And if you don't want a practical demonstration of how it works, you better take me to where they keep the dough.
Okay, you're the doctor.
Wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
You said you wanted to go into the bullion room, didn't you?
That's right.
Well, I've got to get my pass. They won't let me in without it.
Where is it?
In that drawer.
Okay. Open it slowly. And don't put your hand in there until I can see what you're doing. Hold it. What's that?
Oh, that? Why, that's the signal for one of the drivers that a bank wants him for a pickup.
You wouldn't try to kid me, would you, friend?
So help me, it's the truth.
All right, where's your pass?
Right here.
Now, which way do we go?
Down the hall.
Okay, let's move.
Say, tell me something, mister.
Yeah?
That piece you read in the paper.
What about it?
Did it tell you how many armed guards we have in the joint?
68, wasn't it?
That's right. And you expect to pick up an odd million and walk out without anyone bothering you.
I'm doing it, ain't I?
You haven't got the million yet.
Just give me time, pal. Where do we go now?
In here. That's where they get the shipments ready for the trucks.
Okay, open the door. Now, don't forget, I'm right behind you.
And I'm right behind you, mister.
What?
Just drop the gun, Pally.
You got him, Paul?
Yeah, I got him. All right, Barney. Frisk him.
Right.
You don't have to do that. I'm clean.
I know, but we don't believe in taking chances.
I can see that. That drawer you opened was connected with an alarm, wasn't it?
That's right.
Real cute.
What's your name, mister?
Marty Kramer.
You escaped from some lunatic asylum? You didn't think for a minute you'd walk in here and heist this place?
Well, I guess I was over-optimistic,
You're over something. Now, look, Kramer. What do you got up your sleeve?
Not a thing. Ask your friend. He just frisked me.
Don't be a wise guy. You're on the spot.
So it would seem, wouldn't it?
I don't get your angle.
Angle?
Yeah. You knew darn well you didn't have a prayer of getting away with this job. Now, why'd you do it?
As long as you put it on that basis, I'll tell you.
Well?
I just wanted to prove to the kiddies that crime doesn't pay.
Yeah? Oh.
Hello, Mike.
Sergeant Corbett.
You going to invite me in?
I don't know why I should. Come on. Let me take your coat.
No, thanks. I can't stay long.
Oh. How about a little,
What time is it?
5 to 6?
You sure you're not 5 minutes slow?
Come to think of it, I am.
Good, then I'm off duty. I'll have a short one.
What's on your mind, Sergeant?
It's funny you should ask that.
Why?
If there is something on my mind. Did you read about that boy named Marty Kramer?
Lad who tried to heist the Revere Express Company yesterday?
Yeah. How do you figure it?
Simple. He's crazy.
No, he isn't. He's as sane as you are, if that means anything.
Well, he certainly couldn't have believed he stood a chance of walking off with the loot.
No, he wanted to get caught.
Why?
That's what bothers me. I can't make it out. Can you?
Sergeant, what are you getting at?
I'd like you to look in on Kramer.
Are you out of your mind?
I guess I am. You know, if you do this, there won't be a dime in it for you.
You must think I'm as crazy as you are.
I do. What do you say, Mike?
Well, if everybody's going to act nuts, I might as well get into the act, too. Okay, I'll do it.
All right, Kramer. Mike Waring's here.
Mike Waring?
Yeah. You have 10 minutes, Mike.
Thanks, Mac.
Wait a minute, Buster. Who sent for you?
Sergeant Corbett asked me to look in on you. My name is Mike Waring.
You the bird they call the Falcon?
Mm-hmm.
What do you want with me?
Sergeant Corbett feels there's a lot more to your case than meets the eye. And I'm inclined to agree with him.
Well, you're wrong. I tried to pull a job and I was caught. That's all there is to it.
There are too many things it leaves unexplained.
Such as?
Such as your background. Your name isn't really Marty Kramer.
No? Then what is it?
I don't know. All I could find out is that you came to New York 6 weeks ago. Where from, nobody seems to know.
Maybe I'm ashamed of my past.
I don't see why. You have no criminal record that the police can discover. This was your first offense.
Always the first time for everything.
Well, it goes deeper than that, Kramer. You weren't hard-pressed for cash, either.
Oh, how do you know?
I went through your room, found this bank book there.
Who gave you a license to go through my stuff?
The police. There's $7,000 in that account.
Well, maybe that wasn't enough for me.
Well, you certainly couldn't hope to pick up more at the Revere Express Company.
A fella can try.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't have your heart in it. The DA showed me the gun they took away from you up there.
Yeah?
Yeah. That thing couldn't hurt a fly. The firing pin was filed all the way down.
You're out of your mind, Falcon.
Now, don't tell me that. I saw the gun.
Well, if the pin was shot, I didn't know about it. You don't think I'd do anything as silly as that?
I think you're doing something a lot sillier. Now, look, Kramer, you better start talking. Unless you level with me, they're really going to pop it to you.
Why don't you mind your own business?
Can I help it if I'm nosy?
Well, maybe this will cure you.
Oh, Mike, what's going on in there?
Nothing. I'm all right, Mac.
What's the idea, Kramer?
I'm just settling accounts with my friend here. That was the down payment, Waring. If you insist on working for me in the future, you can expect a lot more.
This is Ed Hurley here again, friends. Say, I'd like to tell you how you can get compliments from the small fry. Next time the children want something to eat between meals, set out their favorite crispy crackers and a glass or two of Kraft pineapple cheese spread, one of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Then watch those youngsters go to it. Watch how their faces light up when they taste this delightfully mild cheese spread that's filled through and through with juicy bits of sweet sun-ripened pineapple. Mm-hmm. Kraft pineapple cheese spread is delicious. And it's smooth, too, for wonderfully easy spreading. And you know it's a snack the whole family can enjoy often. Because, like all the Kraft cheese spreads, it's a wholesome dairy food made from only the finest ingredients. It's a good idea to have several glasses of Kraft cheese spreads on hand always for a grand variety of snacks. Try Kraft relish cheese spread, Kraft olive pimento cheese spread, Kraft pimento cheese spread. In fact, all 9 delicious varieties. Look for them at your grocer's tomorrow. They come in bright, new tulip-patterned drinking glasses in a choice of 4 gay colors. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A week has passed since Mike Waring had his little talk with Marty Kramer. Apparently, it didn't do any good, for the next day, Kramer pleaded guilty to armed robbery and was sentenced to Sing Sing. Now, as we find him, he's making his grand entrance.
Come on, Kramer. Hey, Bailey. Bailey. Wake up. You got company.
What's the matter?
I want you to meet your new roommate. His name is Marty Kramer.
Hiya, pal.
Hi.
If there's anything you want, Mr. Kramer, just ring. We have 24-hour service here.
Well, thanks a lot, McGraw, but I wouldn't think of disturbing you boys.
Well, make yourself at home, Kramer.
Thanks.
My name's Bailey.
Yeah, I know. I heard a lot about you.
I've heard a couple of things about you, too.
Have you?
Yeah, a fellow was telling me in the yard today that a Falcon was working for you. How come he couldn't get you off?
Maybe I didn't want him to, Bailey.
I don't dig you, pal.
Maybe I wanted to spend some time up here.
Why would anybody in his right mind want to do that?
It's a long story.
Well, that's okay. I got 10 years more to serve. Yeah, want a butt?
Yeah, help yourself, thanks.
Ain't much.
You see, there's a guy up here that I wanted to see.
Well, you certainly took the hard way, Kramer.
Well, 5 years ago, this guy was partners with my old man. My old man was a schnook. He trusted everybody. That was his mistake. One night, his partner cleaned him out and then put a match to the place. When the insurance dicks came over to investigate, this guy took a powder and my father was left holding the bag.
What happened?
Well, he couldn't stand the disgrace, so he blew his brains out.
Tough.
Yeah. Anyway, I promised myself that I'd make it up to the old boy. I've been looking for his partner ever since.
You find him?
Yep. Through a private eye.
The Falcon?
No, another guy. He told me my party was serving time in Sing Sing. That's why I arranged to visit here.
What's this party's name?
Bailey.
Huh?
Oh, now isn't that a coincidence? Just the same as yours. Where you from, Bailey?
Los Angeles.
Oh, that's funny. So was this guy I was telling you about.
Cut it out, Kramer.
You don't remember me, do you, friend?
No.
Of course, I didn't call myself Kramer in those days.
Now, look, you. Stay away from me. Hey, Mac! McGraw!
You're going to get it, Bailey. I've waited 5 long years for this.
What's wrong, Bailey?
Let him go, Kramer. Right after I squeeze the life out of him.
No, you don't.
Let me go. Come on. Break it up.
After breaking my arm.
Then behave. You okay, Bailey?
Yeah, I think so.
Leave me alone with him for 1 minute. 1 minute, that's all I ask.
What you're asking for is a stiff dose of solitary. All right, Kramer. Let's go.
Go away. There's nobody here. Yeah?
That you, Mike?
Who the devil is this?
Now, that's no way to talk to an old friend.
Well, this wouldn't be Sergeant Corbett, would it?
Why not?
You realize it's 3 o'clock in the morning?
You're slow. I got a quarter after.
Look, if your purpose is to annoy me, you're succeeding very well.
Got a little news item I thought you might be interested in. Remember our friend, Marty Kramer?
Yeah, sure. What about him?
I just got word from Sing Sing. He tried to kill his cellmate, a boy named Bailey.
Oh, so that's why he wanted to go to jail.
What do you mean?
Well, obviously, this whole idea was a plot on the part of Kramer to get his hands on Bailey.
Maybe. I kind of doubt it, though. I got a hunch we haven't heard the last of our friend, Mr. Kramer. Don't ask me why. I just got a hunch.
Imagine how I felt, Logan. A couple of seconds more and it would have been all over. Instead, the guard had to break it up.
How long did they keep you in solitary, Kramer?
A week.
Was it bad?
It'll be worth it if I can get my hands on Bailey again.
Forget it. There's not a chance. That's why I transferred you in here with me.
I'll work it somehow.
What you got against Bailey, anyway?
Ah, never mind.
Come on, I won't give you away.
There's something he did to my old man 5 years ago.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
You got the wrong guy.
Oh, no, I haven't.
When'd you say this happened?
5 years ago in L.A.
Well, that proves it. Bailey's been in here since 1940.
What are you trying to give me?
What's the truth, Kramer? Someone give you a bum steer. This ain't the same Bailey.
You're lying.
Okay, don't believe me, but I saw his record myself. I used to help around the warden's office when I first came here in 45.
Well, that's true. I did all this for nothing.
You ought to be glad you didn't kill him.
I gotta get out of here, Logan.
You kidding?
Don't you understand? This was all a mistake.
That's tough, pal, but can't be helped.
Let me out! Let me out! Pipe down there, Kramer, unless you want another session in solitary. I gotta speak to the warden. Okay, I'll make an appointment.
Cut it out, Kramer. It won't do you no good.
I gotta get out of here, Logan.
Sure.
If I can't do it any other way, I'm gonna make a break.
Don't be a chump.
I tell you I can do it. Are you with me?
You just sounding off to hear yourself talk?
No, I tell you I can do it.
How?
Is there anyone outside you can count on for help?
No.
Aren't you married?
No. I got a girl in Jersey.
How about her?
How do you think I got in here in the first place?
She squeal on you?
That's what a couple of people would like me to believe. I was running the biggest gambling joint in town till Martha got friendly with Philip Hernandez.
Phil Hernandez?
One of my competitors. He and Martha got awful chummy.
Well, that doesn't mean she sold you out.
It does when you add to it the fact that that's how we met originally. Only this boy she fingered was some character from Chicago, and he was married to her. The more I think of it, the more I'd like to ask Miss Martha Pierce a couple of questions.
What do you say, Logan? Do you want in?
What's the deal?
Tonight, after roll call, one of us will pretend we're sick. When the guard comes in to investigate, we'll take care of him.
With what?
With this.
Hey, where'd you get that hunk of lead?
When I was in solitary, I noticed one of the water pipes was loose. I didn't think anyone would mind if I borrowed it.
Yeah, they're bound to find out it's gone.
Sure, the next time they throw someone in solitary, but that may be days. And we'll use it tonight. All right, Logan, here he comes. Start moaning.
Yeah.
That's the ticket, pal. Keep it up.
Oh! What's the trouble there?
I don't know, Mac. Something's the matter with Logan.
Stand back from the door, Kramer. I'm coming in.
I think it's appendicitis. Logan. Where does it hurt?
Right here.
Oh, I better get the doc.
Okay, Kramer, now.
What the...
Hello, Martha.
Philip, what are you doing here?
You heard the news?
What news?
There was a flash on the radio at 10:30. Your ex-boyfriend, he broke out of jail.
Logan?
Yes, he and a man named Marty Kramer.
Well, what do you know?
I know we better do something.
Don't tell me you're frightened, Philip.
Well, there's no point in taking chances. You know the kind of guy Logan is.
Suppose you leave Mr. Logan to me.
But maybe he'd think I made you squeal on him.
Well, didn't you?
No, it was all your idea, Martha. Remember, I didn't want you to do it.
Aren't you the brave boy?
Well, it's your fault. I was satisfied with the way things were. But no, you had big ideas.
This is the first time I heard you complain.
Well, I didn't know.
You don't know a lot of things. Now listen, Phil. If Logan knew about us, we would have heard from him before this.
But maybe somebody tell him now.
Then all he's got are suspicions. And I can talk him out of them. I've done it before.
You think he is in New York already?
Well, if he is, he must be with his friend Kramer.
You got any idea where they can be?
Maybe.
Where?
Never mind. What you don't know can't hurt you.
Tell me where, Martha.
Let go, Philip. You're hurting me.
Where are they?
You're going to regret that, Mr. Hernandez.
I'm sorry, Martha. I didn't mean it. It's just that I worry about Logan so.
You shouldn't, Phil. I've got a feeling Mr. Logan is the least of your worries.
Turn off that light.
Kramer.
Yeah. This time, Waring, I've got a gun with a perfectly good firing pin. Now turn off that light so I can come out from behind these drapes.
Okay.
Now stay where you are until I switch on this lamp.
Just as you say.
All right, sit down.
How'd you get in here, Kramer?
Through that fire escape window.
Oh?
Now listen, Waring, I got to talk to you. You've got to help me.
You must be out of your mind.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were right. I was crazy to do what I did.
You mean break out of jail?
No, break in.
What are you raving about?
I wanted them to send me to Sing Sing because there was a man named Bailey there that I thought was responsible for my father's suicide.
So that's why you tried that phony holdup at the Revere Express Company, huh?
Yeah. But when I got to the pen, it was the wrong guy. I realized how ridiculous the whole idea was.
I could have told you that in the first place.
What am I going to do, Mike?
Why'd you crash out?
I told you I wanted to see you.
You could have sent me a letter.
I was rattled. I didn't think of it.
Well, you've got to give yourself up.
No.
Look, it's your only chance, Kramer. Fortunately, that guard you slugged wasn't badly hurt.
What do you think they'll do to me?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. But I'd gamble you won't even have to serve out your original sentence, providing...
Providing what?
We take Logan back with us.
No, I won't rat on him.
Don't be a fool, Kramer. Logan's dangerous. He's got a record as long as your arm. Now, don't be a chump. If the positions were reversed, he'd sell you out in 5 minutes. Now, what do you say?
Okay, Waring. Call a cab. I'll take you to him.
All right, Marty. Where is he?
Next floor.
Whose place is it?
Belongs to Logan. He owns the building.
Oh, that's pretty convenient. Does he know you went to see me?
No. I told him I was going to get some grub. Hold it.
This it?
Yeah. You better let me go in first. I'll give you the high sign when it's okay for you to come in.
Right.
Logan? Logan, I'm back. Hey, Logan, where the... Waring!
Yeah? What's the matter? What's the trouble? Oh, never mind. I see him.
He isn't moving.
A few people do when they're dead. All right, Kramer, what do you got to say for yourself?
That's the whole story. Now, what am I going to do?
First, you're going to get a grip on yourself. You're absolutely no help to me this way. Now, come on, help me turn him over.
No, I can't touch him.
Oh, you're the man who's going to kill for revenge.
Well, I didn't know they looked like this.
What did you expect? Well, judging by the signs, I'd say Logan got it around 9:45. Where were you at that time?
Waiting for you in your apartment.
Oh.
Look, Mike, how will this affect my chances on the appeal?
Not a bit if everything you say stands up. Cops couldn't possibly hang this on you.
Well, they could try.
You got a motive?
No, but...
There are no buts about it. Especially if we can deliver the right party to them. Now, when you left Logan to go to my place, did he say anything about expecting anyone?
No.
Well, somebody must have known he was here. Someone who had a key to this dive. Now, who could that be?
I don't know.
Now, come on, Kramer. You must have heard Logan mention some name.
No, I tell you. All he ever told me was he had a girl in Jersey.
Remember her name?
No.
You've got to.
He only mentioned her once or twice.
For Pete's sake, man, think. Your life may depend on it.
Wait a minute. Yeah, it was Martha. Martha Pierce.
Phil Hernandez girl?
Who's he?
Big gambler in town.
Yeah, I think you're right. Logan told me this Martha dame sold him out to one of his competitors.
All right, Kramer, you stay here. I'll be back as fast as I can.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Sounds like Kramer gave Mike a lead to the killer, doesn't it? Right now, though, I'd like to give you a lead to 9 kinds of wonderful eating. That's right, I said 9. Because I'm talking about the delicious Kraft cheese spreads that come in 9 grand varieties. There are delightfully mild-tasting ones like Kraft pineapple cheese spread, Kraft relish spread, and Kraft olive pimento cheese spread. And there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Kraft cheese and bacon spread, Roca brand cheese spread, and hearty Kraft Limburger cheese spread. They're all delicious. All wholesome dairy products, and all so handy for making quick, easy snacks and sandwiches. Always keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 30 minutes have passed since the discovery of the body of George Logan by Mike Waring and Marty Kramer. And now, as we find the Falcon, he's knocking at the door of his first lead.
Yes,
Martha Pierce?
that's right.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Not at all, honey. But if you're going to show me your brushes, you might as well come in.
Well, thanks. I'm afraid I left my sample case at home.
What's your name, handsome?
Mike Waring?
I think I've heard that somewhere before.
Could be. I'm a private detective, Miss Pierce.
My friends call me Martha.
Well, I'll bet you've got 1,000 of them.
Listen, Mr. Waring...
No, I'm sorry. I take it back. You couldn't have more than 999.
What's that supposed to mean?
You just lost one of your best.
Who?
George Logan.
Oh, don't tell me.
Yes, he's dead.
Poor Logan. I knew the excitement of breaking out would be too much for him. He had a bad heart.
Yes, well, that knife someone stuck in his back didn't help matters any either. Incidentally, where can I find Philip Hernandez?
You're wasting your time, honey. He isn't in New York. He took the midnight plane to Chicago.
Well, that must make it awfully dull for you. How have you been keeping yourself occupied?
Now, come, Mr. Waring. Surely you don't suspect me of killing Logan.
No, of course not. I was just curious, that's all.
Well, when Phil told me about the news flash he heard about Logan breaking out, I thought it called for a celebration. So I went to the Hawk Club.
Where undoubtedly you were seen by 100 different people.
At the very least.
Well, that makes a very handsome alibi, Martha.
I'm glad you like it.
All right, Angel, I'll be seeing you.
Oh, must you go?
Yes, but don't worry, I'll be back. And it may be sooner than you think.
Who's there?
It's all right, Kramer. It's only me, Mike Waring.
Oh, just a second. How'd you make out, Waring?
I didn't.
You couldn't get a thing out of her?
No. Our girlfriend Martha's got an alibi. Claims she spent the entire evening at the Hawk Club.
Well?
Well, I was down there, and everyone bears her out.
It must have been her new boyfriend who killed Logan.
No, I'm much more inclined to suspect it was her old one.
Who?
You.
I don't understand.
Oh, sure you do. You're a pretty smart boy, Kramer. That was a beautiful plan you worked out to get Logan.
What are you talking about?
You went up to Sing Sing to find somebody, only his name wasn't Bailey, it was Logan. That business of your old man's suicide was so much tripe. Logan took Martha away from you, and that's why you had it in for him.
You got rocks in your head. If Logan was the one I was after, why didn't I kill him when we were in the same cell?
Because you were sure to go to the chair. This way you felt confident you'd get away with it. The authorities up there thought Bailey was the one you were after. As far as they knew, you had no connection with Logan. It was just a coincidence that you broke out together and someone killed him. Now, you played it very smart, Kramer.
Obviously, it wasn't smart enough. You caught on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. Sometimes the fates conspire against you. You see, you broke out a stir at 8:30. So the news of the break wasn't released over the air until 2 hours later. The first flash came at 10:30.
Well,
Logan was murdered at 9:45. 3/4 of an hour before either Martha or Phil Hernandez could possibly have known he escaped. That's where your frame fell down. It's too bad you made that mistake.
we can't all be as clever as you, Waring. Speaking of bonus, you made a pretty bad one yourself.
I don't see where.
You shouldn't have come back here.
Why not?
You forget that I still have this gun.
Oh, no, I haven't. Sergeant?
What?
Hiya, Kramer. Don't bother turning around. Just drop the rod. Come on, drop it.
Well, did you hear enough, Sergeant?
Plenty. Okay, Kramer, let's be moving.
I'll make this up to you, Waring.
Oh, don't bother.
Ah, I owe you plenty.
You don't owe me a thing, friend. After all, if it hadn't been for you, I never would have met Martha.
What?
Mm-hmm. Take him away, Sergeant. I have work to do.
This is the season for hearty breakfasts, hot cakes, hot toast, hot rolls, waffles, and the spread that adds extra goodness to every bite is Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Yes, Parquet is the margarine millions prefer to any other because it tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its new Flavor Saver aluminum foil wrap. Elsewhere, get Parquet in the regular package or handy Color Quick bag. Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. The case of the substitute target. The Case of the Substitute Target. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that just because a fella has a head on his shoulders is no sign he's going to be able to keep it there. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Hear Martha Ray and Jimmy Durante on The Big Show today on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Barbara. Now, thanks for calling, but tonight is out, Angel. I have to teach some gangsters that you can't get away with murder. Especially since the murder they want to get away with is mine.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Substitute Target. Before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you about 9 of the handiest little menu helpers you ever had in your kitchen. They're the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads, and they really are handy for making snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers. All of the Kraft cheese spreads, the mild-tasting ones and the sharp-tasting ones, too, are delicious. And they're all the very finest quality because they're made by Kraft. The name Kraft on cheese or cheese foods means the very finest you can buy. So tomorrow, get several of the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. And now, the case of the substitute target.
Oh, bless you.
It's Sunday night in the expensive New York apartment of Ed Rizzo. Rizzo is the fat, bald mobster who is at the moment taking a bad pushing around from a tall young man who seems definitely to mean business.
All right, Rizzo, who is it?
Leo!
When you talk, no, you don't.
Oh, my finger.
You shouldn't have reached for that drawer. What are you looking for, a gun? Well, here's one, only I'll hold it. There's no use looking around for protection, Rizzo. I'm your protection, you know that. Only right now, I'm not protecting.
Travers, if you'd only listen to me.
I want the boss, the top boss. Now, who is he? Where can I find him?
I told you I'm the boss. You work for me. You
don't seem to understand, Rizzo. I don't work for you, not anymore. I want the boss, not a cheap stooge.
So you, Travers?
Who are you? I didn't know anybody
You
was...
weren't supposed to know anybody was here. Now stop waving that gun. You better do as I say, unless you want to find out if I'd really put a bullet in your stomach. Hurry up, drop it.
All right, don't. I'll drop it.
That's better. Pick it up, Rizzo. Yeah. All right. Now, just what's been going on here?
You're the boss, aren't you?
What gives you that idea?
Looking at Rizzo.
All right, I'm the boss. So what?
So from now on, I'm working for you. I'm tired of taking orders from Rizzo.
Ah? And what happens when you get tired of taking orders from me?
Well, I won't. I know I couldn't run the mob myself. At least not yet.
Listen to the punk. All right, kid. Now here's where you get yours for getting smart.
Cut it out.
Hold it, Rizzo. Let go of him. We gotta teach these punks to stay in line. Then start by staying in line yourself. Take your hands off him. But, Mr. Do as Dunlap. I tell you. Okay. Boy has initiative. I like that. Tell me, Travers, how did you find out Rizzo wasn't head man?
He could never make up his mind. He always had to think it over.
Ah.
Only he wasn't thinking, he was asking.
He's got a head on his shoulders, Rizzo. I think I can use him. But, Mr. Dunlap... By the way, Travers, I hope you haven't mentioned your deductions to anyone. I wouldn't care to have word get around.
What, are you kidding? I look out for Artie Travers. Anybody else wants to get to the top, let him do his own figuring.
Good boy. That's the spirit I like. You've got yourself a job. I have a suite at the Hotel Grayson. Be there tomorrow at 10.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's all. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. I'll be seeing.
Right. Tomorrow at 10. Mr. Dunlap, how are we going to keep guys in line if you let punks get away with that He's kind not of... getting away with anything, Rizzo. But you told him... And now I'm telling you. He's not getting away with anything. Not even his life.
Baby, did I pull a deal tonight. Little Artie is going places.
I'm glad to hear it.
You bet you're glad. It's Sable's for you, baby. And for... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Maybe I made a mistake.
What do you mean, what sort of mistake?
Just a minute, I want to turn this corner. See if they do, too.
They? Who?
Yeah. There they are. We're being followed.
Followed? Why? What does it mean?
If that's who I think it is, it could mean plenty. I gotta shake them.
What do you think they want?
Me.
They're speeding up, too.
Yeah, hang on, baby. We're gonna take another turn.
What's it all about?
Never mind. Just watching back. See if they make it.
All right. Yes, here they come. Oh, they're gaining. Can't you go any faster?
No, I've given her all she'll take.
They're still gaining.
We'll never make it. Get down on the floor, baby.
Well, what are you gonna...
Do like I tell you, quick.
All right.
Hello.
Hello. I'm looking for Michael Waring, the Falcon. I was told I could find him here.
You were told right. Come in.
Thank you. I thought you'd have an office. Isn't it rather unusual for a detective to work out of his apartment?
I'm a rather unusual detective.
So I've heard. That's why I'm here.
Mm-hmm. Well, Lorna, what can I do for you?
You know my name?
Sure. Lorna March.
You are unusual.
Don't give me too much credit, Angel. You were all over the front pages.
Oh, that's when I was in the hospital. I didn't see.
Yes, but I did. You're not the type to ignore. I'm not that unusual.
Thank you. Then you know the police grill me about Art's connections. They think I know something that I'm holding back.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not so. I only knew Art a short while. I didn't know he was a gangster.
If I had, I wouldn't have had anything to do with him, believe me.
You don't have to sell me.
But it's true. He told me that he was in some sort of manufacturing business.
All right, Lorna. You don't know anything about Art Travers. You don't know who killed him or why he was killed.
That's right. Only the police won't believe me. They think I'm holding back. And now what worries me? Suppose the people who killed Art get the same idea.
You think they might go gunning for you to shut you up?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to do. That's why I came to you. I'll pay your fee gladly.
Well, first of all, let's put you where they can't get at you. I'll take you to a hotel, make sure we're not followed. You stay in your room and don't open the door to anyone.
But I can't stay locked in a hotel room indefinitely.
No, just till we get things rolling.
What things?
Well, maybe the killers will lose interest in you if we give them something else to shoot at.
What, for instance?
Me.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
It's your lucky day, Corbett. This is Mike Waring.
Goodbye, Waring.
Hold it. I want to talk to you.
I don't want to talk to you. I've already got a headache.
The Art Travers killing by any chance?
You've been listening at keyholes.
Naturally, in my profession.
All right, Waring, what do you want? I got no time for idle chit-chat.
I want you to do me a favor.
I told you I got no time.
Oh, for this you have. You'll love it.
What makes you think so?
It might get me killed.
All of a sudden, I find myself strangely interested. Tell me more.
In the Art Travers shooting. Police reveal that letters to Travers' apartment indicate that shortly before his murders, Travers employed private detective Mike Waring, known as the Falcon. Waring is wanted for questioning as to the nature of his work for Travers. It is believed that this may have a direct bearing on the killing, especially since Waring has disappeared since the killing. It is not known whether Waring is in hiding.
Hello, Joey.
Mike Waring. Hey, didn't you hear? Well, don't you know the law's looking for you?
That's why I'm looking for you.
Huh?
Have one on me, Joey. What are you drinking?
You name it, I'll drink it.
Okay. Bartender, double scotch for my pal.
Gee, that's pretty swell, Mike. What's cooking? What can I do you for?
I just thought you might let me hole up in your place until things cool off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure, Mike. Sure, anytime.
Thanks, Joey. Well, I'd better get right up there. The sooner I'm out of circulation, the better. Here, this will take care of your drink.
Thanks. Hey, just a second. Here's the keys.
Oh, right.
I'll be up a little later.
All right, Joey. So long.
So long, Mike. Hey, all the rest of the drink, Red. I'll be right back.
Hello.
Hello. Mr. Rizzo?
Yes?
Joey Jonas. I was just calling. I might happen to know where you could find Mike Waring.
Oh?
What's it worth?
Come on up. We'll talk about it.
Okay. I'll be right over.
Come in, Joey.
Yeah, Mr. Rizzo.
Now, what's this about you knowing where to find Waring?
Well, you see, he comes to me, asks me to help hide him out.
Oh, he comes to you?
Yeah, he says, well, Hey, come on, let go.
What does Waring come to you for?
I'm trying to tell you. Hey, don't hit me.
You a pal of Waring's?
I know him, sort of.
You know him, sort of, but he goes to you when he's in a jam.
Well, I guess he figured that, nobody'd think about him going to me. If he went to one of his real pals, a friend would, you know.
Maybe.
Hey, look, I'm telling you where to find him, ain't I?
You better.
Well, doesn't that prove I'm leveling with you?
All right, Joey.
But you said, well, I'm going to get paid, ain't I?
We'll talk about that after I find Waring. Where is he?
Well, the dough first. God, my arm.
Where's Waring?
But Ow! At my place. My place.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah, but don't forget you promised if I told you you'd give me the dough.
All right, Joey, turn it off. If Waring's there, you'll be taken care of. After we take care of Waring.
Hello.
Hello, Larkin. This is Rizzo.
Yeah, Mr. Rizzo.
Just thought you'd like to know it pays to keep your customers happy.
What do you mean?
Just that I've got another job for you.
Oh? It wouldn't be Waring, would it?
How did you know?
According to the papers, he was tied in with Travers.
Yeah. Well, will you take care of it? I know where you can find him.
You want him to get what Travers got?
Yeah. But first I want to talk to him, find out how much he knows. I want you to bring him here.
That's not going to be so easy. A guy like the Falcon.
You don't think you can handle it?
I didn't say that.
Then cut the alibis.
Okay, Mr. Rizzo. I'll bring you Waring.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, I guess Larkin plans to bring Mike to Mr. Rizzo, all right. Meanwhile, I'd like to bring you an idea. An idea for keeping the whole family pleased whenever they want a delicious snack. Just keep your refrigerator stocked with a glass or two of Kraft cheese and bacon spread. One of the 9 delicious cheese spreads made by Kraft. Kraft cheese and bacon spread is perfect for snacks because it tastes so wonderful and because it's velvety smooth for easy spreading on crackers or bread. Just wait till you taste this fine blend of mellow, sharp American cheddar cheese and hickory smoked bacon with that tantalizing sweet smoked flavor all through it. Mm-hmm. You'll keep coming back for more. And snacks you make with Kraft cheese and bacon spread are snacks you can enjoy often. Because like all 9 Kraft cheese spreads, Kraft cheese and bacon spread is wholesome dairy food, made from only the finest ingredients. And for variety, try some of the 9 other tempting Kraft cheese spreads. There's sharp Old English brand, Roca brand, and full-flavored Smoke Hill, too. Look for them in the tulip-designed drinking glasses in your choice of 4 gay colors. And remember, these are America's favorite cheese spreads. America's favorites because they're so delicious. So be sure you get the cheese spreads made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Rizzo ordered Larkin to deliver Mike Waring. Now, at the door of Joey Jonas's room, Larkin is ready to carry out his mission.
Who is it? Joey sent me up. He thought you might be hungry. Got a couple of sandwiches for you.
That's what I call a service. Just a second.
All right. Hey! I expected the gun, pal. That's why I was ready to jump you.
Double-cross.
No, Joey, he didn't double-cross you. He double-crossed me, but I counted on it.
Yeah, well, I'll...
You won't do anything, pal. Not for a while.
All right, Larkin, who gave you your orders?
I want a lawyer.
He wants a lawyer.
Well, get him a lawyer, Corbett.
Waring, he's just a professional trigger. I want the higher-ups. He's got to talk.
With your charm, I don't see how he can resist you, but I have a hunch he will. You're wasting your time.
Well, you got any suggestions, Waring?
Yes, I told you. Get him a lawyer like he asked you.
Believe me, he doesn't want a lawyer.
He says he does.
Yeah, what'll a lawyer do?
Spring him?
Yeah, then the mob will rub him out to shut him up in case we want to pick him up again. We're doing him a favor keeping him here, believe me.
Well, Corbett, every man to his taste.
You're such a help.
Now, that's gratitude for you. I bring you the trigger.
I want the higher-ups.
No satisfying some people.
Like the chief, for instance. He's going to be screaming.
What, in your pretty shell-like ear? The thought shudders. Oh, so long, Corbett.
Where are you going, Waring?
Your every wish is my command. I'm going looking for higher-ups. Hello, Joey.
Huh? Falcon. Hey, stay away from me, Mike. Stay away.
Come here, Joey.
I'm warning you. Now stay away or I'll let you have it with this beer bottle.
Well, Joey, if you're so anxious to give me that bottle, I'll just take it.
Now cut it out, Mike.
Yeah, sure, as soon as I get this away from you. That's it. All right, Joey, now we talk.
Please, Mike. Don't be sore.
You sicked a gunman on me. And what are you so startled to see me walking around?
I can explain.
All right, explain.
Well, we wanted it, and it's... I guess I can't.
As a matter of fact, you don't have to. I expected just what happened.
Huh? Well, why?
Because I know what a cheap rat you are.
I suppose you wouldn't believe it.
You're right, I wouldn't. But there's no use crying over spilled gunman, Joey. So I'm willing to make a deal.
Hey, what kind of a deal?
I'm willing to forget the gunman, provided you tell me who hired him.
Well, what if I don't know?
You do know. You know plenty about what's cooking in mob circles. That's why I latched onto you in the first place.
I can't say anything else, Mike. It's... Hey, don't hit me.
I'm not going to hit you. I'm just going to explain something to you.
Explain?
Yeah. You can deny it if you want to, but this is the way I see it. You tipped off a mob that I was at your place. They sent around Larkin to get rid of me.
Oh, Mike,
but that's
look,
just what I counted on. I was waiting for him. Now he's in the jug.
Oh, it's not the
And what
way
do you think the mob thinks about that? They think you double-crossed them.
Huh?
Sure, can't you see it? Larkin walked into a trap. You laid the trap.
No, I didn't do...
That's the way it looks to them. And they won't sit still for that kind of an act. No, Joey, I'm not going to hit you. I'll just leave you for the mob.
Oh, what am I going to do?
Well, you could help me round up the mob, put the finger on the boss. If they're behind bars, they can't touch you.
Yeah, but if something goes wrong...
So what? You couldn't be any worse off than you are. Think it over, Joey.
All right, Mike. Mike, I'll tell you all I know.
Stop pacing the floor, Rizzo. You make me dizzy.
Should have heard from Larkin long ago. Something must have gone wrong.
Something probably did. I understand Mike Waring is pretty sharp.
Joey double-crossed me. That's what happened, Mr. Dunlap.
Maybe.
He sold me out to Waring. Now Waring has Larkin to clinch it. He'll get him to talk.
What can Larkin say?
He can tie me to the Travers job. We've got to get to Waring before he gets to the law.
How?
I don't know. But if we don't, Mr. Dunlap, we're sunk.
Let's not underestimate the advantages of our method of operation, Rizzo.
Huh?
You're afraid Larkin will talk. But how much does he actually know?
He knows me.
Oh, true, but he doesn't know me.
That's a big help.
Perhaps not to you. It is to me.
Oh. And I don't count, I suppose.
Oh, certainly you do, as long as you're an asset. Now perhaps you see why I insisted upon the breakdown in the organization. Larkin knows no one except you. You can name me, but you don't know any of my other lieutenants.
Who cares about the other lieutenants? I'm thinking about me.
Of course. But you see how the setup works. A chain, as it were. All that's necessary is to eliminate one link in the chain, and investigation comes to a dead end.
So how are we going to eliminate Larkin? Waring's got him.
True, Rizzo. Therefore, we're forced to move on to the next link.
Huh? Hey, now, wait a minute.
Sorry, Rizzo.
Please, Mr. Dunlap,
As
don't...
long as we take care of the weakest link.
I wouldn't talk. You don't have to worry about me.
Too bad I have to do this myself, but there's no time, and I don't want to risk anything going wrong.
Boss, look, I won't talk.
Hey, Mike, tell me, what good'll I do here?
I told you, Joey, it's not what good you'll do being with me. It's what harm you might do if I let you out of my sight again.
Yeah, but Rizzo's going to be sore.
Let me handle Rizzo.
Let me get down. I'll wait downstairs.
You'll wait right here.
Let's go. There's nobody here.
You hope. I hear somebody in there.
Well, it was just maybe somebody upstairs.
I don't think so. I heard somebody moving around inside.
Well, it's funny they don't come then.
Yeah, very funny. Well, Joey, I guess he's not here. Let's go.
What's the...
Come on.
Hey, you gone nuts?
Yeah, sure. All right, Joey. This is far enough.
Oh, what are we doing?
Obviously, visitors aren't welcome. But maybe if we pretend to go...
Or maybe if we really do go.
Will you stop that?
Well, what do we do? Just stand here in the hall?
Yeah, for a minute. If nobody opens the door now, we'll have to try something else. Now, just be quiet.
Okay. Here he comes.
Oh, fine. You scared him back.
What's the matter, Waring? Nobody home?
Huh? Corbett, where'd you come from?
Falcon finally cracked. Said Rizzo hired him, so here I am.
Oh, good. There's something going on inside, but Hey, where's Joey?
Joey? That must be the guy who just ducked down the stairs.
I should have known he'd fade the second I turned my back. Well, maybe he doesn't matter for now. Look, we've got to get into Rizzo's. But that's not the kind of door you can break into.
What's going on?
That's what I'm trying to find out. I knocked at Rizzo's door, and nobody answered. But I could hear someone inside. So I hid and waited. Then somebody opened the door, but before I could see who it was, Joey chirped and the door slammed.
Well, a door slammed in your face should be no new experience to you, Waring.
All right, I'll waltz with you later, Corbett. Right now, this calls for a search warrant and an acetylene torch. Now get on it, huh?
Well, Waring, from the look of them, we're not going to get much out of Rizzo.
Oh, except a collection of lead.
Yeah.
I wonder whoever was here didn't want to let me in. He probably just finished this job. Then while I was talking to you, he cleared out through the window.
So we're right back where we started.
Well, not exactly. You've got Rizzo.
What's left of him? Now we've got to get the boy who plugged him.
That's right, Corbett. Well, let's go see Ludovici Caffarello.
Eh? Who is Ludovici Caffarello?
A taxi driver.
Yeah, what's he got to do with this case?
Nothing, maybe.
This is the kind of help he gives me.
Okay, so I'll go see Ludovici Caffarello.
Hold it, Waring. I don't know what gives, but I'm in no mood to take you patting yourself on the back in front of my face if this pays off and I'm out of it. Where does this Caffarello live?
I don't know.
Gets better and better.
But I know where he works. So if you're coming, let's get moving. We've got work to do.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends, and while Mike and Sergeant Corbett go about finding Mr. Caffarello, I'd like to help you find out about the 9 most delicious cheese spreads I ever tasted. They're the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. There are delightfully mild-tasting ones, such as Kraft Pineapple Cheese Spread, Kraft Olive Pimento Cheese Spread, and Kraft Relish Cheese Spread. And there are sharp-tasting ones, too, like Roca Cheese Spread, Smokell, and Kraft Limburger Cheese Spread. All of them are mighty good to eat, and they're all good for you to eat, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest ingredients. For quick, easy snacks and sandwiches, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's an hour and a half since Mike threw the name Ludovici Caffarello into the case. Corbett is still wondering if it was a straight, fast one or a curve. Now the Falcon and Sergeant Corbett are waiting in an elaborately furnished living room for the answer, while the butler goes to announce them to the master of the house. A moment later, their host appears.
Good evening, gentlemen. Which of you is Sergeant Corbett?
I am, Dunlap.
That's the guy, Corbett.
What guy am I?
The guy who slammed the door in my face at Rizzo's.
Well, when was this?
A couple of hours ago.
Tonight? I haven't been out tonight.
We can prove you have.
Your word against mine?
Mine and Caffarello's.
Who's Caffarello?
The taxi driver who drove you here from Rizzo's.
Oh. When I heard the police wanted to see me, I wondered what they wanted.
Ah, you know. You better come along to headquarters.
What charge?
Suspicion of murder.
I hate to disappoint you, gentlemen, but I have other plans.
No, you don't. No gunplay.
Hold him, Waring.
I don't think he will.
Stop, Dunlap. Stop.
Oh, he's great for going through windows. Didn't even stop to open it.
See him, Waring?
Yeah, he's on the fire escape. All right, Dunlap, that's as far as you go.
There's his answer.
Now, that's a two-way answer.
Get him?
No, he's too close to the building. But I've got him cornered. He can't get out to the stairs.
Keep him pinned there. I'll go down for him.
Yeah, right. He's 2 floors down. Corbett, wait a minute.
What's wrong?
He's taking a gamble. He's going over the rail. He's going to drop to the ground. It's 3 floors to solid concrete.
If he makes
Here,
it.
just a second. I can cover him from out here in the fire escape, even if he... There he goes.
Watch him, Waring.
It's all right, Corbett. I don't think he's going anywhere. He's not getting up. But you better get down there. I'll keep him covered just in case.
All right, Mike, so you and the sergeant found Rizzo's body, but then what?
Well, I knew the murderer left the building right after Joey and I got there.
Huh?
He went out the window while I was in the hall.
Uh-huh.
And I knew he'd be in a hurry to get out of the neighborhood. He might have taken a taxi, and since the taxi we arrived in was probably still out front...
Oh, I see.
Well, they have the driver's identification in the cab. I remember the name because it intrigued me. Ludovici Caffarello.
So you called the taxi company and asked where you could find Caffarello?
That's right. And he told us he picked up a fare near Rizzo's and gave us the description. We went to where he took the fare, gave the desk clerk the description, and he said it sounded like Dunlap. And that, with a little bluffing, was the end of the line.
Do you think Dunlap's the head man of the mob?
Seems to be. He's got a busted leg, but he'll be able to talk. Yep, looks like the mob's washed up.
And Joey?
Probably on his bicycle heading for Texas.
Oh, poor Joey.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about him.
Well, the main thing is I don't have to worry about myself anymore. No, it's no fun having to hide out from gangsters.
Well, still, just to play safe, you better keep a bodyguard with you for a while.
You think there's still danger? I thought you said the mob was finished.
Oh, probably is, but why take chances?
Well, do you know a bodyguard?
Mm-hmm. Me.
Oh.
I'd stick real close, Lorna.
I'm sure you would.
You'd be well protected.
I don't doubt it. There's only one thing that concerns me.
What's that, Angel?
Who'd protect me from my protector? Huh?
In many parts of the country, winter means ice and snow, dangerous road conditions, and dangerous road conditions may mean a bad accident to you, so drive extra carefully. For safer driving, do these things. Adjust your car speed to the road and weather, keep your windshield clear of snow and ice, fog and frost, use tire chains on snow and ice, brake slowly to avoid dangerous skidding, keep well back of the car ahead. Whether you walk or drive, be careful. Remember, an accident doesn't always happen to someone else. The case of the bellicose boxer. The case of the bellicose boxer. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon. And Mike Waring learns that when some fighters are knocked out, they may also be knocked off. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he's speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Hear Mr. and Mrs. Blandings later today, then the big show on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Dolores. I'm glad you called. You'll have to count me out tonight. I'm going to the fights. Yeah, I know some of them are dull, Angel, but this one ought to be a killer. The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the bellicose boxer. And now, the case of the bellicose boxer. It is early afternoon in New York, and at Stamford's Gymnasium, the young man whom experts hail as the slickest thing to hit the ring since Benny Leonard dances around in the shower. His name is Freddie Lane. He looks as commanding as a Greek god, and Freddie has a manner to match.
How about a towel, Steve?
What? What'd you say, Freddie?
What's the matter, you deaf? Let me have a towel.
Oh, yeah, sure. Here.
What'd you do with my robe? Come on, Steve. Get with it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Freddie. I guess I was thinking of something.
That's a novelty. Hand me my robe, huh?
Yeah, sure, Tim. Yeah?
All right, what's eating you?
Well, I don't like to annoy you with details.
Go ahead. You know a manager isn't supposed to keep any secrets from his fighters?
Yes, that's just it, Freddie. As of 12 o'clock tonight, I am no longer your manager.
That's right. Your contract expires then, don't it?
Yeah, you forgot to sign the new one.
No, I didn't forget, Steve.
Oh, what'd you do with my copy?
I tore it up.
I don't get you, Freddie.
I guess that proves you're not as smart as you're supposed to be.
Well, let me get this straight.
I don't know why you're having so much trouble, Steve. It's simple. I'm packing you in.
You don't know what you're saying. Why, when I found
All right,
you,
don't give me that tired routine about all you did for me. You got paid for that and paid plenty. And here around little Freddie don't split with anybody.
Well, listen, Freddie.
Sorry, pal. I haven't time. I got no... Come in.
Hello, boys.
What are you doing here, Vincent?
Keep your shirt on, Steve. I just want to talk to you, boy.
You're making a mistake, Mr. Vincent.
Am I?
Yeah. I'm not his boy.
Oh, really?
Oh, really. As of 12 o'clock tonight.
Then if I want to discuss business, who do I talk to?
Me?
All right, Steve. Would you mind giving us a little privacy?
I'm staying here.
Buzz.
You want me, Mr. Vincent?
Yeah, would you take this gentleman for a little stroll? I think some fresh air would do him good.
Okay, Steve, you heard him.
Let go of me.
Come on, friend. Unless you want that fresh air to go right through you.
All right, Freddie. I'll be seeing you.
Don't bother, Steve. It won't do you any good. Okay, Mr. Vincent. What's on your mind?
You are, Freddie. Night and day.
Well, that's very flattering. What do I owe it to?
Your coming fight with the champ.
Oh, that?
Yeah, that. How do you think you'll do against him?
What's your guess?
Oh, I think if you wanted to, you could take Kenny.
You're not kidding.
I said if you wanted to.
Well, why shouldn't I? I think the crown would look real good on me.
I think $100,000 would look even better.
Oh, meaning you want me to take a dive?
Meaning just that.
You know, Mr. Vincent, I like a guy who don't beat around the bush. When do I get the dough?
Right after the fight.
Oh, no. I don't do business that way.
When would you want it?
Tonight.
Okay, Freddie, you got yourself a deal. I'll have Buzz bring it over to your apartment.
Fair enough.
I guess that does it. Take care of yourself, kid.
Mm-hmm. Keep punching.
You too, Freddie. Just be careful where and when.
Hello? Let me talk to Ace Richards, please.
Speaking.
Oh, hello, Ace. This is Freddie Lane.
Oh, hi, Freddie. What's up?
This is strictly QT, Ace.
Ever know me to talk?
Well, I'd like to place a little bet on my fight next Friday night with the champ.
How much?
$100,000.
Is that what you call a little bet?
Look, if you don't want it, Ace, I'll get somebody else.
No. I'll cover it, Freddie.
All right. Lay the whole bunch on me to beat Kenny by a knockout.
I don't like this business, Freddie. I don't like it one bit.
All right. Now, what's the matter, Ruth?
Steve Douglas did a lot for you. You can't toss him over like that. You need him.
I need Steve like I need a hole in my head. He should have seen his face when I told him we were through. I thought the guy was going to drop dead.
That's not funny.
Can't expect you to see the joke, Ruth. After all, you're both in the same boat.
What's that supposed to mean?
Here's where you get off, baby.
What? Oh, I didn't realize this was my house.
No, you had it right the first time, Ruthie. We're through.
Oh, please, Freddie. I'm in no mood for any more of your clowning tonight.
Now, what's the matter with all you people anyway? A fella tells you something right away, you think he's kidding.
But you can't be serious.
Go on, get.
Now, darling, listen to me.
Are you going to walk or do I have to toss you out? Now, beat it.
All right, Freddie.
Now, don't get so familiar. Next time we meet, remember, it's Mr. Lane.
Is that clock right, Buzz?
No, it's about 5 minutes slow, Mr. Vincent.
Oh, then you better turn on the radio.
If you don't mind my asking, how much dough is your syndicate laying on this match?
Enough. Is that the right station?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there it is now.
And in just a moment, we will bring you this blow-by-blow account of the first championship fight held in New York in 2 years. It's a 15-round match between Dan Kenny and the challenger, Freddie Lane. They're in the center of the ring now, getting their final instructions from the referee. Both boys look in great shape. Now they've just gone back to their corners, and there's the bell for the first round. Both fighters come out of their corners swinging. The champ feints with the left and then tries another left, which catches Freddie going away.
Why don't they cut out the
Now
acting and get down to
flicks out a right,
business?
but Freddie dances back. Lane must feel that there's plenty of time to show what am I saying? Freddie just brought up a roundhouse that caught Kenny right on the jaw.
Boss, shut up.
And now Lane throws a right and a left and still another left. Oh, that one hurt. The champ staggers and Freddie moves in for the kill.
Hold on, I'm your jerk.
Kenny is trying to clinch now, but Lane won't let him. Freddie brings up a right from the basement. And Kenny is down. He's badly hurt. The referee is bending over him. Just listen to that crowd.
Get up, Kenny. Come on, you bum.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it's all over, folks. There's a new champion in New York tonight.
Turn it off.
And his name is...
Well, what do you think, Buzz? Gee, Mr. Vincent, what can I say? You're sure you gave that $100,000 to Freddie Lane? May I drop dead if I didn't. Okay, Buzz, that's all I wanted to know. I can take it from here.
Who's there? All right, Mike, open up. Who is it? Open up and find out.
Oh, Steve Douglas.
Surprised you, didn't I?
In no small way.
Yeah, considering you're the one and only Falcon, that's no easy trick. Am I disturbing you?
No. Nothing I like better than entertaining company at 3 in the morning.
It won't take much of your time. Can you get me a gun?
Can I what?
Get me a gun, you know, a bang-bang. One that can't be traced.
Why?
I got a little exterminating job I want to do.
You're drunk.
Sure I am. Don't worry, I won't miss. I figure to get real close to him before I let him have it.
Who are you talking about?
Freddie Lane, the new champ, that's who.
You out of your mind?
I don't think so. The way I see it, so many guys hate Freddie, the cops will never pin it on me. Especially if you can get me a gun that can't be traced.
You're crazy.
You think I'm kidding, don't you?
No, that's what scares me. Now, look, Steve. Why don't you bunk here on the sofa and we'll talk this over tomorrow morning?
Nah. I'm going to get him tonight.
Look, I think you better sober up.
You mean you won't get me a gun?
That's exactly what I mean.
Well, a swell pal you turned out to be. Okay, if that's the way you feel, I got other friends.
Now, hold it. You're staying here.
Who's going to make me?
You know, Steve, you're leaving yourself wide open for a crack there. There's no reason why you shouldn't get it. No. And good night, sweetheart. I'll see you in the morning.
Come on, baby. Drink up. Plenty more where this came from. You realize you're talking to the new champ?
Oh, I think you're wonderful, Mr. Lane.
Call me Freddie, baby.
All right, Freddie. But hadn't we better get back to the party?
Ah, what's a rush? Told him I had to go up to my room to get my bags packed. Well, there they are.
Oh, sugar, you ain't gonna wait.
Yeah. I'm grabbing a 12 o'clock plane for Seattle. How'd you like to go with me, huh?
Well, I don't know.
Hey, you better make up your mind fast, baby. We got 15 minutes to make the airport. That must be the boy I've been waiting for. All right, just a second. I'm coming. Well, if it isn't... Come on.
Sergeant Corbett around here?
I think so.
Listen, you lame brain. What's the idea of getting me down here at this hour?
Well, I had a little news for you. I didn't want to trust to the telephone. Freddie Lane's been murdered.
Is that supposed to be a scoop? It's in all the papers.
Yeah, but the papers didn't say anything about you entertaining Freddie's ex-manager early this morning.
What, you mean Steve Douglas?
Uh-huh. According to our information, he went up to see you at 3 a.m.
So?
So, where's he now?
You tell me.
Okay. Your elevator boy brought him down about 5.
Well?
Well, the jury might think, inasmuch as Freddie was killed at 6, there might be a connection.
Where's Steve now?
Winslow, Send Douglas in here.
Hello, Steve.
Hi, Mike. Don't look so good for the home team, does it?
Now, don't you worry. We'll have you out of here in no time.
Who are you kidding?
Look, Corbett, you mind if I talk to him alone?
I certainly do. You don't think I'm letting you alone with a murderer?
You're talking through your hat. Steve didn't kill Freddie.
Funny he can't supply an alibi.
All right, Steve. Tell him what you did after you left my place.
I walked around.
Where?
I don't remember.
You don't remember.
Has he been identified by the girl?
What girl?
According to the papers, there was a cutie in Lane's apartment when he was gunned.
We haven't found her yet.
Well, let me congratulate you.
You think you can do better?
Well, I certainly couldn't do any worse.
Wait a minute, Mike. You got any idea who this girl is?
Maybe. I'll be seeing you, Sergeant.
Sure. Why don't we make a date now? Suppose we meet at Sing Sing on the day Steve goes to the chair. That makes it nice and definite.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Mike had his little talk with Sergeant Corbett. And now, as we find Mike, he is making the rounds.
Just a second. Yes,
Hello, Ruthie.
I beg your pardon.
You don't remember me, do you?
No.
Well, I'm Mike Waring. Steve Douglas introduced me one night after one of Freddie's fights.
You certainly pick a strange time to renew old acquaintances.
Well, I might have been around sooner, but I kept thinking of Freddie's left jab.
All right, Mr. Waring, what do you want?
Well, may I come in, Angel?
I have a feeling you can say all you have to right there.
Okay. Who killed Lane?
How would I know?
You were up in his room last night when he was murdered.
Now, who told you that?
Well, it's just a matter of simple arithmetic. You were Freddie's girl, and that naturally followed you'd be doing some celebrating after his victory.
You better go back to school. You don't know your addition. The last time I saw Freddie was 2 days ago when we agreed to disagree.
Oh, so you're another member of the club, huh?
What kind of a crack is that?
Well, Freddie used to change girls as often as he did his shirts.
So?
So maybe that agreement to disagree was all on one side. And if he gave you the old heave-ho,
Yeah,
that would make you a very logical suspect.
that's very amusing.
Well, you've got an overdeveloped sense of humor.
Maybe I have, but the joke's on you. You wouldn't happen to know what time Freddie was shot.
I would. Approximately 6:05. I suppose you have an alibi for the time.
Mm-hmm. And it's supported by half the police force of New York.
Meaning?
Meaning at 6:05, I was in jail for reckless driving.
There's Ace now, Mr. Vincent. Where, Buzz? Getting out of that cab. All right. What'll it pulls away? Now, give him a chance to open his door. Okay, let's go. Hello, Ace.
What the...
It's all right. It's only your best customer. Mind if we come in?
Well, it's awful late, Vincent.
And the longer you argue, the later it gets. Shut the door, Buzzer.
What's this all about?
I just want a little information. Mike Waring been around to see you yet?
Waring? No, why should he?
He's working for Steve Douglas. He'll probably ask you the names of some of the big losers on the fight last night.
So?
So, when he does, Ace, I'd like you to forget all about the bundle I dropped.
Okay, Vincent. Mom's the word.
Not that I don't trust you, Ace, but, where do you keep your records?
I tell you, I won't say a word.
Oh, sure, but Waring's awfully persuasive, and you might spill without meaning it. But, of course, if your records were destroyed, no matter what you told him, there wouldn't be any evidence. Where are they?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Sure. That's why I asked.
Keep your hands off me.
I asked you a question, Ace.
And the only way you'll get the answer is over my dead body.
Well, that's the way you want it. That's the way you'll get it, because I aim to please.
Take it easy, Ace. You want some more water?
Please.
Here you are. You better let me call a doctor.
No. I'll be all right, Mike.
You feel up to telling me the rest of it?
That's all I know. After Vincent got tired of bouncing me around, he turned me over to Buzz. Cute kid, that Buzz.
So So you told them where your books were?
Yeah.
Then what happened?
That's all I remember. They must have passed out. When I came to, they were gone. I called you.
Wish you were able to do it sooner. How much did Vincent lose on the fight?
20 grand.
Is that all?
I heard he spread it around. Bet around $250,000 in Las Vegas.
Well, that still doesn't give Vincent a motive to kill Freddie.
Don't it?
No, if a gambler ever tried to knock off all the people he lost dough on, the cemeteries would be loaded. The thing I don't understand is Vincent's bad judgment.
What do you mean?
Well, Freddie figured to take Kenny just the way he did. Doesn't add up for the smart money to be bet the other way. Unless Vincent thought Freddie was going to take a dive.
Why should Freddie do that? He had a big bet with me that he'd take Kenny.
How big?
100 grand.
Oh, then that proves it. Where would Freddie get that kind of dough? He didn't hit the big time until 4 months ago.
And you think...
I think Sergeant Corbett might very profitably have a little talk with Georgie Vincent.
What floor do we get off on, Mike?
The 4th.
I don't know why I'm humoring you with this.
Because you know I'm right, Sergeant. Vincent paid Freddie to take a dive, and when Freddie crossed him, he knocked him off.
And suppose Vincent has an alibi.
Well, he probably has. Everybody has an alibi except my client. No, this is our floor.
Now, where do we go?
Department over there.
What do you mean everybody has an alibi except your client?
I'll tell you about that later. You better keep your gun handy, because if I know Vincent,
Yeah?
we'd like to... Well, hello, Ruthie.
Who's she?
Well, that's right, you haven't met. Sergeant Ruthie Kent. She and Freddie used to be closer than 2 minutes, so you can understand my surprise. What are you doing here, Angel?
It's none of your business.
Is Vincent in?
No.
Mind if we look?
Yes, I certainly do.
Ah, you know that's not going to stop us.
Well, how about this?
You better put away the gun, Ruthie. Corbett doesn't approve of women carrying firearms.
Stop it! You're breaking my wrist.
Come on, baby, drop it.
All right, Mike. I got the gun. You can stop wrestling now.
Oh, that's a shame. I'm just beginning to enjoy it.
Well, the loot.
Never mind. Did you do that?
No.
Did you do what?
Why do you think she didn't want us to come in here? What's behind that sofa?
Dead?
Yeah.
I didn't kill Mr. Vincent. I swear I didn't.
Who says you did?
You nuts.
Because I believe she didn't kill Vincent? Well, she didn't. I can prove it.
How?
By the body, Sergeant. You see, that's not Vincent. That's his boy, Buzz.
All right, Miss Kent, what have you got to say for yourself?
I came here to see Mr. Vincent, and when I walked in, I found that man.
What do you want with Vincent, anyway?
Thought maybe he could give me some advice. I got frightened when you came around to see me before.
What made you pick him as a father confessor?
Well, I don't know many people in New York. I heard Freddie mention Vincent once as being a smart operator. He was the only one I could think of.
You certainly couldn't have made a worse choice.
What do you think, Mike?
For one thing, this clears my client.
I don't see how. Steve Douglas still could have killed Freddie, and she knocked off Buzz.
That's not true.
I'm inclined to agree with her, Sergeant. I tell you, both these murders are tied up.
How?
Well, I never thought to ask, but did you come across anything in Freddie's effects that might give us a lead?
Not a thing. I went all through his stuff myself.
What did you find?
A dozen suits, 36 shirts.
Well, never mind the haberdashery. Were there any letters?
No, the only thing he had in his wallet was a check for $28,000 for the fight and about $1,700 in cash. Got any more ideas?
Yes, I have. I think I can explain the whole thing now.
Well?
Suppose Buzz double-crossed Vincent.
Quit ad-libbing.
I tell you, it makes sense. Ace Richards told me that Vincent only bet 20 grand with him on the fight.
So what?
So that's peanuts to a guy like Vincent. I suppose he gave Buzz a lot more money to bet, and Buzz stuck it in his pocket and promptly forgot about it.
How would Vincent find out?
Well, that's easy. When he got hold of Ace's records, he'd see immediately that Buzz hadn't bet all the dough he was supposed to. Wouldn't that give Vincent the motive to kill him?
Sure it would. There's only one trouble with your theory.
What's that?
I'll bet a year's salary it never happened that way.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 15 minutes have passed since Mike Waring advanced his theory on the murder of Freddie Lane. And now at Ace Richards' apartment, Mike and Ace are receiving the results of Mike's effort to confirm it.
All right, pal.
Thanks a lot.
Well, it was a bad guess, Mike. My first estimate was right. Buzz placed close to $250,000 for Vincent.
Well, there goes a perfectly good hunch down the sewer.
You don't seem too upset about it. Well, to tell you the truth, Ace, I half expected it. If the possibility of checking up on Buzz occurred to me, it must have occurred to Vincent, too. Well, what are you going to do now?
Take stock again.
Hey, isn't it possible that you've overlooked the best prospect of all?
I don't know who.
Steve Douglas. Just because he's your client doesn't mean he couldn't be guilty.
Oh, I realize that, but even granting that Steve killed Freddie for revenge, he couldn't possibly have killed Buzz. He was in jail at the time. And if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that both murders were committed by the same party.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. I'm convinced that some member of our little group benefited financially from Freddie's murder.
I can't see who.
Well, that's because your approach is wrong. Now, if you apply the test of who stood the most to gain, one person sticks out like the proverbial sore thumb.
Who?
You.
Cut the clowning, Mike.
What makes you think I'm clowning? You better get a bet down on yourself, Ace. You're a sure thing to finish in the chair.
I can't tell you how grateful I am, Mike.
Oh, forget it, Ruth.
I don't forget things like that. I want you to send me a bill.
Look, you don't owe me a dime. Steve Douglas is my client. The fact that you were cleared is incidental.
Then Ace Richards also killed Buzz,
Yes, but that was just window dressing. The all-important thing was the murder of Freddie Lane.
Well, what made you pick on Ace?
He had the most practical motive.
I can understand that now, but what put you on the right track?
Remember what Sergeant Corbett said they found in Freddie's effects?
Mm-hmm. There was a big check from the boxing promoter and about $1,700 in cash.
Exactly.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, it should have been a lot more. If Freddie bet $100,000 on himself with Ace, what happened to all the money he won? Well, common sense will tell you that a boy like Freddie could never blow town until he had every penny coming to him.
Yeah, but isn't it possible somebody might have robbed the body afterwards?
Well, then why did he leave the $1,700 the cops found? It was in cash, and I haven't met a burglar yet who would turn up his nose at that. So that rules out your theory of the anonymous thief.
Then the answer must be Ace never paid him off.
Only in lead, Angel. The same way he gave it to Buzz.
Well, this has been very charming, Mike.
Am I going to see you again?
That raises quite a problem. On one hand, you did put up a big battle for me.
Mm-hmm.
You managed to lick almost the entire New York police force single-handed. Yeah, you're quite a guy to have in your corner when the going gets rough.
Then where's your problem, Angel?
Well, I've just finished tangling with one fighter, and one such experience is enough for a lifetime. Good night, Mr. Waring.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Betty. Now, thanks for calling, but I'll have to skip this one, Angel. Yeah, I'm involved with a little character who has an idea he's a lady killer. And I have to see to it that he doesn't take it too literally.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the neighbor's nightmare. In just a moment or two, we'll join the Falcon for his latest adventure. But first, I'd like to tell you ladies how you can make delicious snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings and appetizers more quickly and easily than ever. Just make them with those wonderfully handy Kraft cheese spreads. There are 9 grand varieties, you know, some sharp-tasting and others delightfully mild. But all are delicious, and of course of the finest quality, because they are made by Kraft. And for years, Kraft has been famous for foods of the finest quality. Try some of these handy helpers tomorrow. Take home several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. It's late Sunday night, and at one of New York's most expensive hotels, short, baldish Gordon Daly is asleep in his room when there's a loud knocking on his door. Daly sits up, fumbles for the bedside light, then staggers sleepily to the door while putting on his bathrobe. At the door, he stops and puts his head close to it.
Who is it?
I have the room across the hall. I must talk to you.
Well, it's late.
Yes, I know, but please open the door. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Why?
Open the door, I'll explain.
Just a minute. Now, what is...
Let me in, please.
But it's late, and suppose, somebody this time of night...
Just for a minute till I collect myself.
Well, all right.
Thank you. I know this seems strange, and when I explain, you're going to think I'm silly.
Am I?
I'm afraid so. You see, I had a nightmare.
Oh?
I was afraid to be alone. Isn't that childish?
Well, I guess so.
I get so frightened I just can't stand it. Look, do you have a cigarette?
Oh, yes, just a minute. Here you are.
Thank you. Look how my hand's still shaking.
Here, I'll light it for you. There.
I saw you on the elevator and coming in here a few times. You look, well, understanding. And when I get these awful dreams...
I know how you feel. I've had nightmares.
It's really my own fault. I should have put the money in the bank instead of splurging.
What?
You see, I've never had much all my life. And then all of a sudden to have $25,000, it's like coming into a fortune.
Did somebody leave you money?
No, I made a lucky investment. You see, I'd saved up a few $1,000s over a period of years, and then I heard of this opportunity, a new process for refining oil, so I put in all my savings.
And you took out $25,000?
Yes, in just a few months. I probably should have left it in. I might have been really rich. But $25,000 seemed like rich to me. I bought furs and jewelry, and I'm living here.
Your $25,000 won't last long at that rate.
Well, I may reinvest some of it, but I want to have my fun first.
Yes, I see how you feel.
The only trouble is I never had anything before. I was always so careful. That's how I saved up the few thousand I had. So now with my room full of expensive things, I keep getting these nightmares that somebody's trying to break in and rob me.
Yeah, but now about this investment...
I get so frightened when I have those dreams. I suppose it's because I... Oh, listen to me rattling on about myself. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bore you.
Oh, you didn't bore me.
You're kind. I knew you would be.
This investment, a new process, you said, for refining oil?
Well, let's not talk about that now. Maybe tomorrow, if you'd care to see me.
Oh, may I take you to lunch?
Oh, I'd be delighted. You know, maybe this was a lucky accident. I don't know many people in New York.
Well, now you know me. I think maybe we'll turn out to be good friends.
I know we shall.
Yeah?
How do you do, sir? Am I in the right place?
Well, look, pal, I'm a detective, not a mind reader.
Oh, then I am in the right place. This is the address I was given, but I expected an office building, not an apartment.
Mm-hmm.
You are Michael Waring, the gentleman they call the Falcon?
Well, you're two-thirds right.
What?
I'm Michael Waring. I'm called the Falcon. But about the gentleman, well, there are various opinions about that.
Oh, well, may I come in? I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Well, Mr.
Daly. Gordon Daly.
Daly. Gordon Daly. What can I do for you?
I want you to investigate someone for me. Mr. Barnes. Harold Barnes.
Mm-hmm. And what's this Barnes, Harold Barnes done?
Well, I invested $15,000 with him a month ago, and something's come up. I need my money. I've asked him for it, but he keeps putting me off.
And you think he's pulling a fasting?
I'm not sure what he's pulling. That's what I want you to find out.
Well, how come you invested with him in the first place?
Well, you see, Muriel, a friend of mine, put her money in Barnes' company, and she made a fabulous profit.
Fabulous is a nice word for it. Just how good a friend is this Muriel?
Oh, very good.
Uh-huh. For how long?
Oh, about a month.
Mm-hmm. She crooks the finger, you rush in and get stung.
Oh, now, don't get the wrong idea about Muriel. She's a nice girl.
Oh, no doubt.
She wouldn't lie to me.
No, of course not. She claimed dealing with Barnes is profitable for her. Well, I'm sure it is. A nice fat profit for every sucker she lands.
Now, you're wrong.
Well, in that case, do you still want to hire me?
Yes, but you'll find out how wrong you are.
All right.
You're thinking of this as a swindle, but it's not. Barnes meant to pay off, I'm sure of that. He did pay off to Muriel, but now something's happened and he's stalling. Apparently, he's hard-pressed for cash.
Mm-hmm. Well, if Mr. Barnes is so hard-pressed for cash, I think I'll offer him some and see what happens.
Oh, you're interested in investing with us, hmm?
That's right, Mr. Barnes.
And you say Mr. Daly recommended us?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, strange. To be perfectly frank, Mr. Daly hasn't been too happy with us lately.
Oh, he's not afraid of getting his money. It's just a matter of time. He happens to need it now. But me, I'm in no hurry, so if you care to outline the proposition...
I'd be glad to, Mr. Warren, did you say it is?
That's right.
Oh. Are you sure you didn't mean Waring?
What gives you that idea?
Don't be so modest, Mr. Waring. The Falcon is a famous man.
And the cops and robbers set. Which are you?
Well, I can't pretend to be a cop. As for the other, that's what you're trying to find out, isn't it?
Yeah, and this conversation seems to give me my answer.
But not your proof.
Well, I imagine any fair to middling accountant could take care of that.
Why not get one and see?
That's a good idea. Well, so long, Barnes. Sorry I bothered you.
Oh, that's all right, Waring. Oh, but before you go...
Yeah?
Take this! Oh, come on in, Muriel. I've almost finished packing. Say, where are your bags?
I haven't packed yet. Why'd you want me to drop by here?
Because I wanted to know what happened. I thought you were going to keep Daly in line.
I said I'd keep him happy. He's happy.
Yeah, so happy he hires a detective.
Well, he's the cautious type.
Well, this is the end of the line. With Waring on us, we've got to move.
We were stretching it pretty thin anyway. One of the suckers was bound to get restless. We're just lucky we have time to pull up stakes.
But we'd better hurry. That gunbutt's not going to keep Waring asleep all day.
You shouldn't have slugged him. You'd bluff.
What's to bluff? He could smell the setup.
You didn't have to tip that you knew him. You could have played along. That would have given us more time.
We have enough time if we don't waste it gabbing.
All right. Where's the cash?
In this suitcase.
How much does it come to?
Oh, somewhere around 80 grand. That's 40 apiece. Not bad.
I was counting on more.
Well, if Daly hadn't got itchy...
I'm not interested in ifs. I want cash.
You'll settle for what's here.
Not 40. I have plans. They call for big money.
Now, don't get the idea I'm cutting you in for more than half.
Oh, I'd never make that mistake, Barnes, knowing you. So I'll have to do my own cutting. I'll settle for 80.
What?
I said I'm taking the full 80. You're out, chum. If you don't believe me, maybe this gun will convince you.
Hey, now, kid, wait a minute.
I don't have a minute. So get out of my way. I'm taking the bag.
That's what you think?
No, don't. Oh. You fool! Why did you make me do that? Hello, Gordon.
Oh, Muriel, there you are. I've been waiting since 6.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm so late. Something awful happened.
Yes, I can see you. You look like you've had another nightmare.
This one's real. I've got to talk to you, but I don't want anybody to hear.
Well, there's a table in the corner.
All right.
I see Mademoiselle has arrived. You wish to be seated now, Mr. Daly?
Yes, please. That table over there, if we may.
Oh, certainly.
You said you got here at 6, Gordon?
Yes, that's when our reservation was for.
And you gave your name when you arrived, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
This table, monsieur?
That's right, thank you. And before we order dinner, I think we'd better have a double brandy for the young lady and a glass of sherry for me.
Yes, monsieur, right.
Yes.
Thanks, Gordon.
Well, now, what's wrong?
It's terrible. You've got to help me.
I'll try.
I knew you would, darling. You're wonderful.
Well, now,
Gordon, Mr. Barnes phoned me. He said he wanted to talk to me at his apartment.
His apartment?
Yes, he said it was very important, so I went. But when I got to the door, I heard arguing inside, and then a shot.
You mean a shot?
Yes. And then the door opened, so I hid on the stairs, and I saw Peter Somerset come out and go to the elevator.
Who's Peter Somerset?
Oh, he's someone who invested with Mr. Barnes, too.
Oh, I see. Well, then, did you go in?
Yes. It was awful. Mr. Barnes, he was dead.
Oh, dear, that means my money...
You never know. Maybe Somerset took it.
Excuse me. Brandy for mademoiselle, sherry for monsieur.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Not at all.
Well, Gordon?
Well, we'll have to tell the police about Somerset.
That's just it. I can't. I don't dare. They might think I killed Mr. Barnes.
Why should they?
Well, they jump to conclusions. I was there at the time of the murder. That's what's so awful. I was thinking, Gordon... I know it's a lot to ask, but I was thinking...
Yes?
Well, the shooting took place at 6:15. You were here in this restaurant. You got here at 6. The waiter saw you. You have a perfect alibi.
Well, yes, but what's that?
Well, suppose you say that you were at Mr. Barnes tonight at around 5:30. And as you were leaving, you saw Mr. Somerset go in.
Oh, I couldn't do.
Well, Mr. Somerset was there. I saw him. And you're in the clear as far as the murder goes because you were here when it happened.
I know, but a thing like that...
For me?
I don't know what to say. Look, Mr. Waring, he's a detective. If I tell him what you saw,
no,
maybe
no. You mustn't tell anyone that I was there, especially a detective. No, if you won't help me,
Oh, you know I'll help you. But if there's only some other way...
There isn't any other way. The only way you can help me is to say you were there yourself.
All right, Muriel. I was there at 5:30.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, it looks like Muriel is a girl with ideas. And here's an idea for all you folks who really like good salads. An idea for a wonderfully different salad dressing you can make easily. Just empty a glass full of Roca cheese spread, one of the 9 delicious cheese spreads made by Kraft, into a little bowl. Then use that empty Roca glass to measure out an equal amount of Miracle Whip salad dressing. Blend the two together, and the result is a delightfully different salad dressing. Creamy, smooth Roca cheese spread has a zesty blue cheese flavor that's unusually delicious, really tantalizing. And for wonderful snacks and sandwiches, try Old English brand and Smoke Hell and Kraft cheese and bacon spread, too. But, of course, you'll want to try all 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Look for them in colorful tulip-designed drinking glasses you can use again and again. And remember, the Kraft cheese spreads are so delicious that they've become America's favorites. So, enjoy the best. Tomorrow, get several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. They're America's favorites. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Gordon Daly agreed to save Muriel's neck by placing himself at Barnes' apartment at 5:30. Now he's phoning the Falcon. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Waring. This is Gordon Daly.
Oh, yes, Daly. I'm glad you called. I've been trying to reach you. Well, I saw Barnes for you. Looks bad for your money. He plays dirty pool. I've got the head to prove it.
What?
He slugged me and skipped. I called in his description to the police. They're looking for him.
What, they found him. I just heard on the radio he's been murdered.
What?
Yes, that's why I'm calling. I think I know who did it.
Yeah, who?
Mr. Somerset, Peter Somerset.
How do you know that?
I saw him. You see, I went up to Mr. Barnes' apartment this afternoon.
You went up there? Why?
Well, he phoned and asked me to.
What did he say when you got there?
Nothing much.
He asked you to go over so he could tell you nothing much, huh?
Look, why are you asking me all these questions? Aren't you working for me?
Well, I thought so, but you seem to be taking matters in your own hands.
Well, but Barnes asked me.
Uh-huh.
That's the truth. And as long as you're so skeptical, before you get the idea I had anything to do with the murder, I want you to know I was in a public restaurant in front of witnesses at 6:15 when the murder was committed.
I see. Now, how come you know when the murder was committed?
What? Oh, that was on the radio, too.
Well, if you weren't at Barnes' at 6:15, how come you're so sure Somerset is the murderer?
Well, I'm not sure, only he was there.
At the time of the murder?
I don't know. He just went in as I was coming out.
When was that?
5:30.
45 minutes before the murder.
Well, it's just a lead, but I thought you ought to know. The important thing now is my money. If Mr. Somerset is the murderer, maybe he...
Yeah, maybe he. Where can I find him?
He's in the phone book.
All right, I'll check on him. So long, Daly. Taxi.
Wait a minute, Waring.
Huh? Oh, Sergeant Corbett.
I'll save you a fare. You want to go someplace? I've got a squad car.
Well, you're too good to me, Corbett.
Don't mention it. I want to talk to you anyway.
All right, fine. What do we discuss? Existentialism or dialectics?
Let's discuss Harold Barnes.
Isn't he a pretty dead subject?
Very dead. How did you know?
It's on the radio.
Huh? How did it get on the radio?
What's the matter? Haven't you given out a story on it?
No.
Well, there's a leak someplace. Whole thing's on the air. Time of death and all.
Time of death?
Yep. 6:15.
Waring, you'd better have that radio of yours checked. Could stand a new tube or something.
Why?
I've got news for you. Barnes wasn't killed at 6:15.
No?
No, he was killed at 5:30.
What's that?
That's right, Waring. 5:30. Waring, you gonna talk?
I've been talking. Ever since we got to headquarters.
But you haven't said anything. What do you know about the murder?
Nothing.
You admit you had a fight with Barnes.
Some fight. He slugged me when I wasn't looking.
This is not going to make you love him.
All right, so I killed him.
You want to sign a confession?
You don't have enough rubber hose for that, Corbett.
I don't say you pulled the trigger, Waring, but you know something. You're covering for somebody.
Now, that's a brilliant piece of deduction.
Who is it?
No comment.
What's with the phony radio yarn you handed me?
That's what I want to know. And if you'd stop wasting my time, maybe I could find out.
And if you'd cooperate...
You'd die of shock. I couldn't do it to you, Corbett. I simply couldn't.
I ought to book you, Waring.
On suspicion?
On general principles. But we've just cleaned the jail, so get out of here.
You say the sweetest things.
If this case isn't cracked in 24 hours, I may change my mind. Now beat it.
Oh, Mr. Waring, come in.
Yeah, Daly. Daly, where'd you get the idea Barnes was killed at 6:15?
Oh, I told you, the radio.
Wasn't on the radio.
But I heard it.
No, it's no use, Daly. That's too easily checked.
Well, I have nothing else to say.
You know, chum, when somebody has the facts of a murder before the story is out, it usually means he had something to do with it.
I have an alibi.
Uh-huh. So this isn't the usual situation, especially since those facts of yours happen to be incorrect.
What do you mean?
I mean that the murder didn't take place at 6:15.
It didn't?
No, it didn't. It happened at 5:30.
What?
Yes, just the time you admitted being at Barnes.
Oh, no, there's some mistake.
And you made it.
I didn't kill him.
Well, I don't think you did. You wouldn't have stuck your neck out so far if you had.
I'm glad you realize that.
Yeah, so that leaves just one explanation.
Does it?
You mentioned a friend when I first talked to you, Muriel.
Yes?
Nice girl, you said. She wouldn't lie to you. Not much. She'd just trim you out of your savings and then frame you for murder. Well?
I don't know.
It was Muriel, wasn't it? Now, come on, Daly, wasn't it?
Stay right where you are, Waring. Don't you move.
Oh, dear. How chivalrous can you get? A gun because I accuse your girl?
I trusted her, Waring. I believed her. I loved her.
As long as you're putting that all in the past tense, why the gun?
You don't think I'm going to let her get away with this, do you?
Well, you don't need the gun to get even. All we need is your testimony. If we can pin the killing on her...
Well, I'm not going to wait. And I'm not interested in just giving testimony. For once in my life, I'm going to do something.
Now, wait a minute,
No,
Daly.
you stay right there. This is between me and her. We're going to have it out, and don't you try to follow me. If you do, I'll kill you. I'm not joking, Waring. I'll kill you.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, I'd hate to be in Mike's shoes right now, but then I have a much more pleasant job than Mike's. Yes, I really enjoy telling you about the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads, because I know how good tasting all 9 of these fine cheese spreads are. Each one is extra good, and there's a variety to please every taste. There are mild-tasting ones like Kraft pineapple cheese spread, and there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Roca, Smoke Ale, and Kraft cheese and bacon spread. They're all good to eat, and actually good for you, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest, purest ingredients. For easy sandwiches and snacks your folks can help themselves to, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Gordon Daly took matters and a gun in his own hands. Now he confronts Muriel in her apartment.
You cheat, you lying little cheat.
Gordon, listen to me.
I did listen to you. I let you make a fool of me.
You don't understand.
I do understand at last. You were just using me, that's all. Just using me.
No, Gordon, if you'd only...
Just using me. I thought, I hoped... No, don't you move.
Please, Gordon.
Now you're going to pay.
Don't kill me. Somebody will hear the shot. You won't get away. You'll be caught.
Yes, I'll be caught. Well, I don't care. I'll give myself up.
Wait, there's money, a lot of
I'm
it.
not interested in money anymore.
Please, Gordon, put down the gun. Please.
Yes. Yes, Muriel, I will Put down the gun. There.
Thank you.
I won't need it for what I'm going to do.
What do you... No, stay away. Oh!
I don't need a gun.
All right, Daly, that's enough.
Waring, where did you come from?
The window. Now let her go.
Thanks, stranger, for giving me a chance to get the gun. Now put up your hands.
What? Well, that's gratitude for you. I saved your life.
So thanks. All right, Gordon, get up.
Yes. Waring, how did you get here? I made sure you didn't follow.
Now, you're not too good at the rough stuff, Daly. You shouldn't try it. You left me in your room. Muriel's address is on your phone pad.
Oh, of course.
When I got here, I knew you wouldn't let me in. That's why I tried the window instead of the door.
Well, if you're all through congratulating yourself, maybe you'll tell me what this is all about.
Yeah, sure. It's all about your pretty neck, as if you didn't know. Daly wanted to ring it. I wanted to save it, so that you can face the murder rap you're trying to pin on him.
Murder rap?
Now, don't tell me it's news to you. Your frame isn't going to work, Angel. Daly was supposed to put his neck in the noose by admitting he was at Barnes's at 5:30.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, we won't argue that. Anyway, so far he's only said it to me. He didn't tell the police, and if I deny he told me, where's your proof against him?
Maybe there isn't any. But aren't you overlooking one thing?
What's that?
Where's your evidence against me? Since you seem to be accusing me.
You tried to frame Daly.
Can you prove that?
I can try.
You'll get your chance. We'll see whose story holds up. And don't move, either.
What are you doing?
Calling the police. Any objections? Gordon has admitted being at the murder scene at 5:30, Sergeant. That's why he tried to kill me.
No, that's not it.
Daly, you and Waring both admit you tried to kill the girl.
Well, I lost my head.
Sure, just like you lost it when you killed Barnes.
But, Corbett, can't you...
Yeah, Waring, I see you're trying to build up Daly as a nice, innocent little sucker. So what's a nice, innocent little sucker doing with a gun?
I told you, Sergeant. Muriel, she gave it to me. She told me Peter Somerset might try to harm me because I accused him, and I'd needed to protect myself.
Sergeant, you don't believe...
You bet I don't believe. Waring gives me a lot of double talk. Now he admits he was covering for Daly. He admits Daly pulled a gun on him, and the gun turns out to be the murder weapon.
Murder weapon?
That's what ballistics says. So, with the gun, with the second murder attempt, with Waring's double talk, no. There's only one answer this time.
Can't you see it's a frame?
Did you ever see a murderer who wasn't being framed, Waring?
But the girl told him what to do.
She didn't tell him to pull a gun on you. She didn't tell him to try to strangle her. She didn't tell you to hold back on me. Her story makes sense. Yours and Daly's still doesn't.
All right, Corbett, you win.
But do you know how much I win, Waring?
What?
I could hold you, too, for obstructing justice, and don't think I wouldn't love it.
Oh, come now, Corbett. I know that behind that stony facade there beats a heart of granite.
Keep up the bright dialogue, chum. But you've just got one out. Otherwise, I throw the book at you.
And what's my out?
You sign a statement saying Daly admitted to you he was at Barnes at 5:30.
All right, Corbett.
No, Waring, don't.
The truth, Daly.
But it'll clinch the case. I don't mind about myself, but this means Muriel will go free. She'll get away with everything.
What can I do? Go ahead, Corbett. Have the statement typed out. I'll sign it.
Oh, it's you.
Well, that's a friendly greeting, Muriel. Still haven't forgiven me for saving your life.
I still haven't forgiven you for trying to pin a murder on me.
Oh, well, we all make mistakes. I signed the statement tying it to Daly, didn't I?
When you couldn't help yourself. What do you want?
In?
Sorry, I'm busy.
Doing what?
What's it to you?
I thought I might help.
No, thanks. Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Not so fast. I happen to be interested in you, Muriel.
Thanks again, but it's still goodbye.
In fact, I'm so interested, I've been following you ever since they threw Daly in the can.
What's that?
You see, I knew this was more than a murder. Barnes was working a neat swindle. Must have collected quite a bundle. But the police had searched his place and Daly's. No dough.
So what am I supposed to do?
Well, I haven't given up on you, Angel. That's why I've been hanging around. A little while ago, you received a parcel post package. What was in it?
You tell me.
Okay, I'll make a stab at it. You mailed the swindle money to yourself. Let Uncle Sam hold it for you while the heat was on.
Nice guessing. Where does it get you?
I'd like to see the package.
You'd like to take a walk.
All right. I'll be back with Sergeant Corbett.
No, you don't.
No guns, Angel.
Let go.
Not yet. Let me have that. You're trying to pull this just about clinches things, Muriel.
You can't prove anything.
I proved enough to get Sergeant Corbett up here with a search warrant. That ought to wrap things up. Let's go phone him, shall we?
For a while, Waring, I thought you'd let me down.
Oh, for a while I had to, Daly.
You worked with Sergeant Corbett before. Wasn't there any way you could convince him?
Sure, by getting proof. That's what I did.
And in the meantime, I had to sit in jail.
Well, wasn't it worth it to save you 15 grand? Not to mention your neck?
It was worth it to get even with Muriel.
You sure are one for revenge.
I think of how much I loved that woman. Well, I still do, I guess. That's why I hate her so much.
Well, that makes sense.
It does. Well, at least I've learned my lesson. From now on, I'm through with women. They're nothing but trouble. That's all they are.
Yes, Parquet is the margarine millions prefer to any other because it tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its wonderful new Flavor Saver aluminum foil wrap. Elsewhere, get Parquet in the regular package or handy Color Quick bag. In any package, Parquet is the margarine that tastes so good because it's always fresh. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Get a pound tomorrow. The Case of the Mighty Muscle. The Case of the Mighty Muscle. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that some people don't need a moving van to move in. A little Colt 45 can carry a lot more weight. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he's speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, and Judy Holliday visit the big show today on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Louise. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. Some boy I know thinks committing murder is a sure way to make a fortune. And unless I can convince him otherwise, he's going to make a stab at it.
This is Jack Costello, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to the adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Mighty Muscle. Friends, before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I want to tell you about the handiest little menu helpers a homemaker can have in her kitchen. They're the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Every one so handy for quick, easy snacks and sandwiches, appetizers, and salad toppings. They're creamy, mild-tasting Kraft cheese spreads, and sharp-tasting varieties, too. All delicious, all of the finest quality, because they're made by Kraft. Tomorrow when you shop, get several of the 9 famous cheese spreads by Kraft. And now, the case of the Mighty Muscle. It's early Sunday morning, and the streets of Manhattan are deserted, save for a broad-shouldered young man named Al Compton, who strolls down East 86th Street and heads for home. But unknown to Mr. Compton, he has company. 20 feet behind him is a tall, lean gent who matches him step for step. And only after Compton has gone 2 blocks is he aware of his shadow.
All right, friend, what's the idea?
Speaking to me?
Yes, why are you tailing me?
Tailing?
Why should I want to do a thing like that?
That's what I want to know.
You're imagining things, Mr. Compton.
Yeah? And how come you know my name?
Oh, well, you're a celebrity. Everybody knows Ken Brady and the fella he's grooming to follow in his footsteps. Why, it's one of the big success stories of our time.
Who do you think you're kidding?
Okay, Compton, I'll put it to you straight. You going right home?
Why?
A friend of mine wants to talk to you.
Who?
Nick Daniels.
What does Daniels want with me?
Oh, then you've heard of the boss.
Maybe.
Then you know that Daniels ain't no two-bit up.
I know his territory is Indianapolis. What's he doing in New York?
That's what he wants to talk to you about. I got a car around the corner.
I'm sorry. I never take rides with strangers.
Look, Compton, as far as I'm concerned, you can keep on walking and heaven bless you. But Daniels said, Eddie, you bring Compton to my place, so you see the position that puts me in.
That's your tough luck.
Oh, no, friend. It's yours. Oh.
You must really enjoy your work, Eddie. What'd you hit him with?
Hey, Nick.
I heard it.
Think it could be the cops?
No, Brady wouldn't have missed him this fast.
You want me?
No. I'll take care of it. You look after our friend here. Just a second. I'm coming.
Hello, Nick.
What are you doing here, Claire? I thought I left you in Indianapolis.
Well, you're such an irresistible creature, I had to follow you. I want to talk to you.
You'll have to pick another time. I'm all jammed up.
With what? Oh. Well. What goes on under our little roof?
That's none of your business. Now, will you leave?
Isn't that handsome hunk of man on the bed Al Compton?
Didn't I tell you to beat it?
All right, darling, if you don't want me to stay.
Hold it, Claire. I changed my mind.
I thought that was a woman's prerogative.
You wouldn't be thinking of going up to see his boss, Ken Brady, would you?
Would you mind?
Very much. You don't want to jump to conclusions, Claire. Mr. Compton just dropped in to chat. He had a couple too many, and he passed out.
That hard stuff is awful, isn't it? Especially when you get it from the end of a blackjack.
Now, listen, Claire.
Sure. What's it worth to you?
What's what worth to me?
Keeping my mouth shut.
$1,000.
Oh, now, Nick.
Now, make up your mind, baby. If you don't want it, that's all right with me, too.
Now, don't be cheap, darling. After all, in your bracket, how much can you keep?
I said I'll give you $1,000. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. Though I'd like to try for two.
Look, Nick, you're going to talk all night with that dame. We got work.
Just a second, Eddie. Listen, Claire, I want you to take a little walk for a while. Come back in a couple of hours.
4:30 be all right?
5 will be even better.
And you'll have that money ready.
I said I would. Okay, Eddie, get him up.
Come on, Compton. Wake up.
Let me alone.
Come on, you can go back to sleep after the boss talks to you.
Huh?
Hello, Compton.
Oh, you're Nick Daniels, aren't you?
That's right. I'm awfully sorry about this fella, but I had to talk to you.
No good. Sit down.
Now, I've got a proposition for you, Compton.
I'm not interested.
Why don't you hear me out? I've been doing a little checking up on you. They tell me you're Brady's fair-haired boy. Treat you like his own son.
So?
So I'm going to show you how to commercialize on it. Now, I'd like to open up a couple of gambling clubs around town.
You're crazy. You think Brady would stand for it while he's in the business?
That's just it. He's not going to be in business much longer.
What do you mean?
We're going to knock off his club regularly.
What?
Yes. And when his customers see the rough stuff that goes on, I don't think they'll be flocking there anymore.
You're out of your mind, Daniels.
You don't think it'll work?
No, we got spotters all over the place. It's armed like a fortress. How are you going to get your boys past the guards?
That's where you come in.
You think I'd sell out Brady after all he's done?
I think you'd sell out your own mother if the price were right.
Look, you can take your money.
Who's talking about money? There are other things in life besides that.
You're not making sense.
Ever hear of a man named Sam Richards?
No.
Funny. I found a guy in Mobile who's willing to identify you as the lad who killed Richards in a fight over some girl.
That's a lie.
Seems this friend of mine was living across the street and saw the whole thing from his window.
You're bluffing.
You think so? Well, take a look at these pictures.
Where did you get them?
Oh, I forgot to mention that this friend of mine is a camera enthusiast, and he thought a picture of you bending over the body might come in handy.
Well, you're not frightening me, Daniels. Brady knows all about that mess.
Yeah, but the cops don't. What do you say, Compton? Do you cooperate?
When would I get the pictures?
Don't give 'em a thought. I'll deliver right after you do.
Sorry, Judy. So you see the spot I'm in. Either way, I'm a dead duck.
What does this Nick Daniels have on you?
Oh, that's unimportant.
It can't be if you told him you'd cooperate.
Listen, Judy, I swear all this happened long before I ever met you.
Then why can't you tell me what it is?
I just can't, that's all. Just take my word for it that Daniels wasn't sounding off. If I double-cross him, it can mean my life.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, what can I do? When I came to New York, I was a bum. Brady took a liking to me. He gave me a job.
You mean you're going to tell him about Nick Daniels?
Yes.
Oh, no, you can't do that, Al.
You got a better idea?
Yes. Why don't we leave town?
How far do you think we'd get? Daniels probably has a boy now watching the hotel.
Then why don't you do what Daniels wants? Brady'd never suspect
Will you forget it?
If you really loved me,
I
Al,
do.
Then don't say anything to Brady.
Just get out of my way, Judy.
No. I won't let you go, Al.
You can't stop me.
I can try. Al! Al!
Go away. There's nobody here. No. Yeah?
Let me talk to Mike Waring, please.
He ain't here.
What's the matter, kid? Did I wake you?
Oh, that's a pretty ridiculous question, Corbett. What do you want?
That's no way to talk to a guy who's going to do you a favor.
Look, Sergeant, I don't like guys doing me favors at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, Mike, if you don't want to meet her.
What are you babbling about?
I just picked up a little number who's out of her mind to meet the Falcon. You interested?
Nope.
She's blonde, 5'2".
I said I wasn't
in. Figure that would put Venus to shame.
Oh. What's her name?
Judy Wainwright.
Never heard of her.
You will. She just killed Al Compton.
Ken Brady's boy?
That's right. She wants to hire you.
Is that why you called me?
Yeah.
Well, tell Miss Wainwright I'm not interested.
Nah, you're being smart, Mike.
What do you mean?
Well, strictly between you and me and the guy who's hiding under your racing form, this little girl hasn't got a prayer.
Not a chance, huh?
No. She's up the well-known creek without a paddle. I bet the jury won't take 20 minutes to strap her into the chair. You want to hear the story she tried to give us?
No, never mind, Sergeant. You always foul up a story. Tell Miss Wainwright I'll be over to hear it myself.
This is Jack Costello again, friends. While Mike is on his way to listen to Judy Wainwright's story, I have a little success story I'd like to tell you. It's about a hostess I know who helped make her latest party a special success by serving extra delicious appetizers. Here's how she made them. She took small strips of dried beef, spread them with Kraft's tempting relish cheese spread, and then just rolled them up jelly roll fashion. Good eating? I should say so. Mighty good eating. And of course, it's no wonder, because Kraft relish cheese spread has a flavor that's delightfully mild and yet tantalizing. And it's smooth, creamy smooth, for easy spreading, too. And like all 9 Kraft cheese spreads, Kraft Relish is a wholesome dairy food made from only the finest, purest ingredients. Kraft spreads are perfect for appetizers and for between-meal snacks and sandwiches, too. Try Kraft Pimento, Roca, Kraft Pineapple. In fact, try all 9 grand varieties. Look for them in gay, colorful, tulip-designed drinking glasses you can use again and again. And remember, Kraft cheese spreads are America's favorites because they're so delicious. Tomorrow, get several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Sergeant Corbett, acting at the behest of Judy Wainwright, got in touch with Mike Waring. And now at a local jail, while the Falcon listens, Miss Wainwright talks for herself.
You've got to believe me, Mr. Waring. I didn't kill Al.
And how come you didn't see the murderer?
Because my back was to the door.
And you didn't hear it open?
No.
How do you explain the gun being found in the room?
The killer must have thrown it in.
And how did your fingerprints get on it?
Oh, I don't remember. I was so dazed I probably picked it up without thinking.
And you weren't so dazed that you couldn't pack a bag and head for the nearest bus line where the cops grabbed you.
I tell you, I didn't know what I was doing.
You had a fight with Compton, didn't you?
No. I was crazy about it.
Then how come the people next door heard you arguing? Corbett tells me they heard Compton say he was walking out on you and you wouldn't let him go.
That's a lie.
Did you or didn't you say you were going to stop him?
What is this, a third degree? Just what side are you on, Mr. Waring?
I haven't decided yet.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I'll get someone else. Falcon's not the only private detective in town.
Okay, Angel. No hard feelings. Hey, Sergeant.
No. Wait, Mr. Waring.
Yeah?
I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Okay. Suppose we start with the last question I asked.
Well, Al and I were arguing, but it wasn't over what you think. Al worked for Ken Brady.
You're not telling me anything new.
Well, late last night, a man came to Al with a proposition. Either Al helped him ruin Brady's club, or else.
Or else what?
I don't know. It was blackmail of some sort.
Or what was Compton's decision?
He was going to tell Brady the whole story, even though it meant his life. That's why I wouldn't let him go.
Mm-hmm. And would you know the name of the party who tried to blackjack him into line?
Yes. It was Nick Daniels.
Oh, the gentleman from Indianapolis?
I think so. Do you know him?
No, but I've always wanted to. And this may be my chance. Hey, Sergeant, I want out.
Want me to get that, Nick?
Don't trouble yourself, Claire.
No trouble at all. Hello? Yes, just a minute. It's your Indianapolis call, Nick. The operator says she's ready with Wilson.
Just tell him I won't need those strong-arm men I asked him for.
Anything else?
No, just say I'll be back in a couple of days.
All right.
Go right on, Claire. I'll take care of it.
Hello, Wilson. Nick asked me to relay some dope to you. Yeah, about those men. Look, you want to...
Hello, Nick.
Do I know you?
Oh, not like you're going to. My name is Mike Waring.
Oh, the Falcon.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want with me?
Well, I'm working for a girl named Judy Wainwright.
I don't believe I know her.
She was engaged to Al Compton.
Oh. Too bad it was broken.
Then you know he was murdered, huh?
Sure, I heard it on the radio. Sad, wasn't it?
Yes, very. But doesn't it strike you strange that he should be knocked off right after you worked on him to double-cross Brady?
Who told you that?
Little Birdie.
What's this little birdie's name?
Well, what difference does that make?
It's got a long tongue. Maybe somebody ought to pull it out. Eddie.
Yeah.
First game.
Right.
Get your hands off me.
Shut up.
Nick, what are you doing?
I said, get your hands off me.
I heard you the first time.
Why, you...
Tough guy, huh?
Come on, break it up.
Let go.
I said break it up. Quit playing around, Eddie. Use the sack.
No, you don't.
I can't. He's got my arm.
Well, in that case, I guess I'll have to take a hand.
You all right, Eddie?
My arm feels like he tore it out of its socket. The dirty...
Make him stop, Nick.
I'll fix him.
Cut it out, Eddie.
Waring. Waring.
He's out cold.
Give me that vase.
You're not going to hit him with it.
Will you shut up? Lift his head up, Eddie.
Right.
That's fine.
No, don't.
It's only water, Waring. It can't hurt you.
Want a drink?
No.
Suit yourself. Who told you about my deal with Al Compton?
That's none of your...
Oh, for heaven's sake, Nick, stop it.
I told you to keep out of this, Claire. Well, Mr. Waring?
You don't think I'd tell you?
Sure I do.
Well, you're going to be disappointed.
Okay, Eddie. Take off his shoes.
Hey, what's the idea?
I'm going to show you how we make it hot for guys like you back in Indianapolis.
Nick, you wouldn't.
No? We'll watch and see. Got a match, Eddie?
Sure.
No. Nick!
Well?
He still ain't talking, Nick.
What'd you come out for? Go back in there with Claire and work on him till he does.
That's no use. He's out cold. From the looks of it, he will be for another 3 or 4 hours.
Oh, that's fine. Now, how am I going to find out who told him I got to Compton?
Maybe he just guessed it.
No. You don't guess things like that, Eddie. Somebody's been talking out of turn.
Maybe it was Claire.
Maybe. Then again, maybe it was you.
Well, what kind of a crack is that?
Claire stood to make a grand if things had broken right, so take it any way you like.
All right, Nick, as long as you mentioned it. Where do I stand in this deal?
I told you that before.
Before, things were different. I was supposed to get 5% of everything you made in New York.
So?
So right now, the best you can hope for is to keep your health. If Brady ever hears of this stunt, you won't live long enough to regret it. Where does that leave me?
The same place it leaves me.
Well, not quite. You got dough. I haven't.
That's tough.
But only on you.
What's the idea of the gun, Eddie?
I want 10 grand for my trouble.
What?
You heard me.
I haven't got it here.
Don't hand me that.
I'll let you look at my wallet. I'm fresh out. Cost me plenty to start operating.
You got plenty more in your safe.
Sure, but that's down in the office.
All right, let's go to the office.
Okay, Eddie. When a fella's got something coming to him, I'd be the last one to stop him from getting it. Let me get my coat.
Take it easy, Hanson. You're going to be all right.
Who are you?
You're not being very flattering, Mr. Waring. I was kind of hoping you noticed me when you first came in.
Oh, I did.
You had me worried for a minute. I thought I was slipping.
And what time is it?
9:15.
You mean I've been alone here for almost 3 hours?
Not alone, honey. I've been keeping you company.
Oh, lucky me. What's your name, Angel?
Claire.
And what's the rest of it?
Ames. Miss Claire Ames.
Since when has it been Miss?
Hmm?
Wasn't so long ago you were wearing a wedding ring there.
Who told you that?
Oh, I'm clairvoyant. Besides, you still got a band of white on your left hand.
Oh.
Yeah, see how simple it is? Who was the lucky man?
What difference does it make?
Because I've got a feeling it was Nick Daniels.
How did you know that?
Oh, just a hunch. You still married to the guy?
Yes, but don't give up hope, Hanson. I don't think it'll last. I've been thinking of Reno for quite a while.
How would Nick like that?
He wouldn't.
How'd you get into this mess, anyway?
Nick promised me $1,000 if I'd help him, and I needed the money.
Mm-hmm. Did he and Eddie kill Al Compton?
Use your head. What was their percentage? Compton was their boy.
Well, where are they now?
They left about 2 hours ago for Nick's office.
What do they do with my shoes?
Don't be a fool, Waring. You can't hobble around in your condition. You just lie still. I'll get a doctor.
Oh, don't you bother. I'll live through it. Too bad I can't say as much for your husband. Where's Nick's office, Claire?
Last one down the hall. Look, Mike, what's your interest in this case?
Well, isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Al Compton's murderer.
Why?
Because I've got a client named Judy Wainwright the police think did it.
I see.
Do you?
Yes. So that's where the leak was, huh? That's how you knew that Nick approached Compton.
Uh-huh.
And the police think that your client is guilty.
Yep.
What makes you so sure she isn't?
Oh, I don't know. Call it blind faith.
I wish I could find someone to believe in me that way.
Well, maybe we could work out a deal.
Maybe.
This the place?
Yes.
Who's the Star Trading Company?
That's the name Nick is using in New York.
Oh. Well, I guess there's nobody...
What's the matter?
I spoke too soon. The door's open. Where's the light switch?
I've got it.
Well, awfully careless of Mr. Nick Daniels to leave his office in this condition.
Hmm?
Doesn't it strike you as being sloppy?
No.
Well, obviously, we both can't be looking at the same thing. And the first thing I noticed was that open closet. And the next thing I saw...
Eddie!
Yes, that's who it is, Claire.
What's wrong with him?
Just to mention one thing, he's dead. Hand me the phone, Angel. I got to call the police.
86th Precinct, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Hello, Corbett. This is Mike Waring.
Well, where you been keeping yourself, friend? Your client's been asking for you.
Now, you tell Miss Wainwright she's got nothing to worry about. I'll be down in 5 minutes with the proof that she didn't kill Compton.
What do you call proof?
I just found Eddie Nichols' body.
Say that again.
I just found Eddie Nichols' body. Nick Daniels' boy. Someone let him have a butcher knife right in the back.
Where'd you find him?
In Nick's office.
How do you figure that clears Miss Wainwright?
I'll explain it all when I see you, Sergeant. But it stands to reason the same party who killed Al Compton killed Eddie.
I still don't see how that gives the girl an out.
Oh, come off it. What's wrong with you, Corbett? Eddie's been dead for less than an hour. And for the last 5, you've had my client under lock and key.
Guess again. Miss Wainwright raised 10 grand worth of bail at 7 o'clock tonight. That was 3 hours ago.
You're joking.
If you think so, wait till you hear the payoff. The guy who put up the dough is a gentleman named Nick Daniels. Ain't that enough to kill you?
This is Jack Costello again, friends, and I'd like to say a few words about those 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. That's right, I said 9. There's a variety to please every taste. There are the creamy, mild-tasting ones like Kraft Pineapple Cheese Spread, Kraft Olive Pimento, and Kraft Relish. And there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Kraft Limburger, Smokell, and Kraft Cheese and Bacon Spread. All of them are delicious and good for you, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest, purest ingredients. For easy sandwiches and snacks, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. And now back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Mike Waring received the news that Judy Wainwright's bail was furnished by Nick Daniels. And now, with the gorgeous Mrs. Daniels in tow, the Falcon tries to locate the good deeder.
Listen, Claire. You're sure Daniels wouldn't go anyplace but this apartment?
Well, it's either here or his office.
But the doorman said he hasn't been back since he left.
Yes. Obviously, he knew whereof he spoke. Well, I guess the only thing to do is to sit and wait.
It seems like a smart idea.
Want a drink?
Don't mind if I do.
Say when.
When?
Here's to what we both want.
Wait a minute. Does Nick have a hotel suite anywhere?
Not that I know of.
Where could he have taken Judy?
Why are you so worried about her?
You don't know how important that little lady is in my scheme of things.
You think she killed Compton and Eddie?
Well,
do you, Mr. Waring?
Judy. Where's Nick?
Right behind her.
Huh?
So try anything funny and you know what'll happen.
Why don't you let him bail you out, Judy?
I thought you sent him.
You'll forgive me for using your name, friend.
How did you find out about her?
I'm a gambler, Waring. I play hunches. This one paid off right on the nose.
Oh. Speaking of hunches, Nick, I've got a honey of my own.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've got a feeling that one of the things you're not expecting is this. Get
Why,
down, Judy.
you-
That's not nice, Nick. Drop that gun. Come on, drop it.
Cut it out. You're breaking my arm.
And I'm going to start on your neck.
Mike, stop it.
Let go of me, Claire.
You'll kill him.
That's the general idea. Come on, Nick, get up.
Let him be, Mike. He didn't kill Al Compton.
No.
No. How would he know Compton was going to double-cross him and tell Brady? I tell you, Nick had no motive.
Who said he did?
What?
I never claimed he had a motive, Claire. I just don't like this guy on general principles.
I don't get you.
No. I'll see if this is any better. You killed Al Compton.
You're crazy.
And what's more, you killed Eddie Nichols when he stumbled on the truth.
You let go of me.
Now, don't struggle, Angel. Because now that I've finished with Mr. Daniels, I'd just as soon start on his missus.
So it was Claire who was the villain of the piece.
Mm-hmm.
But why did she kill Al? She had nothing against him.
Well, that's what made this almost a perfect crime, Judy. She had no motive, but her husband did.
You mean it was a frame?
That's right, Angel. You see, if Claire played ball with her husband, all she stood to gain was $1,000. But if Nick went to the chair for the murder of Al and Eddie, then, as his widow...
She stood to come into a fortune.
Now, you got it. While I was out cold, she followed Eddie and her husband to the office, where she let Eddie have it.
And you mean to tell me Nick just stood by and did nothing?
What was your reaction when you saw Al die?
Oh.
As I recall, you were a little on the bewildered side.
Yes, that's true.
Well, the same thing happened to Nick.
But didn't Claire say she was with you while Eddie and Nick were gone?
What could you expect her to do, break down and confess? After that going over I got, I was in no condition to tell whether or not she was lying.
Well, I still find it hard to believe she was in that hotel room while I was arguing with Al.
Why? You were both so worked up you didn't notice the door open.
Oh, now admit it. You're guessing.
No, she had to be in that room, Judy. You see, she knew something she never could have known otherwise. That Al was planning to double-cross Nick by telling his boss the whole story. Now, Nick didn't know that. The only reason he was giving up the scheme of breaking Brady was with Al dead, it didn't stand a chance of working. Now, is it clear?
I see.
Good.
I only wish there was some way I could pay you for all you've done.
Oh, there is.
How?
Well, I don't think this is the proper time to go into that.
Why not?
Well, a private detective likes to keep his fees strictly between him and his client, and I've got a feeling we're being overheard. Wait till we're alone,
This is Boy Scout Week, the 41st anniversary of the beginning of the Boy Scout movement in America. All over the country, special Scout activities are in progress, including Scout open houses to which the public is invited. The Kraft Foods Company salutes the Boy Scouts and urges all America to support this character-building work among our youth. Why not get in touch with your local Scout organization this week? Drop in and get acquainted with the Scouts, their leaders, and their program. The case of the superfluous murder. The case of the superfluous murder. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that if a woman wants something badly enough, not even murder will stand in the way. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Jack Costello speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Groucho Marx joins Tallulah Bankhead's big show today. Be sure to hear it on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Ginny. I'm glad you called, but we'll have to try another time, Angel. Tonight I'm involved with a case in which a gun has one bullet too many in it, and the man has the same trouble.
This is Jack Costello, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to the adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the superfluous murder. Friends, in just a moment or two, we'll join the Falcon for his latest adventure. But first, let me tell you about 9 ways you can save time in the kitchen. Just discover the 9 handy Kraft cheese spreads and enjoy snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers that are really easy and quick to fix. There are sharp-tasting Kraft cheese spreads and mild-tasting ones, too. You can depend on them all to be delicious. And, of course, you can depend on them to be the finest quality because they're made by Kraft. Try some of these handy helpers tomorrow. Take home several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Now, the case of the superfluous murder. It's Sunday night in New York when Pudgy Wesley Endicott opens the door to his apartment and reaches for the light switch, but stops when he hears a noise in the darkened living room. For a second, Endicott pauses, then clicks the switch to see Dennis Fulton jumping back from the sofa on which Endicott's startled wife, Gail, is sitting.
Wesley, I didn't expect you so early.
Yes, that's pretty obvious.
I know how it looks, Endicott, but don't get the wrong idea.
No, Dennis? What idea do you expect me to get?
We were just talking.
In the dark?
What can I say?
You don't have to say anything. I should have known the way Gail's been acting lately.
Gail, how could you do this to me?
You really want to know?
Yes.
Then look in the mirror. Take a good look.
You're not going to get away with this, either of
No.
you.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to kill that cheap double-crossing...
No, Wesley, don't.
Get out of my way. And now, Dennis, here's yours. Oh.
If you're going to fight for the honor of your home, Endicott, you'd better start taking boxing lessons.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I want to see Endicott.
Who shall I say is calling?
You don't need to say anybody's calling. I'll announce myself.
But you can't...
I said I can. Out of the way,
Just
Junior.
a moment now. Mr. Endicott won't like that.
Hello, Endicott.
Oh, Mr.
I
Mayo.
tried to stop him, Mr. Endicott, and he wouldn't tell me what he wanted.
Well,
He just
it's
pushed
all
his
right, Shepard. It's all right. I know him.
Oh, well, you said you didn't want to be disturbed, and I didn't know. He wouldn't give his name.
All right, Shepard. Get back to your desk.
Yes, sir.
And shut the door.
Yes, sir.
And now, Mr. Mayo, what's the idea of upsetting Shepard like that? You could have let him announce you.
You mean I could have let him tell me you weren't in? I didn't feel like a runaround.
I don't understand.
You don't understand. I see somebody close one of your eyes for you. Would you like me to make it unanimous?
As a matter of fact, I don't much care. I learned last night that my wife... There's another man. Nothing much matters anymore.
Well, your personal life is one thing. This is business, and it matters. Especially this check of yours.
What? What about it?
You tell me, Endicott.
Well, is something wrong with it?
Wrong with it? Of course not. It's perfect. Absolutely finest quality, genuine A1 rubber.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
Well, you argue with the First National Bank.
Well, there must be some mistake.
The mistake is you thinking I'm going to sit still for this. It's a stall, Endicott. You didn't have cash to cover, and you knew it. You figure to put me off till you can swing a deal.
No, Mr. Mayo, you're wrong. Believe me.
Believe you. That's rich. Oh, no, Endicott. You're scaring up the cash, and you're scaring it up fast. You've got until tomorrow noon.
But if you'd only...
Tomorrow noon. If you don't come across with payment by then, I turn this check over to the DA for collection.
Well, I'll do what I can, but it's all a mistake.
Well, you better correct it before it turns out to be a fatal one. I'll be seeing you, Endicott.
I know. Tomorrow noon.
Hello?
Hello. Michael Waring?
Yeah?
Aren't you the detective known as the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Well, this is Wesley Endicott. I'm sorry to call you at home, Mr. Waring, but I couldn't find your office listed.
Or maybe that's because I don't have one.
Oh, you work out of your home?
Mm-hmm.
Well, isn't that rather inconvenient?
Is it causing you any trouble?
Well, no.
Well, then.
Well, I didn't call to talk about you, Mr. Waring.
All right, change the subject.
Can you come over here right away?
Where's here?
My apartment, Sheldon Hall.
What's it about?
I'll tell you when I see you.
Well, there'll be a charge for the visit.
It doesn't matter. How soon can you get here?
Yes?
Mrs. Endicott?
Yes.
I'm Michael Waring.
Is that supposed to mean something to me?
If you listen to the radio.
I must hear the wrong programs. What do you want?
Well, didn't your husband tell you?
Oh, he and I aren't speaking.
Oh, well, he and I are. That's what he asked me over for. Where is he?
He's in the study. Last door on the right end of the hall.
Thank you, Angel.
You might tell him for me to quit sulking. I'm leaving as soon as I finish packing.
I'll give him your message.
Just walk in. He won't answer. He thinks it's me.
Thanks. Hello, Endicott. Hey. Mrs. Endicott.
What is it?
You don't need to leave him. Looks like he's left you. Permanently.
What are you talking about?
Well, he's not sulking. He's dead.
Dead?
Mm-hmm. And if this is his handwriting, it looks like he did it himself.
Hello, Waring.
Hello, Sergeant Corbett. Well, this this is indeed a coincidence. Sit down and join me in a knockwurst.
Coincidence. I've been looking for you, Waring, as if you didn't know.
As if I didn't.
You reported the Endicott body.
So I did.
Why didn't you hang around till I got there?
Of course, but I didn't know you cared.
I've got questions.
Well, it's all in the note. He says he was betrayed, so he killed himself.
But who betrayed him?
No, I wouldn't know.
The note says he hired you to get proof for him.
It also says he changed his mind after calling me. He had all the proof he needed for his own satisfaction. That's why he decided to kill himself.
I still want to know who betrayed him.
Now, don't tell me you're the inquisitive type, Corbett.
It's my job.
Homicide's your job. This is suicide.
Is it?
Unless that note wasn't in Endicott's handwriting.
I showed it to 3 experts.
What did they say?
All agreed it's definitely Endicott's pen pushing.
Well, then what more do you want? He's found with a gun in his hand.
That's right, Waring.
And a suicide note in his own handwriting.
That's right, Waring.
So, Corbett, how come you're still asking questions?
Because I don't happen to have the answer to this one. Who killed him?
Well, Corbett, you just...
I said he wrote the note. I said he had a gun in his hand. But Waring, the gun in his hand was never fired.
This is Jack Costello again, friends. All of you in favor of having good, hot biscuits for dinner, say aye. That's what I thought. Just about everyone likes them. So here's a trick you should know. For extra delicious hot biscuits, spread them with delicious Old English brand cheese spread, one of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads, just before they're ready to come out of the oven. Then slip the biscuits back in the oven and let the wonderful flavor of this tempting cheese spread melt right into them. You'll have some of the best tasting biscuits you ever enjoyed, because Old English brand cheese spread is so good. It's made of fine, sharp, aged American cheddar cheese for really wonderful eating. And it's smooth, creamy smooth for easy spreading. And, of course, like all 9 Kraft cheese spreads, Old English brand is a wholesome dairy food, made from only the finest, purest ingredients. Try it for grand snacks and sandwiches, too. And try Smokell and Roca and all the 9 Kraft cheese spreads. Look for them in colorful, gay, tulip-patterned drinking glasses. Collect a whole set while you enjoy the delicious Kraft cheese spreads. You know, the Kraft cheese spreads are so delicious, they're America's favorites. So be sure you get the cheese spreads made by Kraft. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's a few minutes since Mike Waring learned that Endicott's suicide was not a suicide. Or was it? That's what the Falcon and Sergeant Corbett are wondering as they drive in a police car back to Endicott's.
So his wife was planning to leave him, Waring.
So she said.
Why didn't you tell me about it before I mentioned the gun?
Well, I didn't think it mattered before, Corbett.
Sometimes you don't think too much for your own good.
So I'll begin thinking. Tell me, does Mrs. E. know her husband didn't kill himself?
Not unless she did it. I left her thinking it was suicide.
Good boy. That puts us a step up on her.
Yeah, and we may need it. The note says he was betrayed. Her leaving him could be the betrayal. Except if he didn't kill himself, does the note mean what it says?
What else would it mean?
I don't know, but it says he was going to kill himself. And if he didn't...
No, he should be ashamed of himself. After all, it's a sin to tell a lie.
Oh, Sergeant Corbett and Mr. Waring. What is it now?
There are a few more questions I want to ask you.
I thought that was all finished.
I've just been talking to Waring. He opened a new can of peas. Do we come in?
Well, Oh, all right, I guess so.
Thanks.
Now, what is it?
It's just that Waring tells me you were going to leave your husband.
Oh, no, that's not so.
Oh, wait a minute. You told me...
Well, I was just talking. We had a little spat. It didn't mean anything.
You said you were packing.
I often threatened to leave. I didn't mean it. Wesley knew it. This had happened often before. Had nothing to do with his death.
You don't think constant fights with you
But
could...
we always made up. Believe me, it didn't mean anything.
What was the little spat about?
Money. I wanted a new coat. Wesley said he couldn't afford it. He said business had been bad. I didn't see how it could have been that bad, or he'd have said something about it before.
Oh, he said his business was bad.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Endicott, when I was here before, I asked you if you knew any reason why your husband would want to kill himself. You said you couldn't think of any.
I couldn't.
Don't you call bad business a possible reason?
But I just told you I didn't believe he was telling the truth.
Oh, Corbett, there's one way to find out if he was. Let's look into Endicott's business, shall we? Maybe we'll find it's dead, too. Here it is, Corbett, 705.
Yeah.
Nobody in here. Mrs. Endicott said Endicott's assistant would be here.
Maybe he's in the back office.
Yeah, maybe. Hello? Hello?
What's that?
Sounds like somebody moaning. Come on. Oh, there he is on the floor. Hey, what happened to you?
Huh? It was Mr. Mayo.
Mayo?
Yeah. He came back and he started going through the files, and I tried to stop him, but... Oh, he knocked me out. Looted the office.
I'll say he did. Look at the inner office, Waring. Looks like a whirlwind in the paperwork.
Yeah.
Are you Mr. Waring?
Yes. Do you know what Endicott wanted to see me about?
Well, didn't he tell you?
Yeah, he didn't get around to it.
Why, I suppose it has something to do with Mr. Mayo.
Who's Mayo?
Reginald Mayo. He's in building supplies. He was here earlier today, had a fight with Mr. Endicott, and then Mr. Endicott went home, and then a little later, Mr. Mayo came back.
Mm-hmm. What was the trouble between Endicott and Mayo?
Well, I don't know. Why not ask Mr. Endicott?
Well, I'm afraid that wouldn't do much good. So we'll have to try Mayo instead.
Mr. Mayo, I'm sorry, gentlemen. Mr. Mayo isn't in. He left word he can be reached tomorrow morning at the Hillard Hotel in Boston.
Boston? What's he doing in Boston?
I'm sure I don't know.
When did he leave?
About 20 minutes ago. I understand he's taking the 6 o'clock from LaGuardia Airport. You may still have time.
Yeah, if we hurry. Thanks. Waring, come on. Well, this does it, Waring. Mayo's trying to get away, clinches it.
It does?
Sure.
How about the Boston address? Why would he leave that if this is a runout?
Well...
And the plane he's taking, would he point arrows for us?
Well, maybe it's a bluff. Maybe that's not his plane.
Then what are we hurrying for?
Because we can't take chances. And stop smirking.
Who's smirking?
All right, Waring, you don't like the way I do things. You got any bright ideas?
No, Corbett, I haven't.
He admits it yet.
Not a single idea. Not even any wrong ones.
Sergeant, I've got important business
They're
in
holding
Boston.
the plane, Mayo. Talk fast and make sense. Maybe I'll let you go.
Maybe. I'm
What's
telling
this
you...
important business, anyway?
Conference, tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock.
What's with you and Endicott?
Why?
I'll ask the questions.
Well, at least you can
want to
jump-
miss the plane?
All right. I did business with Endicott. Got him some materials that are hard to get hold of. Had plenty of bids for it, but took his. Then his check bounces. You wonder why I'm sore?
Oh, the check bounced.
That's right.
So you push him around.
I didn't push him around. I just warned him he'd better make good on that check by tomorrow noon or there'd be trouble.
Except tomorrow noon you plan to be in Boston.
I didn't know that this morning. This Boston business came up sudden.
Yeah, didn't it, though? The murder wouldn't have anything to do with it, I suppose.
Murder? What murder?
Endicott's.
What?
He actually looks surprised, Waring.
Maybe he is.
Well, I don't know anything about the murder.
Why did you go back?
I'm not answering anything more without a lawyer.
You went back to Endicott's. Why?
I didn't.
His assistant
I'm
says...
not answering anything without a lawyer.
What were you looking for?
I'm not
You're
answering...
not going to do so good in that Boston conference from a cell in New York.
You can't hold me. Just because I had an argument with Endicott...
I can hold you for beating up Endicott's assistant.
Well, you're crazy. I didn't...
He says you did.
Look, Sergeant, I've got to get to Boston. I don't know anything about the murder. If you want answers, ask Mrs. Endicott. She can tell you more than I can.
What gives you that idea?
She was seeing another man.
Yeah? Who says so?
Endicott.
All right, we'll check on that. But now, Mayo,
I have nothing more to say.
And you can sit in the cell until you think of something.
Look, I gave you a lead,
so
now...
thanks. Now get moving.
Dennis, who can that be?
Well, don't ask me.
I shouldn't have had you come up here, but I was so upset.
Well, pull yourself together.
But if anyone sees you
Just
here...
don't lose your head. I can handle this.
Oh, dear. Oh, now, what are we going to do?
Answer the door. Leave the rest to me.
But you and I...
Stop making so much of it. Couldn't I have come to see Wesley?
I guess so.
All right, then. I didn't come up here because of you. I'm a friend of Wesley's. Just remember that. Now answer the door.
Yes, dear.
And don't call me dear.
Oh, it's you two again. How often are you coming back?
Until you tell us all you know.
I did.
That's not the way we heard it. Come in, Waring.
Yeah, Corbett.
But...
Well, she has company.
So I see.
Sergeant Corbett, Mr. Waring, this is Dennis Fulton. He's a friend of my husband's.
I see. Hello, Fulton.
How do you do, Sergeant? I dropped in to see Endicott. Gail, Mrs. Endicott, just told me the awful news. I can't imagine why he did it.
Do you think it could have been because his wife was seeing another man?
What?
Sergeant, how dare
We
you?
have it on good authority. You admitted threatening to leave him.
I explained all that.
You say you dropped in to see Endicott, Fulton?
That's right, Mr. Waring.
And Mrs. Endicott had nothing to do with your visit?
What do you mean? Are you trying to suggest that she and I...
Now, that's ridiculous. I hardly know Dennis.
You call him Dennis.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
How about your lipstick on his face?
What?
Does that mean anything?
Well,
Looks like you jumped the gun by locking up Mayo, Corbett. His lead is paying off.
Yeah. Well, you two, you gonna come clean?
I don't know what this is all about. Even if there is something between us, Sergeant, I don't see that it's any of your business. I didn't know you keep prying like this when a man kills himself.
We don't, when we're sure he did kill himself.
What do you mean? Is there any doubt?
Yeah, plenty. We don't think your husband killed himself. We think he was murdered.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, Dennis. Which makes your concealing your friendship with Mrs. Endicott very interesting, to say the least.
Look, you don't understand.
I'm willing to.
It's just that... Well, the scandal... We didn't want people saying we'd driven him to suicide.
Well, you don't have to worry about that. But they may say you killed him.
But the note... He said he was going to shoot himself.
Yes, only somebody beat him to it.
Well, it wasn't us.
You were here in the apartment.
Well, I only got in a few minutes before you arrived. He must have been killed while I was out.
You mean you hadn't seen him from the time you arrived until I found him?
That's right.
Still, you told me he was in the study. How did you know it if you hadn't seen him? The door was closed.
No, I mean, I hadn't seen him to speak to. I opened the door and called him, but he didn't answer. I didn't know he was dead. I thought he was just sulking. Don't you believe me?
I think you'd better come with me to headquarters, both of you.
Oh, no, please. Dennis, call a lawyer. Do something.
Sergeant, this is a terrible shock to me. I didn't know, honestly. If Gail killed him, it was without my knowledge.
Dennis, what are you saying?
She told me it was suicide. That's the first I'd heard of it.
Snake, I tear your filthy eyes out.
Go get her.
All right, that's enough. Cut it out. I said cut it out.
Let me go. Let me get out of here.
You'll calm down. I'll stop you here.
All right. All right, but he's not crawling out of this. We killed Wesley together.
No, Gail.
Oh, yes, together. And it was Dennis's idea. He made me help. He called Wesley at the office and asked him to come home early. He waited in the study.
She's out of her mind.
You want a confession, Sergeant? I'll give you one.
No. Robert, get him. He's going for the window.
Hey, you wait.
This is Jack Costello again, friends. Right now, I'd like to tell you about 9 kinds of wonderful eating. That's right. I said 9 because I'm talking about the delicious Kraft cheese spreads that come in 9 grand varieties. There are delightfully mild-tasting ones like Kraft pineapple cheese spread, Kraft relish, and Kraft olive pimento. And there are sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Kraft cheese and bacon spread, Roca, and Kraft Limburger. They're all delicious, all wholesome dairy products, and all so handy for making quick, easy snacks and sandwiches. Always keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. A few hours have passed since Dennis Fulton beat a hasty retreat from Gail Endicott's accusations. Gail has signed her confession and is being held. Mayo has been released. There's an alarm out for Fulton. There's nothing much more for Mike to do on the case, or so he thinks, so he's returned home. He's settling down with the pipe and slippers when... He goes to the door, opens it, and finds himself looking at Dennis Fulton and a gun.
Get back inside, Waring.
I am inside.
Away from the door, and no quick moves.
Oh, all right.
That's better. Just keep your hands where I can see them, and we'll get along fine.
I don't know that I want to get along. You're not exactly my type.
I didn't come for chit-chat, Waring. I have a proposition.
Yeah?
I didn't kill Endicott. I didn't know anything about it. Gale's lying.
So you said.
I want you to prove it.
All right, give yourself up, and I'll work on it.
I'm not giving myself up until it's proved. That's why the gun. I want to hire you to prove that Gale did it alone.
Why should I work for you?
Well, they say money talks. Here's a mouthful.
500.
I'll double it if you clear me. Well, Waring?
Well, I don't like you, Dennis, but I can't say the same for your money, so let's hear your story.
You heard it all. There's nothing else. I didn't know anything about the murder until the sergeant told me.
You didn't call Endicott and ask him to go home early?
No, that's just another of Gale's lies.
All right, we'll start with that one. It can probably be checked.
How?
Endicott's assistant, Shepard, probably takes all calls and announces them to Endicott. So I'll check with Shepard and see if he got a call from you.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Well, I can't get him now. The office will be closed. But I'll look him up in the morning.
All right, Waring.
In the meantime, if you want to stay here...
Oh, no, thanks, Waring. I don't trust you, and you don't trust me, so I'd have to keep my finger on the trigger. Under the circumstances, I don't think it would be comfortable for either of us.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So I'll call you tomorrow. So long, Waring.
Oh, Mr. Waring.
Hello, Shepard.
What are you doing here?
Maybe saving your life.
What?
Well, let me in. I'll explain.
All right, come in. I don't understand.
Shepard, since I saw you this afternoon, you've probably seen in the paper that Endicott was murdered today.
Yes, it's awful.
Mm-hmm. Well, you may be able to clear one of the suspects or clinch the case against him.
I?
Yes, I told him you probably have the information. Now, if he's innocent, he won't do anything. If he's guilty, he may come gunning for you.
Good heavens.
Now, take it easy. He won't be coming yet. I told him I'd check with you in the morning so he doesn't think he needs to hurry. And I came right over.
Yes, but if he does come,
now, before
you
you get in a stew, let's see if you really have anything to worry about. Now, tell me.
Yeah?
Didn't all calls to Endicott go through your desk?
Yes.
So you'd know about any call he received, huh?
That's right. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, did he receive a call today, a short time before he went home, from a man?
Oh, he didn't receive a call from anybody.
Oh, you're sure?
Positive. After his fight with Mr. Mayo, he called you, and then he said he was leaving the office.
I see. Well, then Fulton is telling the truth.
Fulton?
Mm-hmm, Dennis Fulton. So you don't have anything to worry about from him after all.
I'm glad to hear that.
But you may have to worry about Sergeant Corbett.
What? Why?
Well, he'll probably want to lock you up when I tell him you killed Endicott.
What are you talking about?
About you, Shepard, because you're the murderer. Well, we've wrapped up another one, Corbett.
Have we?
Shepard admitted the shooting, didn't he?
So what? Endicott wrote a suicide note, but he didn't kill himself. Mrs. Endicott said she killed him, but she didn't kill him. Shepard said Mayo attacked him. Now he says Mayo didn't attack him. He was lying to throw suspicion on Mayo. What's one more confession worth?
Well, I think Shepard's will stand up. Mrs. Endicott only confessed because Fulton started crawling and left her holding the bag, so she wanted to get him no matter what it cost her.
The woman scorned, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And as for Endicott, he really intended to kill himself. But Shepard saved him the trouble.
If we can believe Shepard.
No, it all ties up. He had drawn out the company's money for his private use, so when Endicott's check bounced, Shepard knew Endicott would get him for embezzlement.
Mm-hmm. So Shepard follows him home and shoots him, not knowing he's just about to shoot himself.
That's it, Corbett. He overheard Endicott phoning me to get information, so as soon as Endicott hung up, Shepard stepped into the room and shot him as Endicott turned, and then beat it without noticing the gun in Endicott's hand.
If we can believe Shepard.
Still not convinced, Corbett?
On this case, no.
All right, how about the clue that tipped me to Shepard?
What clue, Waring?
Shepard overheard Endicott's phone call to me. Now, he said Endicott made it from the office. But when Endicott talked to me, he said, "Can you come over here?" and gave me his home address. That meant he was calling from home, not from the office.
Uh-huh.
Well, does that convince you, Corbett?
If we can believe you.
Oh, please, how cynical can you get? You know I cannot tell a lie.
Yeah, Waring, I know it. But who's going to believe me?
It tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. That's Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, next time you shop, pick up a pound of this good-tasting, fresh-tasting margarine. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet, already colored in quarters and ready to serve in its new Flavor Saver aluminum foil wrap. Elsewhere, get the regular package or handy Color Quick bag. It's the margarine that tastes so good because it's always fresh. Parkay. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. The Case of the Practical Joker. The Case of the Practical Joker. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when some gag men go to work, their clients can choke to death. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Jack Costello speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Fred Allen, Edwin, and B. Lilly join the big show today on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Marcia. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm going to be entertained by some comic. And when this boy makes with the gags, he really slays them. This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Practical Joker. Before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you about 9 of the handiest little menu helpers you ever had in your kitchen. They're the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads, and they really are handy for making snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers. All of the Kraft cheese spreads, the mild-tasting ones and the sharp-tasting ones, too, are delicious. And they're all the very finest quality because they're made by Kraft. So, tomorrow, get several of the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. And now, the case of the Practical Joker. It is Sunday afternoon in New York, and in a parked car outside the Club 91, a bad actor named Chuck Morgan and a blonde named Linda Stewart are rehearsing a new comedy routine. And although Mr. Morgan's ideas of humor may be overdeveloped, still he obviously believes this act should kill his customer.
Now, you understand what you're supposed to do, Linda.
I'm not too sure, Mr. Morgan.
What's the matter with you anyway? Your agent told me you were a hep dame.
Look, Mr. Morgan, I don't need a job that badly.
All right, I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean that. You see, I want to play a joke on this guy, and I want to make sure that it goes off the schedule.
Well, the more I hear this joke, the less I like it.
I told you there's nothing to worry about. This fellow's a good friend of mine.
And why do something as silly as this?
Just to settle a bet. He thinks he's a great little guy with the ladies, and I bet him $50 he was wrong.
But you promised me $100 for this job. How can you come out ahead?
You don't understand, Linda. It's not the money, it's the principle of this thing. I just want to make a sucker out of Davis.
Davis?
Yeah, his name is Red Davis. He's a thin little guy with red hair and pop eyes. You won't have any trouble spotting him. He owns the joint. He'll be in the corner booth.
But suppose your friend doesn't show any interest in me.
You haven't taken a good look at yourself in the mirror lately, have you? No, I'm not at all worried. Now, when Red sees you, he'll start baying at the moon.
But at the beginning, you want me to act insulted.
That's right. That's so he won't become suspicious. Then, thaw out and let him buy you a couple of drinks.
And after that?
Well, he'll probably want to take you out for the evening, so you tell him that first you have to make a stop at your apartment.
I don't think I like that, Mr. Morgan.
What's there not to like? This is on the up and up. When you get to your place, I'll be waiting for you.
And that's where you're going to tell Mr. Davis it's just a joke.
That's right. I can hardly wait to see Red when he learns it's a gag. I'll bet he'll practically die laughing.
Hey, where do you live anyway, Linda?
It's just the next floor, Mr. Davis.
Oh, cut it out. You promised you were going to call me Red.
I'm sorry. Red, do you know a man named...
Man named who?
Forget it.
You know, I don't get you, Linda. When I first saw you in the club, I immediately said to myself, now there's a dame with class. I was surprised when you gave me a tumble.
Well, I don't often do things like that.
It was an impulse, huh?
Yeah.
I understand. I get them all the time. Where do we go now?
It's this apartment here.
Oh, here. Let me help you.
It's all right. I can manage. Come in.
Thanks. Hey, nice layout you got here, Linda. I think I'm going to like this.
I wouldn't bet on that, Red.
Morgan.
Oh, then you do know each other.
You dirty little double-crosser.
But he told me it was a joke.
The joke's over now, honey. You can beat it.
Now, see here, Mr. Morgan.
I said beat it.
I don't
If you're a smart girl, you'll keep your trap closed. Now, go on.
Listen, Morgan.
Shut up. I don't want any conversation from you, Red. I just want my dough.
What dough?
Don't play dumb. The $60,000 you owe me on the Robinson fight.
Oh, that.
What'd you think I was talking about?
Well, you see, I'm kind of low, Chuck. I've been running in tough luck lately.
From now on, it's going to get worse. You know, all the boys are laughing at me for letting you hang me up. A man in my position can't afford that. It might give other people ideas.
Look, Morgan, suppose I pay you a little at a time, huh?
What do you call a little?
Well, I could give you $10,000 now and the balance
Keep
next...
your hands up.
I was just reaching for my wallet.
You got that dough on you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have it.
Sure. I was going to give it to you all the time. All right, Morgan. Put him up.
Put away that gun, Davis.
Act your age. Well, Mr. Morgan, who's the joke on now?
I guess it's me.
And you're not kidding.
That's okay, Red. I'll see you again. And I'll lay you odds. Next time, you won't be this lucky.
Mr. Lyons, because you'll enjoy it. After Chuck Morgan goes to all that trouble, Red pulls the gun and leaves Chuck with his tongue hanging out.
Well, that's very amusing, Hudson. What happened after that?
Oh, Morgan started looking for him again.
And what do you think will happen if he finds him this time?
The same thing.
You don't believe Morgan will kill him?
No, Morgan's all talk.
You think so?
I know so. I wouldn't last this long as a private dick if I wasn't a good judge of character, huh? Now, take it from me, nothing's going to happen to Red.
Well, that's too bad, Hudson. It would be worth a lot of money to me if something did.
Huh? How much is a lot of money?
Well, what's the difference? You're not interested.
Try me.
$2,500.
You're right. At that price, I'm not interested.
Well, it isn't worth more. Everybody knows that Morgan has threatened Davis. So you run absolutely no risk.
What have you got against Red anyway?
Well, that's none of your business. Either you want the job or you don't.
Well, As long as you put it in that basis, Mr. Lyons. Let me think it over.
1191, good evening.
Hello, Victor. This is Red.
Oh, yes, Mr. Davis.
I'm in a booth at the corner of Madison and 46. Anybody been around the joint asking for me?
Several gentlemen.
What'd you tell them?
That I had not heard from you all day.
Good. Norma there?
Who?
My wife, stupid.
Oh, no. Mrs. Davis has not been in all evening.
Well, when she gets there... cut that out.
What's the trouble?
Some characters in a hurry to use the phone. Hold it a second, Victor, till I take care of this pest. Now, listen, you. How would you like a good... Oh, punch.
That's you, Waring?
What the...
Shut the door.
Listen, Morgan.
Shut it. Just keep your hands right where they are.
What are you doing here, Chuck? Red Davis was knocked off a couple of hours ago.
That still doesn't answer my question.
I don't see why not. One, the cops think I did it. Two, you can prove I didn't. Now, does it add up?
Not to my liking. You better get somebody else.
Listen, Waring, maybe I haven't handled this right, but I didn't kill Red.
And why don't you tell that to the police?
You don't think for a minute they believe me?
Suppose I told you I don't either.
Now, look, Mike, I know you don't like me, but give me credit for a little intelligence. If I was going to knock off Davis, would I shoot my mouth off all over town?
So?
So I tell you I didn't kill him.
Then who did?
I got no idea.
Okay, Morgan. I'll see what I can do for you. But first, I want you to surrender to the cops.
Oh, no.
All right, then it's no deal.
Now, wait a minute, Mike. I'll make you a proposition.
No, I'm not interested.
For Pete's sake, give me a chance, will you? I'm convinced that with any luck, you can clean this up in a couple of hours. If you haven't by then, I'll give myself up.
What'll you do in the meantime?
I'll stay right here.
What's to prevent me from walking out and calling the police?
Nothing.
Oh, you just trust me, huh?
I don't have any other choice. What do you say, Mike?
Well, this is against my better judgment, Morgan. But you got yourself a boy. This is Ed Hurley again, friends. This time of year, especially, everybody longs for something just a little bit different to pep up tired winter menus. So this idea for a tempting salad may be just what you want. It's an easy salad to make. You just take a good-sized green pepper, scoop out the center, and stuff the pepper with Kraft's delicious olive pimento cheese spread. Then chill, slice into pinwheels, and serve each slice on a crispy lettuce leaf. Mmm. Oh, what wonderful eating. Kraft olive pimento is an extra delicious cheese spread, filled with juicy bits of red pimentos and fine green olives. And like all 9 of the good-eating Kraft cheese spreads, it's a wholesome dairy food made from only the finest, purest ingredients. And smooth, it's smooth as satin. Spreads perfectly for sandwiches and snacks. Try Smokell and Kraft cheese and bacon spread, and all of the 9 Kraft cheese spreads. Look for them in gay, colorful, tulip-designed drinking glasses. Collect a whole set while you're enjoying these delicious spreads. You know, Kraft cheese spreads are so delicious, they're America's favorites. So be sure you get the cheese spreads made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Mike Waring agreed to go to work for Chuck Morgan. And now, as we find Mike, he's about to earn his fee.
Yes,
Mrs. Norma Davis?
that's right.
My name is Mike Waring. I'm sorry to bother you at a time like this, but I'd like to ask you some questions about your husband.
But I've told the police everything I know.
Well, I'm working on a different angle.
Come in.
Thank you.
What do you want to know?
Mrs. Davis, have you any ideas who might have killed Red?
Yes, Chuck Morgan.
I mean, besides Morgan.
No. Red didn't have an enemy in the world.
Now, you know that's not true, Mrs. Davis. Your husband wasn't exactly the most popular citizen in New York.
How dare you say that to me?
Well, I only...
I won't have you talk that way about him. I'm tired of these insinuations.
How do you know what kind of man Paul was?
Well, I'm sorry.
You're sorry. Go on, get out.
Mrs. Davis, look, all
I don't want to hear any more about it. Now leave me alone.
Permit me to congratulate you, Mrs. Davis. That was a marvelous performance.
Why, thank you, Mr. Lyons. You think I convinced him I was a broken-hearted widow?
How could you help it when you practically convinced me? Come here, darling, and let me console you.
Just a second.
Yeah? I'm looking for a guy named Larry Hudson.
Well, look no further, Mr. Morgan.
You, Hudson?
That's right.
One of my friends told me you wanted to see me.
He told you right. Care for a drink?
Yeah, I could stand one.
Help yourself. Bar's in the corner. Pour me one while you're at it. You're in a bad spot, Chuck.
You bring me up here to tell me that?
Yeah. Yeah, you see, I know who killed Red Davis.
What?
You heard me. Oh, that one, mine?
Yeah.
Thanks. Say, how you fix the cash?
What do you mean?
Well, I got a lot of information to sell. It's going to the highest bidder.
You mean you can clear me?
I'm not doing any more talking until I see the color of your dough.
How do I know you got merchandise?
I'll give you a sample. Did you know that Davis's wife was two-timing him?
With whom?
Oh, no, that's all you get free. But you can use it kind of stuff, can't you?
Listen, Hudson, I want you to talk to Waring.
Oh?
Mike Waring, the Falcon. He's working for me.
Are you kidding?
No. Will you talk to him?
Sure. Providing I can make a buck.
I'll take care of you. I'm going back to Waring's apartment. I want you to call him there in about 15 minutes.
Well, I'll be sitting right here at the phone.
Tell him what you told me about Mrs. Davis.
Oh, no good. Get the dough up first.
Now, look, Hudson, I only got $1,000 on me. I'll give you another 4 the next time I see you.
Ah. Okay, Morgan. You got yourself a deal.
Morgan? Chuck! Hello, desk. This is Mr. Waring. There was a man waiting in my apartment. By any chance did you... Never mind. Come in.
Hello, Mike.
I'm just asking for you, Morgan. Where the devil have you been?
Out.
That tells me a lot. I thought you agreed to stay right here.
I know, but I had to see somebody.
Who?
Suppose you tell me what you found out first.
Well, not very much. Every lead I explored came back to you.
Did you see Mrs. Davis?
Just for a few minutes.
What'd you think of her?
She seemed all broken up over her husband's murder.
She was kidding you.
What makes you think so?
Because I've been doing a little checking on my own. She's been holding hands with some guy who wasn't her husband.
Where'd you get that from?
Private dick named Larry Hudson.
Oh, that lying thief.
I don't care what he is, Mike. He's got the evidence to clear me.
Who did he say killed Davis?
He wouldn't tell me, but I made him promise to talk to you. He should be calling you any minute.
Listen, Morgan, I wouldn't trust that guy on a stack of Bibles. What'd you give him?
Give him?
Yes, a guy like Hudson doesn't talk for free. How much you promise him?
$5,000.
Well, you better save your money.
But I tell you, he can clear me. There, that's probably him now.
Hello.
That's you, Waring?
That's right, Hudson.
I take it then you've talked to Morgan.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think?
What I think is unimportant. Morgan tells me you can clear him.
Sure. For a price.
Now, for my part, I'm not interested.
You got to talk to him, Mike.
I don't like it, Morgan.
Neither do I, but if this guy can save my
Well,
neck...
make up your minds, boys. They ain't got all week.
Okay, Hudson. We'll be over in an hour. 4A, 4B.
It's over here, Mike.
Now, look, I want you to let me handle Hudson and keep your mouth shut.
You're the doctor. What's keeping him?
I don't know.
Maybe he went out.
I doubt it.
How can you tell?
Take a peek at that keyhole.
I can't see a thing.
Sure, because the key is still in the lock. That means Hudson's got to be in there. Hey, Hudson, open up! Hudson! All right, Morgan, give me a hand.
What are you going to do?
Break it down. Shouldn't take too much effort. Come on, let's go. All right, one more. Should do it. Hudson! Hudson! Where the devil is the light switch?
It ought to be somewhere around the door.
And watch yourself, Morgan. Wait till I strike a match.
I got it. There we are.
Mike.
Yeah. Don't touch him.
Was he dead?
Either that or asleep. With that knife in him, what do you think? Hand me the phone. I got to call the cops.
A nice piece of work, Mike. A very nice piece of work. All right, Morgan, let's go.
Now, hold it, Corbett. He's not the reason I called you.
I know, but I'm not complaining.
I told you not to call him Mike.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think you're right, Morgan. For the same dime, I could have phoned someone with brains.
What kind of a crack is that?
Well, in case you hadn't noticed, Sergeant, that's a body in that chair.
It'll keep. But as long as you raise the point, why did you kill him, Morgan?
You crazy? I just got here with Waring.
Don't hand me that.
It's the truth, Corbett.
So you're going to be his alibi.
Yep. And you better listen to me unless you want to look like a jerk when we get to headquarters. Now, how long would you say Hudson was dead?
Yeah, not too long. Body's still warm. Could be anywhere from 15 minutes to 3/4 of an hour.
And that lets Morgan out.
I don't see how.
Because he was with me every minute from the time I got Hudson's call to the time we broke down the door. And the whole business took at least an hour.
Your word's not good enough, Mike.
Okay, Sergeant. If you don't believe me, you can check with the switchboard at my place and the doorman downstairs. And if that's not enough, I'll dig up the hacky who drove us over.
That still doesn't mean Morgan couldn't have killed Red Davis.
Oh, now, come on. Use your head, Sergeant. You know both these murders were committed by the same party. Hudson knew who it was, and that's why he was killed.
I still say it was Morgan.
You're crazy. Hudson was going to clear me.
Keep quiet, Morgan. All right, Sergeant. I'll advise him to confess if you can show me one thing.
What?
How did he get in here? You can see the only door was locked from the inside.
So what? He could have used the window.
Yeah? We'll take a look.
There are bars on him.
That's right. And no one but a midget could fit through the opening.
And there must be another door.
Yeah, forget it, there wasn't.
And it was a physical impossibility for anyone to have killed Hudson.
Yet it was done.
How?
Well, I can't tell you. But maybe I can take you to the little lady who can. Shall we go?
Listen, Mike, if the DA ever finds out I let Morgan go, he'll have... Wait a minute.
Huh?
Isn't this where Red Davis lived?
That's right, Sergeant.
Well, you can't bother his wife now.
Why not?
Because her husband was just murdered.
Oh, well, she may surprise you with what she knows about it. Morgan told me that she was being romanced by some character.
How?
I don't know. And apparently neither did Red. If you ask me, Sergeant,
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Davis. Remember me?
Not too pleasantly.
May we come in?
I'm sorry, Mr. Waring. I'm busy.
Oh, well, this gentleman would like to ask you a couple of questions.
This gentleman means nothing in my young life.
Well, now you never can tell. He's a sergeant in the New York Police Department's homicide division.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just that the house is in such a mess.
Well, we promise not to stare.
Who was it, Norma? Norma.
I think you're being paged, Angel.
It's nothing, Raymond.
Oh, for a moment, darling, I was... Oh.
Hello, Mr.
Lyons, Raymond Lyons.
Listen, Sergeant, I can explain everything.
Sure, but suppose we do it downtown.
Downtown?
Yes, it's customary, Mrs. Davis, when the police are questioning suspects.
But we did absolutely nothing.
Nothing but murder your husband and the man named Larry Hudson.
That's a lie.
You deny that you and Lyons are busy in the romance department behind your husband's back?
Yes.
And what's Lyons doing here now?
Well, he's just helping me.
Mm-hmm. Like he helped you murder Hudson?
No.
Now, just a moment, Waring. I thought this gentleman was the officer of the law.
You're right, Lyons, but if you think my questions are going to be less embarrassing, you're in for a bad shock. Larry Hudson was murdered at 10:45 tonight. Where were you at that time?
I was with Norma.
That's right.
Well, now, that's what I call a wonderful alibi, Sergeant. Too bad there wasn't anyone else around to substantiate it.
Oh, but there was, Mr. Waring. A justice of the peace named Smith over in Jersey. I think he might recall us.
Why should he?
Because I gave him $100 to perform the marriage ceremony that made Norma here Mrs. Lyons. I guess he should remember that, don't you?
This is Ed Hurley again, friends, and I'd like to help you find out about the 9 most delicious cheese spreads you'd ever want to taste. They're the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. They're delightfully mild-tasting ones,
such as Kraft Pineapple Cheese Spread, Kraft Olive Pimento, and Kraft Relish. And there are sharp-tasting ones, too, like Roca, Smokell, and Kraft Limburger Cheese Spread. All of them are mighty good to eat. And they're good for you to eat, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest ingredients. For quick, easy snacks and sandwiches, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft Cheese Spreads. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Norma Davis and Raymond Lyons punctured Mike's theory by coming up with an unbreakable alibi. And now, as Mike drives home with Sergeant Corbett, he still refuses to accept the obvious.
Doesn't make sense, Corbett. I tell you, it doesn't make sense.
Hey, will you watch where you're driving?
Something screwy about that marriage.
You saw the license?
Well, doesn't it strike you as strange that within 12 hours after her husband is murdered, Mrs. Davis marries another man?
Of course it does. There's no law against it.
No, but an alibi like that must have a hole in it.
Yeah, you show me where. After you do that, show me how either Mrs. Davis or Lyons could have murdered Hudson. If it was a physical impossibility for Morgan to kill him, it applies to them, too.
Uh-oh, hold everything.
What's the matter?
Oh, what a chump I've been.
Well, they say confession is good for the soul.
I tell you, I've got the answer to the whole thing, Sergeant.
That on the level?
Yes. I know now who killed Hudson. And with the help of Chuck Morgan, I'm going to prove it.
See what you're driving at, Mike. I don't know anything about Mrs. Davis except what I told you before.
Well, how did you discover she was seeing Raymond Lyons?
I didn't know it was Lyons. All Hudson told me was that it was some man.
Mm-hmm. How well did you know Hudson?
I met him for the first time today. He got in touch with one of my friends and said he wanted to see me.
Well, that puts us right back where we started.
Look, Mike, why don't we drop the whole business?
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
Well, sure. The cops know now that I couldn't have killed Hudson.
That's where you're wrong.
You mean they still
No, they don't. But I do.
What are you babbling about?
Morgan, I know how you managed it.
Do you?
Yes, it was pretty clever. I can't blame myself for not seeing it sooner. No wonder you insisted I go up and see Hudson.
I'm still waiting to hear you explain how I killed him.
Well, I'm saving that for the cops.
Ah, don't kid yourself, Mike. You've done all the talking you're going to.
All right, put away the gun, Morgan. You don't think I'd be sucker enough to come here alone?
Funny, I don't see anyone around.
You're not looking in the right places.
What?
Get down, Mike. I'm warning you, Morgan. You better throw your gun in the middle of the room.
You want it, Sergeant? Come here.
Watch it, Mike. He may be acting.
And with that hole in his forehead, Corbett, it doesn't call for much ability. Think you better phone the coroner. You can drop me off at the corner, Sergeant.
Well, it's been great.
Hold it, Mike. Aren't you forgetting something? I've got a report to make.
Who's stopping you?
You are.
Oh. Well, you know that Morgan killed Red Davis.
Sure. I was the first one to say so.
You should have stuck to your guns.
Well, when you tossed in that razzle-dazzle about Hudson's murder, you threw me.
Yeah, well, don't feel too badly about it. I was right with you. Of course, I'm reconstructing now, but this is what must have happened. Lyons tried to hire Hudson to bump Red. Hudson said he'd think it over. When Red was killed, Hudson knew immediately that if he hadn't done it, Morgan must have.
I don't see how that follows. It could have been Lyons.
If Lyons were willing to do the job, why did he approach Hudson in the first place? No, it had to be Morgan. And when Hudson realized that, he tried to shake down Morgan. He even told Morgan that if the price were right, he might be induced to frame Red's wife. So Morgan played along with him and asked him to get in touch with me.
Now we're coming to the part I want to hear.
Well, when Chuck went to meet Hudson, first of many such... So he slipped a slow-acting drug into Hudson's drink.
Why didn't he kill him then and there and be done with it?
Because he needed an alibi, and I was it.
I don't get it.
He needed someone with him while he murdered Hudson.
What?
Sure. Remember you said it was a physical impossibility for anyone to get into that room and kill Hudson before Morgan and I broke down the door?
Yeah?
Well, there you hit the nail right on the head. It was a physical impossibility. So it means that Hudson was killed while I was in the room.
Let me get this straight. You mean while you were hunting for the light switch?
Morgan was hunting for a place to plant his knife.
Wasn't he taking quite a chance there?
Oh. Hudson was drugged, so he couldn't make an outcry. And the knife makes no noise at all.
Well, that'll learn you. The next time I say something, you'll listen. I told you Morgan was the killer all along.
Yeah, well, you'll have to forgive me. I've been hearing so many radio shows. I forgot it wasn't unconstitutional for a cop to be right. Let's hope this establishes some sort of a precedent. Huh? Good night, Sergeant.
It's wonderful as a spread, delicious as a seasoning, superb as a flavor shortening. It's Parquet Margarine, that marvelous all-purpose margarine made by Kraft. Yes, millions prefer Parquet to any other spread, seasoning or shortening, for one big reason. It tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its new aluminum foil Flavor Saver wrap. Elsewhere, get the regular package or Color Quick bag. Get Parkay, Parquet Margarine made by Kraft. It tastes so good. The Case of the Gangster's Girl. The Case of the Gangster's Girl. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that somebody who starts out to be a stool pigeon is likely to end up being a dead pigeon. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Also heard on today's broadcast was Miss Ann Williams of New Orleans, Louisiana, who was chosen by this program from among the dramatic students of Sarah Lawrence College in Bronxville, New York. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Monty Woolley, Jack Haley, and Judy Holliday join the big show on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Thelma. I'm glad you called, but tonight is out, Angel. A girl is trying to break off with her boyfriend, but he loves her too much to let her go. And it's up to me to see he doesn't love her to death.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Gangster's Girl. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy, hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft. And now, the case of the gangster's girl. It's late Sunday night in New York, and Mort Potter, a local gambler, is returning home after hitting a few of the night spots when a large sedan pulls alongside on a deserted street. Potter pulls over to let the second car by, but instead of passing, it starts crowding him, forcing him toward the curb.
Hey! Hey, what's the idea? Why don't you look where you... Oh, Murray.
Hello, Potter. Come on, will you? Yeah. I'm disappointed in you, Potter. Hilliard tells me you turned down our proposition.
Yeah, well, it's just... Well, I thought...
You didn't think so good. Come on, get out.
Hey, what's the idea?
Get out, or do I have to help you out? All right, Hilliard, hold him.
Yeah, Murray. Look, fellas, if you'll just let me...
Hey, cut it. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Murray, don't you believe in knocking?
You want privacy, keep your door locked.
I thought it was.
Well, you should be more careful, Sue. Well, where do you think you're going?
Little trip?
Looks more like a big trip. You've cleaned the closet.
If I want to go away...
From me? You wouldn't do that, baby doll.
I saw the paper. That man has 3 broken ribs.
What man?
You know what man. Everybody knows you did it.
Baby doll, don't take everything so serious.
3 broken ribs are serious.
Are they your ribs?
You said easy money. Well, I didn't like it from the start. But you insisted, what's the harm? Well, when you start beating up people, that's harm. Next, it'll be killing. Or maybe that's happened already, too.
Now, look, I don't want to talk about it. You're staying here, understand?
No, Murray.
I said you're staying here. Now start unpacking.
No.
Start unpacking. Hurry up. Wanting to go away. You don't know how lucky you are, baby doll. I'm going to be big in this town. Real big.
I liked you when you weren't going to be big.
Now, don't talk dumb. And quit your bawling. We're doing a town tonight. I don't want your eyes all red.
Why can't you leave me alone?
Sometimes I ask myself that. I just can't, that's all. You know, you ought to be flattered. As soon as Hilliard told me you'd been over to the airline ticket office, I'd come right over.
Oh, Hilliard. How did he know?
He keeps his eyes open.
Have you got him spying on me?
He just likes to look after my interests, that's all.
He just likes to make trouble, that's all.
Oh, he's okay.
Like a rattlesnake, he's okay. And one of these days, he'll make trouble for you, too.
Don't make me laugh.
You'll see. Things aren't bad enough. You have to have worms around.
All right. You don't like him? I'll can him. Anything for you, baby.
Yeah, except getting out of the whole dirty business.
Except that.
Or letting me out.
Oh, you don't want out, baby doll. Not if it means leaving me. Now, come on, honey. Get those bags unpacked.
Hello?
Is that Michael Waring, the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
I want to hire you.
Well, considering the price of groceries, I want to be hired. Who are you?
Oh, Sue Saunders.
Mm-hmm. And why do you want a detective? Or don't you want to say over the phone?
It has to be over the phone. I don't dare come to see you. I might be followed. I'm calling from a phone booth, and I'll mail you the money for your fee.
All right, what do I do to earn it?
I want to get rid of my boyfriend.
Rid of him?
Yeah. I'm hoping you can have him put in jail.
Oh, for a minute you had me worried.
Well, you may still have something to worry about. He plays rough.
What's his name?
Murray Ross.
Oh, I see what you mean. I've just been reading about him.
Yeah, it's in the papers. The police questioned him, but they couldn't prove anything. But I know he beat up that man because he wouldn't join Murray's outfit. They want to corner all the numbers men in town.
Who's they?
Murray and Al Burkett.
Uh-oh. Is Burkett in this deal?
He is the deal. Murray just runs the West End for him.
Uh-huh. And just where do you fit?
I don't fit anymore. That's just the trouble. I've been going with Murray, but I want out.
And he has other plans for you, huh?
That's right. My only hope is for him to be picked up. But so far, nobody's been able to prove anything that would stick.
What makes you think I will?
Well, I have to do something, and I've heard a lot about you, and I got to get away. I simply got to.
Even if it means sending your boyfriend to jail?
He hasn't left me any choice.
Well, I'll do what I can for you, but how do I get in touch with you?
I'll have to get in touch with you. I'll call you from time to time.
Right. Can you tell me anything that might help?
Well, nothing more than I already have, and the police already know all of that. The problem's getting proof. If I learn anything, I'll let you know. Now I gotta go. He's expecting me for dinner.
Well, have fun.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm dead serious.
It's just the way I'll be if Murray finds out about this call. Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Come on, baby doll. Let's have a smile.
I'm trying, Murray.
You shouldn't have to try. What's the matter?
You know what's the matter.
Ah, look, baby doll, I know it's a little rough getting organized, but everybody's just about lined up now. No more knuckle deals. Now it's a business, just like any business. I'll have an office, 9 to 5. You'll see.
First it's getting people in line, and then it's keeping them in line.
They'll stay in line.
Not because they want to. You enjoy throwing your weight around, Murray. You know you do. You like people to be afraid of you. Makes you feel important. You have to pretend to be a big shot because you know you're just Burkett's errand boy.
Well, yeah.
Look out, you'll knock over the champagne.
Just Burkett's errand boy, huh? Listen, baby doll, I'm going to tell you something. I run the West End, see? All the collections are turned over to me.
And you pass them on to Burkett with a little cut for yourself.
Little cut? Listen, Burkett don't know all the angles. I got 2 sets of books. If Burkett knew what to take in this part of town really comes to it with curl his hair, I'm taking him but plenty.
And when he finds out?
Who's going to tell him?
Maybe he won't have to be told. He's good at arithmetic.
Yeah, but he can't figure what he can't see, baby doll. Ah, come on, stop worrying, will you? Everything's going to be all right.
Yeah, I guess it is. Just depends upon what you call all right.
Yes, what is it?
Murray Ross is here to see you, Mr. Burkett.
Oh, good. I've been waiting. Send him in.
Yeah. Okay, go on in.
Right. Hello, Burkett. I understand you wanted to see me.
Yes, I like to check up from time to time. You know how it is. Sit down. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
How's Sue?
Oh, she's all right.
That's good.
Anything special you wanted to see me about?
As a matter of fact, yes, there is.
Shoot.
Don't give me ideas.
Huh?
You take me for a fool, Murray?
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. But just so there won't be any question, I'll lay it on the line. Cards on the table. To put it bluntly, Murray, you've been holding out on me, shortchanging me.
What? Who told you?
Never mind. I have sources of information.
Well, your sources are talking through their hat.
Perhaps. Won't take long to check.
Want to see the books?
Which set?
You got the wrong idea.
I think not, but as I said, I'll check. But not books. There are other methods, more reliable.
Okay, you'll find out.
I'm sure I will, my boy. And while I'm working on it, you'll stay here where I can keep an eye on you.
Here?
Yes, house guest. The boys will see you're comfortable. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
You're too warm? I see you're perspiring. Shall I open a window?
I'm getting out of here. What?
Going somewhere, mister?
Well,
Close the door.
Yeah.
All right, now come back here and sit down, boy. We've got to finish our conversation.
What are you going to do?
Ah, yes. What am I going to do? Let's discuss that, shall we?
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. And while Mr. Burkett is talking about what he's going to do, I have a little suggestion for you ladies who wonder what you're going to do for some interesting Lenten menu ideas. And my suggestion is this. Just get a 2-pound loaf of Kraft smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta. You can melt Velveeta for smooth, delicious cheese sauce that'll add extra goodness to vegetables or seafood or rice or just plain toast for a fine main dish. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Notice how smooth it melts without any lumps at all. Then slowly stir in 1/4 cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have it. A delicious cheese sauce with a wonderful, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. A flavor that everyone, the youngsters and Grandma included, will enjoy often. And it's a wholesome dish, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. So whether you melt Velveeta for a swell cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches, you'll find Velveeta is a mighty handy helper, Mother, especially now, during Lent. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow, won't you? It's America's favorite cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
It's a couple of hours since Al Burkett revealed he knew about Murray's double dealing. And now there's a knock at the door of Sue Sanders' apartment. Sue goes to the door, opens it, and finds herself facing Murray.
Hello, baby doll. Surprised to see me?
No. Should I be?
Look out, I'm coming in.
All right. Why are you locking the door?
I've just come from Burkett.
Oh?
He knows about the finagling.
How'd he find out?
How'd he find out? That's Rich.
Well, he let you go.
Yeah, he let me go. Says I can still be useful, but now he's going to keep his eye on me. Won't that be real cozy? Somebody's going to pay for this, baby doll.
Well, you don't think that
Somebody tipped Burkett. He didn't have proof, but he knew about the deal.
Well, if he didn't have the
He
proof...
could always get proof once he was wise, so I had to come across. Come here, baby doll.
What do you want?
I just want you to come here.
Murray.
Why did you tip Burkett? Not much you didn't. I tell you, and right away, Burkett knows all about it.
You believe me.
Yeah?
Ouch, Murray, don't.
You little
I didn't
double-crosser.
tell him, I swear it.
Then who did?
How about Hilliard?
Hilliard, huh? Why should he?
I told you he was dangerous. He spied on me for you, well, he'll spy on you for Burkett. Get in good with the big boys. That's his motto.
Maybe.
That must be it. Hilliard would sell out his own brother if it would help him get ahead.
Well, we'll see, baby doll. We'll see.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Waring. This is Sue Sanders. Have you found out anything for me?
I'm working on it. I've got a phony deal cooked up. If I can get Murray to go for it, I may be able to hook him.
Well, I hope you can work fast. He thinks I've double-crossed him.
Does he know about me?
No, it's something else.
All right, I'll put on the heat. But I think I'd better try the act out on Hilliard first.
Hilliard?
Yeah, I have an idea he's more gullible than Murray. If I can sell him, Murray's a cinch.
Well, anything you think best, only hurry.
Hilliard. You can at least double your take if you work with my crowd.
How do you know what my take is?
Well, it's all down there in black and white.
I'm not admitting those figures are right. In fact, I'm not admitting I have anything to do with the numbers.
All right, look, I don't blame you for being cagey, but think it over, Hilliard. If you want to do business, you know where to reach me.
Okay, Waring.
But I'd like an answer by tomorrow. We want to get moving.
Yeah.
And if I were you, I wouldn't mention this to anyone.
You think I'm crazy?
It's always a possibility. Well, now I've got... Look out, Hilliard, the window! Driver, did you see anybody come out of that alley just now?
Uh-huh. He just got in a red sedan, drove off.
Did you see where he went?
Turned right at the corner.
All right, let's see if we can catch him.
Okay. Hey, what's it all about?
Did you hear those shots?
Shots? I thought it was backfire.
Backfire never killed anybody.
Oh, somebody's dead?
Yeah, very.
Hey, I don't think I like this.
Well, I'm not exactly turning cartwheels myself. You said red sedan. Is that it up ahead?
Yeah, could be.
All right, step on it.
Yeah. Sees us coming. He's starting to speed.
Well, catch him.
Well, I'll try, but I'm just as happy if I don't.
He just turned left.
Yeah, I see. Hang on. Here we go.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah. Just got through the light. It's changing.
Well, lean on your horn and go through on the red.
Now, look, if I get a ticket...
I'll stand the fine.
Okay. Do you stand the hospital bills, too?
Yes, and the funeral expenses. Just keep going.
Yeah, you say the nicest thing.
He's taking another turn.
Yeah. Hey, he'll never make it at that speed. I told you he's going to crash. Well, end of the line, mister.
Certainly looks like it for him. Hello, Murray.
Do I know you?
Name's Mike Waring.
Oh, the Falcon.
You see, you do know me.
Of you. What do you want?
Well, I got a proposition you might be interested in.
No, thanks.
How do you know? Till you hear it.
I said I've heard of you. I didn't like what I heard.
Well, neither did Hilliard, but he was willing to look over my wares.
Oh? You talked to Hilliard?
Uh-huh.
What'd he say?
Said he'd consider it.
I'm not surprised. Now I know I'm not interested.
You don't care for Hilliard, huh?
I don't care for rats.
How much don't you care for them?
Huh?
Well, just wondering if you'd try to exterminate them.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, somebody exterminated Hilliard. And since you called him a rat...
You mean he's dead?
That's right.
So that's her angle.
Whose angle?
Nothing. Anyhow, it's not going to work. I can prove where I've been all afternoon.
Yes, but this job was done by a professional trigger. You could have hired him.
Well, they picked up who done it?
Picked up the pieces.
Well, he wasn't working for me. But I got an idea. I'll be seeing you, Ware.
Just a minute, Murray.
I got things to do out of my way.
Yeah, well, first...
I said out of my way.
Okay, if that's the way you want it, maybe this will keep you around a while.
Mr. Waring, you shouldn't have come here. I said I'd call you.
Well, I didn't want to wait.
But if Murray comes...
He won't.
How do you know?
The police are keeping him busy.
Oh, you've had him arrested?
Yes, temporarily. And they're holding him for questioning.
Well, they questioned him before. They can't prove anything. That's why I hired you.
Well, they never questioned him about this before.
About what?
Hilliard's murder.
What? Has Hilliard been murdered?
Uh-huh. And when I told Murray about it, I got the idea he was coming for you. That's the reason I tried to put him on ice for a while.
Well, do you think they'll be able to hold him long?
I'm afraid not. Unless you can give us a little something to go on.
Like what?
Like a motive, for example. Now, do you know any reason why Murray would want to kill Hilliard?
Now, look. It's going to be bad enough for me if Murray gets out of this. I'll only make it worse by saying anything, make him that much angrier.
Well, maybe he won't get out of it if you tell enough.
But this is murder. Yeah, I want him locked up, but the electric chair, that's something else.
Yeah, but you're hired of his, Angel. And if he's a murderer...
I don't know what to say.
Say whatever you know.
Well, I don't know much.
Look, did Murray have a motive for killing Hilliard?
Well, yeah, I guess he did.
All right, what was it?
I told you Murray thought I double-crossed him.
Yes, but you didn't say what about.
Well, he'd been holding back some of Burkett's money. Burkett found out about it. Murray thought I told him. I said it must have been Hilliard.
Mm-hmm. Well, that could do it. Anything else you know?
I don't think so.
Well, I'll call that much into the police. Then I'll go see Burkett. Now that the heat's on, I've got to find out what's cooking and make sure it's not your goose.
Burkett.
Yes?
Mike Waring is here. He wants to see you.
Waring, huh? Good. Tell him to come in.
Yeah. All right, Waring.
Well, thanks, sweetheart. Hello, Burkett. I've been wanting to meet you.
So I understand. You've been snooping around. What's it about?
Snooping?
Asking questions.
Oh.
If you hadn't dropped in today, I was just about to look you up.
Well, I saved you the trouble.
All right, now let's have it. I'd like to know where I stand. Why the interest in me?
Well, I'll tell you. I'm interested in the numbers game. It can be very profitable.
Yes, that's what I hear.
That's what you know. You're in it up to your ears.
All right, if you like. I won't deny it, but it'll take some proving. The DA's been working on it for months.
I don't have to prove it except to my own satisfaction. I'm not trying to convince a court.
Who are you trying to convince?
I told you, myself. Just wanted to make sure you were the boy to hit with my proposition.
Proposition?
Yeah, there's a new outfit coming into this game. They sent me on ahead to line things up. We're big, lots of backing. Now, we could run you out, but we prefer to do business with you. To your advantage and ours.
Whose outfit is it?
Well, we'll get around to that when you join. But now you deal with me.
Look, friend, if I was up to my ears in a racket, as you say, why would I want to deal with a character like the Falcon, who's so chummy with the law?
Well, sure, I've been chummy with the law. That's why the organization wanted me. A thing like that can come in handy. Now, look, I don't blame you for being cautious, but I've got the whole thing worked out on paper. Dollars and cents. Can't hurt to look at it.
No, it can't hurt. Be glad to look it over. Let's have it.
Well, I don't have it with me. I left it at Hilliard's.
Hilliard's? What were you doing there?
Well, I didn't think it was any use hitting you until I found out how your boys took to this idea. So I talked to Hilliard and Murray Ross.
Ah. What did they say?
Why not ask them?
Don't think I won't. They're supposed to come here tonight. If they've been holding hands with you...
So you admit they work for you?
That's no secret, Waring. I have an investment business.
Still don't trust me, do you, Burkett?
Why should I?
You shouldn't.
But I'm always willing to look over any proposition.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send one of the boys over to Hilliard's to pick up your papers.
Yes, do that. I'm sure you'll find them interesting.
What I want to know is just how interesting did Hilliard and Murray find them?
Well, I'm afraid you'll never find out from Hilliard.
Why?
Haven't you heard?
Heard what?
Hilliard's been murdered.
What?
Yes, I thought you knew.
Oh, Hilliard talks to you, and right away he gets himself murdered. What's the matter? Did he turn you down?
Said he'd think it over.
Who are you working for, Waring?
I told you, that's not for publication yet.
I'm asking.
Sorry.
You know, sometimes silence can be very unhealthy.
Why? You're just a businessman. Investments. You wouldn't try any rough stuff.
That's right, Waring. I wouldn't. But you can always have an accident, can't you?
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, Mike won't tell Mr. Burkett what he wants to know, but I do want to tell you something I'm sure you mothers especially will want to know. It's how to get the finest cheese food you can buy for your family. It's simple, really. Just be sure you buy Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Velveeta tastes good, and it's so good for you, too. For Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect any time for snacks, sandwiches, and grand hot dishes. Try it, won't you, Mother? Make Velveeta your handy helper. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta, the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's 20 minutes since Mike Waring left Al Burkett. Now he's back at Sue's with a plan to wrap up the case.
Now, look, Angel, I want you to call Burkett. Ask him to come over here.
Why?
I want to get him away from his guerrillas. He was expecting Murray and Hilliard tonight. Now, he knows Hilliard can't make it, but he's still waiting for Murray. He knows you're Murray's girl, so maybe he'll come if he thinks you have an important message from Murray.
He'd probably want me to go to his place.
Well, you can be expecting a phone call from Murray and don't want to leave till you get it.
All right, I'll try. But what happens when he gets here?
Well, the only way to clinch anything against these boys is to get one of them on record against the other. I think I know how to do it now, and it ought to work.
Well, it better. After all, Mr. Waring, I hired you to get me out of danger, not into it. Come in, Mr. Burkett.
Righto, Sue. Where's... Oh, Waring.
Hello, Burkett.
Oh, she didn't tell me you'd be here.
I thought Murray might be here.
What did you want with him? You said you'd already talked over your proposition with him.
No, it wasn't about that. I want to talk to him about the murder.
So? What did he think he could tell you?
Well, as a matter of fact,
Murray.
What do you know? Right on cue. Come on in, Murray.
What is this? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. I didn't think the police would hold you, but maybe they will next time round.
Police? So that's your game, Waring. The proposition was just a bluff. I thought as much.
Yes, Burkett, I've been trying to find some way of proving what everybody knows about you fellas. It's not easy, but maybe it won't be necessary if I can pin the murder on you instead.
On who?
Who do you think, Murray?
You tell me.
Well, Burkett found out you had double-crossed him. Haven't you wondered why he didn't do something about it? The only reason you're not on the slab with Hilliard is that you make such a nice patsy.
How's that?
Hilliard blabbed on you. Gives you good motive. So it's safe for Burkett to have Hilliard rubbed out with you around to take the rap.
What rubbish.
I don't know, Burkett. I've been wondering how come you turned me loose.
Well, I told you I needed you.
Maybe. And maybe Waring's making sense. Now, you're going to tell me.
I told you. No. Go.
Come on, Burkett, talk.
Stop it, you idiot. Can't you see what Waring's trying to do?
You're going to talk.
Sure he will, Murray, at headquarters. That's where you're going as soon as you fellas get through dancing. And just in case you have any doubts about it, this gun ought to remove them. So let me know when you're ready, will you? Well, Angel, before they got through, they certainly spilled plenty on each other. You won't have much to worry about from Murray anymore. He has a long stretch ahead for racketeering. And Burkett is going up for murder.
But why did Burkett have Hilliard killed? Hilliard was helping him. He told him about Murray's cheating.
Yes, that's just it. You see, Hilliard was a stool pigeon. He squealed on you to Murray, squealed on Murray to Burkett. So Burkett reasoned he might just as likely squeal on him to the law.
Oh, I see.
Now, Burkett's motto was never trust a stoolie. Makes sense.
But how did you know that he was behind the murder?
Well, he pretended he didn't know Hilliard had been killed. When I told him I'd left some papers he might be interested in at Hilliard's, he said he'd send one of the boys over to pick them up. But since he was supposed to be expecting Hilliard, why didn't he simply call him to bring the papers along?
Of course. He must have known Hilliard wouldn't be coming.
That's right, because he knew he was dead.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad it's over. And I'm certainly glad you got me free of Murray. And believe me, I'm going to be careful who I start going out with from now on.
That's a very good idea.
Of course. A private detective ought to be safe enough.
Uh-oh. Don't look at me.
What's the matter?
You had your last boyfriend sent to jail. I'm going to be careful, too. Good night, Angel.
Friends, America's defense program has placed on the Red Cross one of the greatest responsibilities it has ever had to assume. Now, in addition to day-to-day aid to the sick and injured, the Red Cross must extend its services to the men of our growing armed forces in camps and hospitals, at home and overseas. Now, too, the Red Cross must recruit, train, and equip millions of home defense volunteers in first aid and home nursing. And the Red Cross system of blood banks must be expanded to meet greater civilian and military needs. That's why Red Cross needs your help. By giving as generously as you can to the Red Cross, you are helping to mobilize for the defense of your family, your community, your country. The Case of the Unsilent Butler. The Case of the Unsilent Butler. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that the way some people get a bang out of life is by using a gun. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Jan Miner as Sue. Be sure to hear the Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he's speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Vivian. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to pass me by tonight, Angel. I'm all tied up with some practical joker. Mm-hmm. This boy thinks the only way to get a bang out of life is by using a gun.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Unsilent Butler. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's Golden Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk, and it's digestible. Velveeta is as digestible as milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy half-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, Velveeta, is made only by Kraft. And now, the case of the unsilent butler. It's early afternoon in New York, and in the swank offices of the Conrad Oil Company, the president of the outfit thumbs through a stack of correspondence. It's quite obvious that Mr. Conrad is a big operator, and if you're wondering how he got there, just watch him in action. What is it, Miss Rogers?
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Conreed, but there's a Daniel Lyons here to see you.
Daniel Lyons?
He used to be with the Cooper Detective Agency. He says he has a 3:30 appointment.
Oh, yes. Send him in.
Mr. Conreed will see you now, Mr. Lyons.
Miss Rogers.
Yes, sir.
See that we're not disturbed.
Mr. Conrad?
That's right.
I'm Danny Lyons.
This is indeed a pleasure, sir. Won't you sit down?
Thanks.
You're probably wondering why I sent for you.
Now that you mention it, I am. Your company has its own staff of troubleshooters.
Well, the assignment I had in mind calls for peculiar talents, and I don't think our boys are equipped to handle it.
What makes you think I am?
Weren't you the detective whose license was revoked for your part in the Norden affair?
Yeah, but I was framed.
I'm terribly sorry to hear that.
What do you mean?
The man with an imagination capable of figuring out a method of swindling Mr. Norden should go far.
Could you use someone like that?
I could.
Then I'm your boy. What's the pitch?
Mr. Lyons, I don't know how much you know about the oil business.
Very little.
Have you any idea how we locate a well?
I always assumed you just kept digging and hoped for the best.
Oh, it's a little more scientific than that. However, there's still a great deal of guesswork involved. So much so that last year alone, my company lost $6 million sinking new wells.
Oh, that's tough, but that's one of the gambles of your racket, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. However, 3 months ago, an engineer named Robert Butler invented a device that takes practically 80% of the guesswork out of locating oil wells. He called it the Butler Petroleum Detector.
Gimmick like that ought to be worth a fortune.
It is.
Then it seems to me I'd get hold of this Butler character.
You should give me credit for that much intelligence, sir. But you see, Robert Butler died in an accident 2 weeks ago.
What happened to the invention?
He left it to his brother, Arthur, who unfortunately contracted to sell it to an independent prospector named Just Stevens before he heard from us.
What if he did sell it to Stevens? Couldn't you arrange with Arthur Butler to give you a set of plans?
There are no plans. They were all destroyed in the accident that killed the inventor. The only thing that exists is a 12-inch working model. Need I add, Mr. Lyons, as such, it's extremely valuable.
What do you call valuable?
If we got it instead of Stevens, it would be worth $100,000.
And no questions asked, Mr. Conrad?
And no questions asked, Mr. Lyons.
Taxi! Taxi! All right, driver. Let's go to the... Oh, excuse me a moment. Say, mister.
Me?
Yeah.
What's the trouble?
No trouble. My name's Arthur Butler. I like to make things easy for people.
Huh?
I got a date with a fella named Jess Stevens.
What?
I'm supposed to meet him at Mike Waring's apartment at the Belmore.
What's that supposed to mean to me?
Well, it should mean something. You've been trailing me ever since Friday, and seeing as how I'm only going to be in town another few hours, I wouldn't want to lose you now. So long. All right, driver, let's go.
Is that the right time, Mike?
More or less, Stevens.
What's keeping our friend, Mr. Butler?
Now, relax, Jess. He's only 5 minutes late. He'll probably be here. What did I tell you?
Come in. Well, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Oh, hi, Butler. We were just talking about you.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's okay. I just didn't want to miss my plane to San Francisco. I've got to leave in half an hour. Can we get going?
No, I don't see why not.
All right, Mike. Suppose you take over.
Well, I don't think there's much for us to do. Did you bring the model of the petroleum detector with you, Butler?
Yes, sir. I got it right in this grip, chained to my wrist.
All right, get your key ready. According to the contract, you were to get $25,000. Stevens gave you $1,000 when the contract was signed, and right here I have his check for the balance.
Mm-hmm. Is it certified?
No, but I can assure you it's good.
How do I know that?
Hmm?
Well, this is on a San Francisco check. I'm sorry, gentlemen, it won't do.
Now, look here, Butler. We made a deal.
Take it easy, Jess. I'll handle this. Listen, Butler. That contract is legal and binding. You try to renege on it.
Oh, I have no intention of reneging, Mr. Waring. But until I see that $24,000 balance in cash, I'm not turning over this model.
And where can we cash a check this size on Saturday afternoon?
Well, that's your problem.
Mm-hmm. All I can say, Butler, is that you picked an awfully queer time to turn suspicious.
Maybe I did, but you can't blame me. I don't know you people too well. And, Well, meaning no offense, sir, but what guarantee have I that Mr. Stevens isn't trying to flim-flam me?
Why, you...
Now, Jess, easy. What do you mean, Butler?
Just what I said. If everything's on the up and up about this deal, why is Mr. Stevens in such a hurry to leave New York? And why has he had me followed?
Followed?
You got a tail on him, Jess?
Does it help me, Mike? The guy's crazy.
You must be imagining things, Butler.
Don't tell me that. I've seen the same gentleman too often. Yesterday, he posed as a bill collector. This morning, he was a telephone repairman.
What did he look like?
He's a heavy-set lad. Must weigh about 210 pounds. Brown curly hair. Oh, and across the bridge of his nose was a small scar.
Sounds like Danny Lyons.
Lyons? Who's he?
The private detective who recently lost his license for being mixed up in some swindle.
Mm-hmm. Now tell me I'm imagining things.
And now look, Butler, Stevens didn't hire Lyons.
Well, then who did?
I don't know.
Maybe I can guess.
Who?
Carl Conrad.
Carl Conrad? Who's he?
Oh, one of my competitors. Listen, Mike, is this man Lyons dangerous?
Enough.
Then I want you to leave that model here, Butler.
You're crazy. I'm not letting this out of my sight till I collect that $24,000 I got coming.
You'll have it Monday morning, just as soon as my bank opens in San Francisco.
Fair enough. You'll get the detective then.
Well, the least you can do in the meantime is to hire a bodyguard.
Don't you worry about me, Mr. Warren. I'd look after myself.
Oh, sure. Last man I heard say that was guest of honor at an autopsy last week. All right, Butler, we'll supply the bodyguard.
Yes?
Is John Webster in?
Do you have an appointment?
Well, I think he'll see me. Where is he, in there?
Just a second.
That's all right. I'm an old friend of the family.
Come back here. You can't walk in like that.
Hey, what goes on here?
Hello, Johnny.
Mike Waring.
I tried to stop him, Mr. Webster, but he
That's
wouldn't...
okay, Pat. This is the Falcon. We used to play hooky together.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
How could you?
Sit down, Mike.
Thanks.
Haven't seen you in months.
How's it going, Johnny?
Oh, it couldn't be better. Right, Pat?
Oh, yes. Everybody seems to want to hire Mr. Webster.
Well, what about the...
Oh, the furniture?
Well, I was referring to the lack of it.
Oh, we took it out. We ordered a new batch. You know, that modern chrome stuff. Pat thinks it's kind of flashy for a private dick's office, but I didn't. What do you say, Mike?
Well, I say I'm awfully glad to hear you're doing so well.
Yeah. I'm working on a case now that's a humdinger. $5,000 fee.
Well, I guess I'll have to find myself another boy.
What do you mean?
Oh, I had a little routine bodyguarding job, but I could see you wouldn't be interested.
Whoa. Sit down, huh?
No, I really got to go, Johnny.
Not until I get that job.
But this would only last 48 hours and pay $20 a day.
That's 40 more than Pat and I saw all week.
Oh?
I was bluffing, Mike. I haven't had a case in months. Do I get yours?
Sure, Johnny.
Thanks. What's the story?
Well, there's a man named Arthur Butler staying at the Belvedere. He'll give you all the dope.
He the boy you want me to keep an eye on?
Mm-hmm. You're not to let him out of your sight for a minute. He's got an oil detector gadget on him that's worth a fortune.
You expecting me?
Yeah, but I better call him and tell him you're on your way over.
Oh, Mike.
Huh?
That don't work. The phone company and me are feuding.
You mean they're sore because you don't pay your bills?
Ain't that ridiculous?
Oh. Okay, Johnny, I'll phone him from outside.
There's a booth in the lobby.
Yeah, I'll see you. So long, Pat. Been nice knowing you.
Thank you.
Well, baby, what do you think?
I don't like it, Johnny.
Why?
Don't ask me. I just don't like it.
Don't be silly, Pat. I got a hunch this is where our luck starts to change.
On a $40 case?
Guys have made fortunes in this racket starting with less. I wonder how much that gadget this Butler character owns is worth.
Oh, go away. Look, will you please go away? There's nobody home.
That you, Warren?
So sorry, Mr. Waring, not to go to Saskatchewan.
Now, don't be funny.
Huh? Who is this?
Arthur Butler.
Oh, do you realize what time it is, Butler?
I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to congratulate you and your buddy, Mr. Stevens, for that cute stunt you pulled.
Stunt?
Yeah, sending around that Johnny Webster.
What's the matter with Johnny?
Well, that all depends on your point of view. From yours, he couldn't have done much better.
Look, Butler, you're not making sense. Let me talk to Webster. Put him on.
Oh, that's a nice act, fella, but it won't sustain.
What are you talking about?
Your friend Johnny skipped.
Johnny skipped. What about the model?
Oh, don't feel badly. He didn't overlook it. He's got it all right, but I want it back, Warren. And if I don't hear from you within 1 hour, you'll be hearing plenty from me.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, it seems that if Mr. Butler doesn't hear from Mike, there'll be trouble. And if you ladies don't hear this idea I have for you this afternoon, you might have more trouble than necessary in planning your Lenten menus. So let me tell you how you can melt Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, for a golden, smooth cheese sauce that's perfect with vegetable plates or seafood or rice or just over toast for a grand Lenten main dish. And this sauce is so easy to make. You just melt a half-pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. You don't need to cut it up because Velveeta melts so easily and smoothly without any lumps at all. Then stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and there it is, a cheese sauce that's simply delicious, with a grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And you know this wonderful Velveeta sauce will add extra nourishment to your meal, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect for all the family, the youngsters and Grandma, too. Make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother. Melt it for fine, hot dishes. Slice it thick for hearty sandwiches and between-meal snacks. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow and enjoy America's favorite pasteurized processed cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Arthur Butler informed Mike that Johnny Webster removed not only himself, but the Butler petroleum detector as well. Now in his hotel room, Mr. Butler seems strangely annoyed.
Well, what do you got to say for yourself, Warren? You told me this Johnny Webster was trustworthy. You said with him on the job, I had nothing to worry about.
How did you learn that he skipped, Butler?
I woke up at 3 in the morning and discovered this.
That's the chain you had on the grip, isn't it?
Yeah.
You always sleep with a chain to your wrist?
Only since I got to New York. But as you can see, somebody took a pair of wire clippers to it.
Where did you leave Johnny before you went to bed?
On the sofa. He said he was going to read for a while, or so he claimed.
Now, listen, Butler. You've got to believe me. I recommended Johnny Webster in good faith. I'll get back that model for you.
When?
As soon as I can find him.
Yeah, well, that may be years, and I can't afford to wait. I'm going to the police, Warren.
Now, you don't want to do that.
Don't I? You just watch.
Look, you're wrong, Butler. Publicity is the last thing you want in this case.
No use talking. I made up my mind. Did you ask your cab to wait?
Nope.
Oh, there's usually one down at the corner.
Well, seems like you're out of luck.
Taxi? Hey, taxi!
Hey, wait a minute, Butler.
I said you're not going to talk me out of this.
No. Look over there.
Look over where?
That Chevy parked across the street.
Well, what about it?
That's Johnny Webster's heap.
What?
I'm sure of it. If I remember correctly, the rear right fender was off.
If this is some kind of a gag, Warren...
Well, what would be the point? Hey, what did I tell you? This is Johnny's car, all right. Well, why do you suppose he left it here?
Maybe he ran out of gas.
No. What Johnny ran out of was luck. Look behind the front seat.
What do you mean? Oh.
That's right. He's dead. And judging by that knife on his back, it wasn't due to an overdose of sleeping pills.
Yes?
I'm looking for a party named Danny Lyons.
Lyons?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Waring, Mike Waring.
You have the wrong apartment. There's no such person here.
Are you Carl Conrad?
That's right. Come in.
Thank you. I was given to understand that Lyons is working for you.
Where did you hear that?
From the usual reliable source.
Well, you know how trustworthy they generally are.
Yes, well, this came from a friend of mine, a man named Jess Stevens. Ever hear of him?
Stevens? I don't believe I have.
He's in the oil business, too, though not on the scale you people are.
Oh, of course. He prospects for oil on his own. What we call a wildcatter.
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Stevens led you to believe that this Lyons chap was in my employ?
That's right.
Doing what?
Trying to get hold of the Butler petroleum detective.
Believe me, Mr. Waring, I've been in this business 35 years, and I never heard of that. Just what is that contraption supposed to do?
Take a lot of the guesswork out of locating new oil fields.
It must be extremely valuable.
Yes, must be. Someone knifed a private detective named Johnny Webster to get it last night.
Surely, Mr. Waring, you don't think...
Yes, I do.
I don't know whether you're aware of it, sir, but you're being very insulting.
If I am, it's entirely intentional.
Then you can understand, under the circumstances, I must ask you to leave.
Oh, sure. But I'll be back.
You needn't bother, Mr. Waring. First of all, I don't believe any such object as the Butler petroleum detector exists.
Well, that's your privilege.
Oh, just a moment, sir.
Yeah?
I wouldn't want you to go off feeling I'm one of those diehards who doesn't believe there's anything new under the sun.
No, of course not.
As I said, I don't believe any such invention exists. However, I'd be willing to pay $100,000 to the man who can furnish the necessary proof that I'm wrong. I hope I'll be seeing you, Mr. Waring.
Where do we go from here, Mr. Waring, or don't you know?
Well, I'm convinced that Conrad was lying to me, Pat. But I'm sure he doesn't have the Butler detector yet. He practically offered me $100,000 to turn it over. On the other hand, I'd swear it came as no surprise to him that your boss was murdered.
Well, it came as no surprise to me either. I told Johnny I didn't want him to get mixed up in this.
Why?
Isn't that obvious?
No, who could foresee that Johnny would be hurt? This was a routine job. As a secretary, you ought to know that.
I only know he's dead.
Kind of went for the guy, didn't you?
What do you think?
I think if I never accomplish another thing, I'm going to find his killer. Now, who knew that Johnny got the job to nurse Butler along?
No one.
You sure there wasn't a leak?
I'm positive. Johnny left this office a couple of minutes after you did.
Did you tell anyone?
Did I tell anyone?
Inadvertently or otherwise.
You got your nerve?
Well, I'm sorry, Pat, but I can't afford to overlook any possibilities. How long had you worked for him?
That's none of your business.
And he couldn't have been paying you very much. If my memory serves me right, he said this was the first case he'd had in months.
You think you can browbeat me because I'm a woman. I notice you haven't tried it with Danny Lyons.
I haven't been able to locate Mr. Lyons yet.
Well, what about your friend Jess Stevens?
What about him?
Well, it seems to me if you're going to ask personal questions, he ought to take his turn in answering them. How well do you know him?
Well enough. I was in the Army with him.
So what does that prove? Just because a man wears a uniform, does that make him a solid citizen? Suppose Butler was right.
About what?
That check Stevens tried to give him for $24,000. Suppose it was rubber, and since Butler wouldn't accept it, Stevens knew that the only way he could get the model was to steal it. And Johnny caught him in the act.
Got it all figured out, haven't you?
Well, it makes as much sense as any theory I've heard you advance.
Yes, it does. Even I'll have to admit it's worth looking into. I'll let you know how I make out.
Hey, bartender. Let me have a bourbon and water.
There you are, Jess.
No.
They told me at the desk I'd find you in the bar.
Anything new, Mike?
Well, yes, no. What do you say we squat, huh?
Yeah.
I've been doing a lot of legwork this morning.
Okay. You want a drink?
No, I'll sit this one out.
Say, bartender, serve that drink over here, will you? Well, what's the story, Mike? How long do you think it'll be before we can locate that model?
You seem more concerned about finding that than nabbing Webster's murderer.
Okay, if you want an honest answer, yes. I want to get my hands on that detector. To me, that's all that counts.
Well, let me tell you something, Jess. I don't care if I never see that miracle machine again. I'm only interested in one thing.
I'll bet you are. You've been in touch with Conrad, haven't you?
And what's that supposed to mean?
Just what it sounded like. What'd they offer you?
You accusing me of selling you out?
All I know is you seem to have forgotten suddenly that you're supposed to be a friend of mine.
Yeah, well, friendship works two ways, Jess. We have a mutual agreement. I can drop you just as you can cancel me out.
Thanks for reminding me, Mike. I may have to do just that.
Just a second.
Hello, Lyons.
Mr. Conrad, what are you doing here?
Well, if that mountain wouldn't come to Muhammad, Muhammad must necessarily go to the mountain.
Well, I was keeping out of sight.
You might have at least phoned me, Lyons.
I had nothing to tell you.
Mike Waring had. He told me that a chap named Johnny Webster lost his life last night trying to prevent a theft from Butler's hotel room.
So?
So, I'm merely putting two and two together.
Sometimes you wind up with 22 that way. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Conrad. Suppose I told you I haven't got Butler's whatchamacallit.
I wouldn't believe you.
I thought you'd say that. How high will you go for it?
We made a bargain last week, Lyons.
Yeah, but the whole thing was strictly spec then. If I guaranteed to bring it over to your place in an hour, what would it be worth to you?
I still think the stipulated price of $100,000 was more than ample.
Will you go 50 more?
25, and that's my limit.
Okay. What time have you got now?
9 o'clock.
Go to your office, start counting it out. I'll see you at 10.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Sounds like Lyons and Conrad have made a bargain. And if you ladies would like to make a good bargain, Get a 2-pound package of Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, from your grocer tomorrow. Because when you buy Velveeta, you're getting the finest quality cheese food your money can buy. Velveeta not only tastes good, but it's mighty good for you because it's rich in important food values from milk. And Velveeta is as digestible as milk itself. So it's a wonderfully handy helper anytime you need snacks or sandwiches or a hearty main dish. Get a 2-pound loaf of Velveeta tomorrow. It's the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Danny Lyons promised to deliver the Butler petroleum detector to Mr. Conrad. Now, at Mike Waring's apartment, the Falcon is just returning home.
Come on in, Waring. The water's fine.
What are you doing in my apartment, Lyons?
Don't ask so many questions. Just shut the door like a good boy.
You mind pointing that gun elsewhere?
Now, don't tell me it makes you nervous.
Yes, very. You have no idea how easily those things go off.
What makes you think I don't?
Well, I assumed you preferred knives.
What kind of a crack is that?
I was thinking of Johnny Webster.
Now, listen, Waring. Don't get me any more annoyed than I am now. I made an appointment for 10 o'clock, and it's 5 after already.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I phoned my party a couple of minutes ago, and he's getting real impatient.
Well, don't let me keep you, fella.
You won't. Where's the thingamajig?
You mean the Butler petroleum detector?
Yeah.
I don't know, and what's more, I don't care.
Well, I care plenty. So open up, Waring.
Oh, careful, friend. I just had the suit pressed.
Now, listen, I never liked you, and I wouldn't need much excuse to part your hair with this cannon, so let's not have any smart answers, you understand?
Well, I just can't help it. I used to be a quiz kid.
Let go.
Come on, Lyons, drop it.
I'll drop it, Waring, right where it does the most good.
Waring? Waring. Oh, cut it out, Butler.
You all right?
How can I tell with you slapping me silly?
I'm sorry. Can I get you anything?
Yeah, you wouldn't happen to have a spare head on you.
I'm afraid not. What happened?
Well, it'll take too long to tell you. How'd you find me?
I came up to see if you had any more information.
What about the police?
There's nothing new there.
You know if they've spoken to Pat Dryden yet?
Pat Dryden? Who's he?
It's a she. She was Johnny Webster's secretary.
Well, what's she got to do with this?
Well, she's a gal with plenty of ideas.
Hey, is she hooked up with Stevens? Because I'm convinced he's the boy I'm after. I'll bet you anything you want he killed Webster and stole my model.
Now, look, Butler.
Don't misunderstand me, Waring. I don't think you had anything to do with it.
Oh, thanks. What time have you got?
10:30. Why?
Because I've got a hunch. And with a little luck, I may be able to wrap this whole thing up in a couple of minutes.
Who you calling?
Carl Conrad.
You're barking up the wrong tree.
I've been riding a merry-go-round for the past 24 hours. It's time I got lucky and caught the gold ring.
Hello?
Hello, that you, Conrad?
Yes?
Mike Waring.
I have nothing to say
Now,
to you.
don't hang up, Conrad. You'll be sorry. Remember that proposition you made me this afternoon?
No.
All right, I'll refresh your memory. You offered me $100,000 for the working model of the Butler petroleum detector.
I'm no longer interested, Mr. Waring.
What?
I don't care to buy.
I'll sell it for $75.
I guess there's only one way to convince you I'm not interested.
Hello, Conrad. Conrad! Well, he hung up.
Forget the number back.
No, there's no need to do that. I proved my point.
Oh? What was it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Butler. I thought you knew. I was just proving that you killed Johnny Webster.
The one thing I can't decide, Mike, is just who owes whom an apology.
I suppose we call the honors even, Jess. We both made mistakes.
You sure you didn't make one in turning Arthur Butler over to the police?
Oh, no. There's no question about that. Butler killed Johnny, all right.
Why?
Well, to convince us that the detector had been stolen from him when it never had been.
But why should a man steal from himself?
No reason. Except he could make a very handsome profit thereby.
I don't get it.
You know that contract you had with Butler?
Yes.
Well, after Butler signed it, Conrad offered him more for the model. But by then it was too late. Butler knew he couldn't break the contract with you because you've sued and collected every penny he had. You follow me?
I think so. Is that why Butler refused to accept my check?
Sure, he knew it was good. He just wanted to stall. That's when he decided on this brilliant scheme of robbing himself.
That was the only way he could weasel out of the contract.
Now you've got it. The Butler petroleum detector was unique. If it was stolen, there was nothing you could do about it. You couldn't ask him to turn over the plans because none existed.
I still don't see why he killed Johnny.
Well, he had to.
Webster on the scene every minute of the time, Butler's story of the theft would never stand up. But this way, with Johnny dead, it looked even better.
Yeah. But how did you learn the truth?
At 10 o'clock tonight, Conrad was ready to buy the model from Lyons. Now, Lyons didn't have it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to my place. And he couldn't have gotten it from me because I never had it to begin with.
So
when I phoned Conrad just half an hour later, he was no longer interested in the model, not at any price. Well, that convinced me that Conrad already had it. A man doesn't cool off like that. So the only one he could have bought it from was Butler. Once I hit on that, the rest was easy.
I see.
Yes, it's simple enough now. But we all should have realized it right at the beginning.
Why?
You don't know your detective stories. In practically all of them, it's always the butler who did it. Good night, Jet.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast. And that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help. You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through, just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So, tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Witty Widow. The Case of the Witty Widow. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that some women use guns on their menfolk only because they have scruples about divorce. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Thamon was starred as the Falcon, with Elspeth Eric as Pat. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Enjoy Phil Regan's camp show today, and remember Tallulah's big show on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Paula. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some girl just learned that things have been kind of slow for me lately, and she's planning to give me the business.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Thamon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the talented Texan. Before the Falcon solves today's case, I have a question for you. Have you tried Velveeta lately? Isn't that the finest cheese food you ever put in your mouth? That rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor is good. Really good eating. You see, Velveeta is made by Kraft, and that's something pretty important to remember, because you and I know what the Kraft name means on cheese and cheese foods. It means the very finest you can buy. So remember this. There's no other cheese food like Kraft's pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, because Kraft, and only Kraft, makes Velveeta. Now, the case of the talented Texan. It's late afternoon in New York, and in a small furnished apartment on Manhattan's east side, a gentleman named Reed Stevens prepares for business while his wife watches interestedly as he opens up shop.
There's a box of shells in the bottom drawer, kid.
So?
So would you mind getting it for me?
You going to work?
What's it look like?
Ask a silly question, you get a silly answer.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing.
Haven't you found it yet?
Yes. You must like working for Conway. Here.
What makes you say that?
Been at it for 7 months. That's the longest I ever remember you working for anyone.
I didn't have any better offers.
What about Myers? Didn't he offer you $50 a week more?
That's right, he did.
Why didn't you take it?
Maybe I didn't like the hours.
Or maybe it's because Mr. Myers is a bachelor.
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't you think I know the big attraction at Conway's?
Suppose you tell me.
Mrs. Conway.
How's that again?
Don't try to kid me, Reed. I recognize the signs. I've seen them often enough. You're in love with her.
You're out of your mind.
Then why does your face light up every time she calls you?
Does it?
Yes. And she feels the same way about you. You think I'm blind?
No. If anyone's blind, it's been me.
Well, it better stop. You're my guy, and nobody's going to take you away.
Mm-hmm. Well, this has all been very charming, but if you'll excuse me...
Where do you think you're going?
To work, do you mind?
Now, Reed, listen to me. You know, if I didn't love you...
You're going to get out of my way?
No, I am not. We're going to have this out right here and now.
I told you something. Kate. If Conway calls, tell him I'm picking up his missus first, then I'll pick him up at the club. Have you got that?
Yeah, I got it, Reed. I got it the first time.
I don't want to heckle, Reed, but you know where you're going?
That's a very good question, Mrs. Conway.
Well, do you? You passed the club 20 minutes ago. If you intend to pick up Fred there, you're doing it the hard way. What are we stopping here for?
I'd like to talk to you, Lois.
Lois?
You know, my wife said something very strange today.
About us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she thought there was something playing.
What made her think that?
Feminine intuition.
Don't ever sell it short.
And she was right?
Well, no, as it happened, she was wrong, but that's your fault. I went for you the first day I saw you at the club.
7 months ago?
7 months ago. We wasted a lot of time, Reed.
You're right, baby. We got a lot of time to make up for.
Just a second. Yes?
You're Kay Stevens, aren't you?
That's right.
My name is Fred Conway.
I know.
I'm flattered. May I come in?
Well, Reed isn't home.
That's why I picked this time to call.
Oh. Won't you sit down?
I believe I will.
Would you like a...
Not a thing, thank you. I have everything I want. Or perhaps I should amend that statement. I had everything I wanted.
I don't follow you, Mr. Conway.
Please call me Fred. Your husband does.
Well, Reed doesn't like me to take liberties.
Obviously, what's sauce for the goose isn't sauce for the gander.
I don't understand you.
Of course you do, Kay. You're a smart woman. I'm sure it won't come as any shock to you that Reed has been seeing my wife for 5 weeks now.
Well?
Well, what do you propose to do about it?
Nothing.
Nothing?
This may be a new experience for you, Mr. Conway.
Fred.
But it is an old story in this department.
Oh, have there been others?
Dozens. And Reed always comes back to me.
Did it ever occur to you that one day he may not?
What do you mean?
Someday he might meet the one woman who can keep him interested. Who knows? It could be Lois. Jackie.
Oh, hi, Mr. Conway. I didn't see you come in.
How we doing?
Not much action tonight.
Any calls?
Only Claiborne and Pepper. They want to lay off $8,000 on Mama's boy at Bowie.
Take it. Anything else?
Oh, yeah. Your missus is in the office.
She alone?
Uh-huh.
Fine. Incidentally, tell Reed Stevens he can have the night off. I won't need him anymore.
Right.
Hello, darling.
I've been waiting for you, Fred.
I know. Jackie just told me. What is it this time? A new coat?
No, this time you're wrong.
Well, you just name it, Lois. You know there's nothing I'd refuse you.
Suppose I told you I wanted...
A divorce?
How did you know?
It was fairly obvious. But I think you're making a mistake. Reed doesn't want to marry you.
Doesn't he?
No. I'll bet you've never even discussed it with him.
Have you?
Well, I figured his wife was a much better choice, and she was. She tells me Reed goes through these things periodically.
You're lying.
I wish I were, darling. I know what a blow this must be to your vanity. But I imagine if you called Mrs. Stevens, she'd be happy to give you names and addresses.
Now listen, Fred.
I'm sorry, dear, but I've got a million things to do, and so have you. You'll have to pack your clothes, and then... Oh, there's no real hurry. Take all the time in the world. If you're out of the house by 11 tonight, that'll be fine.
Hello, I guess you must have been expecting someone else.
What do you want?
You Reed Stevens?
That's right.
I want you.
Now, look, mister.
Just call me Tex.
What's the idea of the cannon?
What's generally the idea?
You nuts?
If somebody don't like you, Reed, you must have gone out of your way to... Just keep your hands right where they are. Hey, it's a nifty-looking shoulder holster you got there. Mind if I see it? Boy, that's what I call a beauty. But it sets you back.
Now, listen, Tex.
Sure wish I could afford one like it. Yeah, don't think much of your shooting iron. Too clumsy. Look at all the effort you got to use to pull the trigger. I guess I was wrong. It don't seem to take any effort at all.
Just a second. Yes?
I'm looking for Michael Waring.
Come in.
Well, I'm afraid there must be some mistake. Are you Mr. Waring?
That's right.
I mean, are you a private detective?
I got a license that says so.
Well, where's your office?
I don't have one. I work right out of here. Disappointed?
Well,
And I don't have a beautiful blonde secretary or a desk full of empty liquor bottles either. Now, if you'd like to get someone else...
I'm sorry. It's just...
No, it's my fault, Miss...
Stevens. Kay Stevens. Only it's Mrs.
Oh, come on in.
Thank you.
Now, sit down, won't you?
I'd rather not, if you don't mind.
All right, suit yourself. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Okay, let's get down to cases.
I want a divorce.
What do you expect me to do about it?
Well, I'll need evidence.
So you want me to do a little keyhole peeking? Huh?
Yes, his name is Reed Stevens.
You mean his name was Reed Stevens?
What?
That's a funny thing, Sergeant, but I don't remember you knocking.
Come to think of it, I don't remember that either.
What do you mean my husband's name was Reed Stevens?
Well, don't you always use the past tense in connection with a deceased?
What are you trying to say?
He's been murdered, Mrs. Stevens.
No.
Yes, nobody knows that better than you.
Where is he? Where is he? I've got to see him.
You will. You care to join us, Mike?
Is it a pinch?
It is indeed. I'm so glad your apartment is only 8 minutes from headquarters. Whenever we have a homicide, I can always stop here first. And very rarely have I been disappointed. All right, folks, let's go.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, while Sergeant Corbett and Mike go to headquarters with Mrs. Stevens, I'd like to tell you about an idea that will save you money next time you go to your food store. Just get a loaf of Velveeta, Kraft's smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food. You can melt Velveeta for a golden smooth cheese sauce that'll do wonders for leftover bits of meat or seafood or vegetables. And it's so easy to make. Just melt a half-pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. You needn't cut that half-pound piece of Velveeta up at all, because it melts so easily and smoothly without any lumps. Then simply stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and there you have a fine-tasting cheese sauce with a grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And this delicious sauce adds fine nourishment to those leftovers, too, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. It's digestible as milk itself, so even the smallest youngsters can enjoy it. Whether you melt golden Velveeta for a wonderful cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty hot or cold sandwiches or snacks, make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow and enjoy America's favorite pasteurized processed cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only 15 minutes have passed since Kay Stevens was arrested for the murder of her husband. And now at headquarters, while Mrs. Stevens is being booked, Sergeant Corbett makes our hero a sporting proposition.
Look, Mike, I've got an idea. Why don't you just walk out of here and I'll make believe like I never even saw you with Mrs. Stevens?
Oh, no, that's big of you.
Okay, I was just trying to help. She killed her husband just as sure as you're standing there.
I did not.
Then why were you consulting Waring?
I had my reasons. If you weren't so stupid, you'd see that I couldn't have killed Reed.
Why not?
Because I was in love with him.
Why did you want a divorce?
Because I was fed up with him.
That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, sure it does. You can be crazy about somebody, and yet they can do things to you that drive you out of your mind.
Don't make me laugh.
Oh, it happens every day in the week. It's the old story of not being able to live with someone or live without him.
She managed it nicely.
I tell you, I didn't kill him, Sergeant.
You knew he was chasing around.
He did it before?
But this time he wasn't coming back.
He always came back.
If you were so sure of that, why did you go to Waring to get your evidence for a divorce?
Oh, I don't know. I'm all mixed up.
You weren't so mixed up that you couldn't hire a professional gunman?
That is not true.
All right. Lay off it, Corbett. What's this about a professional gunman?
We got a description of the lad who actually pulled the trigger.
Who is he?
We're not sure yet, but according to the building superintendent, he was a tall, red-headed boy who spoke with a Western accent.
You think Mrs. Stevens hired him?
Yes.
You're crazy. I would never do anything to hurt Reed.
All right, that's enough, Kay. Who was the other woman this time?
I have no idea.
Well, if she's bashful, I'll tell you. It was Lois Conway.
Lois Conway?
Freddie's wife. You know her?
Not personally. Oh, really? Maybe I'm missing something. Take it easy, Kay. I'll keep in touch. Call for Mrs. Lois Conway. Call for Mrs. Lois Conway.
Right here, boy.
Hello, Mrs. Conway.
Hello, bellhop.
Well, how could you tell? I thought I did a real professional job.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
The one they call the Falcon?
No, I'm sure it pays to advertise.
What do you want with me?
Well, it's a long, dull story. Why don't we step into the bar and I'll tell you about it?
No, thank you.
I think you'll change your mind. Reed Stevens is dead.
What?
Mm-hmm. Murdered early tonight.
Maybe I could stand a drink after all.
Bar's right over there.
How did it happen?
A professional gunman paid him a visit in a little hideaway Reed rented on East 58th Street.
Did they catch the man?
No.
And they don't know who hired him, huh?
Well, the police are inclined to believe it was my client.
Your client?
Mrs. Stevens.
So crazy Reed was happily married.
He told you that himself?
Several times.
Right through this door.
Would Monsieur like a table?
No, monsieur will sit right at the bar, but we would like a couple of whiskey sours.
Very good, sir.
You seem to know my preferences.
Oh, you'd be surprised what I know about you, Lois.
Lois?
Well, I figured it's permissible. After all, I do know you real well. I even knew where to find you.
How'd you manage that?
Well, I went to your room first and told the maid I had a COD parcel for you. Imagine my surprise when she said you were staying at the Creighton. Indirectly, that told me a lot more.
I don't see how.
Well, that's because you're no detective. You see, when she refused the COD, it could only mean one thing.
What?
That your husband must have known about you and Reed and tossed you out on your lovely ear.
How dare you?
No. It's a nice right cross you've got.
I never want to see you again.
Now, don't count on it, Lois. I was brought up right. I'll be back if only to turn the other cheek. Take care of yourself, Angel. Hello, Conway.
Waring.
I dropped by earlier tonight.
So the maid told me. Come in.
Thanks.
Take off your coat.
No, I don't think I'll be staying long. You hear about Reed Stevens?
Yes, too bad, wasn't it?
Yes, especially for his wife. I'm working for him.
Don't tell me they think she killed him.
They certainly do.
Well, that's absurd. From what I know, they're a very devoted couple.
Mm-hmm. Well, would you have any idea who done it?
According to the papers, it was a gunman for hire.
Yes, but the question is, who picked up his tab?
I can't believe it with Mrs. Stevens.
No, neither can I. Did he have any enemies? Present company accepted.
Just what is that supposed to mean?
Well, after all, he wasn't one of your favorite people.
Oh, maybe not a real favorite, but I liked him.
Even after he walked off with your wife?
You're mistaken, Mike. Nobody ever took anything away from me.
Mm-hmm. Well, when Reed did, he certainly didn't get to keep it for long.
Jackie.
Yes?
This is Mr. Waring.
Well, glad to know you.
Don't be too glad. I find him highly objectionable.
I see.
All right, never mind, Jackie. I can take a hint. Lucky thing I didn't remove my coat, eh, Conway? I knew I wasn't going to get to stay long.
You want me to...
Never mind, Jackie. I'll take it. Hello.
That you, Freddie?
Yes, Lois.
I called several times before.
So Jackie told me.
Will it be all right if I come home and talk to you?
No, it won't.
Just for 5 minutes?
It's out of the question, darling.
Look, Freddie, I don't blame you for feeling the way you do. I realize how you must hate me.
Nonsense. I'm extremely fond of you, Lois.
Well, then couldn't we...
No, I'm afraid we couldn't.
It won't ever happen again.
Certainly not with Reed Stevens, anyway.
You've got to give me another chance. I'll make it up to you. I swear I will.
You just don't seem to understand, Lois. I'm not interested.
Who do you think you're talking to, anyway?
I'd like to tell you, but I think the telephone company might be shocked.
Listen, Mr. High and Mighty, I know plenty about you. How would you like it if I went to Mike Waring?
I wouldn't bother him. He's a very busy man.
I think he'll clear time to hear what I've got to say.
Don't do it, Lois. You've made one mistake already. I hate to see you make another.
Are you threatening me?
Would I do that to my own wife? But then you won't be my wife much longer, will you? Goodbye, dear. It's been grand hearing from you.
Come in.
I'm looking for Mike Waring.
You know what the good book says. Seek and you shall find.
Yeah, I'm sure glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Waring. I heard a lot about the Falcon.
Well, you can't believe everything you hear.
I'll say that's a good one.
What's on your mind, Mr.
Just call me Tex. Everybody does.
All right, Tex it is. Sit down.
Thanks.
Make yourself comfortable. I'll be back.
Oh. Where do you think you're going?
Down the hall.
Come back here.
I just remembered.
I said come back here.
Is that thing loaded?
You can have 6 guests.
No, thanks. I'm awfully bad at games. Well, I would have thought you'd be 1,000 miles from New York by this time.
Why?
Is it your practice to hang around after you do a job?
You're obviously confusing me with someone else.
I doubt it. You're the boy who gunned Reed Stevens.
How in the world did you ever figure that out?
I'm psychic. Who are you working for, Tex?
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mr. Waring, because that's why I'm here. Now, you can see what a trusting soul I am.
Oh, yes, with half an eye.
Well, what would you say if I told you that someone took advantage of my good nature?
No.
They did for a fact. You see, I undertook this assignment on a sort of a contingent basis.
So?
If I deliver, I get paid. And you know what happened?
No, tell me.
Well, after I took care of Mr. Stevens, my party disappeared.
Your party?
The person who hired me. Now, I consider that downright dishonest.
Well, I see your point.
Now, if you was in my position, what would you do?
Get even.
That's just what I thought. Of course, that ain't going to put any money in my pocket, so I was wondering if you might be willing to recompense me.
Well, I don't know. What have you got to sell?
A little piece of evidence that'll give you the name of the person who hired me.
Where is it?
In this handkerchief.
May I?
Oh, no, I'm afraid you'll just have to take my word for it.
Well, don't you trust me?
Oh, of course I do. Would I be here if I didn't?
Well, you can't expect me to buy a blind item. Now, suppose I...
No, you don't get back. And that wasn't nice, Mr. Waring. I trusted you.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Tex. Guess I lost my head.
Yeah, you did indeed. No.
Good morning, Mr. Waring.
What?
You must have made quite a night of it.
No, where's my head? Must be around somewhere. Oh,
Don't try to get up.
no, I don't think I can make it.
What happened?
Well, I had a visitor.
Our friend from Texas?
How did you know?
The elevator boy gave us a description. It tallied with the other.
That was Tex, all right.
What did he want with you?
He said he had some evidence to sell. Seems he never got paid for gunning Reed.
That's modern civilization for you. You can't trust a soul these days.
Well, that was his feeling, too.
What was this evidence he had?
I don't know. He had it wrapped in a handkerchief.
In this handkerchief?
Where'd you find that?
In the hall. Look what was wadded up inside.
Empty cartridge shell.
Yeah, from one of the babies that killed Stevens.
What?
You heard me.
Well, that won't do any good.
Boy, can you call him? There was a thumbprint on this shell.
Whose?
Whose do you think? Mrs. Stevens, that's whose.
I don't believe it.
Well, maybe you don't, but I'll bet a jury does, and strangely enough, Mike, that's all I care about.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, Mike seems a bit skeptical, doesn't he? He wants proof. And if you want to prove to yourself how delicious Velveeta is, you try this. Fix toasted sandwiches of Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food, and serve them with relishes and your favorite beverage. You can be sure those sandwiches will taste good, because Velveeta has such a fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And they'll be nourishing, too, because Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk. So make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother, for company snacks and sandwiches, and for the many ways you'll fix it for the family. Get Velveeta in the handy half-pound package or the economical 2-pound loaf. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Sergeant Corbett informed Mike Waring that Kay Stevens' fingerprints were found on the shell that killed her husband. Now, as we find the good sergeant, the Falcon, are on their way to headquarters, Mike still refuses to accept the evidence.
Listen, Sergeant, there must be some mistake about that shell.
What kind of a mistake?
You're certain that's Kay Stevens' fingerprint on it?
Absolutely.
Well, there must be a logical explanation. Wait a minute.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I know what's coming. You see it all now. You know who was responsible for Reed's murder.
Well, I do. Can you pick up Fred and Lois Conway?
What for?
All right, just humor me, will you?
Okay, Mike, if you're going to act like a jerk, there's no reason why you shouldn't have an audience. They'll be there. Conway, as a public-spirited citizen, you should be happy to cooperate with the police. Not to listen to Mr. D.A.
Are you responsible for this, Lois?
You think I'd be here if I were?
Who's in charge here, anyway?
Me.
You know what's going to happen to you, Sergeant?
Don't take it out of him, Conway. This is
all my doing.
Oh, it was?
What's the idea, Glenn?
Idea is that we're trying to determine who was behind Reed Stevens' murder.
Well, why isn't Mrs. Stevens here?
That's right, she should be.
He is. You come in, Mrs. Stevens.
Is Mike here?
He's here.
Okay. Think you know Mr. and Mrs. Conway?
We've met.
Good, then we can begin. Okay, they found your fingerprints on one of the shells that killed your husband.
That's impossible.
Nevertheless, it's true. How do you explain it?
I can't.
Did Reed pack a gun?
Yes?
How did he wear it?
In a shoulder holster.
Was he ever without it?
Never.
Funny, we didn't find one on his body.
Oh, that's not so funny. Why couldn't that torpedo have removed it?
That still doesn't explain how her fingerprints got on the shell.
Suppose Reed was killed with his own gun.
So what?
So, at one time or another, Kay might have handled it, along with the bullets.
I did. I remember one night in particular, about 5 weeks ago.
And how would you remember that?
Because that was the night that I accused Reed of being in love with your wife.
Are you nasty little...
Temper. Now, there you have it, Sergeant.
There I have what?
Your case. Isn't it clear now who's the guilty critter?
No.
All right, just ask yourself, who was the first to know about the romance between Reed and Mrs. Conway?
Listen, Waring.
Conway?
No, of course not, Sergeant. Logically, it would be Mrs. Conway.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Lois, but I had to help them out. Otherwise, we would have been up all night. And after the evening I spent with your friend Tex, I just couldn't take it. Well, that's all there was to it, Kay. Once I realized Tex was working for Lois, it all added up.
Incidentally, did the police pick him up yet?
20 minutes ago. His real name is Leo Haynes.
Where'd they find him?
On the west side, naturally.
I still don't see Lois's motive.
Oh, that's simple. She learned her husband told her the truth. She was just another girl to Reed. And look what she gave up for him.
What?
Well, Conway threw her out, didn't he?
Now, that's the part I don't understand. You think that Conway would have gone after Reed?
Wasn't worth it to him. Fred's the kind of man who doesn't like trouble. He had his revenge when he packed Lois in. And as far as he was concerned, that took care of everything.
So poor Lois winds up in the middle with nobody wanting her.
Except the police.
How did you peg her, anyway?
The police gave me the answer.
Remember where they found Reed's body?
Yes, in a little hideaway he had on East 58th Street.
Mm-hmm. And what made it a hideaway?
The fact that nobody knew about it.
Exactly. Nobody knew it. Except Reed and Lois. So who could have given Tex the address?
Of course it had to be her. Why didn't I think of that?
Because you're not a detective.
Well, you deserve a lot of credit, Mike.
Was that all I'm going to get?
Oh, no. There's something else. Something you really deserve.
What's that, Angel?
The check. Good night, Mr. Waring.
Ever find yourself at a loss when you need a hot main dish in a hurry? Well, don't let that happen to you. Always keep a package or two of Kraft Dinner on your pantry shelf. Because with Kraft Dinner, you can make delicious macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. Tender, fluffy macaroni with perfect cheese flavor all through it. You see, every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated to sprinkle in for wonderful cheese flavor. And Kraft Dinner can be your answer to today's high prices, because every package makes 4 servings at a cost of just a few pennies each. Tomorrow, get a package or 2 of handy, delicious Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Worried Wife. The Case of the Worried Wife. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon. When Mike Waring learns that if a playboy gets married and tries to settle down, he may find things awfully dead. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbin. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Be sure to hear Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer on The Big Show on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Denny. Now, thanks for calling, but it can't be tonight, Angel. I'm on the case of a guy who jilted a girl. You'd think it would break her heart, but instead of being sad about it, looks like she's trigger happy. This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Worried Wife. Before the Falcon solves today's case, I have a question for you. Have you tried Velveeta lately? Isn't that the finest cheese food you ever put in your mouth? That rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor is good. Really good eating. You see, Velveeta is made by Kraft, and that's something pretty important to remember. Because you and I know the Kraft name on cheese and cheese foods means the very finest you can buy. So remember this. There's no other cheese food like Kraft's pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, because Kraft and only Kraft makes Velveeta. And now, the case of the worried wife. It's Sunday night in New York when pretty dark-haired Penny Layton pushes the button of an apartment overlooking the East River. While she's waiting for someone to answer, Penny opens her handbag and takes out a small pistol. She closes the bag and thrusts her right hand in with the pistol into the pocket of her fur coat and gnaws nervously on her lip as she hears someone approach the door.
Yes? Are you Mrs. Sheffield?
Yes, I want to see your husband.
Well, what's it about?
Just tell him Penny wants to see him. He'll know what it's about.
All right. Wait here. I'll see what he says.
I'll wait inside.
But I don't know.
I said I'll wait inside. All right, now you can close the door. I'll wait right here. Well, what are you waiting for?
Who are you, anyway?
I told you. Penny. Penny who? Ask Arnold. He'll tell you. And you can tell him I'm not leaving until I see him. Alone.
All right. I'll tell him. Maybe he can explain what this is all about. Arnold.
Oh, yes, Liza. Who was it?
Penny.
Penny.
Well, that's what she said. Who is she?
Oh, a girl I knew in Florida. I don't want to see her.
Well, she says she won't go until you do see her. She's in the living room.
Yeah, all right. Might as well get it over with. You wait here. I'll get rid of her. Penny, what are you doing here?
Why, Arnold, is that any way to greet me? After I followed you all the way from Miami?
I wrote you. It's all over.
I figured as much when I saw in the paper you got married. That's why I came up.
What do you hope to gain?
For one thing, I wanted to see her. She's pretty.
Oh, thank you.
I'd never have forgiven you if you turned me down for a horse face.
Yes, she's pretty, and I'm in love with her. There's nothing more for you and me, so why don't you be a good girl and just run along? Be sensible.
You call it sensible to give up the man I love to somebody else?
You don't love me.
That's right, Arnold, I don't. But I did, so I'm not giving you up so easy.
There's nothing you can do.
Isn't there?
You little fool, be careful.
She's not going to have you, Arnold. I'm going to kill you, and then I'm going to kill myself.
Don't be ridiculous. Now give me that gun.
Stay back, Arnold. Don't try to get it.
I said give it to me.
Let go.
When you drop the gun,
Arnold! Arnold! What happened?
I'm just trying to teach Penny not to play with guns. The bullet went into that chair. No great damage done. Now, Penny, you'd better get out of here.
You'll be sorry about this.
I am sorry. I thought you had better sense. Now, good night. More coffee, darling?
No, thanks. Arnold. I couldn't get that girl out of my mind all night.
No, stop worrying about her.
But suppose she comes back.
She won't come back.
Well, you can't be sure. Maybe we better call the police.
Why, I don't want to make trouble for her.
Oh? You don't still... I mean, it's all over. You're sure there's nothing...
Oh, for heaven's sake, darling, don't be ridiculous.
She must have cared an awful lot to follow you all the way here.
Yes, I suppose she did.
You must have done something to make her care.
Will you stop worrying about it? It's all over.
I hope you're right.
Now, look, if there was any question about it, last night certainly settled it. You don't think I could be interested in her after that, do you?
I hope not. You sure she won't come back?
Yes, I'm sure. She worked herself up to a pitch. When nothing came of it, she was bound to cool off.
Maybe. But I'd feel happier if you'd tell the police.
Darling, will you answer one question?
What?
Are you afraid that if she comes back, she'll try to kill me again? Or are you afraid that this time she won't? Hello, Mara. Drinking alone?
Oh, hello, Sheffield.
I'll join you.
Okay. Hey, you're looking good. Guess marriage agrees with you.
Yes, great institution. I'm all for it. But it has got its little problems. That's why I'm looking for you.
Oh, looking for me? I thought this was a coincidence.
No, I need my money.
You need money? Millionaire playboy needs money?
Well, you see, most of my cash is tied up, and I really went overboard on the wedding and the honeymoon.
Huh? I always heard two could live as cheap as one.
Try it sometime.
I have enough trouble.
Well, I hate to add to it, Mara, but I'm going to have to insist on my money.
Well, I don't know what I can do. Things haven't been going so hot.
I don't like to put the heat on you, but, well, your note's been overdue for a long time. I don't think it's too much to ask.
That's right. You gotta have your champagne, your private stateroom.
What kind of an attitude is that?
Well, it's my attitude,
You've been drinking too much.
That's right. I'm just a no-good drunk.
Now, look, I lent you that money in good faith. You had big ideas. It's not my fault they didn't pan out.
That's right, Papa. Give me a lecture.
Don't worry, pal, I will. When you're sober enough to know what I'm talking about.
It'll be a long wait.
It better not be. We're going to get this settled.
Of course, Sheffield. We'll get it settled. For keeps.
Hello?
Are you Michael Waring, the detective called the Falcon?
That's right.
Well, thank heavens. I had the awfulest time finding you. Don't you have an office?
No.
Why not?
Well, if I had an office, I'd have to have a beautiful blonde secretary. If I had a beautiful blonde secretary, I'd have trouble keeping my mind on my work. And if I didn't keep my mind on my work, I'd lose business. Then I wouldn't be able to pay the rent, so I'd lose the office. So I just saved myself the trouble. Come in.
Thank you.
Your name?
Liza Sheffield.
What can I do for you?
My husband Arnold spent December in Florida.
You didn't go with him?
But we weren't married then. In fact, we didn't even know we were going to be.
Mm-hmm.
But while he was there, he started going with a girl, and I guess it was pretty serious. Last night she showed up in New York, and she tried to kill Arnold.
Tried to?
Well, Arnold got the gun away from her, and then he threw her out of the apartment.
Well?
I'm afraid she may come back. I asked my husband to notify the police, but he refused. He says he doesn't want to make any trouble for the girl. That's why I came to you.
What do you want me to do?
Well, I thought if you could find the girl and talk to her.
What do you want me to say to her?
I don't know. Find out what she's planning to do.
Where's she staying?
I don't know.
What's her name?
Penny. Something. I don't know her last name.
You don't know her name. You don't know where she's staying. You don't know exactly what you want me to say to her. This is the sort of case I love.
Well, if it was easy, I wouldn't need the Falcon.
Mm-hmm. I think I'd better have a talk with your husband.
No.
He can fill in some of the details for me.
But he may be angry about my hiring you. I don't want him to know.
Well, if you can't give me anything more to go on...
I thought you were supposed to be such a good detective.
Well, I won't argue that point. But even Sherlock Holmes wouldn't guarantee quick results with what you've given me.
Well, do the best you can.
What happens if Penny catches up with your husband while I'm still looking for him? She'd kill him, wouldn't she?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Well, then, Angel, do I go see your husband or don't I?
You win, Mr. Waring. Come on.
This is Ed Hurley, friends. Well, now, Mike won his way all right. And you know, I'll bet you mothers would certainly like to win your way, too, when it comes to getting your family to eat those green vegetables that are so good for them. And you can. Just glamorize those vegetables a little by melting delicious Velveeta, Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food, for a smooth golden cheese sauce to pour over them. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a half pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. There's no need to cut it in little pieces because Velveeta melts easily and smoothly without any lumps at all. Then simply stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and there you have a perfectly wonderful cheese sauce that'll add Velveeta's fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor to cauliflower or spinach or broccoli. Velveeta makes them taste better than ever, and you'll be giving your family extra nourishment this way, too, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. Even the smallest youngsters can enjoy their vegetables a la Velveeta, because Velveeta is digestible as milk itself. So, Mother, make it your handy helper. Get Velveeta in the economical 2-pound loaf so you'll have plenty for cold snacks and sandwiches, too. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta. It's the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made only by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Mike and Liza Sheffield started for the Sheffield apartment to see whether Liza's husband, Arnold, would object to his wife's efforts to keep him alive. Now, as they approach the apartment, they see a sharp-faced little man standing at the door.
Oh, dear. It's Mr. Ballard.
Unwelcome guest?
Very.
Hello, Liza. No wonder you didn't answer the door.
Have you been ringing?
Yeah.
Funny. I thought Arnold was home. Well, he ought to be here pretty soon. You can come in and wait, Mr. Waring.
Right.
As for you, Mr. Ballard, I can't see you now. I'm going to be busy.
Oh, I'll wait.
Call me tomorrow if you want to talk to me.
Now, is that any way to treat an old friend?
Please. I haven't time.
It'll only take a minute.
But I don't have anything for you now. Call me in the morning.
Now, look, I want to get things settled.
All right. Tomorrow.
Now.
You heard what the lady said. Tomorrow, scram.
Now, listen, mister.
I said scram.
Okay. You don't have to get tough. I'm going.
What's with him?
Oh, he's just somebody I used to know. Not important. Now, come on, let's go in.
He's not exactly the sort of character that I would... What's the matter? Uh-oh. Is this your husband? Well, Mr. Sheffield, I'm afraid we're too late. He's dead.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Hello, Bright Eyes.
Uh-oh, it sounds like Mike Waring.
What do you know? He's a detective.
What do you want, Waring?
Got a corpse for you.
I'm busy. Why did you have to dig one up today?
I didn't dig him up. He hasn't been buried yet.
The boy's sharp.
Anything to brighten your day, Corbett. How soon can you get here?
As soon as I finish my report. You're not the only one who finds bodies.
Oh, you got another?
Yeah, and I bet she's cuter than yours.
Could be.
Of course, she may not be as dead, but she made a good try.
A suicide attempt?
Yeah, I jumped out of the 4-story window. All because some guy gave her the brush. Love, it's wonderful.
Did she leave a note?
No, I talked to her. She bounced off an awning. Doc says she'll live.
What's her name?
Penny Layton. Why?
Penny.
Yeah.
Hey, could be a package deal. Let's get together. Maybe we can wrap it up.
Right in here.
Okay.
Well, there she is, Mrs. Sheffield.
Yes. No question about it. That's the girl. Hello, Mrs. Sheffield. What's this all about, Sergeant?
You threatened to kill her husband last night.
You don't have to worry. I won't try again. Just want to die.
We know you won't try again. What we want to know is, did you?
What?
Did you go back to Sheffield's today?
Of course not. Why do you ask that?
Never mind. Come on, Mrs. Sheffield. Waring.
She killed him. I know she did.
Well, that meant she got another gun. Why didn't she shoot herself instead of jumping?
Maybe she counted on the awning saving her.
A 4-story jump? I don't think so.
But she must have killed him. Who else would have done it?
How about your slimy little pal?
Who?
Ballard.
Why, he had nothing to do with Arnold.
What did he want?
I tell you, it had nothing to do with this.
Who is this we're talking about, Waring?
Oh, a character who was very determined to see Mrs. Sheffield today.
Oh. Want to tell us what he wanted, Mrs. Sheffield?
It has nothing to do with the murder.
Suppose you let us decide that.
Was it blackmail?
What makes you think that?
No, it certainly wasn't a friendly visit. And you said you didn't have anything for him. What would he be expecting from you?
Well, it doesn't matter. I wish you'd believe that.
Okay, if you won't tell me, I know somebody else who may.
Who?
Ballard.
Oh, it's Liza's friend.
Yeah, hello, Ballard.
What do you want with me?
What you wanted with Liza.
Didn't she tell you?
Think I came here because your company is so charming?
I don't know why you came here. Who are you, anyway?
Mike Waring.
Oh, the Falcon?
That's right.
Did Liza hire you?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
To find out a few things.
Not about me. She knows about me.
She doesn't know if you were coming or going when we met you at the door today.
What difference does it make?
Well, if you really don't know, it doesn't make any.
Now, look, Warren, are you going to tell me what you want or you're going to get out of here?
All right, Ballard. What did you want to see Sheffield about?
I didn't want to see Sheffield. I didn't see him.
Well, somebody did with a gun.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it.
Well, it wasn't me. You got to believe that.
Well, maybe I do. But you strike me as the sort of character who sticks his nose into things. So if you really want to clear yourself, here's a chance to put the knot on somebody else for the honor.
Yeah. Have you tried Mara?
Who's Mara?
Joe Mara. He borrowed a mittful from Sheffield to open a pool hall. It folded. I was thinking, what if Sheffield wanted his money and Mara couldn't pay?
It's a thought. Where do I find Mara?
Well, you might find him at Freddy's Bar on 43rd Street. Only please don't tell him I tipped you.
No, I won't breathe a word.
I hope not, because if you do, I could stop breathing for keeps.
There it is in the next block.
Yeah, I see it. We made pretty good time, huh?
Hadn't made any better time, you'd be doing time.
No, I'm fast, but I'm careful.
Uh-huh. Well, don't put down your flag. If my man isn't in there, I'll be right out.
Okay. Well, what if he is in there?
Wait anyway. It may not take too long.
Right. Hey, mister, look out! Mister, are you all right?
Yeah. When you shot it, I dropped.
Yeah, those shots came from that alley.
Yeah, I know. You get back. There may be more. I'll go see.
You see anyone?
No, the alley's empty. Did you get a look at who fired those shots?
No, whoever it was standing close to the building in the alley. All I saw was the hand with the gun and it come around the edge of the building, and I hollered.
Or could you tell if it was a man or a woman?
I wouldn't know. Like I say, all I saw
I
was...
know, a hand with a gun. I hope whoever it was thinks he got me. I'm not anxious to have him try again. Hello, are you Joe Mara?
Huh? Oh, Waring.
Hey, you seem surprised to see me. What's the matter? Do you think I was lying in a gutter with a couple of slugs in me?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I have your description. Maybe you get mine.
I don't.
Well, I hope not, for your sake. How come you know my name?
Everybody knows the Falcon.
Well, I'm naturally a very modest guy, but even I can't help thinking there are a couple of people who don't know me.
Well, I'm not one of them.
All right. But how did you know I was looking for you?
I didn't.
I asked for you at Freddie's bar. They told me you left there 10 minutes before I got there.
So I wanted to get cleaned up, so I wanted to have dinner. That's a crime?
Did someone tip you I was coming?
What makes you think you'd start me rolling?
I know about you in Sheffield.
Huh? What about me in Sheffield?
You're in hock to him.
You got your tenses wrong, Waring. I was in hock to him.
Oh, you paid him off?
That's right.
When?
Today.
Would it have been this afternoon around 3:30?
It would have been this morning, around 10.
And you can prove you paid him?
Yeah, here. Here's the receipted note. Now, just what are you trying to prove?
I don't know what I'm trying to prove, but it looks like I have proved that a certain character named Ballard is going to have to improve his singing. Looks like he's way off key.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, now, maybe Mike isn't quite sure what he's trying to prove. But I'm sure of what I'm trying to prove, and what's more, I can do it with your help. All you have to do is this. Make yourself a big, hearty sandwich of your favorite kind of bread, spread with a little Kraft mayonnaise, and filled with a good, thick slice of Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Now, take a bite and see for yourself if what I'm trying to prove isn't true, that Velveeta is especially good tasting, with a fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. Mm-hmm. And Velveeta is good for you, too, because it's so rich in important food values from milk. These good Velveeta sandwiches are perfect for everyone, even the youngest children, any time of day, because Velveeta is digestible as milk itself. So make Velveeta your handy helper. For delicious snacks and sandwiches and for fine hot dishes, too, get genuine Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's 20 minutes since Ballard's lead led Mike no place. Now the Falcon has dropped in on Sergeant Corbett to swap information, and Corbett seems to be enjoying Mike's report of his interview with Mara.
So you went off half-cocked, Waring, huh?
All right. Before you break a rib laughing, I still think it's Mara.
Where's his motive if he paid off Sheffield?
I don't know. But it must have been the murderer who shot at me, and that couldn't have been either of the girls.
Why not?
Well, you were questioning Mrs. Sheffield.
What time were you shot at, Waring?
About 5:45.
I left the Sheffield woman a little after 5.
Well, at least it couldn't have been Magnolia Blossom. She's in the hospital.
I have news for you, Waring.
Well, don't tell me Penny's been released.
At 5.
Isn't that just peachy?
And then there's Ballard himself.
Yeah, tell me something about Ballard. Did you learn any more about him from Mrs. Sheffield?
Yeah, when you said you were going to see him, she cracked. Admitted he's been blackmailing her.
I thought so. Glad I was right about something. What did he have on her?
Scandal in her past. She didn't want Sheffield to know about it.
So the little guy likes sweat money, huh? Hey.
What's the matter?
The tip-off could have been to protect his pickings.
What?
No, we better go see Ballard. I have an idea he can give us the answers we're looking for.
Yeah?
Yeah. But we better hurry because we want Ballard to talk, and they say dead men don't.
Well, here we are.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Don't get out of the car.
Why not?
Look, Ballard's just coming out.
Oh, yeah.
If he doesn't notice us, maybe we can follow him.
He didn't see us. I'll let him get a little lead, and then I'll follow.
Right. You better start your motor. He's hailing a taxi.
Yeah.
Wonder where he's going.
Well, there's one way to find out. Don't want to follow too close. Hey! Of all the dumb drivers, did you see that guy cut out right in front of me?
Yeah, to a police car yet. Well, never mind him. The taxi just turned the next corner. We better get going.
Yeah.
Hey, the guy who cut in front of you is turning at the corner, too.
Is he following Ballard, too? Could be.
Makes a nice parade, huh?
Look behind us, Waring.
Well, what for?
I just wonder if anybody's following us.
They're already in the elevator. Hope we haven't lost them.
Well, they came into this building. Where would they be going? Except up to see Mrs. Sheffield.
But that was Mara following Ballard. I recognized him when he got out of the car.
So what?
So look at the elevator indicator.
Basement.
Yeah. That's not Sheffield's unless she's moved since this afternoon.
Push the button.
Right.
Wonder what they're doing down there.
Well, it's not a maypole dance. You can bet on that.
All right, they're slugging it out. Why?
Mara wants to find out what Ballard knows. Here we are. Get in.
Okay. But I still don't see how you figure it, Waring. Ballard knows about Mrs. Sheffield's past, but what's that got to do with Mara?
Nothing.
Gets clearer all the time.
But we haven't time to discuss it now. Here we are.
There they are. Yeah, come on. All right, Mara, that's enough. Let him go. Where did you... Drop that gun, then we'll talk. Go on, drop it. Do you want to see if I'm only kidding with this one?
Okay.
There you are. Pick it up, Waring. Now, what's going on here?
He was trying to kill me. Guy's lying. I was trying to make him talk.
About what?
The papers say Sheffield was murdered. Waring was asking me about it. Ballard must have figured me, and I wanted to know why. He put a gun on my back. He made me come down here in the basement.
We know that, Ballard. And there are a couple of other things we know. That you were blackmailing Mrs. Sheffield, for instance.
You can't prove that.
And you forget that now that Sheffield's dead, she's willing to talk. And we can certainly prove you were at the apartment today around the time of the murder, because I saw you.
I was there after the murder.
Maybe. Anyway, you better go along with Sergeant Corbett.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't kill Sheffield.
I didn't say you did. But you know who did, and when you talk... come on, Mara. Come back here.
I said come back here.
You're not going anywhere except with Corbett, too. Because, Mara, you're the murderer. Oh, sorry to spoil a little joke, Corbett. It was Mara after all.
Doesn't your arm ever get tired, Waring?
From what?
Patting yourself on the back.
Well, I'd just like to give credit where credit is due.
You weren't so sure it was Mara yourself when you saw that receipt?
Well, I admit it threw me for a while, but I bounced back.
It's cute of Mara. Sheffield wants his money, so Mara scrapes it up and gives it to him. Gets a receipt for it, then plugs Sheffield and takes back the money.
Uh-huh. He figured it was safe enough because he'd read in the paper about the Leighton girl threatening Sheffield. And he counted on her taking the rap. He might have gotten away with it, too, if Ballard hadn't queered the deal.
Yeah, in fact, I still don't think you solved this one, Waring. You were simply lucky that by following Ballard, we happened to stumble on Mara.
Well, that's what I was counting on.
Yeah?
Yeah, sweetheart. See, I knew that Ballard had tipped off the person who shot at me.
How did you know that?
Because the person was waiting for me at Freddy's bar. That meant he had to know where I'd be going. And Ballard was the only one who knew.
Couldn't it have been Ballard himself who was waiting?
No, because I went straight to Freddy's from Ballard's. And my driver drove fast. Ballard could never have beaten me there.
All right, it wasn't Ballard.
No, but it was somebody who had been tipped off by Ballard. At first, I thought it was somebody working with him, but when you confirmed my suspicions about him being a blackmailer, I changed my idea.
You figured Ballard was following a pattern and blackmailing again.
Yeah, that's right. He was on the scene at the time of the murder. It was perfectly possible for him to have seen the murderer leave the apartment. So I figured it was blackmail, and he tipped the murderer that I knew too much so the murderer could get rid of me. He didn't want me nabbing the killer and spoiling his chance for blackmail.
But Ballard's the one who put you on to Mara in the first place.
I know. He could rattle when I was accusing him and try to get out from under. But after I left, he couldn't see that nice opportunity for blackmail going out the window.
I see.
Well, that's all there is to it. Once I realized Ballard was up to the old game of blackmail, I knew all we had to do was follow him. And sooner or later, we'd cross paths with the murderer.
Yeah, Waring, it all adds up. Except couldn't Mara have been telling the truth when he said all he was trying to do was find out why Ballard sicked you on him?
How did he know Ballard was the one who steered me to him? No, Corbett. When Mara named Ballard, he put his head in the noose.
You've got the wrong metaphor, Waring. In this state, it's not the noose, it's the electric chair.
Well, in that case, hang around for. Good night, Corbett. This is Mike Waring, friends. Our Falcon programs bring you stories of the detection and prevention of crime. And right now, I'd like to say another word or two about preventing crime. You can help, you know. You needn't give money. Just give your sincere support to the Boys Clubs of America. These clubs build good citizens with strong, healthy bodies and minds. Boys who are completely honest, who respect property and individual rights, and who realize that America is a land of opportunity if you're willing to learn and work and try hard. These non-sectarian, non-profit boys' clubs are operated by groups of public-spirited adults so that boys from 8 to 20 can enjoy the right kind of recreation and companionship in their own clubhouses. If you and your neighbors would like to establish a boys' club in your community, get in touch with the Boys Clubs of America for help. Think about it, won't you? Thanks a lot.
The Case of the Carved Ham. The Case of the Carved Ham. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns sometimes a gun can change a great comedian into a bad actor. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Tonight, Theater Guild presents the exciting Fallen Idol on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Alice. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some friend of mine just signed the temperance pledge. But with the people he knows, even without alcohol, he still may wind up half shot.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Carved Ham. And now, The Case of the Carved Ham. It is early Sunday afternoon in New York, and a lovely redhead named Doris Webster gets off the Fifth Avenue bus at 76th Street. As she does, she notices a tall, thin man behind her. He's still behind her at 78th. At 81st, Doris gets a little frightened at the game and stops dead in her tracks, whereupon her shadow almost topples over her.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, lady. I should have looked where I was going.
That's the trouble. You did.
How's that?
You've been following me for the last hour.
Me?
Listen, mister. I don't know what your game is.
I'm sightseeing.
Well, do it elsewhere, or I'll call the police.
You don't really mean that, baby?
Officer!
Oh, I guess you do.
You want me, lady?
Yeah, please.
I guess that's my cue to beat it. Been nice knowing you, honey. We must do this more often.
41171.
Hello?
Is that you, Stuart?
Yeah?
It's Doris. I gotta see you.
Why? What's the trouble?
Well, I just had a funny experience. I thought a man was following me.
Was he?
Well, he might have been only trying to pick me up. At least that's what he claimed.
Don't worry about it, Doris. You come on over.
All right, honey. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
You through with the phone, lady?
You.
Oh, hiya, beautiful. Imagine bumping into you here. Certainly is a small world.
Don't tell me it was a coincidence, Stuart, because it wasn't. I tell you, he was following me.
That's ridiculous, Doris. Why should he?
Well, maybe he's working for Santos.
Never in a million years. If your boyfriend, Mr. Santos, knew about me, we would have heard from him long before this.
Listen, Stuart. If anything should happen...
Now you're talking like a child, Doris.
I know, but, well, if anything should... Look, there's a red leather vanity bench in my bedroom.
Vanity bench?
Yeah, you can't miss it. It's 24 inches high and about 18 inches wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you turn it upside down, you'll see the padding comes out. Inside, you'll find some newspaper clippings. I want you to send those clips to the police.
Forget it, darling. Nothing's going to happen.
Want to bet? What?
Who the devil are you?
He's the man I've been telling you about.
The name is Brian King, honey.
What do you want?
You.
What?
Yeah. The fellow I work for would like to see you.
Who?
Joe Santos.
Do it!
You can tell Mr. Santos I'm not interested.
Maybe you better tell him yourself. Let's go, chum.
Take your hands off him!
Come on, handsome. I told him you were practically on your way over. Now, you don't want to make a liar out of me, do you?
Look out, Stuart!
Oh!
You were a little late, honey.
Stuart.
Now, don't give him a second thought, baby. He'll be all right.
How about a drink, Brian?
Don't mind if I do, Santos. Now, that boy Stewart's no lightweight. Bet I lost 5 pounds lugging him over here. Thanks.
Still out cold. What do you do for a living?
He's an actor. Goes under the name of Stuart Van Dyne.
I wonder what Doris sees in him.
He's a pretty good-looking guy.
Yeah, he'll make much better appearance than Santos, huh?
Well, you can't have everything, Santos. After all, you've got the money and the muscles.
And don't forget the brain, Brian.
Well, you can't prove that by me.
What do you mean?
I came up here from Kansas City because I heard that you were going to be the biggest operator of gambling joints in New York.
So?
So, ever since I got here, all you seem to be interested in is that girl Doris Webster and the schmo she's been seeing on the side. By me, that ain't tending to business.
Just let me take care of Mr. Stuart Van Dyne first.
There's your chance. He's coming to now.
Hello, Palsy. How you feel?
Who are you?
Joe Santos?
Oh.
You hear me, huh? You never should play around with my girl, Stuart.
Well, what are you going to do to me?
Well, Brian here thinks Doris likes you because you're a good-looking fellow. Well, we fix it so you ain't so good-looking no more.
Huh?
Mess up that face, Brian, but good.
No.
Shut up. Oh. Go on, Brian.
You're crazy.
What's the matter? Don't they tell you in Kansas City that anybody who works for Santos follows orders?
Not that kind, I don't.
Vince! Vince!
What's the matter, boss?
I don't think Mr. King wants to play on our team.
Oh, is that so?
Wait a minute, Santos.
Well?
Come here, Stuart.
Okay. Oh, no!
Just a second.
Yum.
I'm looking for a Michael Waring, the Falcon.
Come in.
My name is Webster, Doris Webster.
Sit down, Miss Webster.
Thanks.
Now, what's the problem?
Well, a very dear friend of mine has been kidnapped.
What's his dear friend's name?
Stuart Van Dyne.
Did you report it to the police?
No,
Why not?
because I don't want them involved.
You don't want him involved. A man is kidnapped?
I didn't say he was kidnapped. I said he disappeared.
You said nothing of the sort.
I can see I made a big mistake in coming here.
No, I don't know.
Well, I do. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Waring. Believe me, it won't happen again. All right.
Hello, Doris.
What do you want?
Mr. Santos sent me around to find out whether beauty was only skin deep.
Where's Stuart? Where is he?
All right, Vince.
Here we are, right on cue. Come on, pretty boy.
Doris,
I can't look at him! Take him away! Take him away!
Who is it?
It's Emily, Brian. Open up.
Just a second, Emily. All right, get in here.
What's the matter, Brian?
Who says anything's the matter?
Oh, well, you're packing.
That's right. We're taking the 1035 back to Kansas City.
Why?
Because that guy Santos I came here to work for is nuts.
What happened?
Never mind, Emily. Just take my word for it. He's out of his mind. Who would that be?
Oh, it's the bellboy, honey. I asked him to bring up a package for me.
Oh.
I'll let him in.
No, you get started packing. I'll take care of it. Just a second. All right, son, let's have it.
Hiya, Sergeant.
Well, it's about time, Mr. Waring. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you.
As a matter of fact, you have. What's on your mind, Corbett?
Sit down, have a cup of coffee. Did you read about a guy named Brian King being gunned yesterday in his hotel?
Yeah, I understand they're holding his wife.
She didn't do it, Mike. You've got to look out for her interests.
Has she asked me?
No, she don't know a soul in New York.
And whose idea is this?
Mine.
Yours? Now, I've heard everything. What's your interest in this? What's her name?
Emily King.
Well, how come you're so concerned about
I
it?
just feel sorry for the dame.
You sure that's all?
Look, can't a guy do a decent thing in his life without everyone being suspicious?
All depends on who the guy is. Who does Mrs. King say killed her husband?
She don't know. She was in the bedroom packing when Brian got it.
What were they doing in New York?
Her husband came here to work for Joe Santos. Maybe it didn't pan out because he was in an awful hurry to leave.
Did you speak to Santos?
Yeah, he denies the whole thing. Claims King was doing fine.
And I suppose he has an alibi for the time of the murder.
What do you think?
Well, I think if I'm going to prove my unknown client didn't kill her husband, I'd better get started finding the party who did. I'll be seeing you, Sergeant.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike Waring, acting at the behest of Sergeant Corbett, undertook to do some private detecting for Emily King. And now, as we find the Falcon, he is making like a private eye.
Oh, no, don't tell me. Yes, it's me, Santos. Or should I say I?
Anything you say, Mikey's okay with me. Sit down.
Thanks.
You like something to drink, maybe?
Maybe.
Scotch? Fine. You, think you're going to be able to do something for that little girl?
What little girl?
Brian's wife.
How did you know I was working for her?
I got ways. Look, Mikey, if she needs money, let me know.
Where's your white beard, Santos?
Don't get me wrong, Mike. I give nothing away. You ever stop to think that the party who killed Brian maybe was trying to kill me?
You kidding?
Didn't the cops tell you the hotel suite Brian was using was registered in my name?
No.
Well, it was. I turned it over to Mr. and Mrs. King because they have no place to live in New York.
What kind of work did Brian do for you?
Oh, little this, little that.
Yeah, well, that tells me...
What's the matter?
That picture on the piano.
What about it?
I think I recognize the lady. Isn't her name Doris Webster?
Yeah.
Certainly is a small world.
Where do you know Doris from?
Oh, she was up to see me yesterday.
About what?
Oh, no, Santos, don't tell me you're jealous.
I asked you a question, Mike.
I suppose you answer one of mine first. Was Doris running around with Brian King?
No.
Well, I've only got your word. Who's in the next room?
Nobody.
Don't give me that. I heard something in there.
You're crazy. I show you. See? It's
Look out, Santos!
All the rotten luck.
What's the trouble, Angel?
Well, if it isn't Mr. Waring.
Well, darned if it isn't. It's like I just mentioned to a friend. It certainly is a small world.
Yeah, too small.
Say, that must be a dihedral.
Huh?
That's the molten joint that's attached to the Finnegan pin. Here, let me show you.
Hey, wait a minute.
All right, if you don't want your car started.
You think you can?
Angel, I'm the greatest little Mr. Fix-It in the business. Move over.
Well,
Now, if I'm not mistaken, there should be a loose wire under the dash. What did I tell you?
It's been cut.
Exactly. But if we wind the ends together like so, then...
Who cut those wires?
Me.
What was the idea?
Well, it was the only way I could think of to arrange this interview. How about a drive around Central Park?
Get out.
Oh, you're not going to make me do that, beautiful, after all the trouble I went to?
Do you want me to call a cop?
Well, that's entirely up to you, Doris.
But I don't think Joe Santos would approve.
Well, if Santos ever finds you talking to me...
No, I don't think there's any danger of that, at least for a couple of hours. Or haven't you heard? He was shot at 2:30 this afternoon.
You're lying.
Well, there's no reason to be upset, Angel. The bullet just tore a chunk out of his side.
Listen, Waring, what do you want?
The murderer of Brian King.
I don't know anything about it.
I suppose you let me be the judge of that. Now, when was the last time you saw Brian King alive?
Yesterday when he brought Stewart...
Now we're getting to it. Stewart's the boy you told me was kidnapped.
I didn't say he was kidnapped.
Oh, please, let's not start that again. I gather Mr. Van Dyne has finally turned up, huh?
Yeah,
And Brian King was the one who located him.
that's one way to put it.
What's the connection between you and Stewart?
We used to be kind of friendly.
What stopped you?
Santos found out about us through Brian King.
Oh, so that's the connection. And what did the messages King and Santos do to Stewart?
I have no idea.
Well, suppose you give me Stewart's address and let me find out for myself.
You sure this is the right place, Mike?
Well, Doris told me Stewart Van Dyne was living in apartment 4E, Sergeant.
Guess he's out.
Are you surprised?
I don't follow you.
Mr. Santos is inclined to be a little on the possessive side. What do you think would happen to anyone who he caught playing around with Doris?
Well...
Where are your keys?
I don't like to do this.
Whose idea was it for me to get messed up in this business? Who asked me to try and help Emily King?
Okay. This one ought to do it. Yeah. Awful dark in here.
Light switch ought to be somewhere
Keep
near...
your hands off that switch.
What?
I've got enough light from the hallway.
Oh, no, that's not fair, chum. You can see us and we can't see you.
That's tough, but just to make things easier for you, I'll tell you I've got a gun in my hand.
You Stewart Van Dyne?
What's it to you?
Well, a thought just occurred to me, Stewart, that you'd be no better off than we are if I were to... Shut the door!
Why, you...
Hit the light, Sergeant.
I'm warning you. Put him out.
It's too late, friend.
No wonder he was sitting alone in the dark.
Yeah. Who did that to your face?
None of your business.
It was Brian King, wasn't it?
Whatever it was.
That might explain a lot of things, such as finding you alive and him dead. What did Doris say when she saw you?
I'll take care of her, too.
Well, you took care of Brian King?
Suppose you start answering some of my questions for a change. How did you guys get in here?
Simple. Sergeant has a set of skeleton keys.
Let's have them.
Now,
Let me have
now.
them, Sergeant. Or would you sooner I took them off your body?
I think he means that, Corbett.
Okay.
Nope. Just drop them on that bureau. I'll pick them up from there. Now, let's see how fast you boys can get to the other side of the room. Come on, hurry up.
You're making a mistake, Stewart.
Let me worry about that.
Where are you going?
Out.
You're not going to lock us in here.
You know, Sergeant, you ought to make a great detective. That's as good a piece of deduction as I've heard in years.
Are you coming on that door, Sergeant?
Ain't made a dent in it yet.
Well, save your knuckles. The squad car will be here in a minute.
Were you able to get Doris Webster on the phone?
No, her line has been busy.
I'll try her again.
Okay.
You don't think Van Dyne could have gotten to her yet?
No, not a chance.
When I get my hands on that guy...
Hello?
Hello, that you, Doris?
Who's this?
Mike Waring. Say, Stewart's looking for you. Hope you got a good, strong lock on your door.
You're not frightening me.
I didn't intend to. That's Joe Santos' department.
And Mr. Santos doesn't worry me either. Little Doris can look after herself.
You know, it's a funny thing, Doris, but the last time I heard someone say that, the Undertaker was around in short order. I hope you have better luck.
Who's there?
It's me, Doris.
Santos?
Yeah.
Okay, honey. Just a second. Come on in, honey.
Thanks.
Oh, I thought you'd be in bed.
You mean that bullet? Oh, nothing.
Oh, I'll bet it hurt something awful. Here, come on, sit down, honey.
I tell you, it's nothing, Doris.
You're angry with me, aren't you?
Why, I got the reason.
Oh, I give you my word, honey. That Stewart character didn't mean a thing. You know there's only one man in the world for me.
Sure.
Oh, come on, honey. Say you forgive me.
And if I do?
I promise I'll never look at another man again.
Until the next time, huh?
What do you want me to do? Crawl on my knees?
It might be a good idea.
Listen, you creep. Who do you think you're talking to, anyway?
What's the matter, Doris? You fed up?
You're darn right I am. Did you ever get a good look at yourself in a mirror?
Oh, I know Santos is not so good looking.
That's putting it mildly. Sure, I went with Stewart, and there were other guys, too. And there will be again.
I wouldn't bet on that.
Yeah? Well, I would.
You're not afraid of what this actor fellow's story is going to have to say?
No. The police will take care of him.
Why should they?
Because he killed Brian King.
Why should he?
Because of what King did to his face.
You're forgetting something, Doris. I tell King to do this thing.
Well, he took a shot at you, too, didn't he?
No. That was one of my boys.
What?
Yeah, Vince. You remember him. Nice, tall fellow.
I don't understand.
Sure you do, Doris. You're a very smart girl.
You killed Brian?
That's right.
You're crazy.
I can't be if the cops think Stewart did it. Of course, you could tell them now.
Listen, Sandy, I swear I wouldn't give you away.
Wouldn't you?
No. If I wanted to squeal, there are plenty of other things I know.
Come here, baby.
Oh, darling, you gotta believe me. Honey, I'll never open my mouth.
This I believe.
Wait a minute, Sergeant. I think that's the apartment.
Is there a nameplate?
Yeah. Doris Webster.
Well, what are you waiting for?
I got a hunch she ain't going to answer.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're right.
Well, shall we?
By all means. Take a look at what's hanging from the chandelier. Well, that's one way to get up in the world.
Good 3 feet, I'd say.
Might as well have been a mile.
All right, let's get her down.
Well, that's life for you. But I wonder why she did it.
Did what, Sergeant?
Commit suicide.
Who says it's suicide?
I do.
You see any sign of a note around?
What makes you think there has to be a note every time? The girl was scared.
Yeah, so she put a rope around her neck and hung herself.
Won't be the first time it happened.
No, it doesn't make sense, Sergeant. Take a look at that red leather vanity bench.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, can't you see it's been torn apart? Look at the condition of the living room.
What does that prove?
Well, if Doris committed suicide, who took the joint apart?
She might have herself.
Why?
How should I know?
Well, maybe I can guess. Doris seemed awfully sure that she could keep Joe Santos in line. Now, how could she do that?
I don't know.
Well, the obvious answer is that she must have been holding something over his head. I suppose it was hidden in that vanity bench.
Why would it have to be in there?
It didn't. The point is, wherever it was, Santos must have found it and destroyed it.
Well, assuming for the sake of argument he did, I don't see how that makes us any better off.
Well, frankly, I don't either, Sergeant. But I'm grasping at straws. Let's hope one of them is enough to break Santos's neck.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike and Sergeant Corbett discovered the body of Doris Webster hanging in her apartment. And now, as we find the aforementioned gentlemen, they're breaking the news to Joe Santos, who, surprisingly enough, doesn't seem in the least bit disturbed.
Well, what are you going to do? That's life.
You seem to be taking it pretty much in your stride, Santos.
You expect me to cut my throat?
You may want to at that. Because I've got a theory you killed Doris.
You got a theory. You're out of your mind, Mike. I haven't been out of this bed since I was shot.
How do you account for those scratches on your face? When I saw you earlier today, there wasn't a mark on you.
And don't tell us you cut yourself shaving.
Say, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Has the report come through on the substance under Doris's fingernails?
Huh?
You know, the stuff you had analyzed.
Oh, sure.
It was human flesh, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. The doc said probably came from a man.
You know, Santos, they can tell in 5 minutes who that man was.
Who are you kidding?
Okay, don't bleep me. Sergeant?
Wait a minute.
Well?
Suppose I was in Doris' apartment.
But were you or weren't you?
Yeah.
And you did fight with her?
Yeah, I tried to keep her from committing suicide.
Well, you couldn't have tried very hard.
Well, I do the best I can. Remember, she shot me this afternoon. I'm still weak.
Sure. Well, it may be news to you, Santos, but when people hang themselves, they customarily step off a height. And there was nothing resembling a chair in that bedroom.
You're sure of that?
Positive.
You don't see a red leather vanity bench?
You mean?
Yeah.
Looks like he's got you there, Mike. Remember, you were the one who commented on it?
Yeah, so I did. What did you take out of that bench, Santos?
Don't you wish you knew?
Maybe I can guess. Probably some evidence linking you with a couple of unsolved murders.
Guesses are no good, Mike. You got to be able to prove it.
Not if we can prove you killed Doris Webster. And take it from me, Santos, we can. All right, Sergeant, make like a cop.
I hope you're not bluffing this time, Mike.
No, I'm not, Sergeant. Santos killed both Doris and Brian King.
But that's what doesn't make sense. Why should he kill King? The guy was working for him.
Oh, yeah, but Santos didn't believe he was working out right. King didn't approve of what Santos forced him to do to Stuart Van Dyne, and he was all for taking a powder. Well, you know Santos. The only time you quit his outfit is the way King did.
Well, why did he kill Doris?
He was tired of her horsing around. And he couldn't have been exactly crazy about whatever it was she was holding over his head.
So he strung her up?
That's right. And you're probably curious about how I figured that one out.
No. We found Doris hanging 3 feet off the floor.
Well, listen.
And that vanity bench Santos claims she used was only 24 inches high. Now, you tell me how you can step off something 2 feet high and wind up 3 feet in the air.
All right, if you saw it, why didn't you say something before?
What, spoil your fun? Don't forget, Mike, I'm a typical dumb cop who can't add 2 and 2 together without using his fingers. If I claimed I solved a crime, who'd ever believe me?
Well, certainly no one who ever listened to a show called The Adventures of the Falcon. Good night, Sergeant.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you